folks. We've got two huge teams excited about them. I mean,
that match is great, but real quick, I want to talk about Vitality and Complexity. Let's go back to that spring major. When Vitality was in that upper bracket, Complexity was 1 goal away in that game 5.
AJG.
Wide open miss. He's not on the team anymore. Yep. Maybe that was the reason. I'm not sure. But Vitality is the big question mark here. Because obviously, back-to-back LAN champions. They are world champions, and they did it in dominating fashion. But they go back to Europe and they've looked cold.
It is. So. I feel like many Rocket League fans who tuned into the World Championship and have loosely caught some gameplay online at the beginning of this season are probably astonished we've gotten this far into a pre-show without talking about Vitality.
Well, the thing is that right now they're trying to get rid of that curse.
Early, so we have
always on a World Championship winning team where when you've won the World Championships, they hit a slump. It's happened time and time again. You see it frequently. Even major wins can then bring a team into a slump because they think, oh, we've kind of got to the end goal at this point. And Vitality, they haven't suffered that fate. They made this major. They didn't do what BDS did previously, but Vitality, they still have that to prove.
Okay, well, we'll talk more about Vitality when their match against Complexity occurs later on today. Let's talk about the first match of the day to kick off our Copenhagen Major. Gentlemates in the purple, Rule 1 in the orange. A beautiful blend of shades here. You can start us off, Fates.
Absolutely beautiful blend. I don't know, just want to point out the purple versus the orange. It just looks absolutely amazing. But of course, talking about the teams, Gentlemates, I call them the team, the Floater from Heaven squad, because they made it all the way to the grand finals when they beat Vitality, but they haven't been playing
let's get it.
Qualifier 1.
But still, to get into those grand finals is a huge buff for them. And with the amount of fans that if they then make it to that top 8 that are going to be here to support them in Europe with Gentlemates, one of the biggest orgs throughout Europe, especially with that French following, they're going to have a lot of support behind them.
And let's not forget that Europe, they used to have 5 seeds that go to these majors at the World Championship. The top 4 teams, all European. So yes, they are the EU4 seed, but many could say they're a top 4 team in the world still. It is so difficult to get out of that region. They did so mostly because of that qualifier 1 performance. They have to find that form yet again to really show on the international, like against everyone, that they can compete. But when they do go up against Europe, which they probably will at some point, to take them down.
So it's also great to see Juicy, like becoming from a team where previously they weren't making majors all the time, and then joining two
kind of want to watch this first, even though it's the 1 versus 16.
And Itachi, the fact that he has been given an opportunity like this and has then been thriving since then, I've absolutely loved watching it. And
we'll be switching back and forth between the two streams as much as we can today.
They haven't had their huge performance from qualifier 1 to qualifier 2, qualifier 3, but they were only losing to the best of the best. Losing to BDSs, losing to Vitalities, losing to Carmines. So if they're going up against a squad like Rule 1, they should be confident. And that man Seiko has always been a LAN staple, has never performed bad once. I don't expect it here.
He's in the grand finals.
It's crazy to think that this is sort of a leftover style roster of players just kind of put together, and you have Seiko, one of the legends of the open era on that team. Such a strong roster. Keep your eye on him, folks. On the other side of things, though, let's talk about Rule 1. A lot of the hype this season from the Middle East has been about their other team, Falcons here. Rule 1 trying to change that narrative.
Rule 1 is going to have a tough climb, I feel like.
Tuning in from the World Championship, I don't know where you've been, but the Falcons in Rule 1, they had basically a trade. Khaled and joined Naupo on Rule 1, while the Twins went over to Falcons. And Rule 1, ever since, they've been playing solid. They have good offense, but they haven't been able to match Falcons just yet.
They've always been playing that second fiddle, but by doing that, they've got to the grand finals every single time. They're incredibly consistent in that. It's the Falcons.
They haven't always looked the best in the grand finals, but Falcons look really good. I think like the one concern I have for Falcons is I feel like they're so used to being the fastest team on the pitch, and I don't think they're going to have that same success in the international level.
It's about international experience on the LAN stage.
I mean?
Those two have it in spades, so they're going to use that to try and carry their new teammate.
Whereas Rule 1, with O'Khaled play notoriously through the years, it's more of the slow, concise,
at that point.
about the counterattack,
player that everyone's going to watch out for. When he's got the ball, he can make magic happen. Like, if there's a chance that they make a run through the Swiss, it's probably on him.
I don't know.
But it is his first RLCS LAN. Let's see how he does.
He's arguably the best player in MENA. I know a lot of people tip their cap to TRK or maybe Oaz and even Killers. But now, Paul, I mean, he's averaging 460. He is the catalyst for their squad. He's only a rookie, only 16, I believe, or so. He's really great. And if they're going to be able to match this Gentlemates squad with Coach Eversax right there on your screen, he's going to have to absolutely perform in his first ever RLCS LAN series.
They're going to have to perform, but I mean, Rule 1, and you're talking about talk about a region that puts perpetual pressure on themselves. The Middle East have such high expectations of themselves. They're the first region that when they first showed up, they're like, we're here to win. We're not just here to make top 4. We're not just here to make top 8. We're here to win the whole thing. And you know it eats at all of them that they haven't done it yet. So Rule 1, I expect to be coming out of the gates hot right away. And
also, we talk about what you say about the regions. With MENA, they were the only other region that was in a top 4 at the Spring Major. Like, out of the top 8 teams that we've had in the two most recent RLCS lands, only one of them has not been Europe, and it was Rule 1. Yes, it was a different squad, but it's still from that region.
But also, 2 of those members made top 8 of Worlds as a Falcon as well. So they know how to perform when it matters, and they're always going to be in that conversation of when will they win it. And maybe it's time now, but on the same time, you're talking about
Have
Europe
we
right now.
started on
Europe
the other
is
channel yet?
On fire with a
We have
long
not.
off
Chat,
season,
we're watching
you expect
Limitless
that gap to get wider
where we
because
can.
they're
If
practicing
games
versus
get ugly,
one
I have no
another and
problem
getting
switching
better.
over.
But
we're 1000% cheering on the boys.
Them a bit on higher ping,
They
but do practice against
Actually,
them.
let's
So,
go.
and that might help.
Rule 1 gets to practice against Falcons. And
Let's go listen and see what they're saying over here.
Maybe it wasn't the greatest plan. You know, hindsight being what it is. They went for it. They went, and I mean, Complexity and Furia both made majors. You know, they had the ability to do it. It was just, I think they would rather, and I'm sure any team, you got to look at how often and how consistently you're making those lands, because you want to make it to Worlds. Missing out on Worlds is devastating. And back in SAM, these 2 teams have been without a doubt the most dominant teams. Like they just are so good, and Furia has a lot of expectations levied upon them. And you know, is this finally the time, Shogun? I honestly don't think so. I think Europe has looked better than it ever has before. I think EU
will at least send one to the Grands. Probably sends 2.
They're on a 2-land win streak. They're the defending world champions. They have come into
But I
this
do
tournament
think we'll see
thinking
MENA
that,
in
well,
top
all the stuff online doesn't really matter. It's just the land
4
that matters. And we
And
know
depending
that
on their
they
draw.
have
As long
the
as they
top
don't have a
level
problem
of
through
ability.
Swiss.
They
Because if you end up going against
BDS
Carmine Corp or
in the World
Vitality earlier, it could be an
Championship
issue.
Grand final. So like we're not even really talking about Vitality when we're talking about Europe in most of our conversations. And you know, we even rank them as the 3rd best team out of EU. EU has looked so good this split that I would be surprised if anyone outside of EU won.
Carmine Corp looks locked in though.
I really
can't
would.
lie
I
there,
really-
man.
I-
Carmine
I
Corp
feel
looks
like
locked in.
In terms of just pure odds,
Like
if you're
locked in,
predicting
bro.
channel points, this would be the best odds that Europe has had in a long time. Like with how many good teams.
We did have a top 4 recently.
Yeah, so it's just going to be, I think, extremely difficult for anyone to dethrone these European teams with how good they've been.
Well, congratulations, James. We have got through the podcast, and we are ready to get into the first match of the Copenhagen Major. Casey and Limitless have waited, but now they are ready to get to the field and kick us off.
Oh man, the wait
Let's
is
get it.
finally over. LAN matches are back. Here in Copenhagen, we're getting things kicked off.
All
on
right,
the
baby.
stream. Limitless up against
Give me
the
a Limitless
giant
dub. That need
of
to be a
Carmine
series
Corp.
dub.
And this
But let me
is
get
a
a
matchup
game.
where many people
Come
are
on.
expecting KC to run away with it, and all eyes now on Limitless to see how they respond to those expectations.
We've had a lot of times previously where #1 European seed has been maybe taking the eye off the ball a little bit in their first match of the Swiss.
I was gonna say that's what I was kind
However,
of.
this is
Oh
kickoff.
wow, I didn't take long at all
They
though.
care
Never
only
mind.
about
Oh,
winning.
I was gonna say I
And
thought
things
maybe
starting
they'd
out
come
fast.
in
Rise, going in,
under
you can
looking
see
their opponents.
Vatira scoring for the 50, and one of the things that you'll see
Snowy
in
almost
Vatira's
got there.
game,
It's
he
fine.
enables his teammates so well.
Let's
With
go, boys.
His positioning, he takes the space, and then he makes the defense panic. And whether he goes for a fake or a 50 like we saw there, he feeds his teammates scoring opportunities left and right.
One of the big things I'm going to be looking for here is do Limitless.
What was it that Greybeard said?
Kickoff
Baptism
drinks
by
ready to go,
fire,
because
I think
we
it was.
know KC
It's gonna be a tough series,
They're
man.
just gonna be
I
giving
want
up
to see what
possession
Limitless
straight
got.
from the off.
I think
That
this
is gonna
series
be
tells us.
a big problem. They've got a different problem though, and it's Vati.
I mean, there's 3
I think the series tells us a lot about what you can expect from them in other rounds, though, right?
Vatira going for a routine double, making it look like he's in free play. Just a routine double for him.
Big thing here for
Puts in the second goal for KC, and now KC look in full control of this game.
Big thing for them is to
kickoff strategies at the moment. They've all worked.
just keep things under control in game number 1, start to build a little bit, and warm up for round 2 later.
Shaking with its prediction.
It did predict Limitless.
It did.
We'll see how right that is.
Snowy does try to get rid. Oh, Rise has actually outplayed his own teammate. Leaves Vatira by himself. And that's Vatira's favorite teammate anyway, so he'll be just fine.
And also watch out for Snowy. Snowy is, to me, that pinpoint accurate shooter. Kind of reminds me of JNaps, with how good Snowy is with those small windows and hitting marks. I think if Limitless can generate a rebound opportunity, he's the player you want taking that shot.
No love for to die for?
Sort of provide my little bit of hope on this one, which is
Come on,
teams do
boys.
play a little bit worse off when maybe the team they're against isn't at the same sort of pace. KC are not going to have a dance partner here that I think can keep up, and they're going to have to play sort of control, more mechanical, go for the outplays, because you're not going to outpace, because I doubt Limitless will actually engage in that.
You're right, they'll probably just turtle up, play more of a zone defense than trying to stop those individual players from getting around them.
Nice.
Sweaty is going to try to clear this out. You can see all three players from
After the first two goals, it looked not awful in the defense. It looks pretty solid.
To get it. This may be a chance. Sweaty with a flip
Sweaty
reset. Gets by one, but it's a nice defense there from KC.
Problem is, this level, man, there's going to be layers to the defense. You can't just beat the one.
Gets a 50 off the
that shit works in
backboard.
SSA.
Sweaty will have full boost to try to get this stop. There's the double. You can see Vatira sweeping the line. And there is a demo that's landed.
Nice to die for. Let's go.
But they do break out.
Vatira back into the middle. Sweaty tried to find some space. He has got some support, but it just took a little bit too long to get control of that ball. Atto, backboard. Nobody around. KC just backing down for the time being, not having the ego to think that they can permanently stay in offense.
But you can see two players there from Limitless, Sweaty and Snowy, both right next to each other at the midfield, and demos left and right as well for KC.
Well, this is the horrible thing, and this is one of the reasons
I mean, Karmine Corp's doing a really good job buying their own space. Nice shot from Vatira.
Because they are used to being the fastest. Every match that they do, they are the top dog.
Vitality, one of the obvious ones who have stuck together in the long old off-season.
Let's go sit in on Gentlemates and Rule 1 chat. I think we see where Game 1's at least going.
A lot of them have had boot camps.
I think this is going to be a big series for both of these teams here.
Situations like this one, but the stakes go higher. It gets even scarier than it's always been. Rule 1 have made a decent.
Wouldn't be surprised if this is one of those series that probably should go 4, maybe even 5.
Juicy on the goal line. An outpost coming in now. I think this is important for Gentlemates, just to make sure that when Rule 1 do come forwards,
I do feel like this is a bigger game for Rule 1 than Gentlemates. Not by much, but just in the sense of like, if Rule 1 can already show that they're
at a major of all places, you have to expect it, but the demos are coming through.
Good hanging with EU.
There, just but more follow-up shots. Oh, this is the Rule 1 special from last season, but they don't hang on. Itachi gets the second, and Gentlemates, they grab the lead.
Khaled let this one bounce. Was that the correct decision? Could he have got it before? Oh, he was stuck sideways.
Damn.
A horrible position to be in. Itachi sniffing around. Wasn't going to miss that one. And look at the smile on his face. Gentlemates very quickly feeling themselves at home here in Copenhagen.
Yeah, all the talk has been about this European region, albeit the number 4 seed, but still, they are a seriously good side. I know the scrim results, we always talk about them, but they are looking pretty good right now. What can Rule 1 do? 2 minutes left. Itachi just keeping that ball out, trying to lock in this first game perhaps. More pressure though. Rule 1 certainly feels like they've had some more chances than Gentlemates, but that clear will see the end of the attack.
Gentlemates very comfortable in a close, hard-fought battle of a game like this one. They'll know.
Seiko
the offensive firepower to break through when it
drops it, centers it, bumps it. Both teammates already retreated back to the defense rotation though.
Decided against it in the end, showing more patience, Gentlemates. Rule 1 punished them, not just yet, because Seiko's coming forward again. He's been a bit of a difference maker so far in Game 1. Him and Itachi, the two players who stood up for me, really. But here's the third. It's Juicy onto the backboard. He gets it straight down. Nalpo makes the save. Seiko's coming in. It's on target, and it's 3.
Phenomenal placement there from Seiko. But it was
right now, Rule 1's just really struggling getting Gentlemates out of their zone, man.
Of the Rule 1 defense.
Like their big part of their game is going to be trying to find the counter attack, but they just can't get out to start the counter. They can't get out and run.
Conceding that first goal, they have looked very, very strong.
Yeah, Rule 1, I mean, for the first couple of minutes, they were really in this one, but since then, Gentlemates have just stepped up.
I mean, Limitless able to hold Karmine at just 3. I know that's kind of like a laughable statement of just 3, but like, for starting off with the 2, it feels like the Limitless defense probably adjusting a little bit.
A little bit quicker right now, Rule 1. Minute and 10 seconds left. Still plenty of time to make something happen.
We'll
but
tune into that
quickly,
once this gets to the end of
especially
this.
if Seiko shooting goes just wide, and Rule 1 can come forward if they can just get that second ball.
Yeah, they need to work it out of this end though, because Gentlemates, their offense certainly looking locked
Shot.
in right now. Seiko, that's great. You can see Gentlemates circling for a demo. Rule 1 trying to force something to happen, but it's just got to be wide open for Seiko. That's 4 on the board for the mates.
It's that world champion quality right there from Seiko. That extra little touch wasn't read by the Rule 1 defender. And that truly was a touch of class. And look at that, the smug little smile to his side. I really feel like Gentlemates are having a lot of fun right now on this pitch.
Yeah, they're looking so composed. And, you know, we talk a lot about the boot camps. These guys have been competing together every single regional in person. You can see these vibes just as strong as ever.
There we go. Good response from Napo.
All of a sudden, open net, which is
44 seconds. I mean, two's possible in a game one like this. I don't know.
Left the ball, done a little bit of a drive,
especially when a goal off like that, it's like made off a mistake. Now the good news for Rule 1 is if you are able to force another mistake there, I mean, you could potentially allow for that doubt to start to creep in. Let's see, they win the kickoff here.
Make things very interesting. Khaled might have a chance on this ball. Instead, it bounces away from him. Bounce not favoring Rule 1 on this occasion. Seiko gets the flip reset. Forced to Juicy. This could kill it, and it
nice
does.
Shot.
It's 5-2. Gentlemates refusing to panic.
Gentlemates are going to win this here. Let's go ahead and switch on over. Limitless Carmine Corp game number 2.
Hopefully we'll see it at some point this weekend. It's not Champions Field.
Jeez.
We always have Champions Field. Maybe
what a play.
Rise gets his way.
Wow.
Rise scored first last game, scores first again here, and you can see the amount of space that they're dealing with. Rise was camping on the goal line as well, probably there because he was going for another bump.
All right, come on, boys.
Or another demo, or at least faking like he was.
It's the joy of how offense has sort of progressed now. You see players go for this, and it's not one or the other. It's just so many great options are opened up by playing this way, and you can just make that decision when you get there.
And Rocket League has always kind of been that options game. It's how can you give yourself the most options as an attacker to put the defense off balance and try to catch them off guard.
There was a few demo attempts there at the background. Hasn't worked, but I like the idea.
Unfortunately for Limitless, you could see Rise dodged the demo and immediately went over for a double tap.
Baptism by fire, bro.
The idea was good, but
just, I mean, they don't look like they're playing off their game. It's just Carmine Court.
Virtuoso came from Europe.
Doing what they do best in Rocket League, dog.
The hard way.
Yes.
But
remember the last game, Carmine Court scored too early, and then Limitless kind of tightened up.
They're trying to incorporate those demos to get the space.
If it is going to be something they're going to learn from, they're not going to learn from sitting in their own goal line. They don't do that in their own region. They try and outpace everybody. They try and outplay everybody. So
that's actually a really good point.
And see what you can pick up, and maybe utilize that, you know, for this series, for the rest of the Swiss.
And I think, like you're saying, Shogun, it's how can you take those small steps to improve and small steps to try to be more competitive, and I think a lot of that is going to be finding out ways to maintain a little bit more possession.
He almost did him dirty.
Just a touch, and there's a demo.
All right, hold on.
Some, and
Deny 4, open net.
Let's
go, boys. Turn it around right here.
Limitless within 1.
They have got themselves on the board. Went for the outpace, and Vatira realized he was in no man's land. Not going to be able to get to the ball.
There it is. They don't want to get too happy, but let's go. We still got plenty of time.
And it's important to mention here, James, even a game could be massive because of how
Swiss works.
Seed works.
Facts.
You are based on game differential. 1 could be huge for them for the rest of this tournament.
It certainly could be, and I think Limitless now, that goal's going to give him a lot of hope. And that, you know,
got to find a way to get this clear.
The first goal of a major being scored by To Die For. That is fitting, but now we see KC come marching right back. You could see To Die For creeping out of net. Snowy tried to go for a challenge, but unfortunately didn't get to the shot in time for Limitless.
Well, shoot.
And KC have that insurance.
That's all right, though. Still plenty of game left.
Same thing we're going to be talking about. Oh, I like the kickoff change up. Faking out on the first, send the one down the middle so that at least they have to play the ball.
Oh, they're just so fast, dog.
And now they have To Die For in a very good spot to put something together. But again, the early challenge. I mean, this is the one thing that Limitless seem to be maybe lacking in offense, is they feel like they have to go for the outplay. I would like to see a couple of challenges, go a couple of low 50s, just trust that your next player might actually be fast enough.
And we see it there.
Okay. Sweaty's already turned around for D.
That's not the best 50. Pop straight up for a toe. And now Snowy.
All right, get out and run with it,
Sweaty.
boys.
Sweaty
Get out
back
and run.
to Snowy, and that was the right idea.
Good idea. I like the idea.
Pass was a little bit too far ahead, though.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Snowy had like 8 boosts left. Good news for him, he's about to have 33.
Right.
About
Let's
to
just see all
reset.
the game chat.
Yeah.
Gentlemates looks like they were first one on the scoreboard.
It hasn't been about
Plenty of
for a
game
while,
left
but
here in
it's
game number 2.
That's
Gentlemates
true.
finished
Yeah,
off game
exactly,
1.
I know. My brain was like, wait a minute, what's one different but 2 the same as what it used to be?
I've got nightmares from this map. I miss one of the worst open nets I've ever seen, and that's all I can think about when I play this one. But it's a phenomenal map, and Juicy has to get the touch. Does so, can rule 1. This time it's a bit of a turntable situation.
Oh, it's a wide open net for Khaled. Let's go.
Once again has gone walkabout in defense, driving up the near post and just not expecting the shot.
Huge demo from Armad, but yeah, Seiko, maybe he was fooled by the smoke screen, who knows? But thankfully, Khaled didn't make the same mistake as our esteemed caster CJ over here.
Chat, how we feeling, man?
Yeah, phenomenal, and that's just making the most of the opportunity. That's what LAN's about. You just cannot
Happy
give
Thursday.
anyone a chance, and that's what a lot of the teams talking about. I know the Power Boys in particular, just speaking about their boot camp, their screams, and that's almost it.
Almost slotted it.
Keeping the pressure on, but it's all about if you make one mistake, the level of competition.
Who's that reaching in the cookie jar?
Every day of the week. As you see there, a freebie for Itachi, and
yeah, all 3 of y'all.
Rule 1 not paying off.
I understand what Rule 1 are doing. They're trying to make sure they're not playing too slow.
Who you calling a loser? Loser?
They're not going to let themselves down by being too passive. But I think it's fair to say that third man is just creeping forward.
How's work going, fam?
And underestimating the Gentlemate's attack right now.
Yeah, just not quite in the right spot for that, but you do expect it. Round 1 off the Swiss.
Nice pass.
And Itachi, oh, what a double. I didn't think he would get the shot. Couldn't get around it. He had other ideas. Double off the backboard.
Juicy taking the cookies, the pass, and the touch. Oh, my God.
Well, we haven't seen them popping off like this, like the opening qualifier number 1 back in the EU days when they made top 2, banked the majority of that points, and made it here relatively safely in the end.
Wait, you're not at work?
From 4th to 5th was a fair few points. Rule 1 have to counter that. Almost
nice.
coming in. Armad scores. What a game so far. Forbidden Temple, that's where the matchups are.
Yeah, it's certainly providing right now. Now, look at that. He almost scored, but he's beaten 2. And how many times do we see that in Mina during this first split? Setting it up there. Armad does the rest. And Rule 1 getting it back, but every single time it feels like they get close. We saw it in that last game. Gentlemates just find a response. Can Rule 1 level it up and just start to put some doubt in this Gentlemates lineup?
Oh, Juicy was looking for it.
And demos, trying to interrupt and intercept the Gentlemates defense. Now tries to go over the top of Itachi.
Mod?
Almost does. Seiko then diving in once.
Oh, Khaled!
Somehow that ball stays out.
Oh, my goodness!
Seen for all the world, that would be 3-3.
Wow.
But
What a save.
Gentlemates just about keep that slender lead.
Yeah, that post was the 4th defender there for the Gentlemates. They were trying to wedge it in Rule 1. They couldn't. It's still dangerous. Almost there. It's another phenomenal touch. Gentlemates working it out. Khaled awkward into the corner. Napo looking to turn. There's 2 in the corner, though. It's always awkward here. Rule 1 have to work it out. That's a great bump. Napo with a pop as well. Does
what a
that
pass,
Khaled takes
Khaled?
it up, just throws
No
it. Can
boost.
Seiko get there? Just reaches, but still on the
Pass
offense.
Ahmad.
Drop down. Ahmad, weak
Back
shot.
to
Does the
Napo.
bump come through? Itachi clears.
Rule 1, though, tough to read for Gentlemates right now. The touches are unusual.
Rule 1, keeping some pressure in the zone here. Juicy over 1. Juicy wins the 50, left it off for Seiko. Seiko.
So's the turnaround. Napo is everywhere right now. Khaled waits, so Khaled gets a
hold
great
on.
touch. Can he get one more? Seiko gets a little nudge on him, and it is enough to
Juicy's
change
got the
perspective of the game. Juicy shoots, but Napo will get it to the side.
It's a great demo. Thank Khaled as well, but Itachi with the 50. Be able to kill a little bit of time here. Just above 90 seconds left. Backboard touch. Double commit again. Rule 1. They're going to fake it out. Juicy's going to wait down. Be the smart decision in the end. Grabs the 100.
Khaled.
Rule 1. Khaled trying to fake it. There's another touch. Itachi working it forward. And now
I like the free cam work there.
Here. There's another
Big fan.
50. More touches.
We need more of that.
The fake. Is anyone across? Khaled not quite there for the shot, and it does go wide.
We've seen a couple of these fake attempts that Gentlemates are not falling for, just charging towards the ball. They know what Rule 1 shenanigans are like. Itachi can't quite get the next touch. So Rule 1 can come forward again. 1 more minute. Absolute age of time, depending on how they play it. Juicy shouldn't be able to get all the way to the goal this time. Napo's touch is slightly weak, but actually it works out well for Khaled. Over Seiko, who's arriving? It's just Itachi.
Oh, Juicy does get the clear. Rule 1, probably squandered a good chance there. Juicy off the corner. More
that's gonna be a shot on target.
It's been funniest story of this series for both sides. What can Rule 1 do? It's a nice beat from Nowpo. A whiff coming through. A few nervy moments here for Gentlemates as they're trying to hold on to this lead. Nowpo working it forward. Rule 1. Can they launch some sort of attack here in the last 30 seconds? Khaled with the beat. Ahmed
up and
takes
over.
It upstairs. Can he get one more Itachi as well? More pressure for Rule 1. The Gentlemates, they're hanging on.
And completely stepped up of Rule 1, doing so much good work now in attack.
Cannot give this Gentlemate squad triple match point, bro.
One touch. He goes upwards. Itachi's watching him, waiting. Ahmad in the center. Can he get it towards him? He can, but it's so close to the wall. That's the touch they needed. Now pose it. Everyone's missed, and it's fakes all round.
Everybody missed.
He just didn't believe in the bomb.
Hold on. Counterattack from Ahmad. Over to Nowpo.
What can he do? Puts it up. Seiko, backboard read. Drops it down. Khaled
Not a big fan.
Quite attack it straight away, just trying to pop it up. Juicy's there as well. He's looking for the ground. Samad might just get 50 out of things. Gentlemates 2-0. Looking very...
8-2! Oh my God!
Very, very dangerous no matter what. And KC have learned that. KC are also up 2-0.
Hey, yo, help my boys out. Give him
number 3.
Give him a courtesy game. Thoughts?
Fairer for any of these events. I think he's just letting his team do the work that they got to do.
In terms of gamers, I mean, it is the morning.
It is.
You know,
it is a early day. It is a long day.
But you know, I have seen Farah in the gym as well. So Farah, you know, he seems like a guy who gets.
Speaking
up
of the
early.
gym chat, y'all are on Twitter. I'm gonna need y'all to go hit that like button on my gym tweet this morning. Your boys have been making some progress
for this event.
I feel for it.
How are you doing?
I'm surviving.
Yeah. I feel like we've got CJ here, so we're never allowed to complain because CJ's always got it worse.
CJ traveled 42 hours to be here. So, I don't know how he does it.
I have no idea.
Was that a flip reset? It was. Flip reset double tap attempted by Vatira. Ball back in the hands of Rise.
Oh, true, because he's coming from Australia. He has to do that weird thing where he actually goes past America to get into Copenhagen, right?
Right as he drove over it. So that's going to help out the defensive effort.
Snowy does control.
Oh, I got to remember ads on Twitter, or on Twitch.
Good decision making. They do need to be a little bit quicker. That demo really hurts. They need to just try and scramble into good positions. I do like the backboard defense.
Kablamo! All right, come on, Sweaty.
Rise has got plenty of time just to power the ball long.
So close as well. That just floats all the way through, and it kind of stems back to that demo. You saw Snowy got the full boost, was going to rotate back, but then gets demoed. That just puts you off kilter on defense, gives a little bit more space, and we see this pattern over and over where Limitless will clear the ball out, but it's right into the waiting hands of KC.
So I'm going to pull my Johnny Boy hat out right now.
Let's hear it.
All right, well, I think the first thing is the turn inwards to die for. We had plenty of praise for you here. I don't know. If you're gonna turn inwards, like at least players usually tend to be a bit closer on the way back. That one seems like he just gave up immediately.
And you could see a bit of a slow kickoff there, and I wonder if that was a slow kickoff from KC. I would need to see another look at it, but sometimes those slow kickoffs are how you score right away. You have a player that gets there fast, they hit it right into you, and when because you're there a little late, your hit is not going to get 50, and it can roll straight into the net. Personally, I love the slow kickoff, but it can backfire as well.
KC have got so many kickoff strategies that they are ready to pull out. I think that they've got a few secret ones as well that they are not planning on using until playoffs.
Oh, they definitely got a few more tricks up their sleeves for playoffs.
Like a lot of us are expecting them to get there.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're a favorite to go 3-0 in Swiss. But lands usually have a little bit of chaos infused in them.
Okay, hold on.
But we get that chaos, and then Vatira's in the grand finals. That's the way of things. As Rise now past one, they're trying to scramble back. They will not get there.
Yeah, looks like this is unfortunately going to be the baptism by fire that Greybeard was talking about. Let's go and switch on over to Mates versus Rule 1. Tied at 0, 3 minutes left.
Impressive from Rule 1, but we're not seeing that sustained offense.
What I am liking though from Rule 1 is the defending, playing out from the back. Ahmad finding Khaled. Khaled doing the same towards Nowpo, not panicking with his clearances and sending it straight back to Gentlemates. And if they can just make that angle and maneuver the ball to where they need it.
By the way, chat, is volume good? Like balance between me and the games?
Quite as clean. Khaled up against Seiko. Seiko won it for a second, but Khaled got the second touch, all importantly. Itachi in the corner now against Khaled. Ahmad is waiting, wondering what to do with this one. In the end, his old teammate Khaled can somewhat take it away, but right now it's turned into the latter. They can't clear their lines. Gentlemates moving forward, squeezing more as the seconds tick on.
Yeah, they're dominating the midfield, and it honestly feels like a bit of a MENA grand final right now. Mates are just all over Rule 1, who are just really they're setting up in there.
Nice pass, good read by Nalpo.
Yeah, 100%, but they're really just waiting for Gentlemates to overcommit, but you just see how they're dominating this midfield.
Pass over to Khaled.
Seiko just floating across with the pre-jump. More pressure here. Rule 1, the first time. It's taken 3 minutes for them to get some sustained offense, but Gentlemates, hang on. Seiko, so impressive.
That's exactly what they wanted, though. Khaled had to put that one away. So much for the goal to aim for. You missed that chance down the other end. Seiko gets it across your own net. Khaled up against Juicy. More good play from Juicy. Sends it back into the center. Looking like this game is going to finish very much as it started, with Gentlemates having all the pressure.
Ooh, pass to Nalpo. Shot. Let's
go! It's so much better. The counter-attack is complete.
They've had 2 shots, but that's all they need. Look at the extra touch. Beats Itachi. Then it's just Juicy in net. Phenomenal. Phenomenal shot. And Rule 1, well, they have done it. The counter-attacks. Gentlemates just backed off a little bit. Rule 1 walks straight into it. Phenomenal start, and it's only 90 seconds left after all that defense. They've got reward down the other end. Now they just need to hang on.
And now if they can hang on, then Gentlemates certainly will overcommit. Desperate for a goal now. They'll want to finish this one in 3. It's missed by Juicy on purpose for Itachi. Seiko's waiting. Itachi tries to get it around the corner. Unable to do so on that occasion. Every touch right now for Rule 1, absolutely massive. Arman coming in against Juicy. Khaled's missed this one, but he's got away with it.
Lucky.
Still a minute left, and they've got no boost. There's the kick out again. Now
good job by Nalpo.
He's got the goal for them, doing it down the other end. Can they hang on? 50 seconds. It's another poor touch. Rule 1 just trying to keep this ball out. Juicy.
Risky bringing that across the goal line, man.
Here again now, Po. What a touch.
Sent to the other side for it, but it was so worth it. But here comes Seiko. He fakes it again. Itachi shoots. Seiko onto the back, but Juicy, he's too far forwards. He has to do a 3-point turn just to get towards the ball. That's exactly what Rule 1 wanted. Seiko stabs it forward. Nalpo more than even to that one. 25 left.
They've just got 0 boost, but they're hanging in there. Seiko trying to get involved. Khaled just gets some sort of a skim touch, no boost. Another pass across. Gentlemates off the corner. Arman has to go. He's been 50s, and he's got to be the shot. No.
There it is.
Another clear coming through.
All right.
1, 10 seconds
left.
They've played the perfect game. Their game, counter-attack.
There it is.
And they might just be able to get their first game of the Copenhagen Major. Just needs to hit the ground now. The ball, Itachi, no boost. Works
Hold
it down.
on, Juicy.
Is it going to be a 0-second magic?
Nope.
No, there's that man. The MVP of Rule 1. Nalpo.
And breathe. That was not the cleanest offensive performance you will ever see by any means from Rule 1. They tempted Gentlemates in with some
well, maybe Limitless doesn't take a game.
But my goodness, a 1-0 win will do the world of good for their confidence and their belief in themselves. A massive, massive game there for Rule 1.
Look at that, 10 shots to 2 as well. I mean, if this isn't just the Rule 1 brand, it's their style of Rocket League. And it feels like it's more effective on LAN as well. Defense on LAN is just adds so much if you can.
That, though.
Yeah, but they do find.
I mean, kind of a good read by Seiko. Khaled should have probably been able to read that and shoot that low, but
I think whoever is running this highlights package is on the Rule 1 payroll, because there was a lot more shots that Gentlemates had there. That made it look like Rule 1 had a clean, comfortable game against Gentlemates, but that's not what I saw, CJ.
No, it was complete and utter chaos, but see there, they had 8 saves. Gentlemates only had 1. But again, it's all about quality over quantity. That was the story of that game. I still think that Rule 1, I don't think it's a recipe they can rely on. Because
I would love a game 5.
Chances there for Gentlemates to get one back. Let's see what happens here, though.
All right, let's get it. Game 4
on the Europeans. Or will they be able to lock this one out in 4?
I feel like it depends on how long it takes Gentlemates to get their next goal, because obviously they weren't able to do so in the last game. If they get an early goal, early doors here, happy days, it doesn't matter. But if this one starts to get to 2 minutes left, 1 minute left, and they still haven't got their next one, maybe they'll start getting a little bit angsty.
We're about to find out here. Off to Utopia Dusk. I know you're all about the maps. What do you feel about this map?
I'm a big fan. Love Utopia. Yeah, love it all.
Big fan.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see a game 5 as well. You know, I want to see Champions Field as well. That's obviously the map that everyone wants to see.
Yeah, it would be a perfect start, and probably a fitting start to the first major of the season. There's Khaled, who's
I mean, fitting start for the mainstream. Since the other series is already over.
Facing backwards near post. Seiko saw that coming the whole way and just placement. That's all he needed on that shot.
That's glorious play there from Juicy to get
nice
the assist, though, to land his car in such a way to be able to just dribble straight up. Do so much work with the ball from an awkward position, and that may well be the difference. These snippets of play from Juicy, they weren't quite there in the last game. In this one, though, 50 seconds in, he's managed to get it done for his team, with Seiko getting the finish. But one coming forward again, they'll have to now. Khaled is bypassed in the center. So he comes towards Ahmad, who's got some recovery action of his own to get that one towards the center. Now Post coming in. This is what Rule 1 need. He has statistically been their best player so far in the online split, and he's shown it in patches so far today as well. How desperate will they be for him to get on the ball?
There's another 50 in midfield, but it's Juicy again, and this has been where the game's been won for the most part. The Gentlemates, barring that last game, is that midfield control. That second man, so important. You see it so often in Europe, where they're able to follow each other up out of net and into the attack. Here we go again. Ahmad with a nice touch. Juicy patrolling that midfield, just popping it up for Itachi, who's going to work that ball forward. This time, Gentlemates is having to clear the ball down the other end.
Seiko up against O'Khaled with clean 50-50 for both players, but now Po will be able to come away with the ball all by himself. We know he's got that flip reset button. He goes to the backboard. He shoots it. Want to say that it's from Seiko.
But Ahmad.
Turn it in, not quite. Khaled, surely.
There
yes,
it is.
He bundles
all right,
it.
we're evened up. We're evened up. Bro, I was about to say they lose if they don't punch that in, it's over.
So much work.
That'd be like such a heartbreaker.
Re-jumping top ins for the shot. It was bar down.
Almost though, Gentlemates almost, bro.
Panic from the Gentlemates that we haven't seen previously.
Yeah, the physics engine was put into overdrive there with all those subtle slight ball touches, and there's another one as well. A huge pitch from Juicy. Is anyone coming in to turn this one into an assist? No, it's saved by Khaled.
Yeah, the defensive rock for so long in the meter reach. Another flip reset. Seiko wants another one. Gentlemate's not happy with it, but they've overcommitted a touch. This can happen when things are starting to get frustrating.
Nice, let's go!
Rule 1 are starting to turn the tide.
Yeah, and the smiles have well and truly now been wiped off the Gentlemates' faces. They're in game mode. They're leaning forwards in their chair at this point, literally in Itachi's case. Suddenly this is getting very, very real, and they have to step back up themselves. They've still got, I would say, the added little bit of quality, but momentum well and truly with the MENA side.
And how often does just the mental side play such more of a, it's so much more of a factor, I feel like, on land. Every little momentum swing just gets amplified in this sort of scenario in a live offline setting, but well, Rule 1. Phenomenal.
Juicy shot,
again,
nice.
There it is, a quick counter attack. It is Juicy, that middle man. He's looking for that link-up play, and he has just caught out the defense there, outpacing, faking underneath the pre-jump from Nalpo. But he just got caught out last minute.
Gentlemates focusing on these huge clearances, walloping the ball around Utopia. And it's working out so well for them. Maybe that swings the pendulum back in their favor. The kickoff does go towards Rule 1. In the end, though, it's Seiko who sends it long. Itachi waiting for this one. As Juicy does go for a pre-jump. Not quite. Just waiting, chilling, biding their time for now. That does allow Rule 1 in for a couple of seconds at least. Are any of these players going to be able to really grab the bull by the horns and turn it in their favor? So far, a bit of boomer ball seems to have emerged.
Yeah, but I'm liking the touches coming
Juicy.
through, especially that one there to set up Juicy. Almost the double. And the shot is wide. Ahmad pre-jump coming out of the roof of the net as well. Gentlemates certainly a little less comfortable as they did in the first couple of games. Itachi, though, goes upstairs. Nalpo with the pre-jump. I mean, he has looked phenomenal the entire series for Rule 1. Setting up goals, creating saves. He has been caught out a couple of times here. The defensive man, that's a huge bump coming through. Hopefully not a goal.
That would have been an absolute beauty. We'll have a bump goal. But for now, it remains 2-2, and it's nervy still. Ahmad up against Itachi. Itachi doesn't get the touch on the ball. Juicy does, though, and he goes to the ceiling. He's got his flip. What can he do with it? Send it towards the goal, but Khaled read it to a T, sending it forward to Nalpo. Up against Itachi. Beautiful first touch. Great second one as well. Seiko read it well. Gentlemates need to get this ball out of their half. Seiko has control of it, and he gets the flick, and that is sublime defending from the Frenchman.
Yeah, he's done so well to work it down the other end. Didn't use much boost either. Let his teammates get set up, and Juicy might be able to touch.
Hold on.
Timo, though. Now Seiko has to track back. He is third man. There's a reset. No, it goes low. Itachi should be able to get the free clear, but Nalpo again. I mean, he's been a pre-jump specialist, and it might just work out off the backboard. Seiko there. It's
Hold on.
Itachi's letting in this Rule 1 offense. Might have just got away with that one, but again, these touches aren't the best here from GentleMates. They're keeping it out. But Rule 1 are keeping the heat on.
It's all Rule 1, all the way down to the end. Ahmad used the demo to his advantage, but can't
Nalpo
past Itachi.
on the backboard.
He doesn't quite get it. Nalpo misses the ball as well. Does that let in Itachi to clear this ball away? Ahmad takes a turn. Seiko to the side. Perfect touch from him. Now it's Juicy's turn. No boost though. This time Itachi does breach
attack
He
out.
gets his flip reset, but it's wide.
Yeah, this is everything now. 15 seconds. Can Rule 1 force that game 5?
Cookies from Juicy.
This series right now. Rule 1 with so much momentum. The GentleMates, they've stepped up. Saw what they did in Europe. Now Po now working it forward. Are we going to get the first OT of this series?
All right, overtime here. Let's get it.
Game number 4. Will we go the distance? Can GentleMates close it out?
So close now for GentleMates for going 1-0 in this Swiss. EU's number 4. 3 players that came together after being kicked. Have done so much good work up to this point. One more step is needed. Seiko, he sends it forward. The former world champion. To the side it goes. Now in comes Juicy. Up against
He's got to make sure not to
this one cleanly. Yes, he can. Ahmad is there.
overcommit.
Diving in as well. Rule 1 just about keep their composure, and Khaled makes up for his miss of a demo.
Yeah, such a smart touch, but this is really dangerous for GentleMates. Again, goal line save. Khaled. Gee, he's the only player in the world that looks comfortable in that spot. Seiko keeping it in another 50. Khaled this time backboard. Just trying to a little bit of time, grab a little boost for his teammates, setting up.
Nice. That'll slow down the attack the rest of the way. Can they get that over Itachi?
Reaching for it. Has found a pass back on the sporting Juicy. GentleMates certainly with all the composure. They're looking good right now. Rule 1 sitting in net, praying for that overcommit.
But we do know this is exactly what Rule 1 can play like. More than happy to play this role. It worked out in the end yesterday in the last game. It's not been that. Oh, wow, what a redirect that is! Ahmad gets it to the side.
How on earth is he ready for that? I mean, we saw a lot of positional mistakes earlier, but both sides, they're just locked in now in overtime. Game number 4. There's another touch coming through. GentleMates, they want to end this one in 4.
All right, we'll
They
push it
certainly
down to the
don't
other
want to
side.
go
Come on,
5
boys.
on the brink of a potential reverse sweep in the first round of the Swiss. Here we go, Khaled.
Say about
working it again.
Juicy. That was going to be high
passes to the
anyways.
side. GentleMates
Kablamo!
find each other, trying to link up out of net. Ahmad's going to keep that pressure on for Rule 1. Does get out 50 by Juicy.
Khaled can only send it high though. There's a chance here for Itachi. Nalpo has to get this touch right. He does.
Good job by
Itachi
Nalpo.
doesn't quite get the second touch either.
Now Khaled's got to get this thing at least a half, which he does.
Fall on him and cause some more chaos, but not to be. So GentleMates have to come forwards again. Juicy up against Ahmad. Rule 1's defensive fortress holding out for now. Khaled has to get another touch. Itachi can't send this one goalwards. The demo will open things up in the center for GentleMates to try and string together another attack. Look how deep Rule 1 are defending.
It's ridiculous right now.
They're seriously playing so far back, bro.
Hold
on, hold on.
Can he send a 550? Great defense coming through. There by Juicy. So
All right,
many
Khaled at
demos.
least wins the
demos
50 to
are
keep
so
it over here on this side of the field.
important
Nalpo
right
with
now.
one touch.
Nalpo
Nalpo the
gets
second,
one,
third. Passed off to Khaled with the save.
In
What?
the perfect chance and away for Nalpo to announce himself. At this first event, there's more pressure coming through. GentleMates not out of trouble just yet. They might have just found a way there.
Oh, Nalpo's missed that one though. Ahmad up against 2 of them. He gets it to the side, does well enough. Now Khaled's coming in. Will he be thinking of not scoring that goal? The first real chance of this overtime has to get it out of his head.
Yeah, they almost found something there. GentleMates, I'm not sure how they escaped that. The clutches, that offensive pressure coming through from Rule 1. Here we go again. Khaled, not much boost to work with, and Juicy has been that midfield player. We've mentioned that second man importance for the GentleMates. Khaled, well, he's not a second man. He just sits very deep in there. More demos coming through from both sides. 3 minutes of
Juicy
overtime
gets that.
has elapsed here. Juicy with a beat over the top. Ahmad has to go. Doesn't get a second. Fake out. Shot on net. More touches, but Rule 1 hanging in there.
Nalpo has Itachi in his way. Juicy sends it into the center, but because of the double commit slash fake out earlier, they had to head backwards. They had to get some boost. Seiko's missed that one. Itachi, thankfully for Seiko, was in the right place to deal with it. But it does put pressure back on GentleMates. Rule 1 have been waiting for their moment. Maybe this is it. Ahmad almost fakes out the defender. But has to come again.
Moving
Khaled
forward with that.
pass. No, instead it's
1v1 King drops it down for his
Itachi clears it low. Ahmad has to get this right and does.
Oh, he nearly overcommitted there, but Rule 1 are keeping pressure.
Oh!
The double dunk. It's going to be able to land on it. Rule 1
Wow.
sitting so deep.
Rule 1's got so much pressure in this last like minute and a half overtime, bro.
They have been able to work it out here. Itachi no boost, just throws it forward. A little double commit coming through from Rule 1. Starting to see the pressure, the fatigue setting in. 4 minutes of overtime. There's the shot. Juicy fires! GentleMates take down Rule 1 in the
We're
first round of
so
the Swiss.
close to game 5, bro.
From simple in the end, but Gentlemates, when they had their chance in overtime, no mistake was made. 14 shots to 13 in that final game, but all that matters
nothing you can do about it, though,
is
man.
that Gentlemates
That was a good game by
take series
Gentlemates.
one by 3 games to 1.
Gee, there was some quality in that game number 4 as well. Rule 1 certainly showed up to the party. It was Gentlemen.
They're back in 7.5 minutes.
So impressive. Talk about the other members.
I mean, I guess it
of
was
his
a
team,
sweep,
but
right?
Is it Juicy's land to really announce himself as one of the best players in the world? Well, certainly find out over the course of the weekend. Gentlemates, a perfect start. Take it 3-1. It's really good for the game diff as well. We talk about how important seeding is in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, Juicy, huge moment.
Let's see if we can take a look at the rest of the bracket as it's going across. Oh, never mind. They don't all play at once. It's just those 2 games. I'm an idiot. I literally had a second.
Starting to look like the
who's our next 2 games?
we all knew that he could be.
So our next game over here is Elevate versus BDS, it said?
Finished second. That's what they can emulate at this major.
I mean, in those moments as well.
Is this the order? I think that's the order.
For your experienced players to show up. Seiko, MVP performance.
Which means we probably get LG Furia here next, it looks like.
They mean just everything. 9 saves on the side of Rule 1. We know that they're going to be playing that defensive style of game. And they looked impressive. Naopo as well. Got to give a shout out to him. He looked phenomenal at times throughout that game, but just those highlight clips, he was just close. He was close, but just not quite there on that finishing touch.
Yeah, when you're at this sort of stage, you have to be able to
get there. So now the question becomes, how much weight do you hold
on this occasion? Rule 1
on EU's third, right?
They did enough to make it through. They fought, they battled.
Because Rule 1 looked decent against them, and if you think Gentlemates is a top 8 quality, maybe that means Rule 1 still is?
Congratulations, first win. There's lots more to go, but it looked like that celebration at the end was a lot of stress releasing itself there.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it was a big overtime. To be honest, it's the first series. We didn't play a LAN, we didn't play tournament for a long, long time. So yeah, it was an intense match, especially the last one. So we were really happy to get it there.
Well, talk to me about that, because I wanted to find out, you know, you guys have been playing together online together in facility for a long time, but coming to LAN, you're together, but there's a different vibe. You said that it's been a while you've been here, and it showed that, okay, maybe there's some shakiness.
Yeah, it's clearly true. Like, when we play together, we're in the room, we know people, but here, like, it's a different environment. We play against our opponents, they're in front of us. We have different headsets, and we're playing a big tournament. It's a major, so of course it's different, and it was our first match, so we had a little bit of nerves, but yeah, it was all good.
For you specifically, what is it? Is it just, you know, the extra light? There's a lot of lights right now. Is it that? Like, what is it for you that kind of makes things change?
No, not the lights. I think it's just the whole mood of playing a big tournament, and especially because
it's
it was
major,
a long
bro.
as well.
International time, baby.
To get in, and now I think we're ready. We did some mistakes, of course, all of us, but it was our first match, and we're only going to get better.
You got the win. Now, talk to me about those mistakes, maybe, because it looked like it might have started as a 3-0 at the beginning. Something changed. Was it you guys, or was it Rule 1 making a switch up?
No, I think it was us, to be honest. Like, we played very well the first matches, like the 2 first ones, but after maybe we were a bit scared to end it up. We didn't want to take risks, and it was a mistake, clearly. Like, we just have to keep playing as we always do, and yeah, we just got a little bit of nerves. We lost game 1, and then the second one was close. But yeah, we got the ice on the good moments, and we managed to close it up.
Now, just the last one before you let go here. Is it helpful then that a lot of the eyes are on teams like K-Corp in this? Does that help you guys relax a little bit and just play your game without having to have too much attention on? Or you guys got a lot of fans cheering. Is that still in the back of your mind?
Nah, to be honest, I was in all those positions. I was back in the time seed 1 in the world. Now we didn't qualify seed 1 Europe, but seed 4. Like, to be honest, those kind of things don't really matter for us. We're just coming to play Rocket League. We know how we can play and how good we can play, and we just want to.
I like the confidence, but I feel like you've got to be on a different level right now, right?
Other teams or about us even. We just focus on ourselves, and that's it. We enjoy.
That's the best thing to do. Hey, you got the first dub. Keep it up. That's not it, though. We have a lot more Rocket League coming your way. This is just the beginning of Swiss. As I said, the excitement continues as day 1 of our Swiss round carries forward. We've only just begun the journey to Championship Sunday. Up next, NA versus Sam, Luminosity versus Furia.
All right, chat. So they're back in 8 minutes here. It's probably been close to that over. We're almost to that over here. 2.5 minutes, huh? 2.5 minutes, huh? Kind of hungry, chat. What do we want to eat? I think I might put this pre-show on for BDS and Elevate and go make me some sandwiches right quick. Might be the move. You know what I'm saying? All right, they're back here. Let's get it, chat. Sorry, I was answering a quick DM. My bad, y'all. My bad. I try not to do that too much while we're live, but...
Welcome back, everybody, to the Copenhagen Major. Shogun
Trying to
and
get some days
James
going
ready
here.
to go back again. We're hoping that the players will actually be a little bit more on time this time around. But a good start here for Europe. 2-0 in round one so far.
Yeah, they look, and we were able to catch the end of that Rule 1 game, an incredible overtime. Almost, it looked like that play from Nupo where he was able to get what almost looked like a triple tap to be able to force Game 5, but it didn't happen. And Gentlemates Alpine was able to take that one. That's a mouthful.
Yes, we just go for Gentlemates. You'll be fine with just Gentlemates.
Okay. All right.
But they've got Luminosity and Furia going up very, very soon over on the A stream. However, over the B stream, Europe will be taking back to the field yet again as BDS looking to try and take down the APAC representative, Elevate, this time moving forwards.
Oh, yeah, and the Elevate's this is going to be an exciting matchup.
The other channel's going to have Furia LG, huh?
APAC
in about 4 minutes.
Sphinx, who
this is going to start first, so let's watch this first game.
Like
all right,
I'm
going to go make some sandwiches.
Emerging. And so I'm really excited to see Elevate play against BDS. I think it'll be fun.
As you can notice, by the way, I've got the coin on me because it started to melt in my pocket. So, oh yeah, I'm letting you do that again. All right, so our predictions on this one, both can BDS.
You're going to let me flip this?
I am. What color are we saying for what on this one?
So I think, so the higher seed's always going to be blue, right? So
I think they get to choose based on like what is
So
closer.
I would say BDS would be blue.
I'd agree BDS blue.
And Elevate orange.
Yes. All right, what are we going for?
All right,
the coin is currently, well, not doing great, at least on this stream. That was a better throw than mine. Coins. coins
Does the coin lie? Maybe. You know, I'm gonna let you hold on to that for.
No, because this will melt in my hands.
So
I'm disappearing real quick. There we go. I'm back.
What we've learned is the coin likes the underdog.
It does. It's a wave punk pick right there. Like, what has everyone else gone for? I'm going to go for the opposite right here. We do have BDS and Elevate. Hopefully, getting prepared to jump on over. We didn't actually talk too much about Elevate during our pre-show.
We did.
I feel like we got to sort of look towards every other region, but APAC was competitive.
It was, yeah, and it was a pretty entertaining culmination to their first online split because everybody, including myself, was expecting Gladiators.
Yeah.
To make it out, and it looked like they might because they, Elevate, they were competitive. It was very close, and it all came down to the finals, the grand finals.
The best place.
Yeah, they settled who was going to make it here to Copenhagen in the grand finals, and it was a one-sided series. Like Elevate, they left no doubt that they were the best team.
Well, we've been told that is 2 to 3 minutes away, so that is good. I love that. Let's take a look at the power rankings and where everyone on our talent side had these teams positioned. Again, no massive shock. We're kind of going in form of seeding so far. And Elevate, though, some people did have the 14 on that one. I think
I did.
Did you?
I was one of them.
Over Pioneers?
Over Pioneers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I actually did put Elevate over Pioneers. I feel like just looking at both of those teams, just specifically Elevate and Pioneers, I was most impressed with Sphinx. Like, I think Sphinx is a player that I'm excited to see how he does in a faster-paced lobby because in the grand finals, he hit like 2 incredible clips. He had like a ceiling pinch reset that just was unbelievable. I mean, he's got the mechanics. So
Sphinx had a few goals that I remember we were talking about on the European Green Room. We were just like, if he is from another region and hits this, it's considered one of the greatest goals of all time. If it's just because there's maybe fewer eyes over there. Like, it maybe didn't quite get the credit it deserves.
Well, it's also, I think, there's the belief, and I think rightfully so, that in those regions, those players have more space. Like, Sphinx has the space to do that. If you hit that internationally, I think that is going to blow some minds. I think if Sphinx can do what I know he's capable of, from what we've already seen him pull off in his own region, if he pulls that off here, especially against BDS, that would be impressive.
We did see in those power rankings as well, BDS in second. I think they're sick and tired of second. they want to be anywhere else but in that position at the moment.
To be fair, they already have a world championship title. At least the organization.
Maybe that's the only second that they would actually settle for, is a second world championship. But we look back to Boston, you look back to Worlds, you look back to so many of these regionals. We had the top 3 in Europe. It was Vitality first last season, then it was BDS, then KC. And first and third switched, and second stayed the same.
Yep.
That's really annoying.
It's got to be tough, especially looking at the spring major.
The chances they've had as well.
Yeah, they made it to the grand finals, second to Vitality. They make it to the world championship final. And I mean, that was also, that season was a bit crazy as well, because BDS, it started out where we didn't even think like they were going to be competitors with how poorly of a start that they had. But they've always been able to fight back. Monkey Moon continues to prove that he is a competitor for that best player in the world title. There's very few players, I feel like, I mean, you can name them almost on one hand, of a player that at one point people were saying, yes, he was the best in the world. Monkey Moon is one of those players.
Yes, exactly, and it has brought in a new roster. Same as you were saying earlier on for KC. This team was put together to go and win championships. We saw Exotic got moved away from KC. There was, a lot of emotion into that when that was announced, and he was probably not like his first choice was to be moved on there, but he has joined up with Drali, who had a lot of Moroccan representation in the RLCS this season.
And we,
great.
I think Drali and the French continue to do this. These French teams, or even just the French players. Drali, I'm excited to see what he can do in his rookie season. We've seen so many players, especially from the French-speaking community, who can skyrocket immediately. We saw it with Seiko before, and Drali is a player, if you look at his match history, there's not really much there. He's a young kid. He's coming in here as a new face, but I think people are going to immediately recognize that he is a world-class talent.
The storyline it seems to have been for BDS is it is all or nothing when it comes to this team. If they are on form, they run through teams. The problem is it seems to be game to game how that changes for them. How once one thing goes wrong, the House of Cards just collapses in on itself. They need that to not be the story at this event. All right, I already see you laughing. Like, yes,
Kevin, I love
Kevin
this
is fantastic, and we all love Kevin. We've been told we got told from some of the APAC casters he should be banned from interviews.
He's hilarious. I actually had the opportunity to sit down and do an interview with them. Kevin is quite the guy. He's very funny. I think for Elevate, if they're looking for a little bit of hope here in this matchup, we saw, I believe it was the Spring Major, where KC, the Pioneers were actually able to beat BDS and end their journey very early. So BDS, they've had at least one brief historical moment. Obviously, much different roster then. But there's previous history of it being possible to have a big upset like this. I think for Elevate, they're here, they're eager to play, and I'm actually eager to see how much space the Elevate's able to
they could have picked a different team.
Yeah,
that wasn't just going to
tough.
be all-out pace like a Monkey Moon-led roster tends to be. But we will find out, and it has been great to sort of see how APAC has grown. They did very well, actually, last time Boston, when we did see APAC playing against Vitality. They took a game over there against the team that went on to win the entire thing. Now, we will see what they can do.
You can see LCT's monitor shaking because he is actually, he's a KBM player. He's a KBM player.
I thought it was likely has to be a certain distance away.
I mean, I'm sure that is a part of it, too.
Yeah, that's moved forward. That monitor has been moved.
Yeah, but LCT is a KBM player, which it does come with some benefits. I feel like KBM players do look to be a certain, they kind of have a certain flavor of mechanics. Like their mechanics always seem so smooth. I think about Torsos, who's just so consistent.
If there's anything KBM's going to give you, if you take him from Torsos' example, it's career longevity.
Yeah. But it is interesting. I mean, I've even seen it with some other games where you have the multi-input devices. Rocket League is a bit interesting because there's no aim assist really in here, so it's really a fair playing field, a level playing field between those inputs. You don't see a ton of KBM at the top, but LCT rocking it, which is always interesting to me as being a controller diehard fan, but. It's not going to save them. It's going to be the raw gameplay and the decision making that saves you, not necessarily the input device.
They just say we had a controller in this lobby, or sorry, a mouse and keyboard in this lobby.
Start playing Rocket League by watching Kronovi. He started playing Rocket League at 7 years old. Yes, but Sphinx started playing Rocket League at 7 years old.
Did he watch the same montage everybody watched at the time? It was the Kronovi
versus Summit. Maybe the one that I saw was the Summit reacting to Kronovi's montage.
So you would have been reacting to the feature?
Yeah, he was probably,
That montage is like, I still maintain, like, the most important part of the Rocket League.
Yeah, how many players has that inspired?
Well, you got to remember, like, when Rocket League, Battle Cards as it was, a lot of people thought it was just random. Like, you hit the ball and it might go somewhere. We had everyone joining Rocket League and thinking, it might be random. Oh, wait, no. No, this is actually...
You can control it.
Yeah, you are in full control, and I am just not there right now.
Yes.
So that was huge for all of us coming on over, as we are... I may have lied to you all about 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up, Shogun, and you said 2 to 3 minutes, and it's like 10 minutes later.
I do lie quite often. I suppose we should get our predictions in.
I guess we can.
Do we agree with the coin?
I'm going to have to disagree with the coin on this.
Really? Controversial.
Is it?
No, it's not.
I think actually since they're over here.
Magic Bear as well. Reynolds wants to cause chaos, open up the door for Magic Bear. If he gets comfortable early, him and Cheese both have to get comfortable early in this match. Because if not, you got the powerful Fury coming at him.
Yeah, Fury on the other side here. A team that we have an up and down story across the course of RLCS history for Furia. But right now, I mean, is this one of the heights, or is this one of, are we on the downtrend? How are you feeling about Fury right now?
You talk about consolidating talent. You got to talk about Drufinho coming over. That Sam and
oh, that's your boy too.
Oh, he's my boy. I love him. He's coming over, joining this squad, and immediately they became the #1 team. It took actually, one qualifier. They lost to Complexity in Qualifier 1 finals. After that, 1 Qualifier 2, 1 Qualifier 3. The numbers are off the charts for Furia. #1 offense in Sam, #1 defense as well. And all 3 players, when they're positioned on the offensive side of the field, they're ranked 2, 3, and 4. They're always on offense all the time because their other team that is competitive with them is Complexity, known to play defense, known to play back. So I think the main question coming out of Fury is if they have to play defense, and they do it.
And then the secondary question outside of that gives is then have they got their swagger back? Because when they came over to NA, it looked like they kind of assimilated to the NA play style, and that's not something that they really did that well. When they played in SAM 2 years ago, when they showed up on land, they just played ferocious. They played
I just want to see which one of these games starts, man. Come on.
And it took people by surprise. Yeah, and that's when he made his name known. And then you have Lost join the squad, Jorfinho. This might be their in-game roster, and you want to see what they can do here.
But Lost is an X factor, #1 in goals per game and throughout SAM, but he plays incredibly fast. The problem is he gets in the way sometimes of his teammates as well. He wants to play fast, wants to be aggressive, but it does confuse everyone on the field at times.
I mean, this is just a battle of aggression, right? Like, this is Luminosity wanting to be aggressive in a way where you send Rettles forward and let him pick off as many Fury players as they can. And it's Fury trying to dodge that and then take chunks out of Luminosity themselves. This is going to be incredibly fast, incredibly boost intensive for both teams too to keep up their play styles. Will one of them then end up getting starved? Will that then completely stop their run? It's going to be so interesting to see how they develop to each other's aggression.
And that's the problem with like Luminosity, where they want to go for demos, but if Fury's on the offensive side of the field, you're not going to demo them when they're on your side of the field. It's very, like, that's not going to happen. You got to put them on the back foot at some point and make them nervous.
Yeah, but to your point also about Fury doesn't have a lot of experience of being in their own half. If when they are in their own half, they are also having to deal with being deleted, that's going to make it even more difficult. So this could be a very, I feel like this could be a 3-0 either way.
It could be.
We're not quite sure
or it's going to be the biggest swing game to game. Like just the metronome just does not decide where to go.
4-1.
Yeah, it really could be.
It really is just a clash of playstyle. Stumpy, you talked about it. It's just different forms of aggression. Furia, they're going to just keep shooting. Infill passes. They're going to be creative. They're going to be high in the sky, making plays with their mechanics. Luminosity, on the other hand, they're going to send Rettles up just to chase, set up Cheese, set up the air dribble, set up the Bear to come in and make the plays that he does. It's just really a battle. I'm really interested to see just how the coaches set up both teams to be successful here.
And that's the thing, like Luminosity, not consistent at all in North America. But consistency doesn't matter, because if you show up when it matters, then you just got to go for it. So we're
I'm
going to
get
Rettles. He's going to
both
try
my
he wants to get them nervous,
packages
especially
Saturday.
round
That's
one of
dope.
the land. You want Furia to feel nervous, to feel like Rettles is always there trying for those demos. So if he can actually get those, then we'll see Luminosity again. That could be a 3-0, because if game one goes their way and the demos happen, Fury's going to be on that back foot.
Well, I do wonder how
I'm
much
excited to
how
see
much
what
aggression
the
we're going to see out of Rettles. It is something.
Oh, this is already
Allowing
started.
Sphinx to move in for that challenge.
I'm excited to see what my
My question
ear
is, will
monitors,
BDS be able
how
to
they feel.
get that midfield space like we saw KC have in the last series?
I feel like if it continues to look like this, 3 goals might be underselling it for Elevate. They have looked very good to start this off. Sphinx now, bit of time. Again, heavy first touch. Just ran out of boost as well. Monkey Moon with Exotic, who is there first and by a distance. Backboard double tap.
Ooh.
I
don't think he was expecting that second touch.
Elevate were not going to take any chances.
Kevin getting beat by Exotic, who had no boost, and that one is off the elbow and out. Chance here again for BDS. But Kevin is going to try to go downfield. Monkey Moon into Exotic. That shot is nicely deflected over the corner. Not only getting the stop, but to get it to the corner there is great. But the demo and a boost steal. You see another demo, but still it's cleared out by Sphinx.
Yeah, but that'll be a little bit of a warning shot to Elevate. You cannot afford to be that slow on your own final third. Got to get it moving, otherwise you will get demoed. The goal will be forthcoming as Exotic was just hunting around. Didn't get anything. Early jump, and Kevin again keeps that one out. BDS seem to be getting this under lock and key, though. They've had a lot of the ball for the last minute and a bit.
They have.
Exotic, the Jolly. Ooh, the give and the go.
In position, receives the pass. And we've seen a couple infield pass attempts, but you could see there the third man diving in on that play.
That's too
that he had to get
easy.
that stop, but didn't see that pass coming from the outside.
A little bit of a desperation dive forwards. Good kickoff as well. Drali going on up, looks for the reset. Can he keep it going? Oh, it's off the post, but that will be finished off by Exotic. I think Drali might have wanted that one himself, though.
Oh yeah, that was so lovely. Pushing the ball off the ceiling, catching it with a flip reset, almost scoring, but did enough to get that goal for BDS, even though he didn't get credit for the score.
So Elevate had a good opening 2 minutes. But BDS have figured this one out, and it's up to Elevate now just to change things. LCT off the backboard. Nobody from Elevate really wants to take the challenge of trying to follow that one up. They'll have to eventually. They'll have to open themselves up to probably getting scored on a third time, because...
Okay, well, champ, let's go see how the other game's going.
Take another look at this.
Oh! I didn't want to do that. There we go.
I think it's going to come down to Lost, because in Qualifier 3 finals, like I was looking over that review, a lot of times Lost tries to do just a little bit too much, and when that happens, weird things happen on the field. And the problem is when you're playing against Illuminati, who loves when weird things happen on the field, they want chaos, that I think that will benefit them. I think the Furia is a big question mark here. I think a lot of people have the Falcons, the G2s and Gen Gs, and all of Europe to have a chance to win this major. But Furia is that like borderline team. We're not completely sure if they're like the third best or like ninth. And I think we'll see a lot here.
We'll see. We will. And we are
kind of similar to the way like I was talking about the Rule 1 series
here, and we will get the match started as quickly as we can.
Oh, come on!
More question marks around Lost.
But less to do with that goal if he tried.
Every little bit helps.
We are at the backboard yet again. Remember,
Drawley caught out a little bit at the midfield as well.
He's going to keep going. 0 boost now, so he does call him Monkey Moon. That is a pretty good option to call on in. Now left for the teammate. In they come, making up for the last goal. 4-1.
And there's the shakiness on the goal line that we've seen a couple times now. Sphinx trying to get that hit over, had the boost to make the play, just narrowly missing. And that inconsistency on defense will really get you in trouble at these international events.
I do like the change up on the kickoff though. LCT choosing just to go for the half flip. They now have possession, but they've got to make something of this. Kevin was in a little bit too late for my taste, but they are looking for the demo still, and Drawley had to play early. Something he will happily do. That's more of the pace I think he's comfortable with. Now it was a relatively tame game up until this point. Now the demos are starting to come through. As well, maybe a way to sort of cap off my point.
LCT trying to demo out at the midfield.
Well, they have got 8 demos.
Yeah. Wait, you saw 8?
They are on 8 overall, not individually.
I didn't even notice that. We could have that additional insight, but yeah, this game getting a little more aggressive near the end. A chance to put one more in, but nicely defended there from Exotic. Exotic, one of the most consistent players out there. In the past, people have described his playstyle as a robot, which I am a big fan of because of how consistent he is, how reliable he is. And did clean up that nice flip reset from Drawley. I think, you know, Exotic also a hat trick this game. Just playing that positional play style, getting the job done. Elevate, I think they started out hot, but they just couldn't keep up. However, you do see, they have 8 demos there for
They
Elevate.
went for that at the end. That was a big switch up in the final 2 minutes, and I think that that was a good idea to go for. But I do like that you brought up Exotic as well, because I feel like, you mentioned Gateau in the last one as like maybe a lot to prove. Exotic, maybe more. Because it's almost like the narrative was around, it's like, okay, if they're losing, it's because Exotic and Itachi aren't doing very well over on KC. If they're winning, they are carried by Vatira. It felt like there was a no-win scenario for Exotic on KC. But if you go ahead, you are winning events with KC previously, you go ahead, brand new team, start winning events with that. I don't know.
It's not the same complexion.
You get rid of those.
I'm going to go with LG. I think that they're just going to muck it up on the field. They're going to make it real rough out there. And Furia, they've been playing that fastball, but they got to slow down in this series. And that's where LG, that's where Redos take the advantage.
I really want to go with LG, but I do believe in Drew. I do believe in the energy that man brings. I do think I got Furia on this one. Let's see what the coin thinks. We're going to have orange will be Furia, blue will be LG, and it's Furia. Furia for the coin.
Furia for the coin.
I knew that coin was smart. I knew
it's a clever coin.
Good job, coin.
Clever bit of plastic.
Coin, you're good. How does chat feel about it, though? I'm curious how chat runs on this one. I can see strong fan bases on both sides, and it is right down the middle on this one. LG building a lot of fans throughout the course of this season, and Furia continuing to build momentum down there in Brazil.
This could be, it's tough. It could be a 3-0 either way. I guess it could go 5 if we bounce back and forth. It's very hard to tell. Look, this is a great moment for both these squads after a lot of practice, no international
you
play.
feel like it's probably
Now's the time to show it on the field.
a little more
South
pressure
America
for
versus
LG with the way that their season's been going.
Hemispherical battle. If I'm using, I'm probably the wrong word there, folks. It's not. Hemisphere's just this way. What, you know, across the pond. They're on the same side of the pond there, folks. We're ready for the game. I know you guys are as well.
Jesus,
Let's get the second
match
match of round 1 here for the A stream going. Luminosity versus Furia. Game 1 begins now.
Furia's recent North American forays may have come to a premature end, but this season, back home, they have been cooking, CJ.
I mean, there's just something about Furia when they're back at home. That when they do get back to a land, they're just more threatening. I don't know what it is. We can talk all we want about last season, about Furia's move to North America, to the bigger region to try and test themselves, to try and improve. But they went back home now, and I mean, it just feels like Furia of 2 seasons ago. They feel back, but they do have a Luminosity Gaming on the other side, who is a very solid team. We talk about, you know, these North American teams. You know, there's a lot of mention about G2, and hang on a minute, it's a testy early. But even Sathu comments about Luminosity, Cole. He says they're just such a difficult team to play. They counter-strat. They do more research than anyone else. Let's see what they've got on Furia.
I think LG will be surprisingly good on land. And of course, as I say that, Furia scores a goal, but
It is a huge start for
so I do think a lot of people are kind of writing off NA's bottom two, but I think Luminosity will be able to turn them
his
heads.
teammate Lost, it was mentioned on the desk. When Lost came in for Furia, it was a tough beginning. He was a bit too chaotic for them, but they've been building, and now here they are.
Wow, what a start for
Furia's going to be the first team on the board here.
They're certainly polarizing in the predictions, in the power rankings coming into this event. Obviously dominating a region that we feel is quite competitive in South America. They went down there, they wiped the floor with everyone, barring that first event against Complexity. But there's still that last season in the back of everyone's minds in North America where they didn't really meet the highs that we thought. And, well, which Furia are we going to get early on?
Nice look from Jens.
Well, they're looking pretty deadly.
Yeah, they are for sure. Luminosity having to do some defending. Luminosity will, of course, be used to that. You know, when they've been coming up against teams like Gen G, against teams like G2, they've had to play on the counter, had to rely on these huge mechanical moments that they have absolutely in abundance. As Rettles gets it towards the man they will be turning to in that regard, it's Cheese. Capable of anything. True chaos that he brings. My goodness, it's good to watch, though.
Yeah,
okay, Drufino.
Into the musty for Drufino. We are 90 seconds into their first game here in Copenhagen. And they look like they've been here for months. What on earth are we witnessing?
Drufino had such a good end to last season for Crew, and now here he is, the biggest org in Brazil, Furia, putting himself on that big stage and really already showing why he's been wanted. You can see him in such an important player for Furia. But here's Lost, he gets that one. Luminosity yet to get going. They've barely got the ball in the orange half. This could be the moment. Rettles over the top of one, but Lost just sends it away. Drufino wants to get the redirect, can't quite do it, but it's a massive start right now for Furia.
Yeah, they're just looking so good. I mean, the mechanics are on, the speed of Furia, something that we talk about, Complexity. The number 2 seed coming out of Sam, really, they had to play that Rule 1 role, the defensive style, the counter-attack almost. Drufino missing an open shot, absolutely.
Man, that's one there, and I wish they had back. That's going to be one by.
I mean, seriously, there's something about this side. They've had 9 shots in half a game of Rocket League in the first series that they'll be playing here in Copenhagen at the Major. And I don't know what it is, but I said it before, when they go back home, back to South America, I mean, the Panther is back. They look like a Cheshire cat when they moved to North America, Cole. They lost that element of the unknown, that I don't know, the killer mentality. But they just look so good. Even in person, I'm intimidated by them here in Copenhagen.
So to Luminosity as it stands right now, but they have managed to at least work their way into orange territory once or twice. When the ball comes back, they're struggling to deal with it.
Oh!
It's 3!
Wow.
This is ridiculous. Dead set clipping first game. And there you go again.
Damn.
Early
Put the whole
from
team on a
break-ins. You can
poster,
see
dog.
Luminosity But Furia,
jeez Louise.
every single member getting involved, lost with a brace.
Let's go, lost.
3 minutes into the first game. Drafinho with a goal. Yan with 5 shots of his own as well. This is an offensive onslaught. It looks like they're still back in their own region. Here we go again. This time the bump's coming through. That is what Luminosity probably done better than any other side.
We'll stay here for now. I'm gonna go get Little Man.
The entirety of North America in demos, in bumps. Could that be the way to get back into this game?
Rettles, who is currently on the chase to be the first pro with 2,000 career demos. It's him against First Killer. I'm reliably informed, but let's get some going because Furia are playing with them right now.
I mean, just the level, the quality of this game number 1 from Furia. It's the pass plays, the 1, 2, 3, back to Yan, bar down. No mistakes at all from this side.
It's a different source of goal as well. You know, we've had the mechanical outplay. Now we've got the passing plays. We've had continued pressure. Furia in the opening 3.5 minutes have shown everything you need in a Rocket League pitch. And Luminosity barely laying a glove. They have to get things going. Here's Cheese. Can he do that? Almost over Drafinho. A goal could be massive for them, just to give them something. Magic Bear gets the flip reset. He gets it down. And Cheese follows up. Luminosity gets something.
I've seen that man do it in streams. It's the Bear stepping up, reset, setting up Cheese. And maybe some momentum. There's still time left on the clock. But we need to see the Bear start cooking. Cheese as well. He has been the statistical leader for Luminosity throughout the North American online split. And really that player that is really just, he's come onto the scene in a big way for this lineup. Looking so impressive, and I know there's a lot of talk. We did our top 25 players list. There was some disappointment amongst the community that we left out Cheese. That's how impressive he has been for North America, or for Luminosity, should I say. Magic Bear working it forward. 50 seconds left. What can Rettles do? He takes it upstairs, goes to the roof, blocked out by Yan this time. And Furia, they look like they've just taken the foot off the gas a touch, trying to lock down this game number 1.
Well, it's not just their attack, Furia, right now. The defending has been good as well, as good as it's needed to be. Clean clearances, sending it into space, not allowing Luminosity to put the pressure back on them. Beating their opponent to the ball as well. Rettles gets half a touch there, but Magic Bear can't do anything with it. And then another bump comes in. Look at the space it leaves for Drafinho, and he sneaks it in again to add insult to injury.
5 goals for Furia. And Drafinho with the open net. There it is, just lots of bottom right. It was a little bit of a dribbler along the ground, but the Bear could not get there in time.
It must be Christmas for Furia, and for Luminosity, 5 goals stings.
Boy, oh boy, maybe a 6th actually. Hold that thought, 20 seconds left. And we're talking about the first series of this event. I mean, you could not ask for a better game 1 for Furia. As I said, there's still been some question marks. Certainly a lot of people putting them in the contenders is almost there. Yeah, it's got to be one more.
I love that.
The Bear does get his first of Copenhagen. But it has been all about Furia. That's been the story of game number 1. And I want to call out someone on the desk. There's a man that I was speaking to in the green room by the name of Gibbs, who doesn't believe that Furia can do it, doesn't believe they can take it. He doesn't think they're a chance here at the first major of the year. Doesn't quite back this.
All right, this game's still going to game 1. Let's go over to game 3, see if...
Didn't require as so much this time around. Drali right down the middle, waiting for the pass from Exotic, who adds to it.
A lovely pass over, a hard shot. LCT, not enough time to react. And a quick start here for BDS, who don't want to leave any doubt in anyone's mind in this series, and that is a hot start. Good poke around as well from Drali. He's going to try to keep it himself. Goes for the double, but out of boost.
Where's that going?
Good stop there from Monkey Moon.
We tried for the Psycho, and it was not over. It's one of those ones, like, it's either going to rocket or it's going nowhere.
And that one, he wasn't able to make contact with. LCT going towards goal. Drali hits it over to the corner and is able to pick up that corner boost. Play finally slowed down. Sphinx has no boost, though. And there's another beautiful pass that time. It's blocked by Kevin, who gets in the way, but Exotic continues to find his teammates.
Now Exotic off the backboard, couldn't get a second touch. BDS very much in control for this opening minute.
Okay, Elevate gets one to equalize.
Sphinx's first goal on
That's
land.
not how he imagined it. That's not how the dream was.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
So, yeah.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait,
That's how that went down.
What? I don't think I've ever seen a worse own goal than that.
congratulations, Sphinx. They are up to 3. One more to go.
That might be the most hilarious LAN debut goal that I've ever seen. That's history.
That is, yeah.
Hold on. This is open. And
Damn,
LCT
and Elevate takes the
advantage of
lead.
that. The play slowed down, but Elevate have their first lead of the series.
I'm just saying, the House of Cards for BDS. This would be the biggest example of it I have ever seen, but the precedent is there. Elevate 2, BDS 1. We'll see what the response now is.
Elevate is in the lead.
Elevate is in
they
the
are
lead.
in the lead
And
right
it might
now.
get worse. Elevate are playing this like they're the ones trying to play catch up. They are launching players forward.
And one thing I have noticed on the cams from Elevate is even when they were losing in those games, they were smiling. They were laughing.
You've got Kevin on the team, of course you are.
But I think that just, you know, he described their playstyle as ratty. He said, we're just ratty players. We find ways to win. Our instincts are what make us better than our opponents. And even still, you look at their mentality as well. They've been able to stay calm even through those losses and power.
Yo, good morning, good morning. How you doing, King?
Well here from Elevate. BDS
Hopefully been good, bro.
Feel like they are the better team. They'll feel like they're the faster team, but they can't afford to put themselves into weird positions, although after that whiff, Elevate now in a lot of trouble. Monkey Moon tried to find the shot instead. Nobody off the backboard, nobody from BDS is moving forward. Exotic has been clipped on his way through. So Elevate hold on to the lead as we head into our final half of this game. Can APAC take another one, or is Exotic going to take it away? Not this time.
Very nice 50 from LCT, getting there in time. LCT running low on boost, going for a 50 there. The challenge didn't pan out, and Sphinx also has that pinch away, but you see Elevate just trying to melt this time off the clock, but they're not letting up. They're still going for goal.
Now, if there was time just to get that ball, take it for the air dribble, just kill some time off the clock, Elevate, that would work out beautifully for you now. Nice pass into the middle, but LCT couldn't quite reach it.
At 50 though.
Running on little sleep, that's no bueno, man.
All the way back down. Well read there from Kevin, made it easy for LCT after the fact. Now over
Low
the top.
sleep
Next
is never
one up.
fun.
You can see the orange cars, they're starting to play defensive here. I don't want Elevate to see the clock and suddenly think, all right, we're gonna start staying back.
Nope.
Keep challenging.
You got to do what's been working up to this point. You don't want to give those solo play opportunities. You don't want to give shots to BDS. There's another shot off the post.
Follow
Rebound
up. Yep.
will be scored. So Team BDS at least stabilized the ship here with that goal.
LCT needed to get there a little bit earlier. There was just that slight stutter from Elevate as they try to figure out where that ball was going. That did
Nice
cost
finish.
them, but still 2 each. Now, if you said that to Elevate at the start of this game, they would have ripped your arm off for it. Every chance of still taking this.
Nice pre-flip shot as well. Monkey Moon timing that flip so perfectly. So we have a tie ball game for the moment. Elevate, they had that crazy own goal help them out, but I don't think they're going to be able to rely on another one. They're going to have to generate this next goal on their own if they hope to extend this series. Otherwise, BDS will close this out.
Kevin, has he got any passing options? He does need them. Instead, realizes he's got to go by himself. Would have liked somebody.
Bro's name is Kevin in game. You've got LCT, Sphinx, Jolly, Exotic, and
1 minute
Kevin.
left on the clock.
Nice
Kevin
control.
has got time. Pre-jump as well, but he played for the challenge. Nice decision making, and now they're going to launch it again.
Oh, there's a backwards rule 1 there.
It has been broken, so we will see who the Rocket League gods decide to punish for that.
And I think it was broken by Kevin as well.
Oh. I don't know if I agree with that. I think that might have been a good decision to leave that one going.
Maybe. Well,
actually, then you're playing the
Hold
French
on.
twos.
Has
So I
he?
don't know how I feel
Has
about
he?
that.
Left
I feel
off?
This though is it's a great position, but now
So
Kevin,
2v1.
he's launched
Oh,
it,
what
and he
a
had
50.
to win the challenge.
Good job by
done
Kevin there.
so, and he's got team.
He
his
doesn't
team
get
time
that
to
there.
get
It's a
back
wide
in
open net.
position.
What a 50 from Kevin. Has full boost now. Is going to have to stop this. Does
Bro,
hit it out
Kevin's
to the
stepping
corner.
up on
Monkey
D.
Moon,
Okay,
I think he was
Kevin.
actually challenged by his own teammate, Exotic. Going for a block. LCT gets it by him. We might have overtime unless there's a last-second play that takes place here. And we have overtime, our first overtime on the B stream.
Elevate's best work has come when they are happily launching all 3. But can they bring themselves to do it when the game is on the line, when its next goal wins. They'll even get a chance to. BDS not wanting to let them.
That's a nice 50 though.
Very nice. A lot of movement there for LCT. He's going to be very late back, and that means his team's in trouble. They're going to have to buy some time. They've done exactly
nice save
that.
by Sphinx.
With boost, with ball, with time to try and put something together from that far side. Can he get the ball to drop back down? Yes, he has. First one there is a blue car, but a nice chance.
You could see LCT, or Sphinx rather, have so much confidence. They're moving that ball up, looking for the pass down. But BDS saw it coming. However, BDS
that third
on the back foot, a
camera
chance for
view
LCT,
is so
going for
so
the double.
good.
Doesn't get contact
Big
on that,
fan.
Does go for a back pass, but ball bouncing all around.
Uh-oh.
That is open. If
That's
that
missed.
shot is on target, redirect.
Back down.
Exotic doesn't go in, and Elevate still have life.
I'll tell you what, Exotic got that way closer than I think he maybe should have done. Oh my goodness!
Oh
Curly
my
with
goodness!
a brilliant goal to finish us off.
Wow!
Exciting game 3, but it is
What
the
was
result
that?
as we all expected it. BDS have taken the sweep.
But that
Jeez.
was so close.
They know it.
The
You can see it.
Elevate came within inches of stealing a game, which would have been, you know, which can have major impact on how the rest of your Swiss goes. It determines the next round.
Furia
matchups
is beating
based on
Luminosity's
how well you
ass
do in
right
your
now.
series.
Holy
But Elevate, I think for them, you know, this was exciting.
Show me that
I
last
think
goal again.
We got to see some highlights from them. Really, the team play from LCT, where he controls the ball, Sphinx goes up for the bump, and Kevin is able to score it. That was a huge moment for Elevate. I think that was really what inspired the rest of their series performance.
So, Europe, got it right this time, have now moved to 3-0 on the day so far. I think that they realize, I start to settle in now, like, we almost took that one.
Yeah, we were in overtime against BDS.
That was a big chance for them. But wow, I mean, I want to shout LCT one more time. Just make sure you're aware, LCT had a phenomenal series for himself.
Oh, certainly.
And Elevate, keep launching all 3. It is working, and the challenge game is right there for them.
Oh, you know, I think that is
with
why
the
I
way
rate
that
them
Elevate
above
won,
Pioneers.
I would prefer to
You
see
can
that
see the potential there
over
in their
like
gameplay.
where
Also,
Limitless is
I
playing
just
so
feel mentally
conservative,
this team,
right?
They're interesting. They're tough.
Yeah.
You could see it on the player cams when they were losing badly at times, how it didn't really seem to affect them.
All right.
This is a statement, and they are out. They're not just looking to win these games; they're looking to dominate.
All right, so Furia
At the stats.
up
to
2-0.
work against you, and the first couple of games go so far in your favor. You know, I'm sure their coach will be saying, don't get carried away, you've not won yet, you know, keep yourselves humble and everything. But the human nature starts to come in, you know, oh, we're so much better than these guys. Can it ever start to do that?
I mean, it certainly can for some teams, but I mean, look at Furia's results in SAM. They just keep putting the foot down, they keep dominating, they're looking to sweep, albeit that first event where they lost to Complexity, who took out the regional. They just wiped the floor with that region, which really, I mean, South America last season without Furia, without Complexity, still looked quite competitive. We talk about, you know, Team Secret's top 4 run. We talk about the crew taking down, you know, NIP as well. Beating out when the North American team's going over there, taking down Furia in Boston. So, I mean, they've just somehow elevated, going back to a region that you would think is inferior. But, I mean, who are we to know right now? We have no idea who the best region is. We're only guessing.
I mean, it's been, what did you say earlier, 223 days since we had the World Championships. A lot has changed. The landscapes have shifted.
All right, let's get it. Game 3.
What matters is that right here, right now, Furia, representing Brazil, but most importantly, representing themselves, are on the cusp of utter domination against Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, this is right now a test of mental resilience, mental fortitude, and perhaps they're just going to throw the kitchen sink. But again, the touch from Lost, the demos come through. He was the last man, and look at the pre-jump. Lost throwing it forward, doesn't quite get the shot. But we are seeing a little bit of a change-up. Luminosity going for the bumps and finding the open net for the first
Well done for
time.
Luminosity. They needed that, man.
Luminosity
Nice,
has the lead.
nice goal.
Love to see, and the reason they got it is because Furia actually let them get away with something. There was a chance for Lost. He couldn't quite redirect that pre-jump, and down the other end, great composure from Luminosity. They give themselves that lead. They have to keep pushing.
The scary part is Furia right now. The player camps, they're smiling, they're laughing at that mistake. I mean, let's see if it comes back to bite them, as you said. Do they take
So,
the
King,
foot
what
off
you
the
been
gas
up
a
to,
little
bro?
bit? The
You're
first
still
two
here.
games
What
were
you
so
been gaming
dominant.
on?
and we know that Luminosity can
Realize I've
change
kind
it
of
up.
zoned
We've
out
seen the
watching
demos.
games.
I mean, look at Reddles. He's dead set playing a different game right now, but there's the opening. That's
Nice
what
shot
can
from
happen
Yans. I know I haven't really
if
been
you
live
commit
as
too
much
hard
since I've
down
been
one end.
pretty busy
I
on
love to see it though from Rettles, immediately
the
turning to his
casting
team,
and
offering the
content.
fist
Well,
bumps, keeping
when I
the
say
spirits
content,
up.
I mean
All of
content
his
outside of my own
experience will be
content.
needed.
But
He burst onto the scene as an underdog, more than happy to play in that role. Pretty much been doing it his whole career. And now he finds himself here, bruised and bloodied and beaten in this series, but still standing tall, still fighting on Luminosity. Furia trying to squash them right here, right now, but more good defending comes in from Luminosity. Drafinio sends that one all around the world. And can't get it, and Lost's pinch isn't ideal. A chance now for Cheese. Imagine if he came online right now, what that could change for Luminosity and their fortunes. He gets it into the center, wants one more touch, but Furia can see it away.
I wonder if Weeble's
This
gonna
has
want
been
me to
the
pull
best
out some
start
like meat to
easily
thaw tonight, since it's
from Luminosity
probably a
this
soccer night.
series. Can they hang in there? We know the second half of games they do start to wake up a little bit. They improve as the game goes on. They've equaled it up here, equalised it. Reddles gets faked out there. Lost keeping the ball in, Yan backing off, Lost again, more pressure coming through, but they're hanging on.
And also in the context of the Swiss as well, if Luminosity can at least get this one game, it really could affect the quality of opponent they get next time around.
Yeah, everything so crucial right now. The main tiebreaker for seeding is that game diff. Obviously got initial seed and all the rest of it. That's a nice touch. Lost has read the double off the sideball again. He's defensively been crucial right now for Furia, and we did mention it before, the defense is that question mark. They are so good in offense, Furia. More touches coming through. Reddles with the save, Yan keeping it in. That's an awkward touch. The Bears trying not to own goal. Reddles helps him out.
Rettles up against Lost. Really key moment in the series right now. Yan towards Lost. There's not one more pass there across because Drafinio was heading back, but Yan and Lost combined to keep it alive. The dunk's a little bit wide. Luminosity squander the ball away, just trying to smuggle it out from their own goal. Rettles puts it wide, but who's it to, CJ? It's only Lost.
Yeah, the demo's going to help, though. Cheese has the touch. One more. Here goes the Bear, but again, dusted by Drafinio. Because Reddle's going to back off, but he will lose possession of the ball as well. And has lost the 50 shot on there. Cheese awkward. Fakes it out for the Bear. That's better, but again, look at the way Furia just refused to rotate out, circling like vultures, just keeping that ball in, trying to stalk their unfortunate 50. Yan dribbles that one through. The bumps did come in, but Furia finding cheapy there.
Man, LG is struggling here.
It wasn't even a 50.
No, it wasn't. Just a win. A win in the corner. The unexpected moment, maybe a half rotation that the Luminosity defenders didn't see. From a player who we have to remind you was once considered one of the best in the world, Yan. Drafinio, his teammate, now leaves it for him. He shoots into the top corner. This could kill it. Cheese saves. It's high. Yan has another chance. Gets the flip reset. Lost is just waiting like a viper to strike. Drafinio coming in now. Furia smell blood. They sense it. Here comes Lost. But it's a massive save from Luminosity.
What a setup, though. Almost getting through. Great save, Luminosity, but they do need a goal.
I've
50 left.
heard during a broadcast recently that they're looking at, well, not during a broadcast, but in the background while we were waiting, that they're looking at adding Fortnite potentially for TEC.
One game at a time, one goal at a time. What can Yan do? He's going sideball. Does he get the redirect? He gets the double! I mean, the setup is simply ridiculous. Furia, 2-goal lead.
How on earth do you defend against this? Rettles was scuttling towards the ball, desperate to get it, and even the demo wasn't enough to stop Furia as they continue to press. 2 goals needed now for LG to save.
It'd be cool
this
to start
one.
getting some Fortnite tape, because I don't have much tape on. I don't have any tape on Fortnite.
Every day of the week, but Cheese wasn't quite ready for it. He's lost now. Again, no boost, but just staying on the play, being such a nuisance for the defense of Luminosity.
Chance now for Lost to really sink it, but he can't quite get the touch. Yan towards Magic Bear. Magic Bear, his touch isn't ideal, so Yan can come right back in again. Lost his stealing boost, causing all sorts of chaos yet again in the Luminosity defense. Cheese has missed that one by a mile. I'm not sure what happened there. It will let Furia in yet again. One more will kill this, but the time's ticking away anyway.
Yeah, one more and one more minute for Luminosity. Can they just get a game on the board? They need 2 right now. The demo's coming through again. This time it's Yan, though, getting aggressive. 50
I need to
not
turn
in.
my,
That could have been a little cheapy to get one back.
Steam
they
on
need something.
invisible.
They need a little bit
Sorry,
of luck
chat.
right now. Cheese, sidewall. Can he get a double? Lost on the side. Just says, I'll have that one. And maybe the delayed Musty over the top for Yan. Saved
What
out
mobile
just
game
by
is
Reddles.
that?
Important touch here from Rettles. He's got boost, but Drafinio just charges him down. No respect yet again shown by Furia. Not sitting back and defending what they have. It's not in their DNA.
Here we go. What can Yan do? Is he just going to try and get some highlight reel goal was blocked out. Drafinio catching this one. All the solo plays, the air drill was just killing time off the clock. Lost has to make a huge touch.
Massive.
But he just has not put a foot wrong, Lost.
I think this is over, chat.
Phenomenal. The attack's been even better. 13 seconds left.
And there's just waiting as well from Lost, not rushing into anything, letting the ball bounce, letting the sands of time trickle down onto Luminosity's defeat. Furia, they've pretty much got this one banked. They have got this one banked. It's not just a win. It's not just a thrashing. It is a statement that South America are back in the conversation.
South America looks really freaking good, man.
If you did not believe
I mean, it is LG, and I said I didn't want to like discredit them earlier, but like, holy fuck, 12 minutes until they're back?
They have absolutely dismantled Luminosity. They have made them, I mean, they are a phenomenal side. Have to go into contention now as one of the tournament favorites. I know that obviously still a lot of talk. We obviously have the kickoff. We've got the blue wall up there, but Furia, they have shot up the rankings.
But I mean, Luminosity, you have to pretty much just...
Is that the one that's like
that
Final
one off as a
Fantasy-esque?
They happen. Start to
Not
finish,
Strike
it wasn't
Force.
their series. Maybe because it was so extreme, you can just say, yeah, they happen.
I mean, we'll find out whether that was, you know, an off day for Luminosity or Furia truly are that good. I want to say they're that good, Furia. I mean,
I think it's a combination of both, to be fair.
It certainly wasn't the best form of Luminosity. We know that they have the results in that. We've seen them get to the grand final, get a top 2 in North America. But today, or at least this first round, wasn't quite
Do you
there.
see a new game that got announced from Marvel? It's like Overwatch-esque.
That'll help their seeding immensely
Overwatch-esque
for
that's
the
coming
second
out.
round matchups. Cannot wait for those. But as for right now,
Ah,
Furia,
turn-based card game. Okay,
They've also got a fear factor back as well. You know, they worked hard to earn that fear factor in South America after losing the first grand finals to Complexity. Once they had it, that bit between their teeth, they refused to let go. Now internationally, they have just earned the right to have it on the pitch in their future matches.
I mean, they just, the way that they executed, just so clinical, and the most impressive thing is that they had the team plays. It wasn't just about the solo plays, the mechanics. The way that they worked together as a team was phenomenal. And we do have an interview now with Leaf and Drafinio.
We got Drafinio down here in the players' pit, coming out with a big smile. You guys look like you're excited. If you could describe that series in one word, how would you describe it? How would you wrap it up?
I think confidence. Yeah, we were confident in this series.
I was gonna say confidence for you guys. Coming into that, did you expect it to be quite
Google
a blowout?
was my idea. Day's going pretty good.
6-1, and then that. Do you expect maybe a little bit
Games
closer?
have been decent so far.
We really expect
Nice start to the major. How are you doing?
They are a good team, you know. Rattles, Cheese, and Magic Beard, they were going good on NA, so we thought they were harder, you know. But we played good, confidence on top, so we managed to win 3-0.
That you did. Speaking of confidence, I mean, just through scrims, I've heard a lot of people saying that you guys were looking good. I'm going to assume that you're going to agree with that.
Yeah, we were 50-50, you know. Yeah, we were 50-50, but the confidence is always on top because screens is screen, so the RLCS is RLCS, so it's another ambient, you know. It's different.
Well, what is giving you guys the confidence? Like, because you know, we've talked to some other players that lose confidence once they get in the live environment. What's making sure you guys keep that confidence?
I think playing on LAN gives you a little more confidence. Yeah, I think for us, we play better playing on LAN than playing online, so it hypes us a lot more to scream and everything. It's a lot better.
I mean, to be fair, we've had 3 sweeps of the 4 series, so you haven't missed too much.
Tell me about the team, joining the team, what the journey's been like for you getting to this point.
Gentlemates beat Rule 1 3-1.
It was amazing, you know.
Carmine Corp swept Limitless.
Yanks, you know.
Furia beat swept
lost to
LG and BDS.
So
Team BDS swept Elevate.
Always they were friendly with me. Always like could, you know, match with them. So it was amazing.
Let's see what they've got going on over here.
CP in the 0-2 round, and then reverse sweep OG to make it to round 5. That's a take. I mean, Elevate beating KCP, that's not saying much. I mean, KCP, I mean, all they do is walk around, you know, in their little quick trip gear. They're just here for a vacation. I ain't here to play. So, I mean, of course, Elevate, they got Spings, they got Kevin. They're not bad. I can see them beating them.
Yeah, Vitality, I think they're on the main stream. They're the last stream, or they're the last game of the first round. So not this next game on the mainstream. I think the next one on the mainstream is Falcons versus OG. They should be after that.
Actually has a chance of upsetting Carmine Corp. Okay, talk to me about that, Kobe. They are an underrated squad with a lot of talent. Okay. And I think the blue wall may not take them seriously, giving them a chance. Oh, wow. I'm not taking serious. The blue wall might crumble right here. They only need 3 games. I think that last part is very important. They only... Another one of these, like, what do you mean KC would go 0-3? You don't even believe that. If you're gonna tweet at the Rocket League Esports handle, at least tweet something that you actually believe in. This is just nonsense. They're probably gonna go 3-0 in Swiss, and you know that. All right, y'all, this is the end of T-Base Debates. I appreciate the tweets. I gotta get out of here. They're kicking me out.
We back, baby.
Oh, no! Thank you for catching me.
So we've got G2 versus Pioneers next over on the alternate stream. God, bro, they're both on a 10-minute break? What is this?
You know, I've been on Twitter. I've seen a
I
lot
missed
of
some of this.
yapping
Let's
from
go ahead and
a
watch
lot
this.
of people so far this season. So, you know, I want to see what y'all's hottest takes are, and I want to see if they're... All right, we got a tweet here from Puric6_. Elevate beat KCP in the 0-2 round, and then reverse sweep OG to make it to round 5. That's a take. I mean, Elevate beating KCP, that's not saying much. I mean, KCP, I mean, all they do is walk around, you know, in their little quick trip gear. They're just here for a vacation. I ain't here to play. So, I mean, of course, Elevate, they got Spings, they got Kevin. They're not bad. I can see them beating them. But then OG, you should stop it right there. That definitely won't be happening, period. I understand you got an interesting take. It's okay. It's interesting, but it's just flat out wrong. Colby, at Alt Colby, appreciate the tweet, Colby. Limitless actually has a chance of upsetting Carmine Corp. Okay, talk to me about that, Colby. They are an underrated squad with a lot of talent.
See, I think this is a point that could have been made, but they just unfortunately fell flat, man. That's tough.
I'm not taking serious. The blue wall might crumble right here. They only need 3 games. I think that last part is very important. They only need 3 games. To win, you gotta get 3 games. You act like that's just a piece of cake. Come on, Colby. This last part, I mean, that's why you only got 4 likes on the tweet. If you tweet it, they only need 1 game, you might have had more than 4. You might have got 5. Everyone is sleeping on OG this major. Oh, of course he says that, J-Naps. Okay. They have the power of Boomer energy and will be a big sleeper in Swiss. He's saying Boomer because J-Naps is a ripe age of 24. If that is Boomer energy, then I don't know what to tell you, because that means I'm ancient. I'm interpreted as they have the power of just true synergy and land experience. But Seb, I'm having fun with this. Let's see what else we got on T-Base Debates. This tweet comes from Martian RL. Martian. Limitless Elevate make top 8 over Vitality. You don't even believe that. Next tweet, man. I don't even want to read that, man.
He said you don't even believe that.
Profile image, about time. By the way, we need more profile images like that from Mr. Patel. Let's see, at Patel, NA522766189. This isn't even a real account. We got to have to verify these. KCs will go 0-3 and Swiss. Another one of these, like, what do you mean KC would go 0-3? You don't even believe that. If you're gonna tweet at the Rocket League Esports handle, at least tweet something that you actually believe in. This is just nonsense. They're probably gonna go 3-0 in Swiss, and you know that. All right, y'all, this is the end of T-Base Debates. I appreciate the tweets. I gotta get out of here. They're kicking me out. See y'all later. Oh, no! Thank you for catching me.
All right, 5 minutes left. Yeah, so we have Falcons OG on the main stream. G2 versus Pioneers. Kind of like the limitless KC game. Like, I would like Pioneers to win. But more than likely, it's going to be G2. Like, let's just be real. We still have 4.5 minutes, big dogs. That's wow. Oh, I just realized. Oh, I don't think I ever did my dab. Dab on him. We may do something for NA Challengers for Valorant later. I'm not sure. We're either watching NA Challengers Valorant or we're gonna be playing Rocket League. Not sure which. It's crazy to think that it's already Thursday, chat. My weeks have been flying by, man. And like I was starting to beat myself up the other day, thinking about how I haven't done that much content on the YouTube. But then I looked at my scripts for the month. It's like my outlines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 13 of which have already been recorded. I've done 13 pieces of content this month between TEC and Frost. So like, it's not that I'm not working. I just gotta bounce out some of my own stuff. I gotta get more disciplined on doing like my podcast once a week is what I need to do. I gotta at least start there. Especially because like my podcast I can turn into a couple, like realistically if I do my podcast right, I can get almost a clip a day to do like shorts from my podcast by itself, you know what I mean? And then throw in, you know, some stuff from watch parties. Then we do a couple pieces of short form content here and there as well. Oh, chat. All right, here we go. Back into it, man. What are we thinking? We're probably wanting to watch Falcons OG, right?
We said it would be one-sided, but man, I don't think any of us expected it to be that bad. Furia utterly annihilate Luminosity here. We said it would be a sweep.
We did.
This almost seems like a new category.
It was painful, I'll tell you that much.
I feel like Space Station at home is extra salty now. After seeing Luminosity, a lot of people thought, you know, Luminosity make you run qualifier 2. Didn't look good here. There's still time, though. It's Swiss. You have to lose 3 times.
Yep.
Luminosity, yes. That was a bad first loss, but
that was really bad. That was really bad. If you're an NA fan, if you're a Luminosity fan, that was a disaster class. It's just point blank simple. Nothing else to say about it. I expect them to be better. I think they got outshot in the whole entire series. 14 goals to 4 goals. Whole entire
That's
time.
crazy,
really,
man. They got lit up.
Cheese as an impact player, all online game. You say he was what, number one in goals per game? And in North America, right there, he had Sax. What were the shots?
He had 3 shots the entire series.
You can't win a series like that, man. The Bear, he's doing his damage, but you gotta have Cheese be the catalyst. And Furia, honestly, they ended up with less demos, 16-12. To Luminosity 16, but it didn't feel like Luminosity really had the impact like they should have.
It just felt like this whole series was Fury, just tons of offensive pressure. We talked about that going into this game. That's what Fury likes to do.
So what does that mean about the competition level in NA? Or am I overlooking, or am I like looking too much into that?
Was trying to move upfield.
This is supposed to be the 3rd best team.
Going, but it just
and they just got shit home.
At all. And Furia, talk about lost. I think he's a key factor on this team. 2 goals per game here. He was on fire.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you score in buckets like that, and you're going to beat a lot of teams. Certainly, Luminosity did not come ready to play defense, and that is what's going to get you out of the Swiss. They've got to be a lot more consistent. They have to 100%. Be a lot more involved in the offense as well.
And here's the thing. We look at these highlights. A lot of these goals are not anything amazing. It's just pressure goals for the most part. Right here, like, that's a basic double tap, but no one's in net. No one's in net for that pass. A lot of it is just pressure, pressure, pressure. There's not enough boost for LG.
I think if you ask Luminosity what they feel about that series, they're going to say, well, we didn't shoot well, we didn't defend well, but otherwise we did okay.
LG is a good team. They seem to work on passing, shooting, accuracy, boost management, positioning. It is unfortunate for them too, because I mean we're playing rounds 1 and 2 of the Swiss today. This is not their only match of the day. They got to go home, get back to the drawing board immediately and reset.
And also on top of that, they went 0-3, so they're going to have a harder 0-1 match because they didn't get that game differential advantage. So normally you would want to get a game or two, maybe then you pull an SSA team or an APAC where you can possibly bounce back. But now because of that 0-3, they might have to play a tougher team.
Man, the shit that SS, like the strays that SSA and APAC gets over and over again,
I do think that Furia was sensational. They really showcased how good this new iteration of the roster is with the mechanics, with the consistency, with the offensive pressure. You want to see Yan doing it on land like he used to back in the day, and he's doing it. Law stepped up significantly in my estimation. Okay, not only was he playing good on offense gives, but it was the defensive touches. He would jump up so early for great defensive reads to alleviate any pressure that LG wanted, and that's going to be significant going up against some of the best of the best.
That's kind of the Furia we were accustomed to maybe a year and a half ago, or maybe 2 years ago, where every time someone's on the ball, you're kind of at the edge of your seat going, oh, is this another highlight? And oftentimes in that series, it was.
I feel like Furia's challenge for round 2 is going to be not like this is not a good warm-up for them in round number 1.
Right.
This is not. They're not going to go in being like, all right, remember to there's not going to be free nets in the whoever they're facing off in the 1-0 in the round 2. So we'll see how things look for Fury as things move forward. We have many more matches to go here for round number 1. Again, 2 streams going on. Make sure you got them both pulled up. You want to catch up all the actions. The matches are going pretty quickly over there on the alt stream. There's been sweeps all day. BDS versus Elevate. Elevate nearly win a game against BDS.
They had overtime. They had overtime in game 3. It was possible, but Europe now they're 3-0 so far in round 1.
They are. We got 2 more matches over there on twitch.tv/RLEsports before we are set for round number 2. Same story here on the main broadcast. We got Complexity versus Vitality waiting in the wings. They are on deck. They are getting warmed up right now. Before that, though, we got to go through an excellent match we've all been excited for.
Falcons versus OG, baby.
Esports, a team I pronounced
this should be good.
Halfway through the split has made it to the major, and they're trying to take on the big dogs from MENA.
They went 0-3 Swiss in qualifier 1. No team in NA or EU or pretty much anywhere has come in last in a tournament and then made it to a major. Not only did they do that, they did it when now North America only has 4 spots. Made it even harder. So Com has now done both, where he won a regional and then didn't make the split, and then he came in last and makes it up to a major. So hats off to him, but
this is their reward.
Exactly.
That's your round 1
Falcons,
matchup.
This team is nuts. They are perfect in MENA. Every time they play Rule 1, outside of one time where it was close, it looks like Falcons are just completely dominated. We saw Rule 1 earlier play Gentlemates pretty close. So if Falcons are dominating Rule 1 that badly, they are
Bro, look how close this dude's to his screen.
Why do you believe this Falcons team is making it all the way to the grand finals?
Because I believe
Just move his monitor closer, dog.
And TRK.
What are we doing, Killers?
Incredible. Killers,
oh my god.
Almost unstoppable.
Oh, it's
now
Killers, that's right.
A young phenom. He's still pretty young in TRK, and he's getting more and more maturity. He's getting a lot more experience. You add all this mechanical prowess and the chemistry around him. Boy, they look like one of the toughest outs in this tournament.
They sure do. And I think when you saw Rule 1 earlier, you really saw the value that TRK, my apologies, used to bring to that Ahmed Khalid duo. Because without him, they just looked a little lost. The defense wasn't as consistent. Now he's bringing the offensive firepower, but then Rule 1, they don't have that solid brick wall defense that they used to have. And that's what TRK brings. But then you have arguably the best defender in the game in ROAS also to join them. And that's what just makes them nearly impossible to beat.
Well, on the other side of things, we were talking about OG and the craziness that Com has been through, all the different ups and downs here. I mean, all 3 of these players, such long, lengthy stories in Rocket League. They are veterans of many rosters, many ups and downs, and here they are again, trying to prove they've still got it.
The leftovers of NA, we talked about Gentlemates, leftovers of Europe, where 3 players just coming from 3 different teams that were top teams in North America to combine forces, and it didn't look pretty at first. Qualifier 1, last place. Qualifier 2, 0-2 in Swiss. They had to bounce back, sweep that, and make some runs. Back-to-back top 4s. They look so much better. They look like a true number 3 seed.
I feel like the longer this goes, it's probably more likely OG wins, right?
Teams, when you look at the mentality of a lot of North American players in particular, maybe just pro
players. Because I feel like if it's
general,
going to be a sweep, it's going to be a Falcons taking the sweep.
Event, when they have just an absolute disaster class, I think 90% of teams would have folded, just packed it in, like, all right, well, this sucked. It didn't work out. Let's figure out who we're going to play with next split. No, they got right back to it, and they found a way to survive and advance here to the major.
It's not just it. The first event, they go out 0-3 as badly as possible. The second event, they start out 0-2, and then they have to reverse sweep the Swiss. If you weren't done in your head at the end of the first event, halfway through the second event, you're absolutely toast. You're in the ground, and yet somehow these players, I mean, they've lost more than most of the players here have played. So you talk about experience on this roster, and they know how to deal with this adversity.
And then you back it up with a world champion coach as well, with Torment. So the experience is there. I think Com even said in an interview, we all have lost so much that we just know how to lose at this point. We're not too concerned about that. We know what we put together. We trust in one another. Qualifier 1, did not go their way. They had to figure some things out. But when they did, they've looked fantastic.
You know what I should have done during the break?
To turn it around. Like now, they've got their opportunity at this land.
Gone
this
and
is
made
a
my
chance
greens
to kind of wipe
shake.
everything away. Because look, you show me a good loser, I'll show you a loser. This team has to start winning now. And what better time than now?
This is it, folks. Let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag FLCN for the Falcons. Hashtag OG there. Also, shout out to Com. He said he was working out during the offseason, trying to be in the best shape of his life at this major. He's looking great there. You were talking about TRK. You know, we were talking about veterans of this roster. Going back to 2021, first LAN of the new era, coming out of the quarantined era. TRK comes in as a sub for Sandrock Gaming there because O'Khalid couldn't make it. Now here he is as a star on his team.
Yeah, he is the star of the team in my estimation. He is the leader. They have given him the keys to the Falcons organization and saying, lead us to the promised land, TRK, and and that is his plan. thinking of TRK especially all the way back then. You talk about Sweden wave. I mean, he joined Ahmed. I think there was a question mark who was better then, but I don't think it's a question anymore. TRK is the best player in the region. He's got the twins with him. Falcons 3-0 in MENA, and they want to continue that momentum right here, right now against OG.
Yeah, TRK, his goals per game over 1.3, and the defensive Falcons only give up 1.44. So nearly he's outscoring every other team they play by himself. That's how good he is. Falcons, the one question
it's about to
mark
be
is
Falcons
they're
versus
not really
OG.
tested in MENA right now. Rule 1,
Tommy.
they have their number. So when you come to this international play, when they do get tested, how will they fare?
And then on the other channel, we got G2 versus Pioneers. Oh, which has already started, actually. Let's go tune into this just for a minute to see how it's going.
Pioneers, I think. Yep, they're
Oh, yeah, Rocket League. Sorry.
Cutting off the
Copenhagen
long-range air dribble before it can really get started. And we're right back into Pioneers defense.
And honestly, I really like this from Pioneers so far. They've pretty much held their own as best as they can against a team like G2 this early on. It's been an immense amount of pressure from G2. Here comes Beast Mode. Lost that one just for a quick second here, but it's right back to him. Down, pass, over. Here comes the shot.
Ooh, no bar down.
Out for them, but
how's your Thursday going, Tommy?
You know you're gonna
nice counter from Fiber. Let's go.
Oh, what a pass down the middle. Fiber's already making the run, trusting Amphis to get the ball down the middle of the pitch there. I mean, that could very easily put 2-0 to G2. They hit the crossbar with the full team passing play, but Pioneers tie the game on the counter-attack. They caught G2 just a tiny bit out of rotation.
That's literally exactly what you have to do. You have to find
Daniel
the
almost got the bump there.
smallest of moments where G2 are just off or a little bit off. And if you can keep it that quick and that consistent, G2 might have a little bit of work cut out for them in this series. Here they come again, though.
Yeah, when does that major start?
Oh, what fake. This is fantastic for Pioneers. Not a bad effort as it goes, well, at least uncontested, but saved by G2. The Pioneers starting to really get some more
because they're in Madrid, aren't they?
Fiber has been monumental to their success so far. We've actually got that's Fiber on your screen right now with Amphis nameplate. So if you are,
aren't they close to where the Valorant major just was?
Scrub.
I think I'd seen
Fiber and
Pansy post about it.
I mean, it's pretty easy to get the OCE guys lopsided. They show up to LAN every time. Covering the other side of the world, they do start upside down. Oh, good save. Pioneers hanging it just a bit longer.
Oh, they're in Copenhagen as well. Oh.
It's kind of crazy. You're approaching the second half of this game, and I can't believe you're saying it, but G2 Pioneers tied in game number 1. I mean, you love to see it.
I need to move to Copenhagen. You get esports all the time? Imagine.
For G2 to lose to an OCE team historically. This could be fun.
There it is. Nice shot from Beast Mode.
That's a big goal by Beast Mode. Turns around, robs Scrub of the ball. And Amphis got a piece of it, but could
what
not
other titles
fight
do you
down
like
to
to
the
watch
back corner.
other than
Beast Mode with far too much power
CS2,
in the
Tommy?
50-50, and G2 ahead again by that one goal. So, it has been a back and forth game, but overall G2 have kept their composure.
I'll be honest, I don't watch too much
see
CS. Like, I'll watch it sometimes when it's like the only like live event on, because I do enjoy CS. I just feel like I kind of missed the wave. All of them? Nice.
From the Pioneers.
I'm kind of the same way. I'll watch whatever's on. I've really been trying to get more acquainted with the FGC scene.
You can tell G2, they're trying to ramp up the pace of play at this point against Pioneers. Show them who's boss headed into these last 2 minutes.
Yep, G2 have had 2 crossbar shots, both of them.
Yeah, I feel that.
Completely undefendable.
I watch, you know how there's like some, like everyone has that one friend who watches like whatever, like IRL sports in season, and like knows all the stats and stuff like that. Like, I feel like that's me to an extent with esports.
End, and now Scrub, they're getting shots at least. They are getting opportunities, Pioneers. This is a promising start for them. But after they've gone this close to G2 in game 1, I think they'll feel like they want some more. Can they stop Daniel with the air dribble? Yes, they can, but it's
KCP's been hanging with G2 here.
No goal for
and I don't know if that's a more knock against G2 or if this is a positive for KCP. So I do know a lot of people think that the Pioneer squad might be like the best OCE squad that we've seen, potentially since at least Chiefs Season 6, if not like all time. But maybe we've been underrating this KCP squad as well.
Daniel's shot saved and sent off.
Yeah, will G2
Better NA's in fucking trouble. It's one of the two.
They were caught on the counter attack earlier on in this game. That's how Pioneers scored their only goal so far. One more like that, we could be in a very interesting situation. It's beast mode, hard red on the fake. It's now Fiber the other way, but G2 are prioritizing those defensive rotations for now, playing it safe, making sure that they've got bodies back to defend the counters.
25 left on the clock here.
Pass over to Anthus.
Pass. Shot's gonna go towards that corner there. Great save. It's come out from beast mode on that one. Keep G2 in the lead. 2 resets towards the bar. Atomic with the follow, and G2 go up by 2.
All right, G2's gonna win game 1 versus Pioneers. And it looks like we're just getting out of the hype chamber here for game 1 for Falcons versus OG.
Falcons versus OG. I see all the chat not believing in OG, but you know, sometimes after Regional 1, they're on their redemption arc.
When you
they're turning
get
upwards.
to the major, expect the unexpected.
I know, right?
But we'll see what happens. Right now, Falcons have looked incredible leading up to Major 1. Their first round match.
I think Falcons win this in 4. Maybe even the sweep.
Falcons gotta make up for Mina. Rule 1, not looking so hot. But Falcons, offense.
I don't even know if I'd say Rule 1 didn't look hot. Rule 1 looked decent.
Faced a team that has pressured them to this point. That's what we want to see. A lot of people saying Falcons could be the winners of this tournament.
They look
but
decent.
OG, they've been the underdogs in NA. People have been underestimating OG for too long.
NA's been the ones looking like dog shit.
That first round matchup between Furia and Luminosity, as G2 is playing right now against Pioneers. North America starting to take the stage. But right now, already, we're seeing a little bit of pressure coming out for Team Falcons. Noli's on the back wall, has to watch out for Roas. He hits it straight to him, and Kaliers tries to play that off the back wall, but Calm's there to carry that straight into the midfield. Good challenge here. OG been able to hold on defensively, and Noli is going to get the first goal.
And a great challenge, 50.
Nolly looks locked in, dogs.
Beautifully by OG. Calm has to take it high.
Nolly looks like he's ready to make some
would have had the touch to clear it, but OG
make some storylines.
Even despite the early pressure from Falcons.
Definitely a good start there. I like that play from OG. Noli in a perfect spot and lands the shot. Going to be very important for OG to come out with a strong start here against Falcons. We know they can definitely bring themselves back into series as they continue to get on that trend. Here's JNaps now looking for the double follow-up, but Roas able to get that clear, and Kaliers can meet this ball in the midfield. Things starting to settle in here. You can see the confidence coming out of OG, but there's still time here for Falcons to get back in it.
So we'll still have these 2 series, and then 2 more after, and then we'll be done with round 1.
They had a plan, and I'm looking to see that
and then we'll still have 4 matchups on both channels for round 2 before the end of the day. So we still have quite a bit of day left, chat.
Gets OG in a position to ramp up this offense. This back wall isn't landing towards OG in the right way, and now that Calm is demoed, Team Falcons want to counterattack, but Nully's positioning in the midfield will slow this down. Kaliers up high, Jane just tips it away from JNaps, but Calm's positioning in the midfield gives a chance for OG to start off plays like this as JNaps couldn't connect on the pass.
I do like the light touch though from Kaliers to get the clear out, gives it straight to
I believe it's Killers, didn't they?
Get that one all the way downfield. Now you're starting to
come out with something this season. I said that it's not Kaliers, it's Killers.
No, it's off the post.
Roas need to drill that one home.
Kablamo! In the back end, lots of space here as Noli picks this one up, but Falcons halfway through game 1, not able to get on the scoring board.
Yes, OG connecting well in the midfield though, so it's been tough for Falcons to keep up the momentum that they've had. Demos though, very physical. OG already with a goal. You know that Calm is that vocal guy. They run off of adrenaline, and OG are getting real close. Noli with the shot! And it creeps in the corner.
More pressure from OG on the counter. I love this out of Calm. He ends up playing it high, forcing TRK to get an air touch, and Noli has so much room to shoot. Bar down and in off the top. OG now shooting 50%, 2 for 4. Falcons have shot 4 shots as well. They haven't been able to get on the board yet. And we're starting to see the kickoff there. Good fake kickoff. Noli tries to send it across. JNaps pre-jumped it, but Roas was able to get it. And now Falcons are going to try to move it back the other way.
Ooh, okay. The fake from TRK.
This gets to 3-0, we'll switch it.
OG play a good back defense.
But I think G2 should be able to roll.
What's different between these 2 defenses? Look at Roas with this control going below. Calm with the
Killers!
is there, and it keeps Falcons within 1.
Like this here from Roas. I mean, look at that control. Gets it right over Noli. Forces the defense here to make a tough save. And JNAP's just in an awkward spot. Great shot from Clears. Falcons now bringing this within one. They finally have been able to find some success on offense.
And Team Falcons are used to dominating that midfield in their region, so having to play back. OG putting their backs against the wall. Something they haven't really experienced yet. But Team Falcons are warmed up, double tap, triple, and Clears evens it up.
Back to back here out of Clears. This one right off the kickoff. Look at this. He recognizes he has space and control and just plays that all by himself. Defense from OG starting to struggle, especially after they had such a good start limit.
Yes. OG have
said
they
game,
always
chat.
play better when their backs are against the wall. They are the redemption kings of North America, so this lead slips by them. But Falcons, they're just warming up. They just actually had a Saudi E-League final. So LAN, they're no strangers to LAN. I mean, along with a lot of players in this lobby. See Falcons, these passes are starting to become deadly. But Kami's that spark plug.
I was wondering where they were going with that.
Tips it to Jada. Oh, down. It didn't work out that time. And Noli hesitated on stepping up as the third man, but wants to play safe, especially with the score.
That was a close shot there from Naps too. Normally he hits those, but yeah, that has only been his third shot of the game here. The more Naps is able to take those shots, the more he is able to get involved. He's had a strong goal participation or goal percentage over in the first half here of this major as we're all getting kind of set up here. But Roas now plays this one off to the side.
Yeah.
Looking to see if he can help set up Falcons here. We go to the final minute. Falcons keeping the ball close. Clears trying to do everything he could to get that one towards middle, but OG
hey, I got paid today. Let's
he'll
go.
try to see if he can set something up right now.
I thought that was going to be tomorrow.
Players just taking their time, trying to make sure they don't make a mistake.
And Calm has been helping OG transition to the offensive end, but Falcons are recognizing that and going for earlier challenges, and OG couldn't find those nice rebounds and those nice passes that they did in the first 2 minutes of the game. But now OG with control. Falcons await the approach, and it goes maybe to TRK, the 50 to the corner. Calm picks up the corner. 20 seconds remain with space for Calm. Nolly fakes the pass, and now Roas gets to fight for this in the corner.
All right, last 10 seconds.
Falcons can ramp up. Killers wins the 50. Needs someone to pass, but he's overwhelmed by JNAPs.
We get an overtime game one.
As the last couple of seconds drained by, Nolly passing it to no one, right back to Falcons, lands on the ground. Game one.
Not today.
Game one OT between Falcons.
All right, let's get it. Overtime. Game number one.
Good kickoff here for facing OG. JNAP's able to get this one off of the back wall. Where's Nolly? He's going for the shot, but blocked out by Roas. Could have been a chance there. Good defense from Falcons, but you can see a little bit of the desperation. Strong performance here from OG, but they did end up letting this game slip away in regulation. Now they're trying to see if they can close it out here.
Falcons staying composed even after an early fumble, but look at them fire right back. Clears setting us up towards the net. Nolly sends it away and TRK almost caught it. But now JNAPs can help them transition, but it's an awkward bounce off the ceiling. But Nolly's gonna back pass to Calm, and they'd rather keep control, give up a little space. It's a fake above one defender, but Falcons are stacked. They're ready to fight back. But Nolly with not a lot of boost to work with.
I mean, we've definitely seen Falcons controlling more of this back half of this game.
Falcons,
Kablamo!
control of the ball.
2v3. Really good touch by Nolly.
So Falcons.
JNAPs gets there. I think he has a wide open shot in the net, right?
Shooting Falcons 10 shots to 7 here. They have been a force offensively. A lot of people probably thought this would be the other way around, and they've really tested defensively. Can Falcons step up to the task? Of course they can. Who's going to be the one that breaks?
It's a nice little passing play, even if it wasn't intended off rip.
Nolly taking this one to the corner. Calm's there. Tries to play it off the ceiling, but the ball gets away from him. That's with a shot. It was on target, and TRK had to make a save out to the side. Falcons looking for a way upfield here.
TRK keeps it alive in the zone.
Ball, but it goes straight to Nolly. He's sitting in there on the back end. You can see both teams just trying to get this ball out, passing it in transition, all playing for their teammates.
But OG, I mean, the fakes, like going for the ground pinch and then passing it over. OG's offense, you got to keep an eye on them. And Falcons.
I don't know if I like crossing the pitch there.
Backwall. Oh, this is a deadly place to drop it.
Nice
for
fake.
TRK disengages.
Launches up. Ruaz in the air. Only has Nolly back. Clears with the shot. And Falcons take the game.
Falcons, game one.
And look at this. As soon as Ruaz had that touch, that first touch.
After being down 0-2.
Nolly was on its way back, and He ends up hitting the backflip. That one goes in, and Falcons take game 1. Almost
all right,
2
let's see what
minutes into overtime.
Oh, other game 2 just got done as well.
First match
G2
at the major,
is up.
You always got to keep in mind, and both these teams
2-0.
knew who they were going to face for a while.
Hey, those suits are kind of hot, though. I ain't gonna lie.
In, but I think both these teams looked good out the gates, especially OG, who started with a 2-0 lead. That got closed out immediately by Kaliers, who got a hat trick this game. What an MVP.
Yeah, I mean, Kaliers played phenomenally, especially when you consider those back-to-back goals that he was able to get Falcons back into the game. Noli, though, also, even though he had the backflip that ends up being the reason why OG lose, you got to think offensively, him just showing strong confidence in his shot was big for OG to get ahead early. As we take a look at our Mobile One high performance replay, definitely a lot of high performance here. And yeah, you can see it even from JNEP's perspective, that backflip that ends up happening from Noli. And it's unfortunate, but you know, we got a long series to go.
And I love to see Calm just be that setup guy for OG in the midfield. It worked out for them a lot. The passes, Falcons started to break that up and really put the pressure on someone like Calm going for challenges. And you thought OG were just playing close enough that they could win the 50 or recover the 50 at least. And Falcons just started to break up a lot of that structure and got comfortable themselves.
Yeah, now we get into game number 2 here on Forbidden Temple. Small adjustments maybe needed to be made here, but a very close start. The question is going to be, can OG start to make some adjustments now they've had some time to talk it over?
I like that Falcons are not afraid to play back, and maybe you need to with Calm working the ceiling like that. Goes to the back wall, and TRK managed to grab the corner boost and can take it up high, can go long. And Kaliers even steps up to put a surprising and deadly shot in, but blocked away by OG. TRK gets demoed, wanted the challenge, and OG can step up, but great control out of Roas.
Great control too, and JNAP's also getting in on that physical play. Do want to see him also in the
TRK, oh, can't drop it down, clears the shot, nice.
Falcons score first in game 2.
And the tricky part is changing up the pace of that shot. I mean, Kaliers, look at he's killing that back wall, maybe threatening a double tap, and you position it beautifully in the bottom corner with less speed, and the defender thought it was coming in much quicker, so an early lead for Falcons.
Now for OG, a little bit of space here off the kickoff. TRK planted to the sidewall. He's going to follow it up. Roas actually stole boost in the back end. Pass straight down to Kaliers. It was a perfect play, but the defense was there from OG. You can see Falcons wasting no time to get back into this game and try to see if they can extend the scoreline. It's going to be up to OG to make sure they don't slow down. Here's TRK to Roas. Roas trying to get it back to TRK. He jumped, got a piece of Noli there, but the ball ends up going back to OG as now they look for a way upfield.
Yeah, JNAPS with the recovery, gets stopped by TRK in the corner. Noli steals the corner boost, so TRK is running on fumes right now, and that's where Calm can take charge, but he can't break through that right side, not with Kaliers in that way. As JNAPS assesses how we can challenge this, Noli steps up from the back to the front, pushed away. Team Falcons have barely any boost to work with, so the clear is nice, but it'll be all up to Kaliers to get something done.
Yeah, now he's able to keep that one into the corner. It was good, though, Falcons were able to get that out, especially as low boost as they were. If OG would have kept that in play, could have started a lot of consistent offensive pressure. But again, Falcons able to manage, and they're able to keep this one a 1-goal game. We're approaching that 3-minute mark now. And you see Calm. Nice touch there in front, just trying to get this one around. You see TRK on the back wall. He's backwards, but still makes a challenge. Just making sure they don't give anything here for free. Noli gets that one off the back wall. Kaliers and Roas both went up. TRK trying to keep this one back into the midfield here. Falcons trying to fight their way in, and OG are trying to get a little bit more creative, but they've been very slow here. Both teams in the shot department as we approach that halfway mark. OG only have 1 shot, and Falcons only have 2. That would be the 3rd one there that just got recorded.
Team Falcons have had their backs against the wall and able to break out now that they got boost and needing to find those passes that really caught OG off guard in game 1 as Kaliers has so many defenders to break through when JNAP sends it all the way back. Noli versus TRK in the 1v1 with that demo. Falcons relieve that offense from their backs, and this goes to the back. Kaliers threads the double tap and he gets it.
Beautiful play here from Falcons. It starts with TRK. He gets that first touch. JNAP tries to cut it. Calm wants to go for it. Noli again just A misread off the back wall, and Clears is able to get the goal home. Falcons defense has been superb. They've limited the amount of shots OG can take this game, and not only that, they're applying a lot of strong pressure on their own. They're attacking at the right time when OG seems weakest on defense.
Clears traveling, Nolly trying to bump him off the ball, but
All right, so let's take a quick peek in on the other game.
Disgusting! This one is all...
Oh, what
See if KCP can pull off the miracle.
Double flip reset, almost skims it middle. But G2 are there to clean up the pieces and now hit
Get things going here in game 3.
Lobs it long. It's going to be more of a clear than a pass. But G2 now follow up with the full team, boxing Pioneers into that defensive posture again.
G2 just playing time at this point. Pioneers kind of fighting for their lives. They want to, you know, have those opportunities back in their hands again, but G2 said no, we're staying orange side. Here comes Daniel back to the backboard. Once again, this one down, no touch on it. Beast Mode up next, trying to take a shot. Not enough boost in the tank to float down and get a double off it, but Atomic, he's gonna take his turn. 32 seconds left on the clock. Maybe Pioneers can try and find a fighting chance.
And they're just trying to get a way through here, but G2 are all back in defense. It's going to be hard to break them down. Double tap middle, defended well by Beast Mode. G2 starts to run out of boost a little bit here. This is not going to be comfortable if they let the ball go away from them, but they're not doing that. They're controlling it, keeping it close. Only Daniel will boost in this play though, and he goes, and he's faked out, and it's a huge chance for Pioneers. Can they take it? No. It's saved by G2.
That was such an incredible opportunity that they had and they created on their own, but now you just gotta hold this one up. G2 is gonna try and kill that ball. This one off to the sidewall. Beast Mode on the ground. G2 Stride take their first round of Swiss in a sweep.
And 1-0 at the end there. Bit of a scary one for G2. Completely boost starved, and the ball bouncing at the edge of the box. But I think somebody grabbed a 12 pad, got up in front of it, and managed to get the ball clear. So G2 have done enough. They have swept, which is exactly what
I think those suits are hot, chat. I ain't gonna lie. I like them. 4-0 over here for Team Falcons. Holy Jesus.
I'm seeing JNAPs have to take the ball high, and
told you I wouldn't be surprised if they swept.
Figuring out how they can reinvigorate that offense that got him such a good kick start in game 1. But Falcons, they could have no boost, they could have all the boost, and their passes. And it's really OG sometimes misreading their back wall defense. Wow, 3-0 for G2 is a nice score. We'll see how this one will shake up. 4-0 for Falcons with 22 seconds left. OG, they just can't beat themselves up too much about this.
Yeah, you know, in the best of 5 here on the Swiss stage, no tactical timeouts, but after that 4th goal, you can really see OG starting to talk things over. It seems like they're just taking as much time as possible to figure things out here as they are on the verge of getting swept. Final few seconds count down. Ball will hit the ground, and Falcons will take game 2 in a dominant 4-0 scoreline.
They look mad chill. They are so locked in. But you know that OG, they actually release videos of their comms during matches, and they could get scored on, and they're like, their first thing they say is unlucky, and then they just focus on the game plan forward. OG know how to adapt and
these
play
games
from
are kind of
behind.
flying
They've
by.
done this many times, whether it's in Regional 1.
Well, I think the next round is supposed to start till noon.
3, where they were like 0-2 in Swiss and managed to bounce
I hope we aren't having to wait 40 minutes, dog.
No, not at all. If there's any team that has been in this situation so many times, it is the players on OG. JNABs, Noli, and Com. They've all been in
We've
high-pressure
had
situations
5 or 4 of our 5 series have been sweeps so far. That's kind of crazy when you think about that like that way.
From the way they were playing.
You know what I'm saying?
And they look unstoppable at this point. But OG, they did have a strong game 1 contention. Just felt like that one got away from them. Now they've got to really lock in. Otherwise, this series is going to be all Falcons. It's going to end very, very soon.
And I know that there's a lot of hype, even chat is behind Falcons, but there's a lot of people that came here to the event to support OG that, you know, we got to talk to Com's dad and Com's mom yesterday.
Yeah, lots of parental support there on the side of OG. Big shout outs to Com Mom, Com Dad, and everybody else who's been supporting either at home for this squad. But now they've got to lock in. Everybody's got to lock in. There's definitely going to be nerves on the side of the OG fan club here as Falcons right now. Oh, Roas!
Nice shot.
A great goal here off the jump.
OG got to be awake and ready with how Falcons are out there already. Early demo from Clears to maintain this momentum from Falcons. TRK hoping to break through that right side. The 50 goes up. JNaps is there. Support coming out of OG, who have to play a little closer together. They want to execute these passes that worked out for them so well in game one. But Falcons, their defense hasn't been tested quite yet.
It's really interesting though, Falcons on defense, I've seen them double commit pre-jump a couple of times here this series. They will all do their part to make sure that nothing gets past them, and OG also have to keep their head on the swivel.
I was looking for TRK, but TRK was already a little too far forward there.
Good double there from JNaps, and Noli was up for it, but so was TRK. Had total respect from JNaps on the play and positioned accordingly. Now TRK, chance here to go all the way down the field. Got a bump on Combo. A little late there, so JNaps will be able to play this towards Noli. Noli has JNaps waiting in the middle, but not able to get the pass to him at all. Naps trying to keep this in as Rawas and Falcons look to clear it out, but no one able to read that touch. Calm able to keep this one in. Rawas in a tough spot. Noli's there, trying to get in midfield, but no one's there to take the shot. This is a scramble.
Roas handled that 1v2 quite well. That's a close one. Falcons know how to fire back. And OG have had to put up a layered defense because Falcons have been good at finding those rebounds and catching OG off guard. Long clear. He couldn't stop it.
Wow. He just was not ready for the power here on this one. Big shot from Com, and then you see him.
Who's there?
And he just
sneaking in the cookie jar.
Boost in the tank to get that one over his net, helps redirect it in, and OG gifted a goal here at the start.
Can they maintain the lead against a team as scary as Falcons? Com is just on the hunt. Aggressive in and out of game, and that's where OG just needed one to fire up those engines again, at least metaphorically. Falcons, though, their defense, it just creeps by them. OG with a second
stepping
one.
back?
And you can see just kind of the impact there, a little sit back as you watch this one go in. Noli gets the bouncer, a little miscommunication between TRK and Rawas there. And now 2 goals here from OG. Can they maintain is the big question.
Yeah, he brought up those double commits from Team Falcons. Well, maybe that one, they would have went for one there, it would have worked out. Now Falcons still searching for their first goal, and OG just colliding in, becoming a lot more physical on the field to make the space they need. As Noli nose down, goes maybe back to Roas. No, he misses that, so OG want to move forward, make that space. JNaps almost to the ceiling, running out of boost, and there's no one there to back him up. So possession back to Falcons. The pass maybe too quick for TRK, maybe a home run for Roas, but with how slow that ball was going, OG had time to set up and react as TRK towards the wall. Clear saw the challenge come out, or at least the prevention from the back wall, as Falcons want to do everything they can to keep going.
Something looks a little strange here, though, for Falcons. They look uncomfortable. Lots of challenges where cars are facing backwards. First touch is not necessarily really amounting to anything. And the shot possession here from offense, they haven't really yielded too many shot opportunities there. TRK, he was too far forward, so Rawas has to come in and take the challenge. Now TRK, he got the mid boost, but he also got demoed here. So now it'll be Noli, ball on the hood, flick over one, and you're seeing TRK, again, right after coming off the demo, trying to get the clearance back in. It just doesn't show any real sign of control of the ball. And I think it's because of OG just kind of eliminating the spaces. Noli tried to take a quick shot, but Kalia's got there quickly.
Oh, I'm glad Kalia's got there, because that was looking like an OG 3-0 at this point. Minute 38. Here's TRK with space, double commit from OG, but it's a long send back, and Falcons need to make sure that third man isn't necessarily in that neutral third, but far enough back. You don't want to give up an open net like you have, and OG, for now, calm, a little bit disrupted, has the back pass to Null. He's in a better position. Team Falcons smell blood in the water, and they're still searching, but Clear's gonna get high enough. Maybe it's a win for TRK, and so it is.
He threaded the needle here on this play. You see Rawas here starting to get the play off. Calm, not necessarily the best touch. JNaps is just not in a good spot, and he can't recover because he had to dodge 2 demos. And TRK, perfect placement here. Falcons with a chance to equalize. They got a minute, 16 seconds to do it.
Falcons have been in that shadow even when OG,
wow,
no longer in that shadow. It's getting further and further away. Great kickoff by OG.
Kickoff here. I mean, Calm sets that one up so well off the back wall. Not even Rawas was expecting it, and Naps right under the crossbar here, regaining the 2-goal lead and the safety for OG.
No, OG came in with a plan, a special for Falcons. Now Falcons sheen up off kickoff, looking to add They only have a minute 5 left. And Clears, his 50 gets stifled. Nully pushes forward. OG want to keep Falcons locked in. They don't have to go for more goals. OG just need to stop Falcons from ramping up like we know them to do in the second half. Now Roas with no boost to work with. It's up to Clears and TRK. They're the ones with resources, but OG are threatening the nets. And JNaps can go forward, but man, I think Calm got demoed.
Yeah, they end up getting demoed. He's going to be in the back end here. But also, you have to think, OG just have to play the clock here. They know how to do that very well. Naps keeps this one close. Clears on top of the ball. Ooh, Noli got a piece of it. Now this one goes into the corner.
And Roas, not a lot of boost to work with, but OG have managed to stop Falcons from turning this bleed into a hemorrhage, stealing away game 3, keeping themselves alive in this series. The brooms of the reverse sweep will stay in the closet for now, but you can see that there's hope. There's Copenhagen after all, ideally cope for OG as this clock winds down to 0, and OG will be taking game 3.
OG get a win here in game number 3, and they continue on as they try to survive here in this best of 5 with Falcons. Initially, off the start of the game, you had that error there from Roas. No, not enough boost to be able to get the redirect right. And OG took that, continued to apply more and more pressure. We saw a quick goal. Everybody on OG able to get involved scoring-wise, and now there's a chance here for them if they can continue to build off of this. The question always was going to be, once they got that 2-goal lead, were they going to be able to hold on? You start to see Falcons get going, but I will say this felt really uncomfortable for Team Falcons here, all over the field, on offense and on defense. I wonder if that continues on or if they're going to be able to use this time to get things together.
And Kalir has had a quiet game, surprisingly, after what, a hat trick in game 1. So OG starting to understand, stop letting Falcons have space when they have the ball and stop the feed going to Kalir's. And that forces Roas and TRK to step up. As TRK and Kalir's, that first and second man, have worked out so beautifully together throughout this region. They're going for the perfect split, the perfect season. They haven't lost a regional. So Falcons not used to being in a position like this.
Let's see if we get to game 5. We have only had one other game 4.
Will OG send us to game 5 today? I don't think we've gone there yet.
We have not.
Well, will Falcons be able to close this one out? Already saw TRK off with a great start, trying to get a little solo effort. OG was good defensively. Here's Roas. Oh, almost able to get that past Naps, but Naps had it read really well. OG definitely playing a little bit slower here, giving up a little bit of space in midfield, but they don't really feel too threatened initially. Roas tries to push that one up, and TRK gets it over 1. Calm. No boost in the tank really for him or OG, but he was able to get that ball, get a little piece of it, buy some time. Already the pressure pays off. No one able to stop Clears from scoring the first one.
Yeah, Falcons saw that OG were shaken and made sure they were stirred at the end. Everyone jumping up for this ball. And OG uncomfortable off the start, but Falcons having to play closer because in their region, they could go for these long pre-jump passes, and that was something that you had to take a note of. As Falcons wanting to pass through, go into the orange half, but it's mixed up there by OG through the corner. Few demos, weakens that OG offense as Calm maintains possession as long as he can to buy time for JNaps to step up, who throws a shot. Clear's forced to make the save off the post, and Nully is not even gonna let them clear it out. Maybe faking that pass to JNaps, got everyone jumping, but doesn't decide to commit to the shot.
He wanted the flip reset to Naps, but you can see he got one extra touch more than he needed to. The ball got sent the other way. Calm up though early, plays this one off the ceiling. TRK in a tough spot. That's a pitch going straight to Noli. He's going to send it to the side. Calm able to pick this up. He's got enough boost to make a play. Going for the flip reset. Got it, but Roas was there to stop him. JNaps high balls, trying to set up Noli, but Clears, good read on that, tracked it well. Falcons trying to see if they can set up a counter. This one goes straight across the net!
Damn.
And Roas is going to take that every single time. It was a dangerous play, and Falcons took advantage.
Yeah, Kalir sets up TRK, Calm mystery off the back wall, and Roas centered in front of the net. Receiving that beautifully. And Falcons are not letting OG get multiple touches. It's only been one. Yes, they play back, but they don't let OG's offense develop as it did before. But Nully goes forward. Nully again with the second touch, not allowed to do that. Kalir's challenges, and TRK, the ball gets passed save, but Falcons always have that third man back.
That was such a good stop there from Rawaz. I mean, the ball was coming at high speed, killed it right in front, so he was able to get a good follow-up touch there. That's exactly what you want to see there on the defensive line from Falcons. And no surprise now that they're in this position, up by 2, 3 minutes to go. What is OG going to do here, playing from behind, looking for clearances, trying to pass it to each other, but you can see Falcons cutting off the space. That was a good challenge there from clears.
Yeah, Team Falcons winning the 50s, but letting JNaps go for clears. No, it's shut down again. Midfield presses by Falcons. Now JNaps can work the right side. Roas will climb up the wall to help. Now that you've demoed someone from OG, Falcons, the counterattack. Something you have to worry about. 2-on-1.
Damn.
Makes the save with the backflip. Noli chasing after TRK on his tail. Forces him out of the play. And OG, at least he can flick it above, and clears won't let that get away too fast.
I mean, that was an incredible save from Calm. 2v1 situation where Ross was waiting there on the wing, and they tried to play it right over him. Just got the perfect touch here. It kind of keeps OG a little bit in the conversation. They need to get 2 here, and they only have 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Naps tries to drop that down, but there's no one there from OG. Calm's actually across here. Ross trying to take his time. Falcons got the midfield, but
you can hear the grass boost. You can hear it. I don't know who has it, because you can hear it.
Picks this one up, trying to play it off the back wall, but it's getting sent straight to JNaps. CRK got a demo on Noli in the back end, but here's Calm now. Good control, good first touch, gonna play a 50 out. No one able to get the follow-ups here, so Noli will get a free shot, played the ball high, follow-up from Naps. He gets a light touch to try to keep this control here, as Noli to Calm, but Calm moved a little bit too fast.
TRK able to get there.
Man, that just kept going out of OG, finding those rebounds instead of going for passes, working that back wall, and just recovering that much faster is Roas wanting to land right onto Calm as Falcons still throwing shots down. TRK managing to maintain possession for Falcons, but OG tip it towards Roas, who's that solid pillar in the back and always going for saves, buying time for Falcons defense to rotate back in position. Calm! The save on TRK is crazy, and OG were too far forward. TRK steps up, grabs the ball. JNaps on the back wall manages to stabilize OG. Last minute of play for OG's match 1 of Swiss on the line.
And OG had a great opportunity there. They had 2 forward, but no one was able to get a piece of the ball. So now Falcons are in a perfect spot. This one, though, TRK has to turn here, does get up quickly to get the clearance. That's going to kill a lot of time here on the clock. He's going to get a follow-up there to force Calm to get the clearance, but free space, free midfield, total control here for Team Falcons. OG will have to force an issue here with 30 seconds left. I don't know if they can do it.
Clears.
Bang! That's going to be the one that does it there for Falcons. 3-0, 26 seconds to go.
At least 5 minutes of their stream. Holy shit, chat.
You saw the desperation out of OG. They needed to make that last play work, and it's been frustrating. That Falcons defense
So we're 6 series in, 4 of which were sweeps. The other 2 were...
And OG, we kept the brooms in the closet, and now Calm at least makes that save. JNaps puts it off to the side. Falcons with a big statement for MENA now that they have 2 slots at the major. Rule 1 may have fell, but Falcons stood up in the end to soar
And Roas with another one.
match, and Roas will add to the count.
What a performance here out of Team Falcons. They showed up and they showed out. Of course, we saw what OG could do, and they did have this game close until the end, where Kalir stepped up and cemented the series. Now,
all right, so Falcons still look good. I would still even say that I don't think...
What a start for Team Falcons. They take their first match.
I still don't think with
and a bounce back when you saw Clears have
how Rule 1 looked against Gentlemates. Like,
in this final game,
2 of those games were close.
Now we get to see some emotion. Now they're all smiles.
One of them was that game that went to overtime, you know, 4 minutes.
You never know what's going to come out of North America, especially like a team like OG, who have been trending upwards ever since they're on this redemption arc since reaching.
But next over here on the mainstream, we're going to have Vitality versus Complexity.
Falcons, a lot of whispers saying they could be the ones.
And then we'll have Genji versus Power on the alternate stream.
Yeah, you can see there too. Good camaraderie there between Falcons and OG as well. I mean, it was a tight match there. Game 1 was close. Game 4 was a little bit until towards the end where things really started to fade away. But again, OG also being able to take, I believe it was Game 3. But Falcons, I mean, they set the tone, they set the temperature in the room, and they are here to show that they're ready to play. Roas defensively still looking strong. Khalir's offensively. TRK being able to do a little bit of everything if needed to. This is a full, well-rounded Falcons roster. There's no question why they're the one. They are the best team in MENA going into this. I'm not gonna say well, they are one of the best teams. They are definitely the best team in MENA right now.
Yeah, I was excited to see the Falcons defense now that they can go up against teams with different play styles and different levels of offenses, and OG had them sweating for sure. It's OG that started with the lead, and then that got closed out. Then you had some defensive fumbles by OG that cost them in overtime and some early goals, and Falcons, there was no signs of slowing down from them.
No, yeah, no signs. There was a little bit of uncomfortableness that we saw out of them, a couple of mistakes there. But the fact that they're able to clean things up is going to be a great sign as the Swiss stage continues. We're talking about multiple rounds of Swiss being played over multiple days, and of course the crowd. So when you look at teams like this, you need to be able to perform and adapt at the highest level, and Falcons showing that they can do just that.
This was such a fun match to watch, though, seeing everyone collide on a big stage. Well, I guess smaller stages on the side here before the crowd days come up, because that's when the pressure is on. But I'm excited to hear from Team Falcons and their thoughts on how Swiss is going. Let's go check in with Leaf.
Team Falcons lighting it up. I'm now down here
with
it's
Sandstorms.
Squad. I'm hoping to get some insight. I want all the secrets. First off, I want to talk about the qualifiers coming into this. Absolutely phenomenal, sweeping the entire thing. I mean, I guess, does that set expectations coming into this? Is there a weight to continue to perform?
اول شيء بنحب نرحب بالكوتش دحوم مدرب فريق فالكونز في البطوله. اول شيء مبروك على الفوز، وحابين ناخذ رايك. اول شيء مبدئيا تصفيات المينا قدرتوا تطلعوا من غير ما تخسروا اي سيريز، فهل هذا زاد الضغط عليكم خلال او خلينا نقول دخولكم بهاي البطوله، ولا كيف كان تجهيزكم؟
الله يبارك فيك يا حبيبنا، وطبعا هذا الشيء اننا فزنا سويبات اغلب الايام تعطينا دافع وثقه اننا نوصل ابعد مكان نقدر عليه في البطوله، تعطينا ثقه.
So performing as well as we did in the qualifiers really boosts our confidence and gives us the ability that we feel like we can do everything that we want in this tournament and hopefully take the title at the end.
Well, it's certainly looking like they can do whatever they want to do out here. And what makes you guys better? I know you can't probably give me the insights. I'll try to get them, but what makes you better than the rest of the region in MENA right now? What is it that separates you?
ايش الشغله اللي بتفرقكم عن الفرق الثانيه اللي موجوده عندنا في ريجن المينا؟
العمل الشاق واننا نلعب يوميا وناخذ كل جيم بجديه، يمكن هذا السبب اللي يخلينا نفرق عن البقيه.
We work hard every single day and we try to practice as much as we can and we take every single game that we play as seriously as possible.
That's great. That is a winner's attitude for sure. Now talk to me about the other team that's currently here at the Major as well. Rule 1. There's 2 spots for MENA now. Very exciting. Do you think they're going to make it out of Swiss though?
هل تقدر تتكلم عن الفريق الثاني الموجود بتمثيله لريجن المينا فريق رول 1؟ هل فكرك حيقدر يتمكن من التأهل من مرحلة السويس ولا ايش فكرك حيصير فيهم؟
ان شاء الله واثقين فيهم انهم يقدرون يتأهلون للبلاي اوفز، احنا معهم باذن الله.
We're supporting them in every way we can and we hope to see them qualify and make it through the Swiss stage as well.
For you guys specifically, has the team talked about it? Is there a big bad, a team specifically you want to be the ones to take down?
هل في أي فريق يعني أنتوا حاسين أنتوا اللي لازم تتخلصوا منهم، أنتوا اللي لازم تقصوهم من البطولة؟ هل في أي فريق براسك؟
لا الصدق بصراحة احنا نحترم كل الأتيام وندري ما في تيم وصل هنا لأنه كويس ويستاهل، فنحترم كل الأتيام وندخل بقوة.
We respect every single one of the teams that made it here. They made it here because they deserve to be here and we are giving them all their due respect and we'll see what they can do in the tournament.
That was a fantastic answer, by the way.
Did they say who that was?
Thank you guys for joining me. But we do have more Rocket League that we're going to need to get to. Coming up next, it's going to be Complexity versus Vitality. This is a big one. You don't want to miss it. Swiss
when they introduced them, did they say what his interpreter's name is?
Does that set expectations?
No, yeah, no signs. There was a little bit of uncomfortableness that we saw out of them, a couple of mistakes there, but the fact that they're able to clean things up is going to be a great sign as the Swiss stage continues. We're talking about multiple rounds of Swiss being played over multiple days, and of course the crowd. So when you look at teams like this, you need to be able to perform and adapt at the highest level, and Falcons is showing that they can do just that.
This was such a fun match to watch, though, seeing everyone collide on a big stage. Well, I guess smaller
at the highest level.
To this, absolutely phenomenal. Team Falcons lighting it up. I'm now down here with whom coach of the squad. I'm hoping to get some insight. I want all the secrets. First off, I want to talk about the qualifiers coming into this. Absolutely phenomenal, sweeping the entire thing. I mean, I guess, does that set expectations coming in?
That'd be maybe under the Team Falcons.
You know, Gen G of course did have their.
Gen G.
You know, Gen G of course did have their couple of hiccups in the Swiss stage online. They lost a couple of series, one in the first event, one in the second event to M80 over in North America. So they're not perfect when it comes to Swiss stage. They did lose a couple times, but overall, much like G2, they are very strong against teams they're supposed to beat. They've really separated themselves from the rest of the pack, with G2 and Gen G being on top, and of course Gen G being the champions of the most recent event, beating G2 twice. So they are peaking at the right time. Their trajectory is phenomenal, and they should come away with a win here if all goes according to plan for Gen G.
Oh yeah, these are huge favorites in this series and even in the entire event. We're going to start out with round number 1. We've got Power versus Gen G, Mobile One Racing going up against each other. North America's number 1 versus OC.
To Manfield Night we go for game 1. Can Power produce the result that OCE have been looking for many years now? Will it just be another sad day at the office? So it's a tough start against Gen G, the current online champions for North America. First killer collects the ball in defense, looks to stall some time here before moving things forward. We do have Torsos in the Dominus today, one of his favorite cars all time to use. And I think Torsos might be the one who really popularized the Dominus, one of the players who popularized it back in the day in OCE.
Okay, well, you know what? I love that for him. Do what makes you most comfortable, especially going up against Gen G. I am a little curious. This first 30 seconds is looking a little tug-of-war between these two squads, but Power, they've had a couple opportunities. Jack's going to send this one back mid. Great control there from Banana Head, though, to try and keep this one out of his half, but it's Jack plowing through the defense. First killer's up next. He's going to take us one corner.
Yeah, a couple of intentional low 50s there, delayed 50s from apparently Jack. I think that could clearly be a game plan coming into this. They're trying to lose, quote-unquote, 50s of purpose. They're not losing them here, though, as Jack makes it 1-0, all past
Sorry,
middle.
Jack, I know I've kind of gotten quiet lately, man.
It's a very easy finish for apparently Jack. That's a huge
I gotta figure out some way to kind of
top of
boost the energy back up.
To send the ball center.
That's also an unfortunate bounce off of someone's car there that kind of just went perfectly center. So Gen G up by 1 in the early stages of game number 1 here. Can they turn it into 2? Fever gonna redirect this one mid. First killer, try to send this one back. Torsos trying to send himself forward for a shot here. Here comes Banana Head, and it's through. Power already tying things up.
Immediate response by OCE's #1, Banana Head up uncontested as the ball bounces back into the middle. And there's a bit of a gap there from Gen.G. You know, maybe the left side of the goal, the right side covered, but not the middle where Banana Head's goal has gone. So just over a minute in, and now we've got a chance for Power to get back into attack because it's chip middle. It's easily for first killer though. Actually, Jack gonna say no, thank you. That's my ball, and look for Chronic on the transition. Now, I'm very curious to see if Gen.G will try and do what G2 did. You know, just sitting back a little bit, letting Power come to them. I don't know if that'll be a good idea. This team they look aggressive out the gate. I think you need to fight the midfield against teams like this.
Yeah, I think definitely playing the bait and wait game if you're Gen.G might not entirely be in her favor because, like you said, Power is coming out seemingly aggressive, and well, it's not aggressive with no chance of an opportunity. It's aggressive with shots on target that are threatening, forcing these saves out of Gen.G. OCE, they've come to Copenhagen to
I tried telling y'all Power looked good, man.
We had a chance
I said it on the
after the game that just finished. 0-3.
Said it on the Meltdown podcast.
And they weren't too upset. They're looking at it as a promising start where they didn't get completely outmatched. They looked like they were supposed to be there. And that's what Power are doing as well. Is actually, they're going to take the lead here. What shot by Banana Head to completely catch Gen.G sleeping.
I love this.
Oh, what a pre-flip. That's outrageous by Banana Head. Chronic had no idea.
Power beating Gen.G.
He had no idea. Oh my goodness, Power have officially taken a lead on Gen.G here in game #1.
Bro, NA is going to be in fucking shambles, dog.
Here.
Well, this must be a shock for Gen.G, a shock for North America, and a welcome upset waiting to happen for OCE. They've got another open net, but it's bounced horribly for them, and luckily they've got multiple players queuing up to shoot that. We had a jump covering high in case that ball does bounce. I think it's Fever actually, yeah, covering high, and it does just go straight back to Banana Head, who makes it 3.
I love this. Listen, if there was a team every single time that you can't out, it's honestly, it's these OCE squads. But Power, after the performance that they had in their own region throughout all 3 qualifiers, undefeated, looking to keep the streak alive here in game #1 at least against Gen.G. But huge props to Banana Head, man. He has been all over the place. I think he scored 2 of the 3 goals.
Yeah, it might be 3,
at least that was his hat. No, that was his hat trick.
Well, I mean, what a start for Banana Head in his first ever LAN match for Power. That's an incredible.
And another one?
For a 4th here.
Oh my god! Bro,
what on earth is happening?
Banana Head is here. He's a land boy. Power are still going, and Banana Head is him.
I don't believe this. I mean, Gen.G must be completely shocked at what just happened to them because they are not being given any respect. That's a half-flip kickoff as well by Power to set up a passing play. I mean, they're bringing everything to the table here. They're locked in. Can Gen.G hit them on the transition? Chronic backboard double downwards and in. What a shot to bring it back to 2.
Chronic said, everybody sit down. Let me show you who I am. I can still do what I do. And on low boost, still managed to get that angle on them. Gen.G, they're only down by a half. 2 goals to catch up here in game #1. But Power, in specifics, Banana Head, the one to try and beat.
Again, the half-flip kickoff going to possession play as a priority here, but it does end up in the back corner. You know, that's really the key there for that strategy, so you need to stay calm. The ball will end up in your back corner a lot, but you're fine. Oh, hold on.
Wow.
That's 5 for Banana Head.
Banana Head is on a rampage.
What a bounce, it just goes straight in. Chronic wasn't ready for it. He had boost, but he didn't think he was going to need to do any defending anytime soon. 5 for Banana Head. Who predicted that?
CJ, maybe?
I don't even
think CJ did it. We need to check those.
Look at the confidence of Banana Head with the pre-jump challenge. Banana Head again going forward. I mean, it's all go, go, go for Power. They have not sat back and given the midfield, but they've conceded here. I mean, when you go forward like this, constantly just ramming your cars into the ball, you are going to give openings. And that was a great fake, actually, by Gen G. Fever didn't read it, and Torsos couldn't cover it. 1:06 to go. Power ahead by 2.
You know Gen G is starting to lock in when these fakes are going to start getting pulled out here. That was an incredible one to give Gen G just an ounce of momentum at this point. Chronic tried to get the clear. Banana Head keeps it orange side from the corner. From one end to the other. You got less than a minute to find 2 goals of your Gen G, and Chronic's going to try and get one of them. From the sidewall, pass center, nothing prevails as Power are able to keep Gen G at bay. 42 seconds left. Torsos with a clear upfield. This one's gonna go in.
Wow.
Fever's gonna steal it for himself, because why not? And Power are up 6-3 in game 1.
And you know, Banana Head's been robbed of his goal participation 100% there. See, he was the one who got that infield pass there to Torsos. I mean, Fever obviously wants to get on the score sheet as well. But what a game by Power. This is an unbelievable result. Can they hold on to it though? Because now here come Gen G again, and Power, if one thing, you know, you can't criticize them for, they're giving away a lot of chances when they've got comfortable leads. It seems like they've, you know, got one game plan today, and that is to attack, attack, attack. And, you know, that is definitely going to give Gen G opportunities.
Oh yeah, Gen G definitely is trying to search and create for anything for themselves right now. This one's gonna pop up. A bump might allow first killer, a double, a triple touch towards that net, but it's not even on target at that point. 8 seconds left to go here, and there is just not enough time. Power take down Gen G in game number 1 in probably the most dominating fashion we've ever seen from OCE on LAN.
I mean, this is incredible, because they've not come in here and collected goals from Gen G, you know, complete mistakes, and you know, they've really gone and outplayed them in these opportunities. Banana Head, especially looking back to that pre-flip goal where he completely surprised Chronic. Chronic thought that was going back corner. Banana Head pre-flips under it, gets it on target. I mean, 823 points for Banana Head in regulation. And the rest of the team they were not bad at all. I mean, the Banana Head got all the goals, but what a team performance by Power. They came in confident, and they showed that if you can produce your best play as OCE number 1, that's good enough to take down just about anyone.
Oh, for sure. I'm still in awe of Banana Head's performance. I think probably a lot of the OCE fan base was curious, you know, if this roster move was a good one, if he was going to start it.
That's crazy.
Because this is kind of like a first killer roster move for OCE, right?
It is, yeah, it is.
They're still not up on Vitality Complexity, so we're going to stay here.
I mean, what?
That is probably the stillest I've ever seen that.
I mean, they've got to be a bit confused right now. I mean, they've obviously not looked past Power. They're a smart team. They know that you need to, you know, really give every team the respect they deserve. But they came in here trying to control the game, trying to keep it clean, and that's just not what Power are about. Power are just going full chaos and making it difficult for Gen G to get comfortable. Can Power keep it up though? One game on the board. Here we are in game 2, and it's Banana Head again with the irritable bump. Great save by Chronic. I mean, the intentions are clear. They are just going for it every time. Power are not holding back.
They are absolutely not. I feel like the description I gave Pioneers in their earlier series, it's OCE showing up to Copenhagen with the most respectful amount of disrespect you could give the top teams in the North American region, right?
Yeah.
It's no question that they're coming into here ready to fight for their lives, and that's exactly what they're doing. The fact that they've caught Gen G off guard, though, is massive.
Yeah, Banana Head is actually tied, apparently, Jack's all-time 1-game goal record for an RLCS LAN game. So that's not a bad time to pop off. You know, he had chances to make it 6 even, so it really is an incredible 1 game there by Power. In a minute into game 2, they are still in offense. Banana Head corner double, doesn't go on target, doesn't get the contact. And it looks like it is going to be Gen G opening the scoring as Power overstepped the mark.
Where was the defense on this one?
Yeah, they committed. I mean, they're sending everything again. They are just absolutely full sending it. So it's going to happen. You're going to concede if you do this against a team like Gen G. But Power's game plan obviously is just to score even more.
Here comes Jack. This one over to the sidewall here. He's going to carry it from the ceiling. Uses his flip forward. Chronic's going to get met in the sky. This one getting driven by Power towards that net there. Another shot coming out from Banana Head, the man that is probably terrified Gen G the most throughout this series and caught them off guard. Here comes Banana Head again. This one, incredible last-second save from that crossbar.
Apparently Jack just getting up to contest that aerial play as Gen G's boost ran out for a second there. And now it's Gen G on the attack. Fever does well as third to keep them on lock there. Gen G looking a little bit more like the Gen G we expected here. Able to control the pace this series, able to control power for the most part so far in this second game.
Yeah, they're looking pretty strong on this one. I feel like Gen G, they just want to slow things down a little bit, regain that control. Nice flick over one, the save with the follow-up comes through. That's a first killer follow if I've ever seen one. Gen G up 2-0.
Again, it's Jack with the ground game, flick on target. Fever didn't have enough boost really there at the end to get the necessary adjustment. Saves the initial shot, but didn't get the ball clear. And Gen G in control in the second game. It's a chance to open up for Banana Head. He decided to right ahead, go for the bump on Chronic. Now it's another Gen G counter attack. Well, what will Power do with a goal deficit? If I had to guess, they're going to absolutely throw everything at Gen G, including the kitchen sink.
Yep, I absolutely agree with that one. They tried it in the early stages of game number 2. I think now would probably be a better time to go with that game plan here, but an attempt to clear this one now gets sent back almost immediately.
Step out of the microwave here in a minute, but I want to come in and at least check in on this. Looks like Gen G's at least coming back in game 2, eh?
Extend that lead if possible, or at least just hold off Power from, you know, staying in their own half.
Yeah, this is the exact response that Gen G needed after a disastrous game 1. So, yeah, they're still getting chances, they're still taking chances, but they're keeping Power completely at bay. Tarsos actually getting bumped back into the ball there. That was an attempted bump by Tarsos. He instead gets knocked forward. Banana Head now looks to pinch it middle. Does so. Nearly catches Gen G. Gen G again able to get behind the ball. Keep the scoreline at 2-0.
Here comes Chronic. We saw a double from him earlier. That opened things up for Gen G. Can he do it again? First killer up next. That's the player that I've been waiting to see kind of wake up a little bit. I feel like first killer is such a great initiator for
Gen G's winning here.
In times like this, even though I know tying up a series
Is we
isn't
in game 1 yet?
for Gen G, but they're not really accustomed to it.
And you know,
Gen G has done a good better job here shutting down their offense, though.
Gen G
worth noting.
Are fixing theirs as we speak. Power, I think, will be pretty happy with one game. I think if you told them today you're going to get a game, I don't think they'd be too disappointed against a team like Gen G. But now that they've got that game, I'm sure they want more. Can they get more? It's a minute to go. And Banana Head's actually pre-jumped there. Looked more like a double commit that they improvised very well, but they have overextended again. And apparently Jack makes it 3-0 on the counter.
Yep, Gen G just kind of letting Power push forward and then immediately starting those transitions. It's just one long, clear, on target Gen G. They find themselves an open net. 3-0 on this one. 3 goals unanswered to by Power, which kind of comes in as a little bit of a shock compared to game number 1. They felt
what
like
a touch!
So quickly. That was an insane long read.
Nice shot for Torso, so that's why.
Yeah, that had to go in. Instead, it's going to be the other way for Chronic. Crossbar pitch
Well,
save attempt.
good response from Gen G.
Given him a save, but it's gone.
NA fans would be feeling a little better.
It's 4-0 Gen G in game 2.
Oh my gosh, what a powerful flick too.
All right, looks like they should be done here.
I mean,
they got to be heading to the hype chamber, right?
To save his
No!
Great effort.
I think he needed to, pinch it off the other side of his own crossbar to even have a chance. I think he maybe did
that angle just a little bit rougher than you would have wanted.
Yeah, the follow through own goal technically, but I mean they've gone for it at the end here. They've lost more goals, but at the end of the day, I don't think this will bother Power too much. They're all smiles as they can see the 5th goal. Tarsos, they're backboarding it. Very creative back pass there by Tarsos. It doesn't materialize for them. This is exactly what Gen G needed, because after game 1, I'm sure they were a little bit confused as to what was going on, and now they've shut Power out. Can they keep that clean sheet for another 27 seconds?
I feel like the safe answer is yes, but you never know. They're gonna try to turn it
Gen G is running it up. Holy snakies.
Yeah, what a pass this was to go middle to Chronic. Apparently Jack did a great job.
I'll go get little man his stuff out of my clip.
Team Vitality have not lost an RLCS LAN yet since the iteration of this roster, but we will see. They struggled in their online regionals leading up to this major, and Complexity I've talked to them before getting into the series. They felt confident. All eyes on Dorito as this series kicks off.
So far, both these teams got to feel each other out in match one. Because Vitality feel like they got a lot of flack. Like, teams have been figuring them out. Yeah, sure, stop feeding the ball to Zen, but this is still a Super Saiyan team when it comes to the world stage. But this has been a highly contested match to predict. I think a lot of people think complexity can make them sweat, but this is early.
Bro, imagine if Sam goes 2-0, especially playing against Vitality here.
Way through Dorito on the offense. Bates talked about that on the desk. He's been usually that third pillar, but now has been stepping up to give complexity some options on the front end.
Rotation's been sound. I just saw Redosin take a midfield boost away from Dorito. Dorito's back in net here with 12. The CRR is trying to set the tone here, but does pick up a demo on Alpha. Looking at Zen, not really going to be able to do too much with that, so leaves it for Redosin. Zen leading in stats here on at least Team Vitality, as even he has been really stepping up, but it hasn't been enough for Vitality. He's been doing a lot here on the ball in events leading up to this particular major. We'll see if they end up changing up their play style in round one. Lots of time for both teams as you're seeing things get really close here. Dorito trying to play this one high off the ceiling. Zen will clear it into the corner.
Not today.
Rainbow will try to keep it in play for now.
Yeah, complexity cycling well between each other. And there's so much hype behind the duo of Razeball and CR. Been together for years. And how does Dorito fit into this lineup since HAG? We don't want to think back at what happened to Complexity the last time they faced Vitality. They want to erase that
CRR counterattack?
CR wants to erase that defense. He came in with a lot of speed. As Complexity keep Vitality on their toes as the ball is free. Redosin goes forward, wanted to bump into CRR. Razeball picks it up and sends it away as Dorito races forward. Had the boost to keep up, but Zen catches it first.
Here we go, Dorito back to Razeball. Razeball picks this one up off the back wall, uses all of his boost to force a 50 between him and Redosin. There's Dorito, sends this one straight to Zen. Good 50 there on the line, and the Bull will clear this one all the way down. You see Alpha trying to take his time here.
Complexity's playing Vitality really close right now. Like, neither team like really getting to establish an offense so far.
On the side of Complexity, this one definitely a lot closer than I think most people had going in.
Yeah, a lot of challenges coming out of that back third and making it difficult to register those shots in the process, but goes up to Zen. And now, with that demo, Vitality have space, they have time, and you cannot let this guy go off the ceiling. Sierra knows Zen can pull off crazy things, but this goes to Redosin. A down low double commit, and managing to slow it down to scoop this out of their net. Complexity make the save. Redosin goes off the ceiling, forces
This is so much closer than everyone was expecting.
And Vitality are ramping up, and Complexity are keeping
What a challenge.
Jeez, there it is. All right.
Zen, aggressive challenge pays off big for Vitality. You see the initial challenge coming through. CR trying to control the ball, but the touch gets away from him, and Zen pinches it right off of Christian's car into the net. Vitality with the first goal.
It's about time. First shot, one goal, execution.
I was not ready for that. I wasn't ready for that.
I know.
You did a little wiggle and everything.
I know, I do my little dance. No one gets to see it on camera. It's okay, though. But hey, CR giving them a chance off the back wall. Great protection, though, from Redosin. Razeball wins that. Kind of seeing where this lands, doesn't have a ton of boost to work with. Playing off the back wall, getting Vitality to jump for it. Goes back, Dorito forced to turn around as Complexity search for that first goal. And this midfield is a toss-up. Vitality there first, a shot. Dorito was already back, and he makes the save.
Good clearance there, too, from Dorito, getting it right to CRR. CRR, good flippers there, trying to find Razeball. Great challenge there, forcing Vitality's defense, who's also in a really tough spot. Redosin got a great touch in order to kind of keep this one in play. Otherwise, it would have been a free shot and probably a goal there for Complexity. 50 seconds, and you're starting to see things get a little bit awkward on that back wall, but Zen remains patient. Does get a nice flip reset forward as well to push this ball to the blue half. But as we approach time ticking down, Complexity, they've got to get going.
36 seconds. Dorito just tipping it forward just to buy time for him to rotate back on the defensive end, and it's a good catch. Vitality, they can play fast, and they're getting comfortable as Alpha goes for the pinch, gets assistance from his teammate, but Vitality can't
Complexity, though, I mean, their defense has looked solid. What has it, only been 2-3 shots from Vitality?
Razeball needs CR to go for the clear, and Dorito Oh, that ball was too far forward, but he could still make a play. No, Redosin takes it up high to the ceiling, but to the
It ain't
back
over
row,
yet.
read by Alpha and Zen.
Oh,
together to get
it's
this away
over.
from Complexity, and this has been as close as it gets. And having to cross all the way to the orange half is difficult. Redosin makes the
We saw before it was a 6-0 game if you were missed game number 2 between these
All right,
two
Gen G's
teams,
bounced
so
back a little bit.
looking a little bit more successful for now.
Yeah, and that life from the power offense has kind of dwindled. They need someone to step up huge here. You know, it was Banana head in game 1 with all the goals, but good news for Power is they are an OCE super team where you've got 3 quality players who can all make their own plays. There is Banana head looking to 50 it downwards towards Fever, who scored some of the best goals to ever come out of OCE. It's back towards
tried
Torsos.
hitting
He
it
goes
low,
behind the
just
goalie,
it's
but also wide of the
wide.
net.
That was probably the closest Power have gotten to having an opportunity to getting on that board in this game here. They're gonna try it again though. Torsos trying to set up the infield, not quite. It's first killer taking it away. Over Fever, pass over to Jack and through Gen G. Continue to extend their lead.
And again, it's the third man going. So now Gen G know this is coming.
All right, so Gen G's looking alright. They're looking alright. They've woken up here.
Totally solved the Power puzzle that game 1.
They are still a strong team, but only by 1 goal is still a close game 1.
Right, and there's definitely room here for adjustments for Complexity, and we'll end up seeing that here as we get Forbidden Temple loaded up. Will they be able to make some changes? Although that they end up losing that game 1, it is only by just an errant challenge there coming out of CR.
Chat, how's everyone feeling, man? Happy Thursday.
Doesn't really happen too
I know we
often.
started late
Didn't really
earlier
show
today, so I
any
appreciate y'all
real
coming through and
weakness on
vibing
the side of
regardless.
Complexity. And I mean, it's just a close score line in general.
I know I
so
haven't
we
been
get game
the
2
most
underway.
busy, but your boy's
We'll
been,
see if there's any
or I know I haven't
adjustments
been the most active as far as content over on YouTube lately, but your boy's been busy, man. I was talking about it earlier. I had 13 pieces of content this month I've put out that aren't like on my channel.
What the desk talked about was Dorito.
Talk about adjustments. Hey, give Dorito the ball. That's a great start. A lot of eyes on him, and he's putting on a show.
Nice
First
goal.
goal for Complexity
That was really good.
right off the kickoff.
1-0 for Complexity. First goal of the series. As everyone's running into each other, now Alpha's in the picture. There's a big old sandwich off a kickoff, but CR tries to lead that charge. Raise ball bumping out of the nets, and it's just magic.
Look at that, CR, just a great challenge. Gets that 50 out of Redosin. The Bull says, here, come here, Alpha. Let me talk to you. You're not getting that save. And Complexity up by 2 back-to-back goals off the kickoff.
Love that CR and Raiseball working together to make the space if there isn't any to have. Shoving them out of the way into the goal is crazy. Great start out of Complexity to bounce back off the ceiling. Look, even Doritos already off the back wall. Got everyone for Vitality dancing.
Raiseball? He almost. He was looking for it.
In time, and Vitality unbury themselves from that hole. And the counter attack from Vitality was almost scary too.
Yeah, and Vitality now just trying to pick things back. They have to start this game off from behind by 2 in a game where they only scored 1 off of just a good 50-50. We'll see how things change here for Vitality. Are they going to get things going? Redosin, I mean, that first touch, the ball got so far away from him, so he had to play a 50 out. So ball now still in Complexity's position. Alpha had to play from inside the net, and now he's trying to get a flick downfield. Doesn't work out. Raiseball gets 1 touch before demoed, and Zen will control this one. Has Alpha in the wing, but takes his time getting there. Alpha can't go for it anymore. Tries to go back there on defense, but even he's getting bumped. So much more physicality coming out of Complexity here as they're trying to increase the scoreline.
I love that Complexity are going for demos to not let Vitality generate too much momentum, and especially speed. That is what Europe is known for. And Complexity have kept them locked to that orange half as Dorito wanted to pinch it down below the defense. Vitality break out of their own half.
Ooh, shot? I like it though, back and forth.
For this, but managed to rotate in time before Complexity's counterattack had an open net. And off the back wall, Zen will not be flustered, and Complexity still hold the lead.
Yeah, but Complexity are connecting on so many bumps here. Redosin, oh, almost had a good
counter
lane
attempt
there
for
the shot,
Raiseball,
just missed
especially
the
off the demo.
Raiseball trying to take this all the way around, gets it to
Nice.
CR, and gets another goal for Complexity.
fist bumps all around. Complexity, their counterattacks is something you have to worry about. Beautiful double tap from Razebull to set up CRR for success.
All right, looks like Complexity's taking game number 2. Let's go ahead and tune into game 4 for Power Gen G. Gen G take this. They move on. Power has the potential to force the first game 5 of Swiss.
Not really anything to worry about.
Here in our one of our last 2 series.
Fever produced a good
of round 1.
Another long-range air dribble turns into an air dribble bump pass. A play that's become a whole lot more popular this season. And again, an opportunity, half a chance to power this crossbar to the rescue for Gen G.
That was it. That was the beginning of what looks like it could be the potential in game number 4 for Power here. But this one looking a little bit more reminiscent of games 2 and 3. You're getting sent back into your own half, but finally Power breaking out for time at being Gen G, trying to slow things down, stay in control. This one off the backboard. Maybe Torsos can keep it going. Low on boost. Most you can do is just take another touch, but Gen G take it back.
Yeah, not really too much going on there for Torsos. Now first kill with the air dribble. Jack's bumping the goalie, and it's in with the double tap. I mean, that is going to be one of the most difficult plays to save all weekend. One of those 2 things by themselves will be quite hard, but to dodge the bump and try to save first killer's double, too difficult. It's Gen G get an 11th unanswered goal.
They looked so good during that. You can feel the momentum that Gen G has throughout this series. It's just ever increasing against this Power squad right now. And really, you're doing everything you can, right? But it feels like nothing quite seems to be enough to answer to what Gen G has thrown at you.
Yeah, and then if you're going to come back and win this, you need to be so careful of it. They've overextended again. Jack flip resets versus the open net, and I'm sure all the apparently Jack
maybe
fans
he's a
will
little
be
slow out the
delighted to see
gates
that, because he does have some problems with open nets on some videos of his. Quite a lot of videos of his, actually, but not that one. 2-0 Gen G, and again, Power just don't have the defensive rotations coming in time. They've kind of just, gone full send again, and it hasn't worked. 12 unanswered goals and counting for Gen G Mobile 1.
Yep, just looking to continue to extend it. Maybe 13 here.
Wow.
Comes in from Chronic. The double off the sidewall.
I think you might have even tripled this.
I think it tripled.
Wow.
That's ridiculous placement by Chronic, and Power just look like an absolute shadow of their game 1 selves. What on earth has gone wrong for them? What a step up from Gen G, a merciless performance as they ruthlessly continue to score. Surely it is a goal for Power. That was very nearly off the post and out, but Fever slots it. Back post approach. Catches Gen G completely.
All right.
Do not need to,
that's the turnaround they
my
need. Come
goodness,
on,
that was
boys.
terrifying, but it does.
Let's make this thing interesting.
It does find its way through, but yeah, that one felt a little bit too close for comfort as far as Power is concerned. 3 minutes left to go. Chronic back to that backboard. Torsos has him red. Second touch going down. Here comes the rest of Power trying to clear this out of their own half, but Jack says no, this one is here to stay. Clear from the sidewall into the mid, pass over to himself. This one goes dead ball, and first killer there to collect. Over 1, can he get past 2? Not quite.
Well, Power still have plenty time in this game. They need to be the most disciplined version of themselves, a version we've not really seen today. I don't think I would describe Power's performance as disciplined in any of the games, even the one they've won. Banana Head's free jump, apparently Jack and first killers play there, but Chronic, one of the best third men in the world, cleaning up the pieces. And now here come Power again. They're all in the same corner though, so really, if they do center that ball,
I would say who's there,
Jill
at home.
Middle to get on the end of it. Again, Power very same side with their attack. They're not spreading themselves out and making it difficult for Gen G to keep them at bay.
We've got less than 2 minutes on the clock here to find 2 goals, tie things up. Attempt to take it to game 5. I mean, we talked about it before the series started. This isn't a bad position for Power to be in. Even 2 goals down, you got 1:45. It's not impossible. Just got to be a little bit quicker than where you have been for now. And there's Fever slowing things down a bit, but transition comes through from Gen G.
Yeah, tough read there for Fever. Kind of got behind the ball a bit. And Gen G not having a hard time stopping these attacks. That's a great recovery.
Power's just playing so slow right now.
Push the ball to a teammate. patience on the challenge by First Killer as well. Dispossesses Banana Head, allows Jack to come
Like, it
into
just
the
felt like
play.
they were playing a faster
And
game
here just
in game 1.
passing the ball beautifully in defense.
I don't know if it's just like they
Might have
lost
caught winning
confidence,
series for them from this moment.
which I'm sure there's probably some of that.
and truly are. You're just playing time, slowing things down, letting Power attempt to play their game right. Banana Head wanted to find the read on that one, but gets bumped off the play. 1 minute left on the clock. Here comes First Killer, pass over to Chronic. This one doesn't find its way through. Power's still alive in this. Torsau's up next. Can he get over Jack? He does. Pass over to 1. 2 touches off the backboard. Banana Head to follow up as the third. And Power cannot get past Gen G.
Yeah, better attack there by Power, getting everybody involved, but they just can't get the goal at the end of it all. Just 1 goal to show for all of their time in this game, in the last 2 combined. 30 seconds left, and they continue to trail by 2.
25 seconds on the clock. You're pretty much just
That's
extending your
over,
lead at this
chat. All right,
point.
let's go check in on game 3 over here. Just started between Complexity and Vitality.
Well, as he again tried to put on another shot there, didn't really register.
Let's get it.
Not afraid.
What up, Muzz? How you doing, buddy?
So much physicality and complexity. Are you kidding me? Like, it's been 10 seconds. They had a demo. 2 bumps ensued. Vitality, they stay composed. Radosin tries to go up high, and he gets challenged. It's picked up by Raze, but was kind of awkward off the wall. But CRR's attention gets called, and Complexity not too threatened off the rip.
I mean, they look decent in game 2. I mean, they even look good in game 1. They held, what, Vitality to the 1 goal? So, like...
Zen wants to keep the pressure here. You see CRR taking control. Demo in the back. Is Alpha will take out Raze Bull and Vitality.
I've kind of been surprised at how many sweeps he'd had in the first round of Swiss, not gonna lie. Hopefully that means we get less throughout the rest of the brackets.
Threatening for Complexity, who have been in the perfect position to make a play.
Yeah, Vitality don't seem to be able to get away with too many solo plays, but Raze Bull and Dorito laying down the red card.
How's your Thursday going, Muzz?
Right at the box. As Alpha sends it back, and all of Complexity running for the hills to catch up to Vitality as they cross up in the ceiling.
Oh my God!
The double tap.
Oh my goodness! What a save!
Just has to maintain this for Vitality. They get boost and they go again. That's the Vitality pressure you have to start worrying about if you're Complexity. But now CR catches a long pass. Broken up by Radosin, and Raze Bull can't clean it up.
Wait, it's open!
But it goes right to CR!
Hey, CRR, let's go. Touring Vietnam. Hey, that's what's up.
The play. He jumps into the net. There's a 50, and then he just leaves and goes for boost, and that's wide open. No one's there, and CR just
How long have you been there?
Complexity with the first goal here, but that was very interesting there on the side of Vitality. Now they have to play from behind once again.
And that's what I was worried about, but also impressed by with Complexity's offense in their region. When they're on offense, when they're feeling it, they're all going. That pushes Dorito out of the way.
Save.
That got scary. It's Vitality still being aggressive. Oh, that almost came out. To Zen to take the shot a little too fast. Radosin trying to measure this well, and he's got.
Bro, Sam looking nice right now.
The ceiling wants the ground pinch, and Complexity's defense holds on.
Like Furia looked really good earlier.
Pass to Alpha Zen trying to put a testing shot, and it gets through. Vitality tied things up at the halfway point.
I thought the double came. I thought that was gonna pitch out. My jaw is always on the floor. Zen with a shot that I thought Complexity were gonna be able to save, so it brings Vitality to tie 1-1.
Gotta watch the kickoff here. Light sheet, but doesn't work out. CRR now able to pick this one up. See Alpha.
Kind of feel like that one was on me. Not gonna lie.
Vitality trying to, again, get control of that midfield. They've been so strong where they do have space in the midfield and they're on the ball. We've seen Alpha, who should have, honestly, that play that he made should have resulted in a goal. It should be 2-1.
All right, Zen's in the air. Is he over CRR? Looks like he is.
Again, even him trying to lead block for Zen. Shot, get his pass to Raze Bull. Vitality on the stretch.
We didn't get to see that player back.
If you're in his way, he will move you by force and gets the bounce, reads it perfectly.
Got just enough on a Raze Bull, but not much.
Absolutely incredible. He's made an impact this game and has been well noticed, but so is also Alpha and Rado here. Vitality is Rado. Got the flip.
Dorito came from Spain, I think, right?
3-1.
Said y'all talk too much about Zen, and
Was on the G1 roster last year.
Wins the challenge, has the reset. Raze will try to pinch it down, but Redosa's just better, just quicker. Going into the half, 3-1 for Vitality as a statement to make, especially after a 4-2 loss to Complexity in game 2. Now it's a kickoff favoring Complexity. Going high, using the bounces off the wall, but Zen's playing back and he reads it well, makes the space, but how do they transition this to an offense?
That's the thing. I mean, right now, midfield has been a very big challenge here for Complexity. Again, when Vitality get that space, they've just been able to not only continue to, you know, develop these great infield plays and even try to make the defense uncomfortable.
So it looks like this one kind of similar to the Gen G game. Once
have their own individual
the
plays.
team we were all expecting decided was going to win, decided to wake up.
So their full package
Looks a lot different.
Complexity have to get in front of that and stop them. We'll see what they can do. A minute 15 to go. Raze Bull, pinch on there off the back wall. Redosa's there to meet the TRR in the corner as this one goes all the way towards Ratto. Again, he gets control right on that blue side. Dorito, free ball, just gets a light touch, but can't follow. Doesn't have the boost. Still was able to get a 50 on the play to slow down Vitality, but it's not Vitality who needs to slow down. It's Complexity who needs to get going. And Zen with another demo on the back end. Dorito, I mean, no, CRR again with the demo himself, but Complexity, the ball still on their own half. They've got less than a minute to score 2, and Vitality are doing everything in their power to stop them.
CR running out of boost. Dorito has to head back, and Raze Bull steps up, and Complexity flooding in, because that's what it's been taking for Complexity to score, but Zen is the reset off the cross. Alpha wants a shot, Dorito reads it in time and makes the stop. But stops is not all you can do. 25 seconds, Complexity need to score if they want to send us into overtime or more. But Vitality, they picked up the pace of game and have exposed and forced more mistakes out of Complexity. Now CR mixed up off the ceiling. Raze Bull pass it to CR, tries to cut it left, didn't get enough power on the ball. Vitality slow it down and keep Complexity trapped in their own end, as Vitality will be picking up.
I did.
Almost one for
definitely the baptism by fire, as Greybeard mentioned. But I do think Limitless showed some mental toughness.
The Vitality of old. Zen again,
and you know they were able to pick up some goals that maybe some things for them to pick up going into their second round matchup. Kind of wish they would have been able to steal themselves a game,
but that's where Alpha really did kind of shine.
What you gonna do, you know?
And Alpha getting 2 demos there, but also Alpha again, that one almost triple tap play that we ended up seeing in the highlights there. And Complexity, it just felt like the team that they ended up playing in game 2 was not there. It was a different Vitality. It was world championship level Vitality. We did end up seeing that mistake that led to the first goal, but it was almost as if that woke Vitality up.
But yeah, I'm East Coast as to where Pyro's more West Coast, so it's not so early for me in the morning. It starts it's still 9 a.m. when it starts for me.
I can't try. I know French, but I can't translate that. My bad.
But I also start my days most days at 3, 4 a.m. So
able to
9
break
a.m.
up the passes from Complexity is now
crazy
the pace
for me.
of play is picked up as the series goes on. So Complexity. Vitality demands perfection out of you to keep up with them, but also to execute your own offenses. In the previous game, a lot of the success from Complexity was off of the fast counterattacks, and now Vitality has been better at slowing them down and getting reestablished on their half.
Game 4, Vitality had an impressive showing on DFH. Complexity was on a run scoring-wise, but have been on a drought since. Now their backs are against the wall in round 1 of Swiss, and we'll see if they have what it takes here to try to force a game 5.
Dorito to CRR needing everything they can to play closer together, to make space, to transition down, to stop the challenges. I guess they just break through like that. First goal for Complexity.
CRR was off the play, immediately got the turn, looked for Alpha, got the bump, said see you later, and Dorito had an open lane. Great off-ball play from CRR. Again, they start things off here with the first goal.
Just so many passes out of Complexity in that moment. And the physicality that they really threatened Vitality with at the start, but Vitality respond with their own demos usually. But on that moment, not when their backs were against the wall. So an early lead This comes out to no, CR, Raise Bull, they communicate. Now, second touch, no, drops it to Dorito. But Vitality, no, Dorito's now an offensive threat. They're keeping their eyes peeled for everyone on this field as Alpha air dribble across. Now bumping Complexity back to their corner. They get all the space in the world to the hero of Zen to step up.
I mean, it was just so free for Zen. Radosin ended up starting this play off, going to the back end, trying to force Raise Bull in a tough spot. They forced a double commit as they tried to get the save out, and Zen had a free backboard for the double tap. He's not gonna miss those. We're all tied up.
Woo. This is close, and a kickoff, a fast one from Alpha and the Friends of Vitality. Radosin with the win against Dorito wants to drop this off and gets kind of mixed up, but has Complexity against the wall as they hope to transition this, and these counterattacks haven't been as fast as Raise Bull just sends it down to Radosin. Zen goes forward, bumps it to Dorito, and Radosin has shown up Alpha.
All right, Vitality finds a way to respond.
I was a little concerned after I saw the miss.
But yeah, caught the sorry, I was reading something about. But yeah, I caught the Limitless Karmine Corp game. I think they look decent.
Space, and that's Vitality's game plan. They
I'm gonna be interested to see what they do when they play against a team that maybe doesn't quite play as fast as Karmine Corp. I wasn't a big fan of them playing very passive. While I understand it, I think they needed to try and get more reps in playing more an aggressive play style. I just don't think that they are a counterattack team.
Getting in each other's way, but hoping to get into Raise Bull's way, and Complexity just need to find those.
Like obviously they're going to have to do that against faster teams, but like I just don't think that they should be sitting back. I think they need to be upping the tempo and forcing like
now Dorito to CRR and just a
more discomfort to the teams that they're playing against, even if they are slower.
Now you're giving the ball to Zen, and he has time to dribble, but not a ton of boost to work with. Drops it off to Complexity, who wait for the game to come to them, but they're still playing down by 1.
CRR plays this one towards the corner. You see Dorito, good 50 out of him. Alpha wants to pick this one up, take his time, gets it past Raise Bull. CRR last back, and he's flipping. They know he doesn't have boost. Alpha tries to get that one through, but good on CRR. It's a great touch to stop the shot from going top left corner. Complexity trying to get this ball out, but more demos are coming out for Vitality. More pressure and more scoring chances here. Chance there for Zen. Light touch looking for the follow, but Raise Bull is able to send it away for now.
Yeah, Vitality were on a 3-on-2, and Complexity still stayed composed and reestablished in the net. CR with the dribble as a defender, uses the back wall. Raise Bull in the midfield, ready to assist, but Vitality are too much to handle. CRR slows it down. Radosin off the side wall, wanting to bump CRR. Raise Bull sends it away. Vitality aren't threatened yet.
Ooh. CR trying to get that.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see who they get placed against because there aren't too many teams that have picked up a well. There to be actually at this rate 4 teams who have picked up a game, so they'll be playing against either Complexity. I guess it all depends on who's the highest seed that was. So they'll probably actually play Rule 1, which actually could be a favorable matchup for them.
Necessarily give Complexity an easy counter attack. That one drops, and no one really wants to go here for Vitality. It may have been too
because Rule 1 does play a slower style game.
Yeah, Zen was very consistent on the defense.
Like honestly, Rule 1's probably the one team. Them and like the Pioneers, like those are probably Pioneers kind of play like loose and kind of loosey, like risky sometimes. I think that the slower like counter style, like counterattack pace that Rule 1 plays would like fit well for Limitless.
That challenge to Zen, who's up against Dorito, and Complexity have held the wall so far, but how do they do now that Vitality are knocking on the door of a 3rd goal? Complexity need to bring the energy to their attacks that they were known for, but it's been tough to steal this ball away from Vitality. That will not let you get a 2nd or a 3rd touch. It drops down to Radosin. Great challenge out of Raise Bull, and
he can get there.
Couldn't get there.
CR tried to get there in time, but
I mean, so from my understanding, from like kind of the outside looking in, I think that like Falcons are like the Saudi org. So like they've probably offered him a better contract. It's a better like org to be associated with, like in MENA. Not just for RLCS, but esports as a general.
CR drops it straight down, forcing a double commit, but it's just not enough.
10 seconds left in the series on the line. Vitality have a 1-goal lead. CR with the race.
Kind of like how you see Karmine Corp has like a lot of like the French pride. Same thing with Vitality. Like that's kind of Falcons with.
And Raise Bull is in the air. CR's ready in the corner, bounces it out to Dorito.
Like their country.
Dorito takes shot at the goal line, and it doesn't
There
make
Kutchi's
it.
pride. Vitality's gonna win here.
Take the series.
Wow, so close there for Complexity. Shot at the end.
I wonder
This
how
time
long it's
blocked
gonna take for us to get the draws for round
round
two.
3-1.
And I wonder if that's something that they'll like discuss before actually moving into round 2, or if they'll just give us what our matchups are in our order.
You can start to really see just how things start to even flow, how Vitality, even despite Complexity being super physical, not necessarily folding under a lot of that pressure, and then also being physical on their own end as well, as they were able to transition constantly, have Complexity constantly on the back end and in really uncomfortable spots. Just goes to show you how when it's major time, Team Vitality still showing up on the stage where it matters most.
And this is a confidence setter match, especially for a team like Vitality. Maybe frustrated, maybe feeling like teams are starting to figure it out, but I saw so much creativity out of them. It's not just feed the ball to Zen, go do a solo mechie play, and then that's the series. They really had to flex, give the ball to Rados, and have Alpha find the rebound. It was all of Vitality committed to that offense, but not taking unnecessary risk. Zen would rather play back as a third man, be that consistent defensive saver, and then let Complexity come to them sometimes. And Complexity did a good job of slowing down Vitality's transitions, and then sometimes it happens, sometimes it didn't. And Complexity will have to think about this in their next match.
I think Complexity is still a decent. I mean, I think Complexity in a similar way like we've seen other teams. Like they played Vitality close, right?
They have their own pressure. As again, these are your world champions you're looking at. And they have shown that they still play at a world caliber level. What a start to the Swiss stage so far. And this is will continue to become something even more as the days progress. But let's take a chat with Fairy Peak. We'll go send it over to Leaf.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about who that would put Vitality against. One of the teams that
I am down here with Fairy Peak
won but
from
swept,
Vitality.
right?
It looked like you guys had a lot of emotion came out at the very end once you finally finished that series.
Yeah, because we started a bit low, like we didn't play our game at the start, and we got better and better and better, and at the end we are playing our game, so like all the frustration of the start, like gets got out like at the end of the game, so yeah.
What was it? Was it simply just that you guys weren't warmed up yet, or was there something that needed to be talked about in the series to switch?
I think it's a bit of both, because we know how to play, but it's just the first game of the major. You need to get used to the setup, to the whole LAN environment. So I think it was a bit of that, and also a bit of we need to like step up a bit, because at the start we weren't playing bad, but not good.
Right, yeah, that's true. Talk to me about Complexity then. I mean, you're saying that it was you guys that kind of need to warm up, but Complexity, of course, is a team that I think a lot of other teams are watching out for. What are they doing well that kind of kept you on your toes and made it sure that it wasn't an easy win?
Vitality trying to find that third star, chat.
Rushing team, like they rush a lot of balls.
Imagine they somehow pull it off, like they're the team that
so
takes down Carmine Corp in the end.
Your game, like they just gonna straight demo you every time, and you're just gonna get smashed. So after the first game, we're
Be
like,
kind of wild.
Okay, we need to step up, because if we don't step up, they're just gonna like just destroy us. So yeah, they're a really good team, and I think they will make it after the Swiss bracket.
Yeah, I wanted to know then for you, was there anything specific you said to rearrange during that? I mean, it looked like Zen started to really lock in specifically on that. Was there something said, or did it just kind of happen that he found his footing?
I mean, yeah, we said something, but it's part of the secrets, you know? Nah, I can't, sorry. But yeah, he stepped up a lot.
Looking just at you guys then, I don't know if you're looking this far forward. Obviously, the big bads is K-Corp. Everyone's looking to K-Corp right now. Do you guys feel you're ready yet? Do you feel like you're going to get there and you're still ramping up? Where do you feel the team is fitting? It's only day one right now. Are you still a little to go?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't play at our full potential still, but I think we are getting better and better after every matches. So I think right now we are playing not like the perfect game we want, but it's still good enough to, I think, have a good game. So yeah, but at the end of the major, of course. we're gonna get like 200% vitality.
And for the squad, can you give me a look maybe in at least to the mental of the players themselves? Has there been any, I guess, vision of weight of expectation? I mean, they're coming off being world champions, right? And now they come into a season where they're not continuing to dominate. Has that weighed the players down at all on a personal level?
I think at the start a bit, yes, but as the season goes on, they just have the rage to like win everything now. Because like, of course, when you win World Championship, you're like, you finish the game, and you sometimes, yeah, like you don't even want to play the game. But when you're getting back at the RLCS, you lose 1, 2, 3 match, you're like, my time of shine has been gone a bit, and now I need to step up again to win the next major or next world champion. So now they just want to win everything. Again, sorry for kickoff to beat us 3 times, but now you unleashed the monster.
Hey, that's phenomenal. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys playing forward. Is there any, I guess, final thoughts for fans that you might say for Team Vitality, what to expect throughout the rest of Swiss here?
What? Sorry?
Any words to the fans of what to expect from Vitality for the rest of Swiss?
It was just the start, and now we're just gonna play our game at full potential, and we're gonna sweep the bracket, I think.
Hey, that's what I like to hear. Congratulations. You're starting off good here, but again, as you said, lots more to go. Shoutouts to Fairy Peak and shoutouts to Rocket League. We have a lot more coming your way. Up next is the next round. We don't know what's coming up. All we know is it's going to be exciting Rocket League. So please hang out with us and stay tuned.
All right, so we have 10 minutes here. I'm guessing. Oh, so it is rule 1 and elevate. So then who was? Hold on, let's take a look and see if they got brackets up on Wikipedia. Oh, Limitless gets OG. Honestly, that might not be a bad draw for them either. And that means they'll be on the alternate channel. Hell yeah. I still think for Limitless, I would have preferred Rule 1 over OG. But Rule 1 ain't a bad draw for him. So it says next up, but we don't even know when, huh? This one at least says back at 7. Chat, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna go use the restroom, check out in a little minute. I'm actually gonna bring this in here so I can go wash it. All right, man, back in time. We good? Yeah, OG should be a decent draw from. I still think I would have preferred Rule 1. It ain't bad. Carmine Corp Falcons in round 2 of Swiss. G2 and Gen G, also hilarious. Yeah, honestly, the second round looks pretty solid. Bro, these are some long days, chat. Long days. Yo, what up, Ducky? What up, big dog? I was thinking about streaming afterwards, man, but I'm gonna want a little bit of a break from the lights. All right, let's get a chat.
Complexity, they put up a fight, but the reigning world champs get work done. Vitality improved here, and they will face Furia in round 2.
Driving to Connecticut.
Exciting matches coming up here in just a moment. We'll get you briefed on
doing
how
up
round 2
at
is
Connecticut.
looking. As we continue, welcome back to Copenhagen. We have round 1 of the Swiss completed. The teams are now getting seated, getting ready, and getting all of their ducks in a row for round 2 as the matches continue here.
Sure are. And listen, it's going to be an absolute barn burner doozy of a round 2 of Swiss. We were doing the math prior to. We're saying if Complexity goes to game 5 against Vitality, this happens. And those matchups in that 1-0 stage, they're going to be hot.
Are they like cheaper across state line? Is that the deal?
Right? They got a game plan immediately for. Like a few of these teams have to do it in 10 minutes, right? Or 15 minutes to get their match ready to go. So we'll see how it all pans out. But at the end of round 1, honestly, I think every favorite won at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, so I was looking at the seeding, and the one sort of on-paper outlier was Furia destroying Luminosity, but as you mentioned to me, that was 8th versus 9th seed, so it was sort of the middle teams. But the way that Furia beat Luminosity, that was the shock of the round, because that was dominance.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that's a good point.
Look at the Swiss and kind of talk about all the matches. We saw
really?
4 of them here
Gotcha.
on our stream. We saw 4 of them on twitch.tv/RL Esports here. We'll talk about the round 2 matchups here in a little bit. But let's focus on that left-hand column here, gentlemen. Gibbs, I mean, we saw each of these matches go down on one of those 2 streams.
Yeah, and it's very important in that first round. If you can even just get one game, it's going to change completely based on who you play.
Yep.
We see that in the case of like a Power versus a Pioneers, where Power with Banana Head, he scored 5 goals in a game. He ties a LAN record, and then they gave up, what, like 13 in a row or something like that to Gen G. So, so we'll see how that plays out, but that's an OCE battle in the 0-1 round. And we also got some rivalries in the 1-0 round, and me and Bates especially are looking at that G2 versus Gen G matchup to see who truly is the #1 team in North America.
Well, listen, I'm just going to come out here and say it. Even once G2 wins that, which they will, but even if they do, I'm still not going to say they're defend the best team in NA, because then maybe Gen G does better in the bracket. You never know. But I will say this, though. out the first round, what in particular did surprise me, of course, was the Luminosity gameplay. I did expect them to be significantly better.
Luminosity probably going to go 0-2.
Really hope that they can bounce back.
I think Complexity is going to beat them. Crazy to think that Powers versus KCP as well.
And the question is, can they bounce back from that?
But as for Furia, I mean, they are getting some suitors and some looks over at them so far this event. I mean, you guys were chatting with Vitality. I heard you as I came up to the desk, and you told them that it was Furia they were against, so they went, oh, because that's a genuinely tough match. Was it Radosid who says, oh yes, we lose?
Yeah, and then
I don't think he quite really believes that, but you know, the sense of humor is there.
So BDS won against Elevate 3-0.
We will see.
Well, the reigning world champs for a reason.
In their
folks.
first
We'll see if they can
matchup?
do it there. Here are the matches that went down on the B stream. All sweeps. Except for
They'll be the second to last matchup, I think, on the main stream.
Racing, and then Gen
Oh
G
no, they're gonna be on the
ran
B
it
stream,
back
I think.
3 games.
So honestly, I would say that's very predictable. Power, obviously, they cleaned up OCE. They were perfect through all 3 qualifiers, and you expected them to at least put up a little bit of a fight versus Gen G. But the other teams, it's like, it's your top 3 seeds in the tournament. It's K-Corp, BDS, and G2. You expect 3-0s out of them.
As you mentioned, you get your game if you're Power. You give yourself a chance, and they have got in the lower bracket a match against Pioneers, which considering they've beaten them time after time online, they'll be pretty chuffed with that
Shouldn't be an issue, but you know that they don't want to be facing off against each other. It's an unfortunate situation for them. I mean, Elevate, though, also we talk about, it is a 3-0. It looks like it was a very easy win for BDS, but that was a Game 3 overtime victory for BDS. So Elevate nearly managing to take a game off of them. Looking over here at the mainstream, though, these are the matches we watched in person, and we can kind of walk through these in replay fashion as well. We've been talking about the team results, the kind of large storyline implications here, Bates, as we've looked at each of these matches. But
Bros, I'm hungry.
Start of the day, Gentlemates versus Rule 1. I mean, was there a player?
I might need to make me another shake.
That you remember from that match that were
The last one I made was my
Napo
greens.
impressed me the most out of anybody on the field because he just came in the first ever RLCS LAN game and absolutely performed. He definitely was the standout, but then in terms of team versus team, Gentlemates, they just seemed and appeared and ultimately ended up being a well-oiled machine. Rule 1 had a couple cracks in the armor, couple chinks in it. They just simply weren't enough in order to beat a Gentlemates squad.
But the way Rule 1 were playing, trying to defend all the way at the back for 2 or 3 minutes at a time against Gentlemates, that is an incredible play style. And I would say that if you do that, you have to take the chances that you get, and that is where Rule 1 disappointed me. They had opportunities, Gibbs, that they just didn't take.
But we talk about Juicy, probably that pickup that was most questioned on the Mates squad, but in this Game 4, made some huge plays. Down 1 goal here, he goes for the low shot to beat out the defender, and then the overtime winner as well. We saw Juicy at the World Championship have some big-time moments on Moist. He's doing it again here.
And moving on to the next match here, Luminosity versus Fury. We talked about it a little bit earlier on. Very much a one-sided affair here.
I would like to know how many highlights are actually on the Luminosity side from this match, because it was all Furia. We talked about that when they're in SAM, all they do is just offensive pressure. They were ranked 2, 3, and 4 of being on the other side of the field.
Chat, by the way,
basically throughout the
I'm
series,
going to unapologetically be watching quite a bit of this Limitless game next.
there was a lot of question marks about them.
This next block.
Should it be them or Space
so y'all
Station
know.
here? And honestly, they
Just
didn't
so we're
answer
all
any
on
of
the
those
same
questions
page,
right
because
now, but it was only
I think
one
Rule
round.
1
They've
should be
had
able to
some
handle
time.
Elevate
Let's see if
pretty
they can
easily.
come back from it.
They'll be relieved that it is Swiss, because if you're going to have a match like this is the format where you want it to happen. It's best of 5s all around. You know, they've got a break now, or they have had a break now. Time to talk it through and hopefully not repeat this performance. But Bates, it's so tough for Cheese as well. His first ever match at an RLCS LAN, and it was this.
Yeah, it was his first ever match. I had to go up against the Furia squad. That was really, really great. But I do expect him to bounce back. Looking at this Falcons versus OG, we talked about it on the desk. That Furia matchup was kind of like a precursor. You saw the new edition Furia with consolidated talent. They looked really great against the North American squad. Falcons, they've consolidated talent as well. And OG, even though they played better than LG in the series, definitely had more pressure, definitely had more opportunities. Falcons were just so clinical on their chances, and ultimately it wasn't enough for OG.
Yeah, small mistakes by OG in Game 1. They should have honestly probably won that, and this one could have been our Game 5 series. So I think they should hold their heads pretty high, because Falcons are considered, they could easily win this major. So Falcons coming out, they showed their offensive prowess in Game 4, but OG had their moments, and I think that is a good sign going forward. But for Falcons, they look great.
Yeah, they do. We knew they would, and they didn't disappoint. But OG, you know, they used to be in the comeback kings, I suppose, so far of this split. So 1 loss in the Swiss. They've had a few of those that they've had to fight through. I think they've gone to 5 in every single Swiss. So, yeah, they'll be ready to move on.
And then the match we watched most recently, Complexity versus Vitality, maybe the most competitive of the matches we've seen so far on the A stream here. Complexity did their best, but Vitality able to put it away at the end.
Yeah, and I honestly think the reigning world champions started off a little slow here. Even in game 1, the offense wasn't clicking. Complexity took game 2, and you're like, okay, hold on now. Complexity might have their number. And I think even they went up in this game. They sure did. Went up in game number 3, like, okay, Complexity, here's the play. But then the best player in the world, until proven otherwise, woke up. Top corner, slider, right between 2. Here comes a big double touch, I believe, after that.
There was a moment, though, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but in game number 4, where Zen made an own save, and I was wondering, is this the Raise Ball open net miss? But was it Raise Ball who got the open net miss against Vitality?
AJG.
Was this the AJG open net miss moment, but the other way around? And thankfully for Vitality and their fans, that's not how it came out to be. They had so much pressure. Here we go. And then down the other end, Complexity had their last second scare to Vitality.
Like Rado, he's just relieved. He is relieved that they got away with that win, but maybe they were like half joking, but I don't know if they're that confident going into that Furia matchup. They expected better out of themselves. They didn't look their best, but again, hey, it's day 1. That Furia matchup is going to be fun, though. I think that one has some upset potential.
I feel like they've probably just seen confidence come back to bite good teams.
That's fair.
So many times you underestimate your opponents and then you fall down from it. So they're not making the mistake of underestimating Fury in this situation. They're going to continue forward there. So we do have matches for both streams here, folks, and we'll be able to show them to you here in just a moment. It'll be important to see where if your team is on one of these streams, you're going to make sure you want to have that stream pulled up. But really, you should have them both pulled up. But we got them both up at the green room. I'm getting cross-eyed. Games, trying to keep track of all the action.
And I do think that Vitality Furia matchup is really going to put, just like, really give you a gauge, a proper level of where Furia is. Furia went up against LG.
Yeah.
Clearly, they will be top 3 in NA at the moment. Drafinho talked about that. But now they're going up against the reigning world champions. You saw the offensive pressure. It looked like they were just playing the Sam again. You're going up against Zen, Alpha, Rado, clinical in every aspect of the game. Pure, great Rocket League. Let's see if Furia can match that offensive pace.
The question of whether, like, how good Furia is doesn't feel like it really got answered.
Yeah,
exactly. So this will be the answer.
And then we got like K-Corp Falcons.
That's another one.
That's going to be a banger of a series. K-Corp versus Falcons.
To come out with that victory. K-Corp played Limitless. They kind of just walked over them. But that was so much earlier like in the day. So not as much practice there. So Falcons can open that up early in games 1 and 2 and maybe surprise K-Corp. It's possible.
Okay. I'm curious about your thoughts on this too, Cole.
Okay.
I'm specifically Bates.
No.
Gen G G2.
Yep. Talk to me.
Gen G has beaten G2 twice in a row.
That's fantastic. Yep.
Right. Okay. But there's so many reasons you can come up with why that was just like a one-time thing. If they beat them here, is Gen G better than G2? In round 2 of the Swiss.
It'll be the same analysis I said about 7 minutes ago. Even if Gen G beats G2 right here, they just had the better game in the moment, because ultimately G2 might end up making it further in the bracket, and that's vice versa.
The year is 2035. T-Bates is still claiming that G2 is better than Gen G, despite the 100 win streak that Gen G have.
Well, if you want to watch that game, you're going to have to make sure you go to twitch.tv/RLCS. It will be happening on the B stream. We've seen that match plenty of times. We've got more fascinating matches to watch over here on the A stream. You'll also catch Limitless versus their opponent there. Here's what's going to be happening on the main stream. Twitch.tv/Rocket League. We'll be having Elevate versus Rule 1 as our next match. We'll see Luminosity take on Complexity, Furia versus Vitality, and then K-Corp versus the Falcons there, Cole.
I've got my eye right now, though, on Luminosity versus Complexity. I misspoke earlier. It's Luminosity that went to 5 in every single Swiss. So they're used to having tough results, bouncing back, but can they do it on LAN? Complexity are a team that they should be able to beat. I am really curious how that one's going to end up.
I'm just so excited. Like, first we're starting with 0-1 matches, so we'll have our bottom 8, and then we move into those top 8 matches. But G2 Gen G, I'm very excited because literally everyone puts Gen G on a lower tier than G2, and I am going to be very happy after that match if a certain result happens.
That'll be a big one, folks. We got excellent Rocket League coming down the pipe. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the players will be in their seats, and we'll be ready to get round 2 of this.
All right, let's see if they got anything going on the other stream. But nope. Unfortunate. All right, chat. While we're waiting in between games, who are we feeling? We got OG Limitless on one channel, Rule 1 Elevate on the other. I know I was saying how I kind of like the matchup for Limitless here with OG, but I do think I think OG take it. I think OG just have the experience. I would like to see this one go 5. Would love it to at least see it go 4. And then I think we see on the other channel. Does Elevate take a game? I think Rule 1 sweeps that. Do I though? Yeah, they might. Oh man, we are halfway through our day, chat. We still have another 4 hours. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to pop me an energy drink here soon, dogs.
To the Copenhagen Major, and we're just going to get this bit out of the way because he's been practicing for the last 5 minutes
finally do it
on the coin flip.
And
so what are we going to say on this?
Well, obviously...
Limitless blue?
Limitless blue.
All right, Limitless blue.
OG orange. The coin has been terrible today,
it has
by
been,
the way, as well,
yeah.
but I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm giving this
He's
one.
going to go really hard. There we go. And he's actually caught it. I'm impressed.
It's OG. The coin might have done something good there.
It might have actually done all right.
Could be an upset. You never know.
I would love to see a Limitless upset. Let's fucking get it.
We are already getting, we're getting NA versus NA. We're getting EU versus EU. We're getting OCE versus OCE as well.
How are you feeling about that?
Well, it's 1-1. It's OCE's day. We love it. We love a Mickey Swiss bracket. I know it's a favourite buzzword from everyone, but one of those OCE teams you see there, Pioneers of Power, will be 1-1. And then we've got the 1-0 matches, but they'll be later on. We'll save those for the end of the day.
Yeah, we are currently going through the 0-1 games for now. And it is starting off with Limitless versus OG.
All right, come on.
Matches down here. Elevate versus Rule 1. Pioneers obviously against Power, as previously mentioned. And Luminosity against Complexity. And I'm hearing a lot of people very worried about Luminosity for that match.
Yeah, it's just that the Furia, they versed the same region before, and Furia absolutely dismantled them. But... Yeah. Complexity? Complexity, they're not Furia. Furia dismantled Complexity a couple of times in SAM, so...
But they'll be thinking, we can definitely go ahead and do that. Let's have a look at the schedule for now, so that way you are all caught up. We know exactly what we're doing, and also we can find out what we're casting after this one. And it is going to be Pioneers against Power. I know you're really shocked by that one, CJ.
Yeah. I'm excited. I flew all the way here to watch a grand final rematch from the final open qualifier in OCE. And then we've got G2 taking on Gen G, General Mates, and BDS as well. That's some quality games on the Ultimate.
Yeah, once we leave.
Yeah, we've... well, hang on a minute. We're kicking it off first up, though, with Limitless and OG. And
yeah, the coin is going to be wrong again. It's what we're feeling.
Is it?
Maybe. The coin's not doing great so far. I think the coin is under 50%, which is impressive for a coin.
Yeah, it's and it gave you a run for your money as well.
It didn't, because we assumed it was 50%, but once I knew that coin was there, all right, domination. I don't want to say easy, but
you and almost losing to a coin in a region where there were dominant teams.
Listen, I'm not last right now. I am not last right now, and that is the most important thing, because the person that's last is over that way.
Stumpy last, T-Bates as well, perhaps.
T-Bates did go Luminosity.
Last, so.
I think they might be tied last. I don't know if I got one wrong. I might have done. I might have got rule 1 incorrect.
I think all the favourites have won so far, though.
I might have picked wrong, so that might be against me.
Stumpy's looking at us now. Yeah, you're coming last in the preview.
You are. It's unfortunate. Don't look at me like that. No. Okay, hi, Stumpy. How are you?
Yep, that guy.
Yep.
That guy's losing.
Yeah.
And he thought power. They won that first game. He was tweeting. He was me. He was walking around like this. And then Gen G scored 13 unanswered
We want to point
goals.
out as well, we are going to have James on 2 boxes, which is the most... We do have 2 more boxes if he needs them.
I think it looks worse, I think, that he's going to be...
There are no boxes here, all right? We need to point out, like, this is...
We thought about it.
You can tell when one person's, like, hips
eye level with Stumpy would be
is, like...
concerning.
At someone's...
No.
He's a scary man.
The air is very, well... thin up there.
When the hips is like
at
their
their
rib cage, yet their heads are the same height. It's like, what are we doing here?
But then T-Bax is last as well. So maybe the air at the top and the bottom.
We're in like the perfect zone.
But
over
we're in just
the 5'10s.
The O2.
5'10", 5'11".
Oh, 6 foot.
He's not 6 foot. He's not getting away with that.
But here we go. First match up, of round number 2.
All right, let's get a chat.
Ultimate
Limitless versus OG, baby.
Let's call it the ultimate
We're going to
stream.
keep, ult, emot.
Yeah,
there we are.
The
Perfect.
ultimate stream. We have Limitless taking on OG. Obviously, Limitless coming off that round 1 loss to K-Corp, which is nothing to be ashamed of, I'd say. One of the, if not the best team currently going around. Number 1 seed from Europe. Taking on OG.
Come on, Limitless.
Well, they had some troubles of their own against the Falcons, dropping 3-1 in their first round matchup as well. Both teams looking to get a win on the board, and well, you have to favour OG in this matchup, but Limitless, I didn't think they looked too bad. I didn't watch all of the K-Corp series. I was casting at the time. Did you?
I was there.
Oh, okay.
I
well, you can tell me then. What happened?
3 goals, so it's not too bad.
Okay, yeah.
But it was the typical, I feel like, you know, not playing quite all the way up at full pace. You know, it's... The way I described it is like Limitless are used to being the fastest team.
Yep.
And when you come to these events and suddenly you're not anymore, you are playing a different style that you're not used to having to do. You're used to... I mean, the big thing that was happening actually is we were seeing 50-50 challenges, and Limitless were positioning like they were guaranteed to win it.
Yeah, that's probably not what you want to do against K-Corp, who are known for their 50s. I think EU in general are known for their 50s, so we'll see if they can change things up. But OG, well, they're a team that is certainly a team coming in from North America. The number 3, are they the 3 seed?
They were the 4 seed
they are
because
the 4 seed.
OG missed. They had a really bad Swiss at one point.
They snuck in there over Space Station Gaming to secure their spot. JNAP's the absolute veteran. It's great to see a 23-year-old competing in an event. It's making me feel very old, but you got to do it for the oldies.
We've got JNAP's and Torsos representing all that, you know.
Torsos, the veteran as well, and JNAP, I mean, they've just been here from...
24 now?
Well, I think he's 23 as well.
Is he? Okay.
He might be 24.
I'll just give him a year back.
Nolly as well.
All right, chat.
Obviously, we know what he did last season over on Gen G, and Gen G are looking pretty good.
How are we feeling?
After
What are we
that
thinking?
Power series and Com. Well, he's the land man, but he hasn't quite stepped up just yet. The Falcons series, I'd say they were pretty disappointed with how they played, and interestingly, also were Falcons. Even though they won 3-1, we saw Rowas saying that he wasn't happy with how he was performing.
That's every team though against a Com team, because Com's playstyle is just to make you feel horrible.
Yes, he
doesn't want to play beautiful Rocket League. He wants to just play. He wants to drag you into his match.
He wants to get in there and get the job done, and well, it didn't quite work. We look at him, we look at Reddles. I know it's a Taylor's oldest time, the physical players, but that didn't quite work out, the physicality. It's more about the flair this event so far.
Man, maybe if there's any team that would actually be very open to that style of match, it would be Limitless. You know, we've seen them try for the outpacing against Casey. That didn't quite work out, but something a bit more scrappy.
I was going to say methodical. That's probably not the right word. I see what you mean. It's a bit slower and a bit kind of. It's not pretty Rocket League. Maybe that'll suit them. We're obviously quite dominant in the qualifiers in SSA, and Snowy's parents are here as well. Shout out to them. He's they're fantastic people. I mean, all the Rocket League parents.
Yeah, they've been very nice to talk to.
There's a direct correlation
Wait a minute.
between just this esport in general and how good the parents are. The supportive parents back home. So shout out to those that are at the LAN and those that are watching back at home. It's great to see.
So we are about 2 minutes away from the match. I did lie to chat about this last time. I said exactly that, so we'll see what level of lying I am performing this time around.
I think they're locked in.
They do look pretty locked in, and that is fantastic to see Limitless trying to pick something.
Oh,
up.
April
Again,
7th.
I mentioned this earlier on.
Never mind.
they are coming into this obviously as the underdogs, but it is still so important to get a game.
Yes. I mean, that the 0-2 match, if they are to lose this series, just getting wins on the board is everything. Seeding, your first tiebreaker is game differential. So getting a couple of wins might mean that 0-2 matchup, they could get, well, actually, I don't want to say who could be in there, but it could be an Elevate.
We're thinking a certain way.
It could be an Elevate, could be a Pioneers. You know, you want to get the best matchup possible, and then who knows? The Swiss stage is beautiful in that sometimes you can reverse sweep the entire bracket. You can get some good matchups. So every single game very important. But OG, I'd say they're looking to sweep this one. They're looking to get in and perhaps get some momentum to finish off the day and move into tomorrow into the round 3 of the Swiss with a little bit of fire in their belly.
And this is a sort of matchup to me. I'm looking towards Nolly as being a big factor because Nolly loves to fake out shots. Yeah. And I think Limitless are going to be very respectful, assuming that OG are going to hit the ball every single time, when Nolly very much goes out of his way to not do that a lot of the time.
I mean, as the underdog as well, trust me, I've experienced this every series I played on LAN. It's you really have to sort of throw caution to the wind. It's easy to over-respect, I'd say, a team, and often we do see that, but we are getting into the match. As we said, Limitless taking on OG, 0-1. Who will get their first series win on the board here at the Copenhagen Major? We're about to find out. Boom.
He's timed that one absolutely perfectly.
That was one of, Wavepunk is known for his intros. Stacks
I have to write them down.
Stacks is known,
That's off the cuff.
That was one of the intros of all time. But here we go, ladies and gents. Round 2, you see it up there. Swiss stage.
All right, come on, Limitless.
Matches. Who will get the job done?
He was so happy he went in for like a second one. let's go for it, shall we?
Aren't they? I can see why Wavepunk just wants to do them. Let's
got to get you like the whole intro going on. I'm sure Stacks will happily give up that spot.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind taking it from him.
Do see Com just in control of the ball for now. Plenty of time for OG to sell.
All right, let's see how they feel him out here.
That they've got, although Com's put himself in an awkward position. Snowy's happy to chase. Tadai4 with the follow-ups. Tadai4 scored a couple of really good goals actually earlier on. He's the player that, if he does get the space and the boost, cause an awful lot of issues for OG.
Yeah, certainly was the player, I guess, a couple of seasons ago as the up-and-comer, and now joining.
Pass up to Snowy here. Snowy's on the sidewall.
In SSA for a couple of seasons. Certainly one to watch out for. And Snowy, he's that veteran now of SSA. He just keeps on. I mean, he's definitely been to more events than anyone else. Without me having how many events he's been to, he's a land boy.
Absolutely, he's been the forerunner for his region. Very much comes across to me as SSA's realize.
Yeah, well, unfortunately.
Yeah, maybe for this event, not quite the greatest example to go for.
I don't know if you want to be, as unfortunately Realize didn't quite make it. We'll see if the Gaming Gladiators can make it to the next major. However, which is back to 3.0 at the Copper Box.
Yeah, still feel weird saying that. Feel like I'm always leaking information.
Yeah,
all right, let's go.
I thought about
there was
it,
a pause there, mate, that you were like, do we know this?
I thought about it.
What do I know and what do I know?
And usually they hide information from me, but there we go. OG, as we said.
Press underneath for Sweaty.
It's been a strong start here. Almost 2 minutes of rock has occurred, and we've seen some pressure already from Limitless, and not quite as dominant of an early start from OG that I was expecting, perhaps.
No, back pass.
Yeah, definitely it feels like OG is.
I don't think he realized that he was going to respawn on that side, but that's a huge win.
Struggling with, I don't want to say the pace that Limitless is playing, but I don't think that they are expecting Limitless to come out and play this way. Like, they definitely weren't expecting them to hang.
So far, Limitless will not complain. They might complain with the situation they now find themselves in. Oh, it's a save. Like, what is
no way. That's unfortunate, bruv.
Then JNAP said, you know what? Let's not have the first goal on the board already.
Don't like it.
There it is, though. There's the reset from Com, and we are just seeing that last man get exposed. The lack of backboard defense came through, and there's the space in the midfield. Backboard crawling with Sweaty over the top. And he will get the first goal after JNAP's denied him previously.
A bit rude.
A little bit unusual from JNAP's, but perhaps expecting that last man to come through.
Oh,
perhaps a com issue. It was a com issue.
I'm not leaving. No.
Not a com issue.
Not on the ultimate stream. You're right. Leave that for elsewhere.
All right, we'll leave that where it is. But here we go again. Com, been a bit of a flip reset lord at the moment. Pop over the top. It's a nice little clear downfield nollie. So keep that one there. And right now, OG, I wouldn't say they're looking at this stage like they're going to absolutely dominate. They're looking to just play a bit of solid rugby.
I'm just saying, the result needs to stay exactly as it is.
J-Naps.
Well, I don't even get the buy. Really? The timing.
What on earth were you thinking?
You're going to perform to the level that we saw in the previous series. And also, Ahmad and Khalid, can you get up to that level? Because if they're going to be playing how they were in the first series, that's not going to be able to bring them through into a top 8. You need all 3 gears on a team to be turning. It's a shot on, however. Kevin to save it away yet again, but Naupo taking shot after shot.
And you can see Ahmad taking that space. And a little tip here going towards net. LCT gets back just in time to clear that off the goal line. And a good tip from Sphinx. Gets it past the midfield, but Khalid there to get a nice 50. However, LCT, lovely first touch to take that airborne.
Straight to the ceiling too with the reset, but Ahmad reading that. They've seen that 1,000 times in Mina, and they'll defend it 1,000 times
double.
more. But Khalid ceiling down for the double. Again, tapped away to the corner. A little bit looser. Ahmad's going to be able to move in. No one central for him. LCT from the backboard again. Halfway through the game, and Elevate defensively looking excellent.
They stopped that. You saw Kevin.
There it is.
And that's finally the first
nice goal
opening.
from Ahmad there.
Perfectly at the halfway point of the game as well. The late shot, it was deflected by Kevin. Sphinx, maybe
another game where like Limitless allows a couple goals like kind of back to back, but otherwise play a close game.
That shot, and Rule 1 take the lead.
I think all players on the Elevate there starts to be boost starved. LCT had to go for boost at some point and then Ahmad saw his opening. LCT had 100 boost, but then concedes a goal, not particularly worth it for him. Khalid now, that's on target, but Kevin to tap it away yet again. And I haven't impressed with Elevate's defense so far, but you need to make sure that you're also pushing a team that is as good as Rule 1 on their own defense as well. Now Po plays it through every single Elevate player that stood in his way and comes out victorious.
I mean, he gets the flip reset, forces the defender high, recognizes that he won the space, brings it back down to the ground, and that's where he had Elevate's defense dead to rights. That was a textbook play from Nupo.
I mean, you see so many of those plays as well, right? From Rule 1, from Mina, where even if Naupo doesn't score that, you're going to have Ahmad and Khalid pushing up behind him, and they're going to make sure that they can then get that tap in. It's all about pressuring the defense as much as they can, and so far, Rule 1, that has been their mantra.
Very solid start here from Rule 1. They've looked firmly in control and forcing Elevate back on defense the entirety of this game. Haven't really seen much of an offensive opportunity at all so far for Elevate. LCT low on boost. That's all he can do. It pops up and over Kevin as well. Kevin not able to get there. Sphinx does get a touch and it does go out to the side, but Ahmad able to get that safely to the corner.
I think most of the offense that we've seen come from Elevate was in that first minute. Sphinx, though, bottom corner. Khalid knows it's wide and can then wait patiently and then shepherd the ball straight back out to the halfway line. And that little shades of the offense coming from Elevate is good, but compared to that first minute, they've barely had chances. And again, an open net. Rule 1.
This one's kind of getting out of control now too, ain't it, Jeff? As Tufferton.
Goes decided J-Naps with 100.
Wait,
he takes
what?
Upstairs. It's a pre-jump for him to die for. 50.
Hold on, what?
Snowy has been inspirational, I'll say, at game 1. A few defensive saves as well, and setting up that equalising goal for Limitless. Sweaty, it's a nice touch. 50 out again. Snowy just trying to get a hand on it. He's got a great 50, and there's a lot of space in this midfield. Cut off by Com, however, but he's handed it straight to Sweaty.
J-Naps, first touch, pretty heavy. Tried to follow up and wasn't too far away. That demo's huge. Sweaty has got to do well. He's got to buy his team some time to get back in rotation. It's to die for. Narrowly avoids being bumped. Limitless do now have the players back. Now do they have a way of getting out of this position? As OG have woken up, unhappy that they've even been taken to overtime, and that pinch has now given Limitless some breathing room.
Yeah, the demo, oh, hang on a minute, they're coming through from both sides now. And Limitless look really settled into this game, and I'm going to say I'm not caster cursing. That I need to put that out there.
That's apparently on me.
That's all you got to do is there's the touch. That's a great read. However, Com's going to be able to catch these, or he pops it forward. It's a bit of no-nonsense Rocket League coming through from OG. They're looking for demos and looking for field position, but neither team looking to keep this ball. Might be a free infield pass.
Oh, pass is Sweaty!
Oh, he's not there. And either that was almost a certain goal gone begging.
Damn,
he just
bro.
decided to shoot or pass. He went in between and Sweaty again. Limitless with 2 chances. Can they get through?
To die for?
Trying to keep the ball in. More pressure for Limitless. Demos. But they've lost it all. Oh, a few chances gone begging.
Yeah, they'll think about those if this one goes against them. Still doing well. Still have OG on the ropes. It's a good challenge. Chase between Sweaty and JNAPS. So go across the face of the middle of the field. And that one miss actually
It's over.
really
That's high.
thrown Limitless off. They were expecting
We're
OG
good.
to be a little bit cleaner. And now they are in big trouble.
Good
Send
bump.
the player, get rid of the attacker. A little bit of rumor yet again. And good control, but can't win the challenge.
Yeah, they're doing well on these 50s.
Oh,
but
dear.
here we go. The
They're
demos
in
are
trouble
coming
here. You
through.
gotta get this to the
Snowy
corner.
again doing so
You get the
well.
clear?
Just to make it awkward. There we go. There's the follow-up 50. That's what we like seeing.
Oh, bro.
From the Sam. Oh, I was going to say #1 seed, but just from the Sam boys. It's, oh, the
Also
SSA.
SSA, yeah,
sorry.
you managed to double whammy on that one.
I did. I went again, and I was wrong again. Sweaty downfield. Snowy. What can he do? As I said, he's been instrumental. That's going to be over Sweaty, but to die for with the touch.
Oh, you got control.
Really nice. Off the sidewall, though, for Nats. That's a great pass play shot.
No!
Can it be so
What a
huge?
save!
There from Snowy, working that one out, and they do. They get the clear.
Come on, to
downfield.
die for?
Hang on a minute, to die for. Can he get a pass
Second
across?
touch?
Blocked out this time by JNAPS. Limitless with some really good attacking opportunities.
But they've got to make it count. So often we've seen games like this, and then you don't get these positions again for the rest of the series. Limitless have got to make this one count. For the time being, though, Boost is starting to come at a premium. Snowy's the only one really much of anything. Sweaty's got about 20.
They're
That's
so
the challenge
starved
they
right
need.
now.
Now
To die
Jab,
for is
sidewall
oh,
double,
bro.
leaves it for his teammate Com, puts it a little bit too high, and to die for makes sure of it.
Yeah, both sides lacking the finishing touch right now. Nolly, there's a drop down. It's just got to be it. There it is. JNAPS gets
Damn,
the
bro.
first on the board. It was
Damn,
over 3
bro.
minutes of overtime. A couple of defensive mistakes, but also Limitless had their chance to take that game 1.
And will it be a chance that they will regret?
That's tough, man.
Because for large portions of that, OG were comfortable. And then last 20 seconds.
Bidden Temple here. Shot from the backboard. Ahmad actually takes one. It pinches just wide of the post. Unfortunate for Elevate. But now in that halfway line, it's a shot wide. Potentially a pass from Nalpo, but his teammate wasn't going to be able to read it. Right-hand wing is going to be seeing Sphinx now trying to push Khaled. Khaled shies away from it, but with enough boost, can work it around again. The offensive player, Nalpo, is going to dive in. Get something from this. A solo or a
Oh,
He
what a
goes
read.
low.
He
It
knew
is
he was
Nalpo.
going high.
Of course, the low 50.
Oh.
What else would it be? You have to respect the fake. You can see Sphinx is jumping early to try to close
Damn.
the gap and deny the flick.
He respects it. He respects the play because he knows what Nalpo can do. We all know what Nalpo can do. I felt myself pre-jumping that save, and I wasn't even in the match.
That's the threat that Nupo has in there. Is the block Khaled. That last line of defense for Rule 1. Keeping this clean sheet going. Elevate still looking for that first goal of the series. Infield
play.
pass stepped into. Kevin looking downfield to Sphinx. Sphinx was mid-flip as that ball came to him, but it still works out. LCT going for goal and a nice save from Nupo.
A hook shot attempted, but relatively unimaginative, so a routine save for Rule 1 in the end, but 1-0 with only 90 seconds gone. They're doing better than previously, but Elevate, they're looking a little bit more animated. Sphinx with a pre-jump, wide of the post. If that's on target, that is a threatening opportunity. Now midfield, LCT loses out
Come on,
to
Ahmed.
Ahmad. A 50 high off the backboard. Nalpo versus LCT. Nalpo will be the winner of that battle. Kevin doesn't see Ahmad lurking, gets bumped out of the way, but LCT now midfield versus Nalpo again. And yet again, Mina winning the 50.
Fake from Ahmad and it.
Sheesh.
I was wondering if he had some support there from the camera.
I4 just relieving a little bit of pressure there. There you go, 350 now Snowy, but he's invited it. But 50 over the top will help. JNAPS getting in there, and the boys of Limitless just being a little bit slow out of net, but it has caught out Nolly at least. Maybe there's a chance. Free shot on net perhaps.
Ah.
He's probably lacking that finishing power, the prowess.
No real venom on that shot. OG will get away from what was a little bit of a tricky situation. Now we see Com on the wall, past one, gets the ball off the backboard. Nobody on OG is supporting him, and that means we go to the opposite side of field to die for. Not going to be able to follow up his own touch. This is where Limitless might actually be a little bit more vulnerable. OG have got used to them playing defense. Maybe if you can just open up that rotation, OG might get a few more opportunities. At the same time, Limitless, very good on the offensive side, very capable of tearing your defense open. There you see, Sweaty's looking more and more comfortable here. That respect is slowly ebbing away, and he realizes this is what he's best at.
Yeah, and I think he's basically the only player willing to solo play there. Nolly was trying, but it's been a lot.
And they're still keeping a lot of pressure in the zone here right now as OG's
As I said, a bit of no-nonsense Rocket League, but Sweaty on the other side of things is looking to try and keep that possession up. That's a great fake from Nolly. What can he do with this? He tries the pass. Sweaty's there again. Able to read that one this time. Limitless do look settled in this match, and as we said, OG, that's a great pass. So here's the follow-up shot.
What a save from Snowy. Let's go, boy.
It is Snowy to make the save. Could have been 1-0 for OG, but defense holding strong here for Limitless. There's a couple of overcommits, however. JNAPS has a completely wide open net, but that corner won't do him any favors.
Yeah, not able to get the Doomsday Dish from that angle, and now to die for. Has got a little bit of boost, gets the challenge, but that's the worst possible role you can see for the offensive team. There is nothing to do in that situation.
Snowy, though, gets a chance. More solo plays, and honestly, they've been the side that's willing to keep possession of the ball, try and work it downfield. Keep the ball close. Look for these 50s that iFall. Can he get a double off the side?
I wonder if maybe they need to focus more on like the passing players.
Shot on net, saved by Limitless with great attacking chances, and it is OG right now having to play counter-attack. Nice read from JNAPS. No boost to work with, but does get a 50.
Not only do Limitless now have the confidence to say that they can go for the solo plays, they've got the confidence to say we can win the challenge afterwards as well. We can win that race should we require a 50. Here we go again, Sweaty controls, he's running out of boost, so he's gonna have to try and make a play to a teammate. That midfield currently belongs to Limitless, and that's across the face of goal. OG looking uncomfortable, these demos are not helping.
Yeah, if you're an OG fan, you're not filled with confidence at the moment. There's a demo though, this could be the chance. Free shot surely, and that's fantastic placement from Nolly, and that is the difference when you get a chance. The quality of the strike, the quality of the shot came through. First goal on the board for OG.
Yeah, they were not messing around with that one. Nolly, perfect with the positioning there.
Tough,
and that is just quantity, not quite as good as quality.
Yeah, this is very workmanlike, I'd say, from OG at the moment. Just trying to...
We say disciplined when we're trying to be really nice.
Yeah, I'd say it's not the greatest standard, but they're getting the job done at the moment. Limitless, though, been impressive so far. They've got a minute 20 to force another overtime. That's a ridiculous redirect. Nolly's going to sit back. He thought about committing. The demo came through. More 50, Sweaty now. He's been that player. He's had low boost a lot of the game, but he's always looking to keep that ball close, get some 50s, as is Snowy. Can't quite get that one. Can't be able to work that one, and look at the demos coming through. It's just going to be wide open. Courtesy of Nolly on that demo. 2 on the board for OG, just isolating that last man.
I think what's quite important to mention here as well is both of OG's goals have come from Limitless having to scramble back from attack. Limitless have not been scored on when they have got all 3 back. Kind of going back to what I said in the last game, OG's best thing they can do is have a Limitless's rotation get a lot wider. And they have struggled to deal with the counterattacks.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a conscious decision, but they certainly dragging out this play again. Here you see full length of the field. Counter-attack plays coming through from OG have been working. Here we go again, JNAPS with the touch.
They just feel
40 seconds left for
like
Limitless
hesitant. And I'm sure probably part of that is just on how the day's been going. But
like OG is starting to slowly, and I mean slowly. It took them a while to get warmed up, but they're looking to get into overdrive here. 30 seconds left. They go 2-0 up in the series.
Well, yeah, but we have seen this position before, so maybe no defensive mishaps. And OG will be quite happy, as that is a phenomenal second touch. Nolly just keeping his team stuck in their side of the field, but that is a huge challenge win, and Sweaty can just follow it up. That will be game number 2 secured. So, OG, 3 match points. Limitless with probably their best offensive showing that we've seen, and weren't able to get anything.
Tough, bro. That was weird. It went from like one to the other, and it almost looked like the same camera angle.
For me,
that's
if
funny.
I'm going around and I never have boost, and I finally get 100 boost and I get demoed, I Jesse slam my deck. It's tough to deal with.
And
especially if the other team scores.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is also Elevate finding Rule 1 incredibly tough to deal with. And the aggression immediately from LCT, I think, may well shape how Game 3 is going to be going. Rule 1 need to make sure that they are standing firm and that they can't, and that they manage to avoid some of these demos coming in for them, because I'm sure that Elevate are now out for blood.
Well, you just witnessed the layered defense. Khaled jumps up early. He gets beat, but Nupo's there on the backboard to make sure Elevate has nothing. Sphinx, good speed there. At least beats one.
I mean, look at the differences in boost immediately, James, as we were talking about. Like, Rule 1, they know how they're going to, they know where the shape of the game is taking it, so they can then proactively pick up boost in that area. I think Elevate are really struggling to get used to having nothing for them, and realistically, when they're playing in APAC, other players don't know how to pressure the boost as well as MENA teams do.
Elevate's been forced back. You even saw it in the first game with the amount of saves. I think they had to make 9 saves. They were shut out. It's that overwhelming pressure from Rule 1, and the 50s continue to go the way of Rule 1 as well.
All 3 players on Rule 1 at one point on that screen were all credited with a shot. None of them went in, but seeing all 3 soccer balls on fire next to their names.
And they had 100 boosts as well.
It's like a meteoric offense just pouring down on the blue net.
But there's a demo. Sphinx was able to take down 1 player. Elevate keeping this Game 3 quite close. Offensively, though, they're going to need somebody to step up. Sphinx is that player you expect. Although flip reset quickly shut down. But this is the pressure starting to build. Another demo on the back line, but Sphinx finally has a little bit of space, but all he does is try to poke it away from Rule 1.
Back on now, Sphinx. We're wanting to see him become activated. LCT forced
into
a
OG
position,
esports
gives the ball
scored
out
in
to the
7
midfield.
seconds.
Kevin dives
Fucking
in
heartbreaking.
from Nalpo's underneath, out of his blind spot, and keeps the shot from going on target. Khaled with 1 demo removes Kevin from the pitch. LCT completely outsped on that, and low boost again for Elevate, continuing to struggle with the finite resource.
Right, just keep your eye on those corners of the screen. Top right, you can see
now
the total
Poe.
boost of all the players on the field.
Oh,
Quite
double
a bit.
miss!
Oh, and it might be an open net. It is. Khaled will strike first in Game 3. Rule
Oh, brother.
Oh,
Back-to-back kickoff goal. Oh, this is the 3rd one.
Sphinx cruising up the pitch. Did not want to at all. And halfway through the game, the opening goal for Rule 1, it took a little bit longer.
Well,
and you hate to see a team bump causing the first one to be conceded.
But it does happen. And it hurts when it's in a game that could decide the series as well. And there's a ground pinch.
Oh, what a save.
That one's safe. Somehow that ground pinch had some height on it as well. Sphinx will take this to the air. We've seen a few times Sphinx, when he's able to take that ball to the air, is trying to just get it around the defender instead of trying to go for an outplay.
Good shot on target from Ahmad. I thought that was a relatively routine save. Went straight over the top of that final defender, and Sphinx couldn't deal with it.
Well,
Bro, they're up 3 now.
Sphinx is trying to get that perfect hit to blast it off his own backboard to clear it out, because it's not going to be enough to just save it in front of net. That's where you get scored on the rebound. You saw what Sphinx was trying to do, but just could not pull it off.
2 goals, 2 minutes remaining, and 2 goals to Elevate to try and chase down, and that's one led entirely by the demo. And Kevin, is that his first goal today, James?
No, I don't think so. I think he scored against PDS.
King.
But Kevin, you know, you love to see it. On the mainstream, that's Kevin's first goal.
King Kevin has come to town, half in the lead of Rule 1. And it all came, James, from those demos.
It did. I mean, Kevin, he was,
right,
he
so
was
they can
alone
keep it going.
out there. Home alone on the field. Just walk that ball right in. Elevate now with some hope. A small glimmer, but Rule 1 has looked so comfortable in control, but the demos are open.
Oh, we're tied up.
Continuing. Elevate with their bloodlust. Nalpo backflips in the midfield, and King Kevin comes in and says good night. A drawn game in game number 3.
And I mentioned about the midfield demo effectiveness when Ahmad was able to land a demo. It might have even been on Kevin. Regardless, Elevate do the exact same thing and have tied up this game.
And Rule 1 must be shaking. You said 19-0 Armina against APAC.
Have not dropped the game.
Demo.
Damn.
It's open. It's LCT and a lead with 3 goals in a row.
There's still 3 more series, Duck, on both channels.
Policy for Elevate.
Round 2 just started.
As they burn the pitch to the ground. Rule 1.
So you got some time for the show if that's what you want to do for a bit.
And I did not see this coming.
Elevate playing completely unleashed, unhinged Rocket League. A minute 10 and a lead for Elevate so far, and missing that back corner. But now Kevin, right-hand side, opportunity to push it further and further down the pitch. Midfield again, Kevin central, LCT low boost, takes a bit of a snapshot towards the net. They need to maintain this game to be LCT.
Wow.
It's a 4th in a row.
Elevate
by 2.
absolutely stepped up here.
Started to set in. You could see Ahmad thinking that he could take that time and bring that ball up the wall, not expecting to get jumped on.
Smiles abound on Elevate's side. The have fun meta in full force, 4 in a row.
And one thing I will say about Elevate is even in the games that they were losing to BDS, it was clear from the player cams that it was not getting them down. They were locked in, still having fun.
What is going on?
Demos for Elevate.
Scorched Earth policy. This is Scorched Universe policy. Ball cam off. Predator mode activated. Sphinx removing Rule 1 players from the pitch.
What are we witnessing? And when we talk about visual adjustments being apparent from game to game, or even within a game, this game will have to be studied. And that one might just roll in. It does, so it's not over yet.
It's an 8-goal thriller between Elevate and Rule 1.
And it looked like it was almost a pinch there.
Yeah.
Regardless of full field goal, still smiles on Elevate's faces, but now you start to worry. Rule 1 has their foot in the door.
Rule 1, it is theirs to lose. It's absolutely theirs to lose. It's no surprise when we're saying that they're going to be, the favourites in this series. But my word, the difference that we have seen from these teams. Elevate turning it on completely. Final 20 seconds in game number 3. Final 15, in fact. Midfield sees Khaled find Ahmad on the side, and the 100 boost stolen. Another one open. Yet again, it is Sphinx.
Sphinx is leaving no room for doubt. Recognizing the net's vulnerable and going for goal. Elevate have somehow flipped this series on its Game 3. When it seemed hopeless.
Well, looks like Limitless is getting swept, unfortunately, chat.
Waiting to see if they would score. They finally do last game. Sphinx scoring the only goal. Then this game, after the demos come out, they rain even more down upon Rule 1 and claim victory in this 10-goal Game 3. What a ride.
That is also the first time APAC have ever won a game against the Middle East region. Elevate, welcome to the Copenhagen Major.
If it was a ceiling that APAC had to break through, well, they demoed the ceiling.
They did. They demoed the ceiling, they took all the shards of glass, they smelted it down,
and then they demoed that.
And then they demoed all those goals. But as we were saying, we said they need all of that aggression because it clearly made Rule 1 uneasy. They weren't just going for it for silly demos too, for the sake of it, because they thought, okay, we can't win the ball. Sphinx, he went up for the ball, and we literally saw him toggle ball come
Wait,
off.
is this the same game?
Same
There's
game.
2 minutes left?
2 minutes
and there were
left.
2 goals? And we finished with a 10-goal game?
We got 8 goals in 2 minutes.
I don't...
And 6 of them were from Elevate.
Oh, this was an anomaly of a game. Truly one of a kind. And it was fun to watch. There's that demo from Sphinx.
All right. So we're going to game 4.
Insane.
I mean, the
wild
vibes,
ride.
The vibes on Elevate, that is unmatched. You need to make sure that, because realistically, we said it before, if you're coming in as an APAC team, you know that your biggest rivals are going to be SSA. Teams like that from those regions. as soon as then you get a Scout versus Rule 1, you get a game, you're thinking, boys, this is wide open. Yes, we are now 19-1 versus Mina.
But with
that
Swiss
has to start from somewhere.
And with Swiss as well, Stumpy, every game helps with that seeding matchup the next round. So
especially early on too, because every team is still in this. You win one game, you're then going to be avoiding a load of those 3-0 teams. Excellent work from Elevate. What a turnaround.
Especially when you have teams like Limitless who are going to be taking on those teams that are undefeated thus far.
Away from a victory here.
Is there sustainability in that strategy? Will we see those demos continue to work, or will we see a different game plan from Elevate? And also, how will Rule 1 respond to that devastating loss? See if they can keep their composure.
I was going to say, one thing that I hope is that we don't now see Elevate think, okay, now time to play a bit more sensibly. That doesn't get you game wins, like a 6-4. That does not get you that win.
You have to play like maniacs, like you just did in Game 3.
And they outdid Rule 1 in the play like maniacs, and that's
Oh!
It is magic here for Elevate.
Hold on. We go into Game 5. Elevate actually showing the fuck up.
A perfect double tap, drop down pass to Kevin. It was on Kevin's nose.
Minute remaining. Sorry, rather a minute gone. And James, we saw there was only 2 goals scored after 3 minutes in the previous game. We've still got, what, about 30 goals left in this game if we're going by those numbers.
If we're going by those metrics. But now all eyes are on Rule 1. They are off kilter now. They lost the last game in a pretty stunning fashion. They've given up the first goal, but that stops
There we go. That's what Rule 1 needed right there.
From Naupo, sidewall from Armad, back over from Khalid, down from Naupo. And a touch came in from the defender, but it was
what up,
not
Timar?
nearly enough. Rule
How you doing,
1, they're saying
buddy?
we can lose one game, lads. We are not going to be going here to game number 5. Kevin, moving Khalid.
How's your Thursday going?
And look at the differences in the boost amounts when we were
Shot
talking
from
previously
Naupo?
about how dominant Rule 1 were in making sure they were securing as many plants as possible.
But we are seeing Elevate play on a much more level playing field. Ahmad trying to find a teammate middle, but there's a pass. The shot is going to be a little bit wide. Ahmad down to Khalid. Khalid up to Nupo. Nupo has an awkward read, and the ball does not leak out to Khalid there. Now demo from behind. Rule 1.
No, it all kind of depends on like if I'm able to do watch parties like publicly or not. Because like for Valorant, you have to be approved to do watch parties.
We've seen that happen a few times.
So since I'm not a big enough creator to do them like publicly, we need to hang out and do them in Discord. But we're able to hang out with our community and do streams for Rocket League, and we'll do the same thing for ALGS. We'll be live for that.
Back into his own half. Not quite what he wanted, and Rule 1 are going to be able to pressure.
Ever since that little touch from Kevin, you can see Elevate has been in a bit of hot water.
You trying to run some Rocket League later tonight, though?
Sphinx, Khalid, hoping to pass to a teammate, but it results in a 50. You can see a little bit of a mix-up there from Rule 1.
I mean, Elevate, what's their main goal here?
These are the first games of second round.
We've now put from the pitch on that chance, but with no ball coming towards that orange side of the pitch, it's going to unfortunately for them be for Naut. Khalid backboard, completely unmatched. 2 flying in to challenge him. Naupo, it's an open one on target, and Rule 1 establish another lead.
And you saw how risky of a play that was from Sphinx. Sphinx kind of going for an all-or-nothing play. Ended up teeing up that opportunity for Rule 1. It didn't result in an immediate goal off that pass out, but the rebound did him in. Sphinx, 0 boost, trying to take that up the corner. And maybe could have played that a little bit safer.
Oh, Naupo nearly went from ceiling down to the floor. Sphinx on the backboard, though. Taps it in. From that side, we are level pegging again, James.
And it was a foot race. You see a big boom, and Khalid, again, trying to take too much time. It seems like
Rule 1
is not really respecting
Rule 1 shocked the Elevate sticking with him.
that Elevate is capable of. We saw it before with Ahmad thinking that he could take it up the wall. They got scored on. Khalid thinking he could take more time. He gets scored on there.
I feel like this series is a series of complete respect from both sides, where Rule 1, somewhat rightfully, are thinking, look, we're going to be faster, we're going to be more mechanical, whatever. And Elevate then thinking, okay, well, you know what?
But yeah, I can jump in between series.
You're going to the graveyard.
Besides, I didn't even think about
it. We are here to play.
They are swinging for the proverbial fences. Elevate is. Elevate is leaving it all out there on the field, and you can just tell that they are playing with heart.
And we are drawn with 80 seconds remaining, and LCT challenges in the sky. Left-hand side, the ball flies. Again, LCT chasing it with 0 boost. Sphinx has to be there. Can Sphinx get a wondrous goal? He cannot. Flies into that back corner. Khaled is going to be sending it with no boost. LCT does have time. He has positioning and space. Finds Sphinx in that back corner. A minute now, ticking down. Rule 1 are beginning to find their shape again, and Elevate need to tear that shape.
Fun fact, chat, Khaled used to compete in Dead by Daylight League.
Takes it to the corner, gets a double, will retain possession, pass attempt, broken up, but you see 0 boost for Khaled. Out into the middle, a 50. Khaled still running on small pads. This could be tough for Rule 1, but Nufo comes in to calm it down.
LCT bumping Sphinx out the way. That's not what Elevate want. And LCT panicking a little bit on that backside. He's the veteran of this team. Needs to make sure he is not being an awkward member. Ahmad shoots towards target, goes wide. Second is good. Rule 1 in the final 30 in game number 4.
Bad.
He's going to secure a
Not
1-goal
too
lead.
bad.
Shot, and you see
What a shot.
if he shoots that towards net, maybe Sphinx will have the save, but instead delays that shot. It goes wide, whether intentional or not. Ahmad was locked in, ready for that double. Beautiful play at a key moment in this series for Rule 1.
Kevin trying to musty it down the pitch, isn't quite able to get it as far as he would like. Now it's Khaled to take it into that back corner. Yet another dunk. Rule 1, they are grappling the control of this game. Kevin towards target, but it's too low, too slow. Sphinx central, no one's there. A bump chance for Kevin. LCT now, everything rests on his shoulders.
It's down to these final seconds. Will have to be full field at 0 seconds. There's the first part completed. Now part 2. Leaves it in front of net. Ahmad trying to solve this puzzle to bring it to the ground. LCT keeps it up. Kevin will also get a pass. And there's the shot. It's wide, but ball's still in play.
Kevin now again in that back corner. It's going to stay up. LCT's the one just
Rule
to tap it
1
down.
win.
Rule 1 at the end. It is scrappy, but it is a victory for the Middle East. And Elevate, the performance they put up
put this away real
in
quick.
the game that they won is something that I'm sure we're going to have to study for a long time coming.
When you talk about adjustments, you've got to reference that game. Elevate, I mean, there was like 2 goals scored with 2 minutes left in the game, and then the lid of that game got blown off. Elevate surged, had such a brilliant performance to close out that game, and even here, making Rule 1 fight for every square inch. Elevate, they have a lot to look forward to with a result like this. Even though they don't get the win, a lot of things to point back to and really retain as they move forward in their international careers. I think Sphinx playing on land for the first time as such a young rookie.
Matchup.
It was a great series to witness.
Incredible series, and Kevin, King Kevin, getting a couple of goals himself too, and making their presence known on the pitch. I think when a lot of people might think that the entire series could have potentially been in the same flavor as game 1 and 2, where realistically Elevate, they shrunk back a bit. They weren't putting everything on the table. As soon as they did, their aggression came out. They put, we had 8 goals in 2 minutes.
Yes,
it was outrageous.
We need to go back and watch that in the green room just to watch those last 2 minutes, which turned out to be more like 5 because of all the replays that you're going to be forced to watch.
And you know what? I think Elevate have so many more fans after that series too, because people love to see how a new region comes through, how a new team comes through, new players in Sphinx and Kevin. What is their history? What is their future rather going to look like at these events if they can continue making them? This is the start of the season. That was only round 2 for them as well. There's still opportunities to impress, and they got the first game against MENA from an APAC team. What a brilliant statement that is.
But on the other side of the coin, MENA improves to 6-0 as a region against teams from APAC. Rule 1, even though it was close in the first game, the first couple games rather, they looked to be in full control.
Yes, they did,
They looked rock solid. Nothing could budge them. It was only that game 3 that kind of threw things off a bit. But overall, I think Rule 1 going to be happy with their performance as well. Going to be getting that first series win. And now look ahead as well to that round 3.
Yeah, round 3 is going to be very interesting. I'm so excited to see just what teams that we're going to be seeing come up against each other. And Elevate are, of course, going to be there in the 0 and 2 in the round 3. Rule 1 there is a 1-on-1. But we have got now Khaled talking to Leaf for the interview. Just how did he think that ended up going?
Almost, very close. We got Ahmed.
That's my boy Sandstorm.
We're going to talk to one of them, so we're going to get information regardless. I got to ask right off the bat, I can see it in your face. You might not be too happy with how close that got at the end there, are you?
يعني أول سؤال على طول حابين نسألك إياه، يعني مبين على وجهك إنه مو مبسوط من النتيجة أمام فريق ألفيت، خصوصاً إنها كانت كتير متقاربة باللحظات الأخيرة.
والله صراحة تمنينا تكون سويب، لكن الحمد لله فازوا جيم واحد، لكن هذا مو معناته إنه شيء مو كويس.
We tried our best. We were hoping that we would get a clean sweep and go for a 3-0. But they managed to take one game off, but they couldn't take any more than that. And at the end of the day, we got the series.
Right. For me, and I'm wondering if this was the pivotal point. I did see you guys laughing, having fun in game 2, and then it kind of switched around. Is that the moment where maybe you guys kind of let your foot off the gas?
يعني لاحظنا احنا في المباراة الثانية انه مبين عليكم كنتوا بتمزحوا وبتضحكوا ومبسوطين. دخلنا على الجيم الثالث.
I casted with Sandstorm during the Apex Rising event, man. He's a really cool dude.
يعني هديتوا شوي.
Really glad to see him doing big things.
هل بهاي اللحظة يمكن صارت المشاكل معاكم؟
من يوم كنا نفوز كنا صراحة نضحك لأن الجيم سهل. وقت ما فازوا الجيم صار جاهم الحماس إنهم يفوزون زيادة. عشان كذا صرنا جديين أكثر.
So after game 2, when we got to game 3, we started to see that the momentum was shifting in their favor and they were starting to play a lot better. But we tried to stay calm, and that's when we tried to focus just a little bit more. And we realized that in that moment, we have to be a little bit more chill.
Yeah, and how much does Coach Cresper play into this to be able to bring you guys back in? Is it a player thing? Is it the coach that says, guys, let's bring it down?
بتقدر توضح لنا عن دور المدرب معاكم، انه هل هو مثلا اللي برجعكم وبيهديكم بيخليكم تركزوا مره ثانيه، ولا ايش بالضبط بيكون دوره معاكم؟
طبيعي اي دور اي كوتش باي فريق انه يرجع فريقه بحماسهم الاول ويخليهم يفوزون باي طريقه.
Yeah, of course. He did his best to kind of just bring us back to reality and make sure that we're focused, we're looking at the series the way that we want to, and focus on the target and just take it home.
Right, and for after this now, because obviously there's still a lot of work to be put in. What does the team do?
فاض لهاي المباريات وتشوف يمكن ايش الاغلاط اللي كانت عندكم، ولا هل حضرتم مركزين على السكريمات والتدريبات للمباريات
الجايه؟ My internet just pooped out for a second.
نشوف الفيديوز ونشوف اغلاطنا ونلعب سكريمات كلها.
Like literally as I joined in, I saw you speak, I'm like, hello? And then I'm like, oh, it's just because I lost everything. Gotcha.
Keep him busy. Keep him busy. Either way, you got the win there. So you did it. Oh, he's going to leave me hanging. Okay. I was a very close one. Almost embarrassing, but we got a lot more Rocket League to get to. So why don't we go
because he was on Rule 1, then went to Falcons, and now he's back to Rule 1.
Rocket League coming up next. After this break, it's going to be Luminosity facing off against Complexity. Luminosity, a lot of work to put in, it seems, in Complexity. One of Sam's best. We'll see how it goes.
Oh no, it wouldn't have been a mod. The mod just joined. Who would it have been?
It was a team from the Middle East. Because Sunless Khan did a big write-up on it. He did like a research piece on his channel.
Yeah.
I remember reading it. They were like all green.
Oh, that would have been Falcons probably.
Okay.
Which that was, I mean, where Ahmad was at for a while was on Falcons. Because they basically had like an interesting like roster swap essentially, where like Nalpo got picked up by the Falcons at the end of the year last year. When they dropped Khaled.
Okay.
But then they had the opportunity to pick up the Rule 1 twins, Killers and Ruas, to play alongside TRK. So then they dropped Nalpo, who got back together with Khaled and Ahmad back under Rule 1 when they used to be on Falcons.
Maybe I misunderstood, but I'm pretty sure Sunless Khan is like one of the people who started with Rule 1. Like he started it, like the org, like he's in the like affiliated with the org.
And who's this supposed to be? One of the
Sunless Khan. He was like one of like the original, like when they came out with Rule 1.
Mhm.
He was like one of the people that was involved with it when it first kind of came out, because Rule 1's a fairly new org, right? Like last few years.
I believe so. I know Falcons are back to like 2020, 2021-ish. Yeah, Rule 1's like last year, looks like. Oh,
Right.
Sunless Khan, yeah, is a co-founder for Rule 1, correct, yes.
Yeah. So he was one of the guys that was big. He was one of the guys who kind of introduced me to Khan and Ahmad, because they started to really climb the Rocket League ranks like behind the scenes, but because of the COVID stuff, they couldn't come to any of the LAN stuff because they didn't have LANs for like a year and a half.
Yeah, when they were on Sandrock Gaming.
Yep. That's what I was trying to think of. Sandrock.
Yeah, yep.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was looking at watching the same team play.
Yeah, because under Sandrock it was so under Sandrock it was Ahmad, Okala, then TRK before they got picked up by Falcons. Then TRK was the one who who stayed behind on Falcons as they kind of slowly, like I said, released the other two. They originally just released Khalid and was picking up Nalpo, so it was going to be Nalpo, TRK, and Ahmad. But then they were able to pick up the Rule 1 twins, so they dropped Nalpo like after 4 months or some shit.
See, and I remember when they came over for that first LAN event, they played, I don't remember who they played, but they absolutely just stomped them. And then everyone's like, oh, who's this team?
Yeah.
And then a lot of the people who were familiar with them, because basically Aman was climbing, like he came out of nowhere on like the Rocket League ranks, like on the leaderboards, and then just fucking shot to the top. Like he was like non-existent, and then all of a sudden he was like top 10 player before he was ever like rostered up. So a lot of people who weren't like super familiar with the Rocket League scene had no idea who he was. They'd never heard of him. When did this start? You said what, around 10?
Started at 9, yeah.
9, okay. I seen your go live when I was at work. I had no signal where I was at. I was going to pull it up, but I couldn't get any signal where I was at on the route today.
Yeah, it starts at 9 tomorrow again too, but then I think it starts a little later on the weekend, I believe. Let me go look at playoff brackets.
I think Saturday is usually like noon or 1 o'clock, something like that, maybe.
Yeah, it looks like noon on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. Okay. That just sounds familiar. I don't usually get to watch it on Thursday and Friday because I usually have to work.
Yeah.
But I got off pretty early today, and the kids don't have school, so I don't have to leave the house the rest of the day, so I can actually watch it.
As well, the most
tomorrow,
important match.
I'm sort of worried I'm supposed to be
Perhaps the match that we will look back at after this major as that should have been the grand final.
Oh, there's your pony.
I feel
My
like the word
pony!
milestone is thrown around a lot.
It sucks
But
because
this
like
could very well be
KCP is, or sorry, it's no longer
Yeah,
KCP.
look, and I'm gonna say that
QTP.
although I am super excited as a player,
has not
this
looked
is your
that
worst
great against
nightmare.
Power.
Traveling 30 plus hours to get over to Europe and playing your region.
Yeah,
we were
there must be
discussing
a
this
lot
actually
of
before
new,
we got on here because
new players.
obviously
like,
Power
recently,
are the team that have dominated
'cause I
so
don't
far
recognize a lot
during
of
the
these
online
names.
portion of all of this. However, you're also in a very similar position back in Sweden.
Ducky
where
said he's back home.
were the team that everyone was expecting.
Yeah, we were, and honestly, it's a bit of we were pretty flat. That we had.
I'm not gonna lie, I like those tracksuits. I'd totally rock those.
We
by the
lost
way.
that match, so that was an upset.
I think they
got
would.
the win. So
I
this
like
could be
the
a chance for
quarters
Pioneers.
better.
It's all
I
about
like
who's
quarters
really in the zone and
I'm a quarter
focused,
zip
because it's
guy.
easy to sort
Like
of
quarter
lapse a
zip.
little bit. You know, you want to
The
play
pull
the
over the
best teams
top.
in the world. You're
Yeah,
playing
yeah,
your
yeah.
own region. And if you take the foot off the gas,
I just don't like the way
upset. And then you look at
tracksuits fit
Amphis,
on my
obviously
body.
formerly Power last season. There's always that little grudge match. Wouldn't he love to beat Power for the first time
Is that a
and do it on
quacker?
land
Is that a
at the
quacker
major?
just joined?
That feels wild.
Yeah,
Like Amphis has been like the player to watch. I feel for a very long time now. Kind of felt like he got replaced by
Quack,
Fever.
quack,
at least
quack.
From what we were hearing from Yummy for quite a while, but this is the player that has been
You guys play anymore last night?
forever. Torsos.
Yep, not Fever. as we see.
Couple
Torsos,
games I
there
feel
it
like
is,
not long
as,
though.
he has been the veteran. He's
Probably
been to
5
him
and
and
1, 4 and
J-Naps,
1.
just the most lands.
I was gonna say you probably won them all
He's
too.
in season 3, his first world championship. But when OCE got
Lower
introduced,
level,
Torsos
baby. I
got
was finally
introduced
the
as
best
well.
one in the
He's
lobby.
been to more lands than I have.
I am telling you,
might
dude. When
He
you go
actually-
down
no,
and
I
play
think he's got me beat
lower
by
rank,
2.
He
It
probably
feels
has. He
slower.
just
Right or
finds a
wrong.
way. He's an
It
absolute
does.
winner, even when people write him off. And he is back in fine form this season. I think there was a lot of doubt. You know, we're doing individual
the
OCE
Xbox
player
controller,
rankings.
actually.
People are putting him outside the top 10 in the region. Well, hasn't he?
I'm still
shown
playing on
up?
my
He has
day
been
one
phenomenal
DualShock 4.
easily. I mean, all of Power have been top
I can't
3
remember
in
what
the region.
team
They've been
they
that
were on earlier,
dominant.
but they were saying somebody on the
They
main
have
stage was
just
on
had
Mouse and Key.
the perfect 3
No
qualifiers.
way.
Yeah.
And
Good
deservedly
for
should be
them.
the favourites in this. I mean, Pioneers, they played them in the last grand final in the third.
Fun
qualifier
fact,
in OCE,
actually showers.
and Power
Nice.
Absolutely
That's good to know,
dominated.
Torsos.
He loves. Oh, I thought he was going to love showers. He actually.
You sure
showers.
about
Yeah.
that?
That's it.
Wait, what does that say about the rest of the team? Like that needs pointing out.
Perhaps I'd say banana. Does a banana need to shower?
Are you
Do you
sure
wash
about
a banana
that?
before you eat it? No.
You sure about that?
So unnecessary for banana.
Are you
head.
sure about that?
I tell you what, wasn't he impressive that last series as well? I was getting excited about the Gen G matchup. but he equaled
of
the
it.
LAN record, ladies and gents, for the most goals in an individual game. And
It's
then
kind
they
of crazy how
conceded
many sweeps we've
13
had today.
straight.
We've
So
literally only
Did they
had.
score anything after that first game?
They did. They
Okay, it's kind of
ended
starting to
the
even out because I forgot we had those
streak.
two in the
They did
last
get a
round
goal,
of
but,
Swiss.
I mean, yeah,
We've
it
had
was
5
a
series
top
not
30
be
series,
sweeps, and
then
they've
you
all
look at
gone
Pioneers,
for
I
it.
thought they looked pretty good
Had no
against G2
team
as well.
fives
That
yet.
was close. Game 1 and Game 3, I believe, was certainly
3-1, 3-1, 1-0, I believe.
Yeah.
it
Usually
was
you
for that.
see a
So
lot
that's,
of
yeah, definitely not bad
early parts of the
whatsoever.
tournament.
As I do believe we have got the players not too far away from being able to join into this. So we should put our predictions out there
When
as
does
well. I know
BDS
I asked
play?
you before we went to break previously, but let's just do that once again.
BDS will
Yeah,
be
I've got
on the
Power.
alternate
You have to back
stream,
Power, I think.
the
Honestly,
last
you could
set
go
of
anywhere. I never know what you're
games
gonna
against
predict, but-
Gentlemen.
Look, I can see you making a case for the upset, but I think
And
you
that's
have
o-
to- you
that's
have to
only
go
because
with
that
the
same
dominant
block
plan.
I'm not going
is going to
BDS,
have
it's
KC
Power. I'm going for
versus
Power.
Go on stage,
Falcons
use
on
it.
the main stage, which like
Yeah, we'll somehow get this
kind
one
of should
wrong.
be
Well, you did
there.
very well at this
That's
last
it's going to be a
time.
really good
Let's see if we
matchup.
can beat it this time as we now look towards Pioneers and Power. Can they finally slay the
I'm not lie,
Giants?
the material on those jerseys looks super comfy.
Right?
Here we go. OCE
looks like
versus
super
OCE,
comfy.
round 2 of the
That's
Swiss here in
that's
Copenhagen.
loungewear.
We've waited 228
All right, let's go,
days
QTP.
for international competition.
We gotta root for the pony.
And you guys get the privilege of watching these two, the top 2 seeds, the 2
Go
teams
pony.
from OCE battle it out. Will Pioneers be the first team to get close to Power? What a time it could
Yo,
be to
Terry,
do it. Amphis against
you
his
should
former
talk
side. He couldn't do
to
it online
Flogi
in
about going
OCE,
out to
but can he
Midwest
do it
Fest this
on
summer.
land when it matters most?
I think he's already
They're
going.
certainly going to help
Yeah?
out. Torsos though,
Yeah,
0
I think him and his
boost,
wife
so
are going.
it's cool.
Oh, and his wifey, huh?
Tries to move forward. Now Amphis.
Oh,
That's
shit.
good angles now for his team to work
pretty
with. Off the
sure
backboard,
he
I think
said
Scrub
something
would have preferred
about
to take it over himself because now the rotation is in all sorts of trouble. Managed to keep the first
He's
shot out.
saving
Now
up
the
to go.
second one. Left. In comes Banana Head off the backboard.
no.
Now the finale. Fever
Damn.
puts them 1-0.
You can hear the hype as well in the
Crazy
comms. I
you
feel
bring
like
that up. I'm
Torsos
pretty sure
with a
he's going.
fake. You thought that was going to be the shot. I think he tried to shoot at top corner, But that's phenomenal power from
You know he
Fever. A
unstalled
bit of a
Rocket
cleanup crew,
I did
Banana
not
Head
know
looking for
that.
the bump.
Really?
And perhaps, you know, we start to think,
Over
are
it,
these
huh?
guys motivated? Are they up and about for this matchup? Well, the noise, the
Going
celebration
through
from
like a
that first
midlife
goal
crisis.
probably says yes, they're pretty excited to be playing Pioneers.
He had that second
Backboard
kid.
hits Fever, number 2. Just like that, Power have put little brother in there.
No, don't tell me that.
As well. Power
No,
looking
like
like
this.
they want to send a message. You can go one of two ways when you're playing your own region. You can think, which is probably what we did bad on Renegades. We were pretty disappointed and thinking, oh, we have to play these guys. Whereas right now, Power are going, let's show everyone why we're the #1 team.
It did feel like the example that we gave for you was the outlier. Very often,
it's a little more delayed
matches
than
that
usual
we
because I'm
see
doing the
online,
multi-stream with
online,
YouTube.
play out very similarly. Even if we've had a team that's played
Oh, you
very
are
well
live on
against
YouTube as well?
international competition, they can sometimes be a bit flat against a team that they have almost grown used to losing to.
On Twitch or on YouTube?
I think we had
Probably
it,
Twitch.
in
I mean,
the
you
same-
just always swing through the YouTube and like drop a like on it, but
We're thinking the same one.
Yeah, I
the
remember there was
viewership's
a
always
little
going to be
bit of
higher on
upset,
Twitch, so like
for
the
Sam.
more we
It
can
was the
kind
first time
of
they've beaten them. Was on land in San Diego, but
yeah.
honestly,
A lot of people
I'm not a
like stream
Rocket
on
League
YouTube.
historian.
I mean, Mina as well has always been
What's that?
one of those where
Not a
the
lot
number
of,
2
like,
seed seems like they're the better team on the
big
day,
people
but
stream on
once that
YouTube.
match happens,
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't
there's
quite
that part
work
too,
out.
but
Nothing so far working out for Pioneers.
it's
They
nice
have
to
been
have
stuck
as kind of like a secondary, because like long term, I'd like to just be a place to stop for any like where people like watch multiple titles. I feel like YouTube would be the long term play.
More and more as that board is
I
over
mean,
for
it's already
everybody.
stood the
It's an
test of
orange
time.
card that gets there
Yeah.
first, looking
Like
for an
inception
unbelievable
of
redirect
winner.
off the side.
It feels like
Pioneers are just stuck here.
But I mean, like right now, like still like Twitch does have like the better UI and like
Redirect, but he's taken upstairs
the
again,
better
and
like
I'll tell you what, that first
viewing
20, 30
experience,
seconds,
more like
what a way
viewers.
to
But like I
just
feel like that's
almost
going to change
deflate
more
the
over the
Pioneers
next like
lineup, who
7-10
maybe had a
years.
little bit of hopium like
Well, I
we
think
were.
AI
You know, can they do it on
being
land? It's a
YouTube being
different
owned by
scenario,
Google,
but right now,
and with AI
Team Power
advancing
looking
the way
really
it is,
strong.
I think they're slowly
well
going to start to
coached
work
by
into that
Mr.
space.
Jimmer as well. And they looked good in that
Because
first game against Gen G. We were
I
thinking,
think
hang on a minute.
they're more
Is
first.
this
Like,
finally OCE's
I
time
feel
to
like
step up? Didn't
Amazon
quite
is
occur
better
in the next
first
couple
in,
of
like,
games. However,
appealing
Power
a lot of
against their
people,
own region feels like
like
they're a
the
safe bet.
customer experience.
It really is for that
But as
rights
Google
to prove OC's place.
gets like,
That is
because there's
kind
been a
on the
lot
line
of
here.
creators and streamers that have moved to
OC
YouTube in
wants
the
to just
past.
re-establish themselves, say that we are still capable
And the
of good
more,
runs
the
in these
more of that you
events.
start to see, because I think YouTube gives you more freedom.
What a pass.
Okay.
Has
Agreed.
Speaker
Based off
he shook his
what
head
I've
on that
read
one. He wasn't too
from-
happy. This
from
could
the
still be a
streamers
goal.
themselves
Memphis with a
and heard them
clean up.
say
But having said that,
a lot more
the
freedom.
bumps coming through. Banana Head throwing himself forward. So saying the thing about OCE
And
that
then
we
I
do
think,
have,
like,
that
the
do have
whole
against
flipping
us, if
process
you would,
and
is
everything,
that
because like most people
as
who
Gibbs
stream
was
on
quick
Twitch
to
are also
remind me, the
flipping
the
for
last 6
YouTube.
wins,
But I think if you
international wins
stream
for
on
OCE,
YouTube, the flipping
have
process
been
is a
against
lot
APAC, SSA, and OCE.
It can be, especially because if you like do like the remix function, then it literally attaches it straight to the video. So like,
Plenty of chances though in Swiss.
if people watch the
Exactly,
clip,
and
there's a
I
better
think that
chance
this
of them
win,
like seeing the.
for either side could just be that little way to spark a bit of confidence. And it's all about matchups. It's all about how you show up on the day. This will be the final series either team will play on this Thursday. Day one of Swiss.
For now it is 2-0. Should be 3-0. Finally is.
Bro, Power had a
Power
good
have
first
just been in
game
a
against
different league in game one.
Gen G.
Pioneers just seem almost star-studded.
Beat him like 6-4, I think it was.
What the color orange
6-3.
looks like, because we've just been in the blue half.
They only
We
went on
have
to
been
score
in
one
the
more
blue
game in the
half
next
this
3,
entire time.
or one more
Pioneers
goal in the next 3 games. But
looking a little bit rattled.
Also, they got
and
beat
again,
in
this
series.
is going similarly
Yeah.
to what we saw online.
both these teams didn't beat.
Just the most dominant split in OCE history, breaking records, dominant.
I like
3
that part
qualifiers.
about Rocket League, like when you have the best
phenomenal
of.
turnout
Yeah.
from
Because
them,
this
but
is a
looking
game.
really good
This
right
is
now.
a game where it
Pioneers.
takes like a feeler
Coach
game.
Mock. We need him to perhaps have a
Because no
mini
matter what you see on
timeout
tape,
for the
until you
last
play a
minute,
team,
unless they can get something
you
going right
can't
here.
really, you know, it takes you 3
cross.
minutes.
The good
Banana Head
4 minutes
almost
to get a
managed to scoop
field
over the
goal.
far side of his car.
How they're going to play.
To get a little bit of offense from Pioneers, trying to get something going before we head over to game 2, because this one is done.
Why do I like Rocket
outside
League
of
so
a
much? 'Cause
major
there is,
power
like,
collapse.
a competitive strategy to it.
Right,
Fever.
It's not, just,
Towards
it's
the
not like,
backboard.
and I
Nothing
know you
there.
have that
Scrub does take
too,
over.
but it's
Scrub
just
has
different.
just
It's
broken
more of like
one
an
of the
athletic
block.
strategy.
And Torsos
But
way,
me
way
being
above that at the
a
moment.
football guy makes
Got
sense.
himself another goal.
Yeah, this
That's
is a very dominant game one from the #1 seed. Coming out of the region, 30 seconds left. left. Can Pioneers just get one back? As I
LG
said,
first complexity should be interesting because I feel like complexity looked good in their laws, whereas LG didn't.
These boys rolling. We'd have to talk about that.
But I also think LG played like a lot tougher of an opponent. Well, no, I think complexity played against Vitality. They're all right. They're not bad.
We are missing Hunter, formerly from Pioneers, now on Chiefs.
I mean,
and we're adding 5 into the lineup, so still a very similar concoction
fair.
as we did see 230
They just also were playing
odd days
against
ago
the
at the World Championships. But game one is going to go the way of Power with a new addition, Batman Banana Head.
And he is
Well, it's like all those videos where you take like the 12th man on the bench in the NBA and you put him in like a men's like rec league.
Much more of a focal point when he's on
He's
offense.
still gonna be really fun.
Once again,
He might not play.
What was he, #1 goals per
Yeah,
game
it's
in
like the
NA?
guy who made
number one goals per game in NA. If he's on
Yeah.
offense, that's
then
when
comes
Luminosity's
back
playing
to
their
like
best.
the
You
local
expect that to
YMCA,
happen.
and everyone knows
Well,
that
folks,
that guy was.
again, let us know who you think is going to
pretty
win
far
right now.
up in the
Power just took
talent
game
pool.
1 over
And they wanna
KCP.
know, like, why
On
is
the
this
other
guy
side of
playing
things,
the
we'll make
league?
our predictions up here on the desk. Start with you, Cole.
And then
I'm
you
gonna say
realize
Complexity
he
for
was
this
the
one.
12th
I
man,
think that
and
what's
then
off
you like
Luminosity
get a new
was
perspective
not
when you
good
watch
enough. I'd love to be
like
proven
the
wrong. I'm sure
starting
they'll
bot.
improve.
Yeah,
But plays
yeah.
well.
I don't know, like
You're like, wait a
Luminosity, it's
minute,
part of
you
their
weren't
game
good
plan,
enough
right,
to
to
play
go
with those
3-2 and
guys? Holy
Swiss, so they
smokes.
probably going to have a travesty no matter when they do it. But I got to go Complexity as well. I think they were favorites anyway, but after that round 1 performance, slightly bigger favorites for me, but I do hope it goes 5. I'm going Complexity.
Going Complexity. Can a coin go first?
Yeah, the coin go first here. We got
You gotta pull out the
Luminosity
coin.
in the blue, Complexity in the
Duck,
orange
what are you
here.
watching?
It's going to be Complexity for the coin.
Once again, the
Xbox.
coin is going to be wrong because give me
it really is
Luminosity.
wrong. Like, I
I
have
do
a delay,
believe
and
that
you
they
have a
are
delay
going to play
behind
better
my
this time around. I know it looked real fraudulent earlier, Chad. Don't get
when
me
you said
wrong.
double
But I just do think that with the culture that they have, talking about the party that they bring to the table, I do think that they can potentially, with cheese on offense more, be better.
For the non-complexity fans, what do you mean
So
by
did
the
they
culture?
just reduce
What is this?
Listen, they're just
people
building
that are
something
doing
nice
the
over there,
casting?
man. They're starting from the ground up. They're not
that
trying
what
to
they
pick
did?
up all
Yeah,
these
yeah,
rich
yeah.
picking up cheese. They're sticking to Ruddle, sticking with
Yeah,
the
because
bear, and
last year
gotta
you would
believe in the
have
coaches, but also
like
you gotta
where
believe the
on
game
these
plan. I do
days,
think
like
that
the
they want one of the few
casters,
teams in the
literally the
roster that
casters
has
would
a great
cast
game
like
plan.
I
two
do believe in the
or
culture. I do believe
two
in the
series.
players
Now
as
is
well,
it?
and I do believe
Now they're
Complexity is gonna
casting
win this
4
match.
series,
It
so they
is
like
not-
half their
that
like
was-
first 2
It
days.
was a really kind of fraudulent moment earlier.
Casting.
I'm not gonna lie. To be able to turn it around that quickly against a team this strong, I am gonna go with
What's the one
Complexity on
that,
this
like,
one. But I would
announced the
love to
teams
see them. They
last
show up
year?
in chat. Luminosity gonna
It's
be the
Stacks is always
favorites
the one that
here.
does the
Can
announcing.
They turn it around.
He's still
This
there.
would be
He
a
was
big
on the
one.
desk earlier.
So let's get into the game. The players are ready. They are on the pitch,
intro
ready for
starts being,
kickoff,
like,
and I
the
know
highlight
you
of the
all
series.
at home are as well.
Yeah, like
A battle
everyone,
of
like
the
at
blue.
LAN,
The
Wavepunk will
winner
do
gets to
some of
improve
them,
to
but the
1-1.
ones that are
Luminosity
like that everyone
versus
remembers
Complexity to
is
continue here in Copenhagen.
Stacks. Stacks has just got like the voice for the mic, man. I mean, there's a reason he does like
Stumpy,
all of the big sports
we have
in Maine.
seen Luminosity already go up against one Sam team. And
Granted,
now
it's Maine,
they
so
play
like
the
take
other.
that for what it is. But
They also came up against the better Sam team earlier in Furia, who are the #1 seed coming out of
Well,
South
he's got
America.
a good
Complexity have played
delivery,
second
and
fiddle to
Aiden
them
is
so
good
far.
too.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
been
yeah.
a very
Easy to
close
listen to.
race with one win in favour of
Like,
Complexity
he has like a
earlier in the
natural like
season.
broadcasting voice.
Luminosity,
Agreed.
it's no secret, they were not playing to the
Cardinals
level
pulled
that
up
we've
today,
expected to
too.
come from them. Especially
Bro, I don't
considering
watch
they made it
baseball,
to this
bro.
major based on a second place finish
Wow,
in
it's
North
opening
America.
day.
It's time for them to prove that they should not be going down 0-2.
It feels like this is a great opportunity for Luminosity to silence the haters.
March Madness tonight, dude. There's some good
With
games.
30 seconds in, it's going to be a very awkward little taps of play as Complexity get a decent amount of pressure. Now it's a tap central again
That
from
in front of
Raisbull. Dorito, left-hand side, and Demo opening it up somewhat, but a pitch
I
going
did all right
all
last
the way down the pitch.
I had a 10
will be
minutes,
going wide of the net. And Complexity, when they played Vitality earlier on, they played them close.
And I think that's why so many people have Complexity as the favorite in this matchup, is just going off that eye test that we saw from Complexity.
no
There's a lot
blamo.
to point to positively for Complexity, whereas Luminosity
to
really
the
struggled
Thunder
against Furia,
Celtics
especially
Tuesday.
Cheese, who is that player you're expecting to kind of have a breakout performance.
Yeah, I mean, first time that he's come to LAN, Cheese has
I've
been
been to a couple
exceptional
Celtics
online.
playoff games.
The star player, absolutely for Luminosity, and it's been an absolute pleasure to watch
I went to
him.
D-Wade's last
Unfortunately, wasn't able to perform to
game
that
in
level,
DC.
but Majbear and Rattles, the same kind of story. Did well online, a few iffy series, but not able
Wow,
to
that's
perform
like
to the level
only
that
real like
brought them to
recent
this major. Complexity, however,
NBA game
as we said,
ever
versus
since like my
Vitality,
sophomore year in
they
high
played
school
them
where I
so
went
close.
on
They
spring
made
break
it a
down in
scary series for
Orlando.
one of the best teams in the
Yeah, I
world.
heard you
We've seen how
sitting,
well
courtside
complexity can play against these teams.
For what?
Vitality especially.
For the
One
NBA
goal
game,
of
use
beating
the
them
sports bar to get
historically.
that Q money.
And they have made a switch.
Yeah, for sure.
There's the infamous
streamer
AJG
money.
shot. And now Dorito has come in to take the place of AJG and see if he can help propel complexity to even more success. So far, this game has been a stalemate on either side, a battle for possession.
Yeah, Luminosity did not look good earlier. They aren't looking that. They're looking
A
slow.
lot more midfield play that we're seeing here. It'll drop down to Magic Bear. Magic Bear trying to go for that sidewall redirect, but Red from Ray's ball, a shot towards target. CRR to block it away. Approaching halfway through the game and a backboard clear from Cheese. Nothing particularly crazy from any of these players coming on so far. A couple of shots, couple of saves. But as said, James, nothing particularly convincing.
I think it's still that grace period at the beginning. Both teams feeling each other out. Poking,
I feel like Cheese is going to be like the one that really has to step up. I think Magic's going to have some... Damn.
That gets exposed.
Like, I think Magic Bear's going to have a decent series.
I do that one.
The bull charges down the pitch.
But I think Cheese is going to be the one that has to like really step.
Halfway through the game in complexity,
As soon as I saw
scoring at
that
that
ball hit
lead,
the
and
ceiling in
you have
front
to
of
think
the
for
net, I knew
Luminosity.
that was no
How
good.
are they going to receive
That is not a good place to
goal
be.
coming against them from yet another Sam team? Because if we know
Good pass.
leaders, we know that when you have Rettles on your side, he will be leading that team. He's going to make sure that he is one of those players that keeps up the comms. He doesn't get his head down. And they release comms videos as well to Luminosity. And of course, we have that Luminosity stream with Spaceman and Corelli. They are live right now, and I know for a fact they are going to be going crazy.
I mean, it's got to be tough to sit through that. Luminosity, slow start here, flip reset, almost beats the defense. Good save from Magic Bear, who got back just in the nick of time, and now Rettles with the boost steal. Trying to march up field, Cheese working with Rettles, but that touch to nobody, and a big challenge from Dorito. He also snags that corner boost, now space for complexity.
And the more that Luminosity struggles, the more that SSG fans would be like pissed.
A chance just to earn that overtime. Rettles wanting to move it down pitch, hands off the ball to Magic Bear, but Dorito.
They just missed the cut because of like how they, you know, it's single elimination after Swiss this year during the regionals. Luminosity went out early in all 3 rounds, losing to either Gen G or G2, like in like Elite 8 sort of position.
Raise Bull looking for a bump, does land a bump, but it was after the touch came
They
through.
made a roster change.
Luminosity worked their way out.
I think you were telling me that.
Nothing touch from Cheese, just hands the pressure all the way back over towards complexity.
Well, they got dropped Arsenal.
They don't have Arsenal.
Doesn't matter too much because the next touch comes in from yet another complexity player.
Another good bump as well from Dorito.
At least
diving in, successfully getting that ball past the midfield.
No, they got rid of Arsenal. Arsenal's on Dignitas on.
Dorito making his mark. There's a pass off their own backboard. Good tip from CRR. And Rettles tries to dive in, but has to bail out. There's the lead bump play. But CRR and Dorito bounce off each other.
Time continuing to tick down. And these seconds fly away from Luminosity's hopes as well. Raiseball up to the level, CRR to chase. A great clear from
Kinsey and Lionblaze were the two that like left at the same time, right?
Instead it falls straight back to the defensive complexity.
Wait, who did you say?
Magic
No,
Bear
that was from beforehand.
hoping to keep this ball in, but running on fumes. It's a pass up. No redirect coming. You can see Raiseball jump the lane.
Yeah, last year
and
was CR Raiseball.
Launch that off the backboard. It's still kept in play by Magic Bear. No boost from Cheese, but he does get a tip. Cheese literally zero.
Great catch.
And now off the backboard, Rettles will boom it upfield. Good touch from
I said it
Raiseball.
earlier. I'm gonna have to look it up
do
soon. I
enough
can't
to get
remember.
the ball to the ground and put game one in the book.
Looks like Power's about to win game 2.
Follow-up from Power seems to be just that tad quicker. Oh, what a hit. Torsovs. No shot Pioneers are keeping that one out.
Yeah, that's just something the Dominus does. If you hit the corner of that card, the hitbox, it just pings off. I mean, wow, what a shot. Low boost as well. Used everything in the tank. 6
Oh,
left.
AJG.
But Power now. 3
Who went
goals
to Crew?
up. They've locked in game
Hey, I
number 2.
just could not-
Albeit a better showing from Pioneer, stepping up. But you just see, it feels has just a few more
Power
gears.
looks
They're able to just,
significantly
you know, as
faster
soon
than
as
Pioneer.
Pioneer stepped up and met them, Power went into overdrive, if you would. And
Full
lead.
power.
Series point now for the #1 seed.
That could be so important right now as Pioneers need
that's
at least
what
one.
Yep.
We cannot stress enough.
Prowess and on
I feel like I'd rather
his
watch
ability
the
to
Complexity
make
LG
plays,
game
and
over
so
the
far, Complexity
other
has
one, to be
not
honest. As
given
much as like I
Luminosity
want to
any
watch
opportunities to
QT.
do so.
Yeah,
I just
Luminosity, I
don't.
think, need to always
They're getting
earn
beat
those
up right now.
opportunities because you're not going to get anything. Like Complexity, will be a bit more defensive, but when you talk about play styles, offense and defense, it really is split by a hair. Because realistically, you need to have both in your arsenal. You might just trend more defensively or trend more offensively.
But we do see some kickoff tactics early
No,
on.
I said we were seeing quite a bit of
Luminosity,
sweeps.
it did get a
We haven't seen any
possession.
good vibes.
You
But
said
they
no
are
game
able
5
to make it work. And now that shot's going to go on target. Cheese does well to get that ball up into the corner.
There's a lot of faith in Magic Bear there to actually let that ball just go past him.
Yeah, we haven't seen a game 5 yet.
Oh,
Magic Bear beat the bear.
Flying in, Magic Bear. Perfect place, perfect time,
Beat the
perfect
bear.
placement.
And you can see Raiseball goes for the hit into the corner, and Magic Bear is right there. And that is a smart play. When you're looking for clears out of your zone, you are looking for your teammates to try to blast it as hard.
Let's continue with those offensive plays. It did not work earlier versus Fury. He barely had chances to do it. Will Complexity be sitting a bit more pretty for them? And as a shot bounces top corner, Cheese not going to be having a thanks place bounce going his way.
I
It
backed
was
out
close, though.
refresh.
Another shot that narrowly misses. Luminosity in this first minute have had a nice start. Complexity, they had that one goal last game from Raiseball. It wasn't flashy, but it was effective. I think both of us, Stumpy, still waiting to see what kind of offensive plays these teams are going to bring out.
Everything so far been somewhat routine. Definitely hoping that we see a bit more flashiness with the
Game
incredible
5, you
players
think?
that I have on both these sides. Cheese especially. I want to see him activated. It's a touch coming in central. A touch again from Raiseball. As it is passed towards him from his teammate. But a minute and a half elapsed. Cheese in the back, waiting and lurking. A Raiseball to clear, right-hand side. Sees the ball bounce all clear.
Luminosity's getting a lot more pressure this time around.
Control of the ball goes all clear in his own half. Dorito has to stretch to get to that ball first. Raiseball, a couple of missed touches, but Luminosity, they didn't have the foresight to make sure they were going in there to pressure their errors.
They needed to keep that possession. Reynolds was pretty low on boost, didn't have a ton of options, but ended up just popping that and giving up control. However, Luminosity has been able to keep this ball down in Complexity's half for quite some time. Much better game here for Luminosity. Complexity forced to play more defense than they did in game 1, that's for certain. Poke to the corner with Dorito looking for a 50, but
NRG falling off all the way around
to his own half.
I feel we're seeing a lot more aggression from Complexity than we have done during the season previously in South.
They just didn't qualify.
In, does throw Complexity off.
But in Apex, they're out of Apex. They have a decent Valorant roster, but they didn't make the first major.
Central, no, Raiseball, an interception. Complexity are chasing here, bear in mind. Luminosity's defense, they're holding very firm, and a lovely shot from Rettles, and an even better save from CRR.
Luminosity continue to do a nice job of finding each other on those breakout plays. Rettles almost had that redirect, but you could see the save come out for Complexity.
My favorite
But Luminosity, the one setting the pace in game 2.
CRR up that double, the angle is there. It's just a little bit too wide. Luminosity with the skin of their teeth, a shot wide again. CRR, no angle for it, but Dorito wanted to set up his team.
Hold on.
Rettles, 1v1 versus CRR. CRR with a block, it's good enough. Cheese, not enough.
Good job slowing him down.
Complexity surviving by the
Did a really good job slowing him down
on that breakout. Those isolation plays can be dangerous, but Complexity do enough. And they're still in this ball game as we approach this final minute and a half. Complexity, though, they haven't had many chances. We've seen CRR have a couple looks, but not be able to get the shot on target. Low boost again. Dorito and CRR both on 0. Finally, Dorito getting some, but CRR as first man not able to do much. But that 50 almost goes in.
60 seconds and 1 goal to chase for Complexity. Midfield sees Raiseball with 80 boost towards that side wall. Gets that ball very far. Bumps one. Now to CRR. A double commit from the defense Luminosity. Complexity struggle to work their way into Raiseball. Comes up. Magic Bear can clear it away. A very ambitious play coming in for a pre-jump from Complexity. Magic Bear teaming up, and Luminosity a 2-0 lead. What a turnaround after being pushed on defense.
And you love the improvising from Reynolds. As soon as he doesn't make contact on that play, he immediately...
Let's see what the other one's looking like. So 1-0 game. We'll go over there since this is game 3 real quick.
It's a couple of mistakes.
See if QT
this is a
Pioneers can pull it off.
Pioneers. They need to launch an attack. This is good. Amphis, what can he cook up? Off the ceiling, reset, chances, not gonna work, and the worst possible pinch.
It's just floating towards the end, Scrub. They need who's gonna step up. That's the question for Pioneers. 50 seconds left. And they need to get something cooking. They need a game
Oh,
win.
hold on.
That's a
Flick
great
over.
flick the top, but again, he's stuck on the crossbar. Torsos helping out. Power's defense holding strong. Here we go, Fiber. He's got a reset. What can he do? One over the top. Will that be the case for Pioneers? He ties it up.
Let's go, Fiber.
And that could be the start of something.
So much pressure on getting that right. Power have had so much of the territory, so much of the offense. We've noted how few shots the Pioneers have had. When you get one, it had to go in. Pioneers have done exactly that. Now looking for the second. Good play over to the corner. Now you have to go quickly because otherwise you might get demoed. That is not how Amphis wanted that demo to go down. And now his team is being tracked back. Power looking to try and put this one to bed.
Yeah, but Pioneers, as I said, could that be it? We're looking
It's
at
kinda
Fiber.
awkward that he has
He's had a relatively quiet series. All the Pioneers relatively quiet. Here goes Amphis, pop over the top. Are they going to commit or are they going to go? Oh dear, it's a huge mistake. Fever has a free double in the cool game. Fake out shot.
Wow.
With 4 seconds left. Devastation for the Pioneers. There's still enough time for some kickoff magic, but Power, banana head, clutching up.
What phenomenal communication.
It's a 9-9.
You are out of boost. You've got nothing left. Do Pioneers have anything left? 4 down to 1. Have they got this? No, they don't. Big Brother continues to take it.
Damn.
They tried their best at the bitter end, Pioneers, but a sweep.
They look good.
And scored full field. Luminosity and Complexity, they have been fighting. It has not been a
like a 5. But it's going to be getting, of course, the most disparity in the seeds. This is absolutely going to be a close one. Both these teams have proved it.
What are you doing?
Complexity.
Talking about people's noses.
There's a double demo. Players respawning.
The honkers?
Side of the field as well. Ball leaks out to the middle. Reynolds plays keep away. Bit of a crazy spawn at both players right on that side as well. However, Complexity make it work. Still though, under pressure.
CRR bumped into that touch, then it ends up going high, but with no boost, he can't follow. Dorito no boosting, he can't follow. Luminosity potentially aiming to score more and more of the golden stuff, so they can fly around the pitch a lot more effortlessly.
Sometimes boost is greater than ball.
Of course.
It's you know, it really makes you want it so bad you'll leave the net for it. Sometimes conceding the goal.
That was an inner monologue from Magic Bear.
I need boost too, I feel you.
Cheese removing CRR from the offending team. No chance for them to be pushing in from that. And demos absolutely on the cards for Luminosity here.
Big demos in favor of Luminosity here. It looks like they might be finally hitting their stride.
More of a tussle back and forth here in game 3.
But so far it hasn't
I've really been enjoying whoever's doing their free cam, by the way. So I know it's not like the spectator view, the way that they've been seeing it pan.
Luminosity stay boosted up and keep Complexity away from the offensive side of the ball, but now we see him finally break through. CRR trying to take that to the corner, and we see a response demo. CRR landed one himself.
Seems like there's a lot more play in the midfield in this series, especially compared to the last one, where there were, I feel, a lot more shots, a lot more threatening opportunities. Imagine putting another threat on the net of Complexity. 2 minutes elapsed. Still those 0 goals. Magic Bear destroying Dorito. Chance
nice redirect.
Was a little bit too much power. Sees it fly over the bar. Cheese has to have a bit of something to him. No corner redirect like Drowley. All the way back in the European Open qualifiers. We approach halftime in the game. Still 0-0. Much more lower scoring.
Cheese will pop it up. Go for it again himself. Raised bull out of boost. Things getting a bit awkward here for Complexity. CRR trying to win that 50 forward. Dorito back to CRR. CRR out of boost and out of the play for a little bit. As Magic Bear goes for a musty into a 50. Couldn't land the 50. And Reynolds not able to steal that corner boost either. We'll see if Luminosity will keep
Since
this
the other
attack
series
up,
is done, does that mean they'll start the
Decent amount
next
of
one, or
pressure
do
now
they
for
wait till
Luminosity,
this
but as they do find themselves low on
They've
boost,
kind of been doing where they like if they'll try and still get the other like teams in and start moving them a little ahead. But usually it's not like too far ahead.
Both commit to it, but Reynolds is going to be the first man there. 25 boost. No chance.
It's still usually pretty close to top of the hour.
Never mind, it's another miss from Luminosity, and CRR takes full advantage.
And you saw Reynolds actually moved upfield, and a bit of a gamble. Magic Bear stuck in reverse. And that is a sign of being out of position. When you are in reverse, you are not comfortable.
You never want to reverse. Realistically, in a pro game, you never really want to reverse. Unless you're bumping, you have to figure it out.
You remember that play?
That was genuinely the exact thought I thought of when I thought, oh, you've opened yourself up for criticism here.
Maybe you never say never in that situation, but most of the time, being backwards is a bad thing.
Typically, you don't want to be reversing in a pro game of Rocket League. Are we happy with my wording?
I would agree with that statement.
Oh,
now it's bouncing off the post and out. Dorito on 0 boost gets a massive flick to slow down any counterattack from Luminosity. The counterattack now goes. Cheese with
Magic
a 50.
Bear pass Cheese. Damn.
That is a team play.
Nice play.
From Luminosity.
Strap a rocket to a wheel of brie and you get this goal from Cheese. The Bear finds him. A minute 15 and Luminosity.
That was a nice little give and go.
Complexity dead in the chest. And we reset for him.
This is starting to
Central
piss me off,
goes
actually.
high onto the backboard. Dorito now tries to find Raiseball, who has to stop, find his bearings, and then leave. Magic Bear backboard. CRR challenges him in the midfield. Final 30. Ticking down. Cheese removing Dorito from the equation entirely.
And you saw Reynolds also landing a bump before that. The aggression coming out from Luminosity. Will it finally pay off? They're able to keep Luminosity back, or Complexity back rather. Luminosity trying to play defense at the midfield. Delayed 50, kicks it up. Dorito out of boost again. We've seen him be pushed so far up with low boost so many times. Cheese cuts the pass off. Cheese, another tip.
Ball still advancing
Reynolds
forward.
This to the ground. Magic Bear bails him out, but this could be bad for Luminosity. Not the best touch from Raiseball. And smartly, Luminosity will let that ball hit the ground.
Rettles letting it roll. Good game management from Luminosity. And a fake kickoff sees Magic Bear with control and 100 boost. Ball going central. He does not pick up that corner 100, so he will be slow getting back. Demos attempted. CRR, a shot attempted. But Rettles stemming the flow somewhat for a second, handing the ball towards Magic Bear. 20 boost, no reset for him. But both teams now, a lot of ambition to put themselves on series point.
And you saw Cheese try to tip that to the corner. Wasn't able to get the follow.
What are we thinking? 3 minutes? 4 minutes of overtime? 30 seconds?
But a big time save from the Bear.
Magic Bear on the other side, from defense to offense.
25,
Can't
maybe.
work his way around it. 40 seconds elapsed. Raiseball back corner. 50 boost opportunity.
I'm gonna go
Cheese will be there first.
2 minutes 15.
Central Magic Bear to shoot.
Oh my!
But Dorito can deny the dreams of Luminosity for now.
That was a great save.
Didn't use it in time. Good challenge from Cheese and a lovely power clear from Reddles, timing that hit off the bounce wonderfully. Reddles now has to get back to help out. Cheese, though, on the back line, does get the stop.
Cheese moving proactively there, making sure that he is going to be a player back if the shot does come in from the hook. Minute 20 elapsed. Magic Bear midfield challenge with Dorito. Raiseball has time, he has boost, and he has ambition. Goes round one, but Cheese instead standing as firm as possible.
Magic Bear staying up in the play on 0.
Maybe one of those like 10-minute marathons.
Doesn't want to commit
I
too
love
much.
it.
The raise.
Wow.
It's
Oh,
too
close.
long.
7 minutes,
Complexity,
25.
and it is magic here in Copenhagen.
Ah, damn.
That is the corner double that you dream
That's a
of.
hell
And
of a
to
shot.
hit it in overtime and have it be the game decider. It is that much sweeter. Raiseball, how are you not more hyped than that?
He's normally screaming. He's normally going crazy, but he knows there is a job to be done. Luminosity put up a great fight in that
Yeah, see, like
game.
they're already
Complexity
coming back
did.
in 11
But
minutes to start
sometimes all
setting
it takes
the
is a spark of
stage
magic
for
to blow
the
everything
next game
wide
into this
open.
series.
Stumpy, you know, I had mentioned before that offensively it was a pretty quiet game. It was just a slugfest there with both players getting these scrappy goals. Well, that goal, that was the jewel of the series.
Yeah, for sure. Complexity getting that early lead as well. Quite a chill Vamos from them. And then it was Magic Bear passing to Cheese, getting the rocket on there. That was the equalizer. But look at this clear. Raiseball, it sends it for himself too. Rettles goes to a pre-jump. He's like, yeah, I did it.
There was the pop-off.
Yeah, I did
from
it.
the bull.
That was me, boys.
And those are so hard to read perfectly. And,
So hard.
not only to get the read and be in the general vicinity, but to also have that much power on the shot. That
Against
was
the defender. That's not even an open net.
in overtime as well, when the nerves nerves are at their highest. What a play from RazeBull. I wonder if we'll look back at Complexity's Swiss run and be able to point to that goal as maybe the point in which Complexity comes to life. That was a play to remember.
It's now going to be on Luminosity to secure a game here. Take us to 5 instead. Dorito takes us to 5 seconds in game at number 4 and securing 1 for Complexity.
And what is it, Stumpy? Another low 50. If you're out there watching,
low 50.
Just go for the low 50. If you're trying to incorporate something in your ranked games, low 50 is invaluable.
Yeah. Dorito now going for a bump, no chance, or rather doesn't actually get any contact on it. 2 shots coming out from CRR and Dorito. Now RazeBull in the sky again, looking inspired.
Wow. Yep, it's over.
It is 2 in 20 seconds.
The Bull is starting to get momentum. Gets the flip reset. Perfect pass to Dorito. And we're not even 20 seconds in, and Complexity have put up 2 in a series where goals have been coming at a premium. So now Complexity, after winning in such amazing fashion to get this early lead, you wonder if this is the time to start panicking for Luminosity stuff.
Yeah, low scoring across the board so far that we've seen from both of these teams. To have 2 so early on, it's going to be confidence inspiring for one side and somewhat frustrating for the other. Luminosity are going to be unfortunate that they're going to be the frustrating ones.
Both games previously, or at least games 1 and 2, just 1-goal games. And then obviously that overtime as well. And now we see a third goal. Complexity, things starting to get out of hand.
Bro.
I mean, CRR beats 1, beats the second, the third then flies his way in. It's a ground pinch into the post, Magic Bear no contact, and Dorito just happens to be
It's over. Turn this place into a parking lot.
3-0 Complexity. Already this is the joint most number of goals we've seen in a game after 55 seconds.
And Complexity are going to have all the confidence now as well. This is a big test here for Luminosity. If you're going to give up 3, I guess it's better to give it up in that first minute. Give yourself the most time to complete that comeback. But
or you're just dragging it out as well. You're thinking, oh, we have 4 more minutes of this, boys.
Well, that's where we'll see what kind of mentality that Luminosity has.
I mean, Rettles, I said it before.
Damn.
He's an astounding leader, but leadership
Holy
will only
shit,
get you so far when you face the quality of Sam's number 2 seed.
Yeah, you get the pass, you get the poke by CRR on the bump, and then the shot. That is doing work. Off ball and on ball from CRR. And Complexity are putting the pedal to the metal and leaving Luminosity in the dust.
Whenever a team in pro play goes 4 goals up, I believe it's about it's like 95 to 99% chance that they then win that game.
Yeah, 3 goals it's possible. 4 it almost seems impossible.
Yeah, I think 4 goals is 99% time, 99 out of 100 times. The team with 4, they are going to be winning it. Luminosity, it's time for you guys to make it a little bit more likely.
This is when you call Trill, the coach of Elevate, and you get that playbook. From game 3.
How do we score 6 in a row, mate?
What's the secret? Oh, maybe we'll see one. Here we do.
At least the first.
Camping on the back
still have a whole
line
half
as we
to
take
play.
another look at this one.
And where did all of Complexity go? It's a rough touch from RazeBull. Dorito then dives in, thinks he can get something. The Magic Bear will be the one to just play that nuisance.
Well, this game got
nuisance
sideways.
earns them a goal.
Yeah, it got sideways. Fuck.
Quarter of the way to earning an overtime. Otherwise, they're going to be going down 0-2, and they will have to reverse sweep the Swiss to make top 8.
30 seconds.
For Luminosity, that is one step
Daughter's busted the
towards
window out the
making
garage.
the comeback a reality.
Oh, no.
Kicking a soccer ball.
But it is going to be a long path for them to get back into it as we approach the halfway point. Luminosity.
Well, at least it's in the garage, not in the house.
Can they do more?
Yeah, except we have a fuck ton of
Halfway through the game, becoming a lot more measured to Complexity, I feel, whereas Luminosity, they are running out of time.
Broken windows?
Jeez, right-hand side, Magic Bear not nearly enough boost to get to that ball, panicking somewhat. Jeez, from his own back line, past the halfway line, but RazeBull there, standing strong again. A miss from CRR as Dorito has to fly in. Rettles works around him. Again, going central, but look, another defensive player for Complexity.
Big enough to cover the space.
CRR wasting time on that air dribble clear attempt. Lovely tip to break up that opportunity. RazeBull knows that he cannot give Magic Bear that space at the midfield. Now we might see another scoring opportunity. There's
wow.
the
The hesitation here.
That was a bit of a fake there.
Yeah.
And he just takes it and scores.
Oh, Magic Bear. Oh, I feel bad for you. I feel bad for you, mate. Raise ball, fakes one, flicks it high, sends it in.
The Rocket League equivalent of a crossover.
Just completely dukes him.
Poor
Magic Bear
Rebels,
again
man.
leaving
He
the
went from,
ball,
like,
goes straight
Apex,
for a
top
boost.
of the world in Rocket League. Now
But again, we find that 4-goal difference, and Luminosity have even less time than they did previously, James.
And Stumpy,
Time to hang it up.
I know you spent a lot of time in EU, but can you just imagine what NA would have been like if Furia and Complexity stayed in NA? How
No, Reynolds was
crazy it
Optic,
would
and
have
then
been.
before that was Best
There's no
Station
doubt
Gaming.
about that.
Yeah, he was
Complexity
playing
and Furia, they went back to Sam, they dominated, and now they show up here. Complexity going up against Luminosity. And it was a close game in the first ones, but this game 4, Complexity,
it's like
they went into a different
every year
gear,
they play.
specifically Raisable.
They look inspired. A low shot coming in as Reynolds does remove one player.
Like
and a
new
minute
wave.
remaining. They need a goal every 15 seconds, and that is a wonderful pass from Magic Bear.
Like they say, like,
Unfortunately,
the ranked
a Complexity player is in the way. Shot towards the backboard. 15 of those seconds has gone, and with no sign of a goal, we may as well chalk this one up to the South American darlings.
Right.
Most of the desk.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Complexity, even the coin.
Well, I mean, if you think back to like the early seasons, like there wasn't as like nearly as much shit in the air like for RLCS play, right? Like
on the alt stream, so I don't know
The
about
coin
that.
sometimes knows. It's a different coin. They have different personalities. That's what happens.
makes it super
And with 20
sad.
seconds left, Complexity, they will be
Because I
securing
think I
game number
really
4.
like this game.
It's a miss on the backboard. It will not matter.
Come out when I
Luminosity 0 and
all the
2. It
time
is not the
when
position that
I
any
Oh,
of
true,
these
bro.
teams want to be in. It is not where you want to
imagine if we had this to grind instead of Halo 3.
Of the 2024
Actually,
season,
I don't
but
know, though,
Complexity,
because I don't think I would trade my Halo 3
1-1,
game.
and
That's
they've
true,
proven
though. Yeah, that's a
themselves
good
to
point. That's a good
be
point.
terrifying opponent for anybody that
The
stands in
amount
their
of fun
way.
we had on
And
Halo 3,
Raisable
I don't know if I can
finishing
ever
this
grade
series
that was some of my
strong
favorite
for
gaming
Complexity
ever.
Facts.
as they
Facts.
get this series win in round 2.
Hey, Ducky,
Big
can you
win
turn your
from them
TV
as
down
well.
just a
A lot of
smidge for me,
people
boss?
on the fence as to which way this would go. But I don't think there's
Appreciate
any
you.
doubts left that Complexity
I do
is
not,
the better
no.
team. They ramped it up. Raisable hitting that overtime
Is that
double
better?
tap off the corner.
you.
Still, to me, the play of the series. And then the hesitation. You could tell that the killer instinct for Complexity is there. The belief in themselves
All right, so that means
is
over
there.
on the other channel we should have 2 minutes. Fuck. But it's gonna be G2 versus NG. So at least for the first one back. Yeah.
Just the winner.
Our round 2
winner
matches
side.
conclude, but there are a
yeah,
lot
starting
of
up
work
over on
ahead of
the
them. I think we need to see a lot of
winner side.
leadership coming in from Rettles and Raw Greg to talk to not land rookies, but talking to obviously Cheese and Magic Bear, because we know what Magic Bear can do. So far today, he has not performed to that level. That does not mean that he won't perform to that
I
level.
would not
He just
do
needs
well
help to get there.
And there were
Get away from
brief
me,
flashes.
dude. I
We
don't
saw
wanna-
the
I don't
play
need to come
between
over here.
Cheese and Magic
Give me a
Bear. That
sympathy
passing play
fist bump
worked out
after you just kick
wonderfully.
my ass for
But
3 games.
I think for Luminosity, they really do need to figure
You know
out
what I mean?
how to amp
Yeah.
up that offense to the next
Energy
level.
would be good for
We
the
saw
team,
what
though.
Complexity was able to do was have
Huh?
Raisable electrify that
Teamwork's
offense
energy
and
would
be able
be
to
good
make
for the
an
team.
impact
True.
on those solo plays. We saw
Yeah,
even
I'm like
CRR
the
getting
Dave
some
Gilmore,
really
dude.
critical
There ain't no
plays with
energy
some bumps,
about it.
being making
Yeah,
space,
okay.
getting open, putting those shots on target. The flip
cucumber all the
reset
time.
pass from Raisable as well. They were able to get to that higher gear, whereas
What am I thinking about
Luminosity
FTX?
just could not find that high-level offensive
The
consistency.
FTX guy founder got in prison for
Luminosity, a
25
lot
years.
of work ahead of them, but Complexity, their work
Oh,
has
that's what
very
he got.
much just
Yeah.
begun. 1-on-1 going through our Swiss.
That's it.
The
That's
next
it.
challenges are going to be even
Should've got a hell of a lot
scarier
more
than
than
the
that.
last.
Yeah.
And it's an opportunity for them to prove themselves.
Luminosity gonna have to go back to the drawing board, but you have to have faith. They've done it before. Can they do it again? And we're gonna go have an interview with Lee.
We are down here with CRR after they get off of victory there.
First game
Putting
kicks
yourselves
off at
at
7:09
1-1 now.
They're
I want
starting
to
with
know
Clemson, Arizona.
about the mentality, I guess, in this one. You guys
Arizona should
look
walk the
locked
park.
in. Is there some
Yeah, I'm gonna
fatigue
have
coming in
a
with some of these longer
I'm gonna have a
days, or was
call
it just
with the
being locked in?
organizer around like 6:20ish
locked
tonight.
in. I think we knew that we have to
Yeah,
win
I'll
that
probably
this
just get
match
off after that.
because we lost against Vitality, so we were so focused.
And talk to me about
the
the
game
Vitality matchup then, you know, coming off of that. It felt like the game was
UConn
relatively close. It wasn't a blowout in terms of score. If you play that again now, as you have a little more warm-up throughout the day, do you feel like you could take that match against Vitality?
Yeah, I think yes. The first match wasn't really on point for us, but I think now we could have won them.
Now, talking about LG specifically, it looked like they were trying some interesting things in there. First off, we know LG, especially with Reddles, to be a very physical player.
All right, let's go tune in and get ready to get started with the Americas matchup.
Has it all been
Oh,
sweeps?
it's all
I think
been
it's all
sweeps,
sweeps.
I think.
really,
Yeah, so
I was
we're
really
all
digging the
sweeps.
mustache.
And
I was
obviously,
enjoying the
that's about
mustache.
to stop. We got G2 versus Gen G. So I don't think we're getting a sweep anymore. I think we're about to get the
I hope
first
not.
non-sweep of the B stream.
We've had sweep adjacent times against G2 Gen G. And here's the schedule what we have left. Yes, a rematch of
They're
the
no longer
North
kids,
American
teamwork.
Regionals G2 versus Gen G.
You remember what it was
Of
like
course,
to be in
we
your
have the
mid-20s,
EU
right?
face-off Between the Gentlemates and BDS.
Hey.
I'm so excited for these last two.
Bro, I've been dressed
these
the
are
same since I was 15.
matches that you could just as easily see in semi-finals or even deeper in the tournament. No, this is right into a
Raising
Swiss,
child.
and that is just what happens when you've got so many competitive teams, so many competitive regions. But this one is, I think, very personal
Life's
for these
too
two
short
teams
to take
because
it serious,
yes,
you know?
G2 has seen one, but Gen G beat them the last time they played, and as we all know, the last one's really all that counts. So they're going to be feeling very good about this. I had a chance. I saw both the teams coming in here. I think they like this matchup.
Also, can we talk to Johnny Boy about how to keep his tie like tight while he's on
I guess
camera?
they're side by side.
Well, if you would just button the top
I think
button,
people are like,
then
oh,
it
is
would be
Gen G
fine.
beating G2 a
It's
fluke?
because he
Because
has
they
it
beat them
loose
once in
and the
Swiss.
top
That was like the
button's undone.
G2's first loss, and then they beat him in the final. I got
It's like he heard
past
us.
that, and that was
Right?
amazing. Gen G definitely
They're
on
talking
fire.
about why not.
G2
They're talking about why
no
not.
slouches, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, today, I think, well, G2 have got the
That was
perfect 3-0
literally
record
impeccable
game-wise,
timing.
so they are the higher seed right now in
Q
the
calls out
Swiss
the
format.
tie.
After initially losing one game to Power, they went on a tear. They scored 13 unanswered goals, and then went on to win 3-1 pretty comfortably. Yeah, the results in the mainstream also coming in. Elevate taking a game off Rule 1, Luminosity taking a game off Complexity, so it's starting to look a little bit closer as we make progress through this event. And we're getting some nice matches kind of lined up tomorrow. I believe Luminosity Limitless might be a match tomorrow, which is exciting. So that's your mainstream matches that are coming up. Furia, Vitality, Karmine Corp Falcons are here. We've got Gen G, G2, and then Gentlemates, BDS.
I know I come from North America, but we got Luminosity OG having some wobbly starts. But if there's two teams that we can depend on, even some teams saying North America is a two-team region, whatever, now it's no longer a one-team region. And I'm really excited to see these guys go at it because it was just a week ago. Time is a concept, but these guys faced off recently.
It was very recent, and yeah, they're both locked in. They're in the practice lobby right now. The score is 49-38. Not joking. I think the admins might have had something to do with that one. But yeah, as soon as they're ready to go, we're going to jump straight into this, and we'll finish Talk League and actually get into the gameplay. Yeah, First Killer, Chronic, Jack getting it together. They've got the upward trajectory coming into this event, and G2, they're the team who kind of just started at the top and stayed there. So I think, coming into this event, I was leaning a little bit more towards G2, but now I'm saying Gen G, and yeah, we also need to know what is the
printer think
as well. So let me see if I can flip this. That wasn't a flip. That was that. Does it count? I failed miserably.
That's fraudulent.
I failed miserably. I'll try again. That's also fraudulent, but orange.
Just go with which one is orange?
Coin says orange, which is Gen G. So yeah, sorry, the first one is a complete failed flip on my part. We might need to let you do the next one because that was embarrassing. By me.
My hands are full on purpose.
Who have you got? Gen G or G2?
I kind of went with I don't know why I say kind of. I am committed to Gen G because they beat them in Swiss. They beat them in the final, and these two teams are a lot closer. And I know we're all waiting to see the Laniel I've been hearing. I know everyone has these weird land names, but Laniel, is he coming alive today? It's been a good start for both these teams, obviously.
Yeah, G2, they haven't lost a game, so I think they looked a bit cautious against Pioneers. They were trying not to lose, and they didn't lose. They won every game, so they got the job done. But this will be the real test of G2's level
don't have one of those auto
at this event. I think Gen G got a tougher test.
I've been thinking about it.
Losing a game to Power, who really showed up confidently for that series. And Gen G were able to answer that challenge, and now they're going to lay down one of their own for G2, the #1 seed, Atomic on the
This probably makes sense, but
is, the most successful North American player in the Open era. And now he's got his most talented lineup that he's ever had with Beast Mode and Daniel.
I told myself before I got one of the
G2
powered ones, I just wouldn't want to get one of like the
and that's how they
hella
try to
mixed ones or
outplay
whatever, the
other
ones that
teams.
like you don't
You
need the
can't
shaker
deny
ball,
Daniel
just like
and
the way
Beast
that
Mode,
they're
their duo
designed. They're supposed to like you just shake it a
Except they
couple
look a little
times and
tired.
everything mixes.
Slouch mode.
Yeah,
Gotta posture up.
Been a bit sleepy, yeah. He's looking a bit sleepy today, but you can't.
Right, the ones that have just the motor on the bottom. But there's no, I was saying there's ones that like they don't require a shaker ball. They have like the Vortec look to them.
They know what to do here. Both these teams know each other very well. They've obviously practiced against each other a lot. They've competed against each other a lot.
I've never seen one with
and they may not have expected to play each other this early in the competition, but I don't think they mind it. I think that G2 will want to get
what I'm saying is the one, so instead of having like the motor at the bottom to spin it, there's this other ones called like the Hella Mix or something.
Now they want to finish stronger as well.
And
Gen G going 3 straight
cylinder,
wins
like the outside,
on
it's
G2.
you
And
can
it needs
see
to
it.
be a
It's
peak
like
performance from everybody.
it's almost like if you took like I think if you take like an aluminum can, you like twist either end. You know what I mean?
Chasing everyone around. Averages almost like 3 demos a game.
Maybe the
And then you can't deny First Killer,
Vortex.
the star of the show, at least the demon on the field that we all gotta watch. When he puts on a performance, you better watch out. And then he's got to go up against Daniel, who solo plays, and all around this is going to be a really high quality match.
Hella
and a
Mix,
rematch
Vortex,
of
blender
the
bottle,
final of
shaker
the most
bottles. Here, hold on.
recent regional North American showdown. It's about to take off.
Is G2 and Gen G. One NA team's going 2-0 in the day. One will be taking an L in round 2. And it
Yeah,
all starts
Helimix,
now.
Helimix,
Game
Vortex, blender shaker.
NA's best 2 teams have separated themselves from the rest of the pack.
And
now
so
one of
because
them
of the way that
will
like
go
the
perfect on the day.
cylinder is, you don't need a ball, you just shake it and it
Lower
causes like the
stakes
mixing on
here
its
in
own.
the Swiss, but still these 2 teams have gone at it.
You still need to
time and
manually
time
shake it as
again
opposed to
in
the one that
their
had like the
region.
motor, but
And it's about G2 closing it out because Gen G beat him last time. Recently, I know you talked about the record, but recently it was Gen G finally
I've
besting
seeing
them.
like
When
ads
everyone
on
said
TikTok
G2
where they like
couldn't
even
be
put in like
touched,
big old
Gen
clumps
G
of peanut
broke
butter
that
and like it
armor and
smooths
broke their
out
perfect
after a couple
split.
shakes. Just
Yes,
because
nice
of
infield
the way
pass
everything
intent
is.
there by Gen G, but Jack wasn't quite ready to make a move onto it. Beast Mode more than ready to collect that lob pass. It went into the backboard. A bit too high for him to double downwards. End-to-end stuff as we kick things off. And now Chronic and First Killer getting extremely tangled there. That's the kind of mistake that Gen G can't afford to be making. They have made quite a few mistakes against G2 in their losses against them this season. They need to be so careful.
There's a couple of guys who go to
G2,
gym I
that
go
was
to
off
in
the
the morning that
crossbar.
have them that like swear by
Yeah,
them.
First Killer almost setting up the opponent for success, but here's Gen G moving
Since
forward.
there's no like shaker ball
not
enough,
letting
they're like super
G2
easy to
break
clean.
out of their own half. But Atomic can lead that charge, but Jack reads it off the wall. But with that demo,
Although
it's a
the ones that you were
3-on-2
talking about, like
for
with the motor, I
G2
heard you
as
just
Beast
put a
Mode
little bit of
wants to
water
chop it
in,
off,
like
the
soap
demo,
in them, and it like
clears up
cleans
the ball.
themselves
Daniel
too. So like,
recovers.
Yeah, you just
G2
hit the
put
button
on the
and turn
press.
them on.
Gen G,
Yeah,
their
basically
backs
flip
are
off.
against the wall, off the ceiling too. Beast Mode's
know,
just like that.
us guys,
Making
yeah,
space
you know.
for physical little backflip there.
I'm
G2
going to the
totally
gym, but
was
I ain't
it.
That's far too easy from Gen G's POV, but G2 will take it. Atomic with the backflip to pop the ball over the last player. And it looks like Chronic was looking for boost. He didn't stay back in that goal line area.
It's
Didn't
like the people who go to the
expect
gym
need
that don't unrack their weights.
G2 get a goal against a bit of a careless Gen G, but a Gen G who
I'll come
were
in here and
very
lift all this
smart.
weight, but I'll be
So
damned if I had to put my weight back. What are we doing here?
I will
Pass.
say, like,
Almost
that
the
was
first
probably
killer broken
the
up by G2.
most,
Counterattack,
I
but
can say
Chronic
frustrating
missed
part,
that touch. Jack
but,
is there in the
like,
back.
when I
Collects the
started
corner,
climbing the
shoves
weight
Atomic out of the picture.
and putting the time
Now
in,
Gen
working
G
out
can
6
pass,
days a week,
transition,
really
G2
focusing
playing
on
back.
building
And
muscle.
Beast Mode with the challenge. Oh, even gets the
Once you
second
start
touch
getting into
versus
the high
Chronic to make
set,
the save.
because
Atomic
it's like a
off the
double
cross,
oomph,
Beast
right?
Mode
Because like
whips it
the
to the
higher you
corner
get into your
as
sets,
Atomic
you're lifting more
gonna
weight,
deny
but
this
then you're
clear
getting
from
more
Gen
tired,
G.
and then you have to
And
unrack
up
and
top,
re-rack
G2
more weight. It's
really
like this
putting on the pressure as Daniel up high
Wow,
to the
like
backboard.
hate leg
This
days
comes
with like
out to Atomic.
hip
First
thrusts
killer
and like leg
saves.
press. You're putting on like 5 to 7 plates on either side. You're like,
a
bro, fuck
counter-attack
this shit.
opportunity for Gen G off the back
I'll tell you
of
what,
that
though, there's no
constant
better feeling than
G2 pressure.
that kind of weight
They weren't
around.
able to
True
make it
though.
land.
With
Gen
your
G
own
have been
sport. Like,
the
there is
team
no
under
better
the most
feeling
pressure by far
when you're done. Like,
in
I
this
just
first
moved
game. It
that.
seems like
That's
that
me.
opening
I
goal for
fucking picked
G2
that up.
gave them all the confidence to
Especially
continue
when people
attacking,
are
but Gen G have survived it, still only trailing by one. Now looking at it going the other way with Chronic.
The kids. My
Sealing
favorite
double
is
tap.
when like
It's on,
the
but
high
saved
school
by
kids
Beast Mode.
would come in with their jacked
Oh, and the
physique,
follow-up.
but they couldn't
Yeah,
move
that's the
anyway.
key. Gen G need to not just
And then you got
survive,
me,
they
like,
need to
off,
thrive. And they've
'cause I had
showed
no
us
diet.
that they can play up to their potential and
Like,
play
I was
up
strong as
to a
hell, but I
team
had, like,
like G2.
no shape.
As
Because my
Jack
diet was
forced off by
absolutely
Daniel, Beast Mode playing close
Like,
to
my
his friend,
protein
his
was chicken
duo, and
wings.
G2.
Right.
Offense
Like-
can't seem to get going on this
Yeah, I
right
got,
side. He gotta
18
go up
feet
high,
from
but Gen
Buffalo
G
Wild.
counterattack beats the defender, and it's in!
Oh, well, play by First
And then
Killer.
these guys
Last
come
man
in, they're
dives as
born
Atomic
genetic
gets
freaks.
dispossessed by First Killer.
They're
Daniel
Greek
thought
god
First
mods,
Killer
but they
would
can't
take
fucking
longer to
move
get back to
anyway.
that ball. First just got underneath it, flipped it up and over him before he could get the challenge in. 2 minutes and 6 seconds
just
to
trying
go.
not to have a
Gen
dad
G tie the game.
This is close. This is close. How is this North American standoff going to end in Swiss? For now, it is a demo that favors
Honestly, I
Gen G, I
just wanna
believe.
have a
So
flat
now
belly
just
button
needing to rob
going
Daniel with this
on.
ball. And Chronic's doing his best, carving
Yeah,
it
I've
to
come to
the
terms with the
left.
fact that I can't
Gen G
because
would make the
I
passes,
enjoy
but Daniel
doing
can't
lines
seem
of
to
double
break
stuff
through.
Oreos too
First
much.
Killer chops off the ball, didn't
didn't
have
know
any
that was
boost, so
going.
Jack steps up and Beast Mode not having much boost either. Had to reset off
My
the
guilty
ceiling,
pleasure.
drops
I'm
it
like,
off
hey, what
to
do I
the
want for a
opponent.
snack? I want some double stuff
And it's just
Oreos.
a
Like
mix-up between
4
the
or
two.
6? Nah, just a whole fucking sleeve.
Chronic a
Just
little bit of space here, pops it over the top of
the whole.
Dude,
challenge.
do me a favor,
Daniel
don't
just
ever look
about
at
got there in
a
time. You can see him
Oh, they're
really
like 2
throwing that
cookies,
body
bro.
about
It's
with
awful.
life as he tries to
Cookies is
get as
like
much movement as possible. I'm sure you guys have all
240
Yeah,
done your
bro,
own
that's what I'm
game.
telling you.
Leading
Like,
into the corner.
that's why the dad pouch
Blind
won't
here
leave.
for Gen
Do
G.
that like
They're
3 times a
gonna be
week.
a lot happier with the tail end of this game. They're really
You
up
say a
against it
week
when they were
or-
down 1-0.
Yeah, 3
Survived
times
that
a
for
week.
30 seconds to a minute.
Once
where
on
G2 are all
Saturday,
over them.
once on Sunday, and
Now
once during the
seem
week.
like they're back under control. Safe defensive 50s by Gen G when called upon.
Yeah,
Last minute.
I've
You
cut my
heard it.
diet
Oh,
down.
that's away from Atomic, but it's still safe.
But like
But
to
I-
be fair, I've gotten to the point where that's like my
Salvages the
only
moment.
splurge. You know what I
Gen
mean?
G back pass,
Right.
trying to
You gotta
stabilize
have more.
themselves.
Yeah.
Daniel now caught him in a weak moment with that demo, but the ball is up
Mine's
high.
gin
And
pouches.
G2, man, they could really
That's what I
have
eat
that
for
offense
dessert.
going for a
I
second.
finished eating
The next
and I
goal
immediately
could
put it in
be
the pouch
the nail in the coffin for this game
Thought
one.
about
As
trying
Atomic
the zinnies out, I'm not gonna lie.
Gen G scrambling.
Oh my
They're
goodness.
diving, and somehow this is not in for G2.
It makes you feel so
Beast
good.
mode and Atomic.
when you first start
Gen G
doing them, though,
managed to
it's gonna
cover
be
their
pretty
bases.
intense.
Now,
Like, you'll-
striking
you
and
vape-
puncturing
you vape,
through
so maybe
that
not.
midfield.
I mean,
It's
I
sending back
vape
to the
like-
orange half as Atomic
Seriously,
wanted to
though,
redirect, and he's still threatening that
He
back
said
line
when I
of
vape
Gen
isn't,
G,
like,
who just
nicotine,
are
though.
barely able to get
Oh,
to that blue
gotcha.
half. Daniel with an attempted pass, double commit from Gen G.
I
This
haven't
will be
vaped
recovered by
nicotine in a couple
G2 easily. Going forward is Beast
then maybe
mode
we'll
with
just
the
do it.
reset
But
against
even
Jack,
people I know
follows
that
the
vape,
chronic slap.
like,
Atomic
with
up
nicotine.
next, pass to the box, no. It's
the-
overtime.
Of course, it
What,
is going
the
to
way
be
your body processes
OT game
nicotine
1
when you
between
ingest it
NA's
orally
2
versus
top
through your
teams.
lungs,
Both
completely
teams have
different.
laid scares in that regulation. Who's going to get the
Like, I know
strong start
people who
in
can vape
OT? Looks like G2
all
got
day
the
long.
first opportunity,
Like,
but
it's nonstop.
Jack has
It's-
done really well
it's
there.
like,
Getting a couple of plays
they're
on the
just
ball in a row,
on-
but the
on the
50-50 seem
pipe
to be
all
the
day
key.
long.
to
On
this
the
match
pipe.
at the moment.
Okay, yeah.
Like they're very safe. That's a good pass, but
But then you give them
pounced
a
on by
Zen,
Chronic.
dude, and they're like, holy shit.
Oh, just when you
Like,
thought
my
you were
one
out of the
buddy's a
woods, you
big
broke up the
smoker.
pass. G2 steal
Like,
away
he's a
game
big
1.
smoker. And he
Oh,
put his
wow,
Zen in.
his first
dude.
killer,
he
he
felt,
just missed
like,
the
he
read.
felt the Zen, but he
First killer
smokes
was
all day
getting to
long.
that ball
Like, he works in a
first,
factory.
but
he's
he
a
just
maintenance
missed the
guy.
read off the sidewall.
He's
And
on,
Beast Mode
on him
read
all day
the
long.
miss, which is
But he puts
actually
his Zen
huge
in,
because
dude, it's like
when you
instant.
see First
Boom,
Killer
boom.
jumping for any kind of
Little
read
different.
on a bounce like
You
that,
say they don't do anything for you?
most players are going to assume that he's hitting it. But Beast Mode knew this is missable. He looks a bit awkward there. I'm just going to go, and if he does miss, we're scoring. If he doesn't, I've got my teammates back anyway. Great play by Beast Mode as G2 take game 1.
And take game 1 by doubling their shots, but being
literally
pushed
as
to
we
their
speak.
limit for G2, their offense really testing out Gen G. And being able to recognize those weak or just awkward moments, as you said, is such a skill to have out of a team like G2 who really demand perfection when you play against them. And Gen G know that they have to peak here the same way that they did in the grand final against them recently.
Dude, I had a guy do that
for Gen
at the
G,
bowling alley.
just need to try and stabilize. Obviously, they did this earlier on today. They lost game 1. Against Power.
Oh, see, I was always very cognizant of like making sure I didn't do it like around people who weren't also like smokers or vapors. You know what I mean?
Get right back
like
to
this
it.
dude,
first killer.
I heard him
Be
cooking
thinking too
from,
much
like,
about
the other
that
side
miss.
of the
It's a tough
bowling alley.
read.
Started hitting
He didn't
foil,
have too
and
much
you could
boost to
hear
play
him
with
heat
when he
up.
reached the ball. So I
And
don't
as
think
he
he could be
gets
too
to
hard
me,
on
dude,
himself
like,
there.
I stood up,
Before
I was
that,
like,
he
are
scored,
you fucking serious right
great
now?
goal, and
And it's a
played a
dude
great
that
game.
I like
So
too. Like
I
it's
think
someone
Gen G
that I
should
know
be okay here.
that I get along
This
with.
being a best of 5,
I'm like,
they've
hey,
got to get back into this
that's your path.
as soon as possible.
Don't do that again.
And what's nice about this match for both teams is they
what's the
faced
problem?
each other
It's
so
like,
much so they know
don't
what
do
to
that again.
expect.
It's disrespectful.
I wonder how much preparation you do. It's the same prep you would do every final.
I don't
but
care
G2
that you do
lead
it.
the
Don't blow up my
series.
face.
Going into game 2.
That's all I'm asking.
That's a quick start out of Gen G. Chronic slamming the back wall already. Daniel holds his own. It's a beast team pitch all the way across. Okay.
Well, that was so creative by G2 to even spot the opportunity of the team pitch there. Not the
They
conventional
don't
team
do
pitch,
much
but
for me.
and you know, one player coming down, one player going up. That's open, surely.
Honestly, the
And
Naked
it's off
team
the
on
post.
all
Jack
ones
wasn't
did
there in
nice.
time. Well, that
Or not
should
the
have
Naked team,
been
the caffeine.
1-0 for Gen G. The center ball
The
came
caffeine
through,
pouches don't do
but it was
shit
too
for me,
quick.
dude. But I have
This
a
is
caffeine
quick. Now
problem,
it's back to
so
the
that's-
But I've got a caffeine problem, bro. Don't we all, dude?
Surely
Holy.
is the key word to this game too. Surely that goes in.
Oh, no.
Daniel
I drink
harasses,
2 to
wins
3
against 2
C4s a
defenders.
day, buddy.
Jack's attention is
I was
summoned.
gonna say
G2
I have
really know how to shake
350
up
milligrams in my pre-workout, and I still have 2 monsters. What do you mean?
Keeps perfect control. Beast mode has been a real problem for Gen G today.
That's
He's
just
been
like
the
the
most
one
aggressive
morning
player
shift after I close.
in that final third.
I tell you what,
When
though,
Beast
those,
mode's confident,
pre-workout
you know that it's
drinks
going to be a
just
good
hit
day for
different
whatever
than
team he's on.
anything, dude.
He's had a lot of
That
lands
shit
in
I
the
was
past
taking for
where
a
he's
while
been in the
that I was talking
conversation
about,
for
like
number
last year, the year
1
before that. It's called
at the event. That could be an loss for G2. Atomic's not able to catch up to it before the shooting angle closed.
Yeah, I had fun with a couple of different pre-workouts, man, but I switched up from the pump, which is like their caffeine-free one, because I was trying to kind of like cut it back, but I just can't do caffeine-free on those morning workouts, bro.
Hey, first killer at the
Nah,
reset.
dude, I'm
Sets
telling you, that
Gen
time
G
of day,
up.
getting your body up
Jack
consistently
crossing from
is
side
hard.
to side.
Yeah.
Both third mans from these teams need to be careful.
I'm
Get
gonna do
ready
it
in net for
starting
anything.
in
It's been
April.
quick transitions now
I'm
with
gonna
the
start
demo.
weaning
Gen G
myself down
relieved
towards
that
the end of the
offense
month, 'cause
from
I'm getting,
G2.
that
Still,
tattoo
Atomic
done
won't let
for
this
my-
go by, and
my
back
fortress
wall being
tattoo
tested
for
there
my
by
mom.
Chronic.
And
Now
the
he
one
can
guy
go
at
up
work is a
high,
big
and you would
tattoo guy.
think, but
He covers-
G2,
He probably
their
gets like
midfield
3 to 4
so good,
tattoos a
forcing
year.
50s. That fourth Gen G to take a
And
step back
he was telling me
sometimes.
that caffeine
And
makes
G2
your
hunting
skin more
Atomic,
sensitive,
leaving it up
more
to
likely
beast
to
mode.
bleed,
Now gets so much time and
and
space,
it
you
makes
would
the
think, but Chronic
tattooing
just
more
waits for his
painful.
moment.
Huh.
Oh, that's another great
So
chance
I'm
for
gonna
Gen
try
G.
and
Surely no first killers hit the post
wean
as well, but they've hit
myself
both
up as much
posts
as I
now
can.
with technically open
Going into
nets.
the end of the month.
None of them are easy. I mean, you've got to go quickly there,
To see
but
if
you
it helps,
should be
'cause it's gonna
scoring.
be,
And
like,
Gen G cannot
the initial
throw
set
away
too is like an
too
8-hour
many of these
session on my
opportunities,
phone.
or at least you would think so. That being said, they have had more of them come up, so
And that's pretty sensitive skin already.
will they find their shooting boots in time?
I'm excited.
G2 have had chances as well. I mean, this is a
Yeah, I'm
dangerous
about
game
to.
for both teams.
I have a
G2 getting
feeling
really
I'm gonna get
physical,
this
but
one,
first
and I'm
killer
gonna
against
fall
beast
into the
mode,
fucking
pops it across the net.
Okay.
Jack too late, but hoping to slow down Daniel, because here comes G2 trucking down the midfield, but it's a good stop from Gen G and the counterattack, and it always has G2's third man thinking twice.
It's funny
about
how many
he
people
wants
say
to
the
move
same thing
down
as
this
kind of
field.
that addicting sort
Now
of
Gen G,
trait to
Atomic
it. I
and
can
Beast
definitely
mode,
agree.
putting their backs against the wall as Jack climbs up high. Daniel and Beast
Like,
mode
I got
cross,
3
not
within,
letting
like,
Gen
4
G
years of each
exit
other.
at all. And Atomic has a setup.
And then
Seems
I
like
haven't
G2
got
have all the time in the world to keep
I'm getting
passing,
ready to
but
get this one
Chronic
from my
tries to break
mom.
it up as much as he can.
And I feel like I'm
So far, G2 have
be like, okay,
managed to keep
get
Gen
in.
G in this kind of position, but
Yeah,
Gen G
I did my 3 in
haven't
about
made any crucial mistakes. That is
5,
you know,
6
for me,
years.
the defensive key.
Just 'cause
for
I got
Gen
my
G
one when I
is
was,
not
like,
to make
really
any
young.
Big blunders, but they at some point they do have to
I got my first
score one of these open
tattoo
nets. They've got to take
for
one of
my
these
17th
chances. G2 again
15,
pushed back
baby.
by Gen G, but keeping.
But I think that was only
control.
because
And they're looking to
my mom
counter
needed to
with
piss my
Daniel.
dad off, and she was like, "Oh,
Just
well, I'll
leaving the
approve."
ball, actually letting Gen G get a hit so
That's
that
funny, 'cause mine
his
was
teammate coming behind him.
My mom said
Very
no.
selfless
Your
play.
dad was like, "Fuck
Find
it."
anyway.
My dad's like, you
Ooh,
wanna get
Jack
tattooed
hit the reset off the
for your
wall,
birthday?
and
Bro, I remember hiding it from my dad, and then like at the time we were like we lived at like split level almost. Like my room was downstairs, and I had like kitchen, bathroom down there. So like he never saw me, and he was down there like getting something out of like the garage when I walked out of the shower one day. I was like, oh fuck, what the hell is that? Yeah, exactly.
Off the back wall though, first killer waits. Jack sets up, and G2 Transition
went
across.
after I got
Chronic
it. I pulled
holds
my
the ball,
dad out
has
of
to
the
take it
system.
off the wall too. First killer, second man beside him.
Well, my mom
Genji,
just didn't want me to
red
get
carpet
something
down
out
to
of
the blue
grass.
end.
I got
Now being able to
I
get
got
that
a
corner
Denver
boost,
Broncos
Genji have a
tattoo.
lot to
I'm a
work
Broncos
with,
fan
but
since
taking this
five,
from Daniel is
so
going
I
to be
got something
tough.
that I knew I'd
And
never,
that's a Genji that could score. No, Atomic stops it.
Well, that was another good chance
Only
for
thing I
Genji,
regret
but
about my first tattoo is I wish I would
probably
have
had
gotten
the
bigger.
better ones, and they've got very unfortunate
If
not
I was
to score
15, I
already
was
this
worried
game.
it hurt, so I got the lettering kind of small.
Can Genji get
That's
into
it.
overtime again? It looks like an
Mine
awkward
was like a
position for them here.
full-blown,
G2 are lining up to attack them.
Like my
Solid
tattoo,
challenge by Chronic. First killer going to get on the end of this. And he does let the ball bounce. It's
pretty
into
good size.
OT for the
It's a-
second game
it's
in
a
a row.
picture.
Oh my
Yeah, it's
god.
pretty good ink.
And off of some...
It's all
Well, just
it's
the
all
pace
color
of play
except for
is
the
really
outline.
picked up from game one, so I could see that accuracy is uncharacteristically
My other two
falling,
are both
but
black and
see
white.
how this ends.
Pretty
Oh,
cool.
Daniel getting the pass. Jack slowing it down to the corner. First killer's
I
gonna
like,
help him
like,
out as Atomic
part of me wants to
helps
just
out
like
Daniel
quick
in that
peek on the
moment.
other screen to see like how game
For
one's
G2,
going.
after that
But I also
demo,
don't want to like
we
miss
see
the goal.
Atomic
Like,
chasing in the back
yeah,
line,
yeah.
and Genji,
Yeah.
they will not be
it was
flustered.
a good game.
They don't
It's
have
a really
the
good
ball
game.
to really counterattack with until first killer. His 50 almost went to a fellow teammate of
Probably went
Genji.
to the better team.
Now it may be up
I
to
mean,
these
these are
demos
the
to
top two
create
NA
these
teams.
gaps to look for an
So that's
opening to
about
end this
how you
overtime
feel
once
about
and for
NA.
all.
Oh, Atomic's head of this. Decides to pop it high.
These are definitely two teams I think everyone's
Not lined
expecting
up
to
for the
see
shot, possibly.
make through
He's
Swiss.
Beast mode gets involved in the attack. Not a lot of boost to his name. Dispossessed by Jack. It's all about possession play
I mean,
for
both
G2. They're
teams
not
definitely
afraid to
have a
back pass
roster
in these
to make it to the
midfield exchanges, which is
grand
great to
final.
see from a team.
I
filled
still
with
think that when you
mechanical
look at
solo players,
rosters, like honestly,
still
both of these
opting for the
rosters,
team
maybe not
play
so much
when it's
G2
available.
just because they have been showing the dominance, but like Gen G, like I think they need to pick up on these young kids that are like all playing together because no one's giving them a chance. Like the Wavies, the fucking
As Genji, their offense
5
hasn't been
ups.
kicking too hard in this overtime. Daniel gets slowed down there right to the corner as G2. Oh, on a kickoff. A better offense than that, but
He's
maybe
good
a
at, like,
chance for Jack
articulating when
to
he's
set up Chronic, but the bounty couldn't read it, so first killer steps up.
Oh, what a save!
Took the shot, saved by
Wow.
Atomic. And G2, they
Holy.
will not stop here. Daniel, but right at the corner. Chronic tries to stabilize the team.
I mean, that's kind of what
I have
G2
no
did
idea
when
how
they
we
made the
haven't
move
had a
to
goal
game.
yet. This is ridiculous. Incredible last-ditch
He
save by
was pretty
Atomic.
young.
You know, Gen G could be taking these shots earlier, before the save is even possible. He can Jack redeem himself here with a solo play. Hands it off with the air double bump pass, and double tap deny Daniel with a great read on his own backboard.
Oh, great job, and I think G2 tried the long pass, broken up by Gen G in front of the net is dangerous. Early touch though by Daniel, sent right back by Chronic. Jack in front of the net, double commit from G2. At least it saves. And we're over 2 minutes in
They've got all the
overtime.
pressure in overtime.
As G2
G2's been
hold
playing
their
defense
own.
the
Here
whole
comes
time.
Gen G, bringing the game to him, but it's 3-0
Wow.
for Gen G, and it's over for Jack! Gen G, tie
Damn.
up!
That's what I'm saying.
Well, Jack took
They
off.
had
It
the
looked like he
pressure
was
on
air
the
dribbling
entire
towards the back
overtime.
corner, but
Yeah.
he turns it around,
They couldn't get it
gets
out
it
of their
back
half.
on target.
All right,
And no
going to the rubber match. Let's see.
Have the 1-0 lead.
Oh, game one only just
Vitality
started over here.
Looking to take back control, pinch down ground, set
And
up for
Furious
a
got the
shot.
first goal
Gets
on
sent off
Vitality,
by
huh?
Yan, but pressure doesn't end here. Here comes Zen with a shot of his own. Another save to come through. Furia keeping up the battle against the former world champs.
Wave Funk mentioned it on the desk. It'll be a battle for air superiority here as that one's left for Drafinho, and his shot easily set away. Not much behind it. Yan going to work, lob it up for loss. Now Drafinho with the follow. Throws to the backboard, trying to draw the defense out. Has done so, and still Zen gets there for the save at the very last possible moment. He put
How
one
did you
center
not
though,
get that with
put
a
it right in the
double
lap of
dribble
loss.
from
He
the
couldn't
net?
get around on a shot. It just kind of trickled towards the net. And a missed opportunity for Fury
That might
to
come back
double
to
their
bite 'em,
lead.
yeah.
It's just another example of the Vitality world-class defense that we've seen for so long. But the offense
Well, there's your
that is
equalizer, Lee.
legendary to the name of
That's what
Zen
I'm saying.
comes
I think
through.
that one goal that they didn't
Vitality
get
tied
there
things up.
when they had the
Yan comes out to
2-on-1 with
challenge,
the
and
double
then
demo.
nobody else knows what
We'll
they're
probably
going to
end up
do
costing them this
when
match.
Yan
I
can't
think
stop
Vitality
Zen,
did
and
it
we're all
by one
tied
goal.
up.
And
3
it'll be the
minutes and 12
opportunity that
seconds
they
left
let
to
get
go.
away from
Tied
them.
game between these two squads. Off the kickoff, potential goal here.
Yay!
Does come
Yep.
through.
Because now instead of being down by 2. They just had a 2-goal turnaround. Yeah, that's a big momentum swing.
Vitality an early lead.
So now they've completely wiped away the mistake they made at the start of the game, giving that early goal to Yan 13 seconds in. 2 unanswered for the reigning world champs, and here goes Alpha. Looking to pour it on. Picked his spot. It's wide, and he follows it up. And right now, Vitality are picking Furia apart. Everybody shoots. Everybody scores.
As the seconds go on, Vitality just seem to get stronger and stronger.
That big scary M word.
World-class offense we all know and love from this squad. It's been a little shaky in times past as far as the qualifiers were concerned. Open qualifier 1, Vitality went 3rd. They placed 5th in the second OQ, and finally that last one they came in 2nd. So it's been a drive of momentum headed here into the major for them. So this is a good sign, especially with Furia coming in as maybe not necessarily a favorite, quote-unquote, but they're not to be uncounted out.
And it's a team especially led by Yan. You've got a Gamers 8 champion where he basically walked right into the kingdom and stole the crown from Team Falcons. An exciting final that was. Now it's lost, going to work. You know, of course, Yan excited to have Lost as a teammate, but they don't connect that time. Here comes Vitality yet again. Zen's gonna loop around, he'll retreat. Lost running forward, trying to run interference. Yan is way back and nothing brews from that attack from Furia. Instead, it comes right back in their house. Zen's got another. He continues his torrid pace now. He had 5 in the first round, and now another pair here. 4-1 Vitality.
I just adore Zen, the amount of control and composure that this kid has on land just is unmatched. Another attempted shot, that one just a bit wide off of it, but it's okay when you're up by 3 against Furia. You got 2 left on the clock. And this one stays in the Furia half for now. Furia looking to get out of their own side. They want to have the opportunity to take a couple shots. Here might be the chance. Here comes Yan, shot on target, but it's sent off.
When you get to high stakes matchups, very few organizations can boast a record even close to that of Team Vitality's. You remember as dominant as Team BDS was back in
looking on our other game here.
It was still Vitality
Vitality's
that won the
clearly
European
taking this one.
Championship.
I hope so.
Trying to work with. But Genji don't seem too flustered off the ceiling though. It's Daniel up to. He's always trying to surprise you. Beast mode leaves
I
it
don't know
to
if I'd be taking that risk against Vitality.
Position to make a play.
No, I'm saying Vitality.
Oh, shit.
It's not been easy to score on a team like Genji. I mean, especially when the last 2 games went to overtime, the last game went to 0-0. G2 definitely not comfortable with a 1-0 lead.
3-minute market, and they just open it.
Yeah, it's been close games. Genji looking to come back in this one. That was a failed pitch from G2, giving Genji the possession here. Fast-paced game, an explosive game on and off the ball, which has been separated only by an Atomic Beast Mode connection. Those two have been synergizing brilliantly today, unless if I'm not mistaken. It's been 3 assists for Atomic, 3 goals for Beast Mode, and that's all the goals G2 have scored. Not the most high-scoring series here, but it's been enough to put them ahead as we go past halftime in this game. Daniel taking his time again, just perfect play. Now, can he get on the score sheet? Flip reset drops down. Didn't really get up and under that one. G2 still going to have that 1-goal lead. Like I said, I'm sure they would love to add to it.
Not been easy in this awkward ball, and Atomic will at least get it to beast mode. Now back passing, drawing out that defense. Genji will not be baited. They'll even
been a nice
fight
close
for
series though.
It's beast mode. Back wall there. First killer misses.
Oh,
Second touch for beast mode.
well, I'm glad that didn't just happen to me.
So Atomic tries to make the most out of the situation, flips wrong into it. First killer breaks through the other. G2 member, it left the 3rd man kind of hanging, but G2 hold on, and man, the counterattack from Atomic was almost scary.
Maker.
do these guys have an agreement not to score the open nets? Is there something? Did I miss something?
I was waiting for you to say something.
What you were talking
yeah, they
about.
really do like me for real. I could do that.
I could be in RLCS. Even I could. The Chronic. It's the
Didn't even
easiest
say it
one.
on the screen
Right to
yet.
G2. Atomic carrying up high off the ceiling. Daniel moved off the ball. First killer on his tail and even demos him. Beast mode, buying time, reset off the ceiling. And man, Chronic has been so
reaction.
dependable.
Yeah.
Point of Gen G. G2 just can't get passes. They're trying to work the ceiling, and Gen G will even force their way there, and great saves out of G2, and Gen G, they're coming in swinging, but still coming out short. 30 seconds left.
Well, these irritable passes are often considered unstoppable, but G2 have put a clinic on showing how it's done. They have not been easy targets. They've been following up so quickly on each other's defensive touches. If one player is bumped out of position, there's always a follow-up arriving in time. Now 10 seconds left for Gen G to work with. Can they get a chance to score?
Ooh, over
Can
one.
they actually take it? It's going the other way though. They need
be a
to
long
work
field to
pretty hard
climb.
get a goal from this position.
Gotta flip the
Jack has
pitch.
moves to work with, so his first killer, Chronic's a little bit behind, and G2 put it on the ground and go to
National stage, right? Because you've got these teams that
Daniel
they
with the
win
long
their first
bang.
match, usually dominate their first match, and then from there you have these crazy matchups like this one and what we're going to see a little bit later on between Carmine Corp and Team Falcons, which I happen to think will be the grand final for this event, but I digress. Business to take care of here as a save comes out from Redosin.
15 seconds in. No shots registered, but shots are at least being taken. Here comes Vitality, trying to put some pressure in the early
Who are you
stages.
talking about?
Game number 2 on a Furia here. Lost has other plans, trying to clear this one up field. Yan gets a touch off this one. Jaffinho up next, shot floating towards that net there. Great save from Alpha off into the corner there, and Vitality stay alive.
He's like, that's who we have to defeat. We gotta defeat.
Much calmer than the beginning of game 1. Where the goals are flying in quickly and furiously. Now Yan bringing it right back in. Good communication you see out of Vitality as Zen takes charge from the back. Again, this is how Vitality does a lot of their work. They will kind of lull you in to a false sense of security, and then they'll strike on the counterattack. They do play a very defensive style, whereas Furia, they like to kind of press the issue. Rafinho and Zen getting introduced to each other.
It's
bring it deep into his corner
only for in spectator if you have the barrel overlay.
This 1-over-1, but here comes Zen immediately sending Furia racing back home here. An attempt from Alpha to keep this ball downfield, but it goes mid. Redosin up next.
Facts.
Here comes Zen. Tried to float it towards himself on this one,
but yeah, what you're seeing up on the top, it's actually a pretty, from what I've heard, a pretty easy download. I need to put it on my PC. I just haven't. I also need to put Bacchus mod, and I haven't. So hang on,
Vitality's so quick to counter, so quick to transition onto Furia. There's been moments where it's caught them off guard, but Furia doing a great job of holding their own and setting it back.
An opportunity going by the wayside here as Lost will pass it back to Rafinho, try to keep the attack alive. Rafinho second touch not there. Jan will center. Lost diving in, and Rafinho had no boost. And if Vitality had turned that into one of their vaunted counterattacks, it'd be 1-0. There was no chance of anybody from Furia getting back in time.
The bird, it's a plane!
And almost getting through. A last-second save coming up from Yan. Now that goes all the way across. Kept in by Zen for the moment. But that demo slows down Redosin, and he can stay forward but not do much with that ball.
But somebody that can't do much with it is Zen. As quickly as I say that, it gets taken away. Redosin tried to just throw it in the vicinity of this net, but Furia said no, we'll take it back. Great flick here towards center. But it's sent off by Redosin.
The African Gaming Channel has been doing the Limitless games. Looks like they want me to jump on for round 3 tomorrow.
Starts to pop out here in game number 2, completely scoreless, by the way.
Which is cool because then that'll actually get me like a RLCS Major Wikipedia reference, which would be dope.
Lost getting on the board yet again, just a wide open net as Vitality got caught out.
11 for us in the morning.
In time, 1-0
they'll be in the first set of games of the 0-1s.
They gave up
or 0-2s.
An equalizer very quickly to Zen and Vitality in the first game.
It'll start at 9, so since I have that going on in the afternoon, I'll probably watch the first part in Discord. And then we'll see if I pop live after or not. I might just watch all of it in Discord tomorrow, honestly.
For Jaffinho, just absolute slot in front of the defense there, and Furia extend their lead and gives you some confidence headed in these next 2 minutes.
Usually it's Rafinho leading the charge there and acting as a bit of a bulldozer, but this time he scores. Now Yan, with Rafinha waiting way back in midfield. Can they set him up for another? Lost will try to serve one, but it's cleared away, and Zen's already
You already got your Easter break started,
couldn't get a piece of it, and it doesn't turn into anything. Zen, a rare missed opportunity. You won't get away with that too often if you're the Furia defense.
Yeah, definitely. Anytime you get the opportunity to catch Vitality off guard, you gotta run with it there. Be prepared for any slight mishap in the most respectful way possible. Minute 10 approaching. Furia still leading by 2. Vitality hasn't been able to answer to either of those goals there. Maybe an attempt on this one. Attempt is the wrong word. That is completion at its finest. Vitality cut that lead in half.
Alpha converts, just a challenge ball. Come up and get me. Nobody could. Still over a minute to go. Plenty of time to make Furia uncomfortable. Important kickoff here.
Oh, see, I couldn't do that, bro.
Finesse to it, but it ends up deep in their own territory anyways. Alpha has to watch that one go. Lost diving in. Yan will jump in as well. Try to add one more, get that goal back, and feel a little bit more confident here in their cushion. It is only the one goal. Alpha now. Trying to bring it down to the ground. Zen is there. Needs a second touch. He's let that one go. And Furia almost took possession away.
A little nervous there for Furia. Lost was caught off backwards on this one. This ball trying to get cleared out into the mid. Lost sends it back. Pass over to Jafinho. Shot. Goes crossbar and out, but you're still up by 1. You play time at this point. 25 seconds left on the clock here. Demos starting to come through from Furia. Nobody can get past them. Vitality still stuck in their own half. 15 left to go. Alpha wants to take a shot, but Lost keeps him at bay.
Zen lost it. Brett Dawson's there with Alpha running interference. And a critical save made by Yan. No time left. Zen, all eyes on me. Block him there. And now a loose ball up at the skies. Yan on target, and Zen can only keep it alive. Just barely. Pinch downfield. That won't be caught up to, and Furia level the series.
I mean, what an answer from Furia in opposition to what game number 1 was. That was honestly,
yeah, that's a ball game. They're going to the rubber match.
Feeling down to Atomic.
Oh, we're gonna finally get a game 5?
Juggles it down to Atomic though. G2 couldn't get this executed when they needed to the most. It's still up though, like he said, and Gen G just gotta land this, but Beast Mode got a handle of it, and Daniel has 2 members of Gen G pre-jumping, and Chronic lands it finally. We
get a game 5!
There is, like we said, we could see the first non-sweep of the B stream. It's not a sweep. Not only that, we are going to game 5. For me, a perfect way to split the difference between these two teams who have beaten each other twice so far this season. The early challenges from Gen G, to me, is so impressive to see. They are not giving G2 any time on the ball in the air. That's one of the keys to victory against this team, and honestly against all the top teams these days. You cannot give these guys time on the ball in the air. They're going to get their flip back. They're going to outplay you if you do. Game 5. I mean, G2 have inched ahead 1-0 and then 2-1 in this series. So going by the pattern of the game wins, G2 surely should be winning. But Gen G did just play, I think, their cleanest game yet. We didn't have any opportunities going astray from them. And they managed to hold on to that 1-goal lead with those confident challenges at the end of the game.
I'd take that. That's a compliment.
And G2 stopped like 99% of shots, and it's just the one that slips by that...
Wait, Daniel's leaning forward. He's leaning forward. He's locked in.
Posture check. And that's what I wanted to see. Laniel, because he had 100, 200 scores, so you need Laniel to come online, or at least whatever, at least come alive on LAN. Because game 5, it all comes down to this.
Well, the good news for the loser of this matchup is that when you lose 3-2 in Swiss, your game win-loss differential does not take too bad of a hit. So the loser will have a good projection tomorrow. Will it be an early lead? No. Almost an early lead for Gen G. It will be an early lead for Gen G. After an initial save, ends up back in the middle. What a kickoff by Gen G, getting it right back to that close cheating player.
We were under the map there
for a minute. It was a demo too. And Gen G just firing on all cylinders. What, the quickest goal we got all series, it feels like. Gen G ready to go to start that comeback. Up by 1 goal, but you would think that's not enough. not enough insurance. You're not comfortable with this, but with how these games have been ending, that could just be
That could be it. That might just be the 1-0 or nice and early. No overtime needed, but you know, G2 have got a lot of time here to craft a comeback, and it's not going to be a big comeback at the moment, at least. And they're being patient to kick things off as usual. Daniel, just to this solid air dribble 50-50, something he's been really using a lot to his advantage this season. Air dribble dunks and 50s. The threat of the flip reset and the outplay just usually lets everybody misread him and try to cover high when he's actually just going straight through you.
Jack can maybe have some time to set up his team, and look how much he's being harassed. Give Jack time to think. He was that setup guy in game 2 and a star to watch. But he's got more to think about after that one.
What a bump off the back wall. Finally we see
Daniel, look at the assist in the
Jack
bump.
was inches away from clearing it.
Oh my
Daniel comes and takes him out of the way. And of course, as always,
Ew,
G2
gross.
man trusting the play. Up for the
Need a
finish.
shower
And just inside the first minute, we have a tie game. I think this is already the highest scoring game of the series.
Right? And we thought 1-0, like a 1-0, it's all in, but Chronic turns the play around, it comes out, and Jack crosses with Daniel. Gen G extend, they got desperate, G2.
Nice shot.
Smell
Chronic
the
with a good
weakness
save.
and sent Gen G rotating back as fast as they could. Atomic.
No, I did not really.
Daniel to the left. Gen G can only
They're about to have
watch
all
as
sorts of family come out the woodwork.
plan out how they want to score next, but Gen G managed to have some breathing room a little bit.
You don't have to.
Oh, definitely a bit, you know, some unnecessary double commits from Gen G there in offense and even in defense as well, but unpunished. G2 could not capitalize. Rarely do I say that this season. Now, long shot passes. That's going to go all the way through. First killer puts Gen G 2-1 up. G2 caught on the counter. It looks like it was Atomic just not pathing straight back towards his goal there.
Who's that creeping in the cookie jar?
It was already too late.
Me?
Wow, that was fast too.
It depends. Are there Oreos in it?
Gen G,
Because I'm going with Q.
A lead with still highest scoring game. You said it, game 5. It all comes down to this, and a little scary kickoff from Gen G. Just like how they started the game. Atomic puts it off to the side, and the second touch to 50 now that forces a save.
Those are a bit
out of
much,
Daniel.
I'm not gonna lie.
And G2 are having issues.
Double
moving
stuff's like the
forward.
perfect
Beast
ratio.
Mode does the best that he can,
Now,
but he's got Jack in, first killer all over him, and Atomic and Daniel now have to rotate
I like the cookie. If I could, ideally, I would like the vanillas all the time, but I'll take the chocolate.
Depositing this as beast mode.
Also, I take.
Wants to slouch
Yeah,
back
and plus, like,
in.
also
Now with
since
that
like
demo, you'd think G2 have momentum,
their
and the pass
Z's
comes
choice,
back
if
to
I get the
beast
chocolate,
mode.
he'll keep his
Gen
mitts
G
off him until his
stabilized,
vanilla ones are
Yeah,
gone.
Cronic's
So.
just gluing himself to the ball here, being as annoying as possible.
If I'm being real.
G2 looking to create some chaos in the midfield, trying to get a touch that Gen G can't read.
Yeah, cookies don't.
Gen G are spacing themselves out extremely well right now. It's difficult.
Oh, Limitless
down when
plays
they do this.
LG.
Covering different areas of the pitch. And trying to let the clock do as much work for them as it can. Oh, huge fake by Jack. First killer says, I like where you're going with that. Tries the same idea. Still 2-1 to Gen G as we now get to the final 2 minutes of the game.
What did you teach me? I don't mind it. Is a good thing in British or something like that.
That's about, yeah, the similar.
You mean in order like reverse, like the opposite direction?
Yeah, I gotta learn that one
it's,
too.
It's up there with, you know, about the best compliment you can get when you
like right there. They go in reverse, they stop and then just stick it straight up.
Oh,
yeah. A second goal,
like
and
a
Daniel has
food.
touch off the side wall, and now,
That would help me out
or
a
the
lot.
back wall, and Gen G kind of reorganize themselves.
Sure, there's a pack for that.
Now about 90 seconds, the
Yeah, I'm
ball
sure
is
there
just
is.
left unattended. So Chronic's gonna grab this one, head
There's a
back.
pack for a lot of stuff.
And Jack
So,
is
here I
just
am.
all up in beast mode.
Damn
Space,
diamond.
Chronic, adds to it. And G2 still
Occasionally I
down
sneak
by
in the champ
one.
for a
Work
game
their
or
way
two,
to
and
the
I go
orange
right back to
half.
diamond.
But maintaining possession is just different. Now goes to the side.
Oh,
Beast
oh,
Mode,
G2 on fraud one?
3-1, Gen G.
Oh, well, Beast Mode, I mean, he went for a really difficult ball here. He just didn't have time to get up there. The ball had far too much pace on it. He tried to get up the wall and meet it. And by the time he's committed to that, there's no going back. It was just way too far over his head.
Ran up on you, dude. You weren't
and
ready
now
for
Gen
it.
G have got a 2-goal
know.
lead for the first
Glad I
time in the
put the porn
series.
away.
One of the teams leads by 2. Can G2 immediately get back to 1? No, it's Gen G defending their net, defending the back corner boost, but still G2 coming forward to it. Nice overhead clear by first killer. And now Gen G looking for a fourth.
Is he gonna just do it again? Oh my god.
Of course, apparently Jack snipes the post, as has been the theme today. That again looked like he was stretching for that open net, in fairness to him. But in apparently Jack fashion, he has missed the open net.
Well, G2 owe a salary to that post because they need all the help they can get. G2 are down 2, and they were leading the series 2-1 with 30 seconds left. All eyes are on G2 if they can come back, or can Gen G solidify this the same way they did in the last final of the regional. No longer a one-team region. Beast mode and friends charge forward, but man, the midfield's been difficult. Double tap.
The honeymoon
as G2's defense starts to be threatened, or continues to be threatened, I should say, as Jack off the cross keeps G2 camped out as they come out with almost nothing in Game 5, and Gen G defeat one of the.
All right.
Goes, but
Bro, Vitality lost game 3?
Wait for this guy to wake up. He is a sleeper threat almost at times. That could turn this team into something very scary for Fury to go against.
A small majority of the talent team looking for somebody from Team Vitality to wake up. They were the favorites, according to us collectively. I know you did have Furia. And right now, it's looking pretty good. But here goes Zen. Flip reset. Got it to the crossbar. He was bumped. Chaos in front. And Redosin will clean up the mess.
I love this. Zen goes. It's off the backboard. Alpha tries again. Furia stays strong. But 3 times is the charm for Vitality. A full team effort to give themselves the early game lead.
So for the first time in this series, Vitality gets the opening goal. Will it hold up? No.
Damn, what a response from Furia.
It was an awkward look, very similar to Jan's, and very tough to judge defensively.
My God,
I think both times it was Zen at the last who just could not get a read on it.
That is unfortunate. But yeah, again, not a bad position to be in, tied 1-1. You're only just under 30 seconds into this match, and this one goes into the mid. Lost, trying to throw this one forward here. Vitality was out of their half, but immediately sent back by Yan. Zen looking to take that ball, but it gets taken right back away by Yan. And here comes Furia from the ceiling. Lost, trying to carry this one down, and Vitality seems to keep them out for the time being.
Every time Yan is anywhere near the ball, maybe a little less lately, but still kind of has that reputation as one of the most intimidating forces to go up against in the RLCS on the global stage. Goes Redosin, trying to get down to ground quickly, and then Zen kind of gets knocked into him, so it's really only Alpha at the back, and he makes the stop with almost all of Furia bearing down on him, and another one saved away. Follow-up off the crossbar. Old Ironsides comes to the rescue, and Vitality are off the hook for now.
It's not gonna stop here though. Furia still manages to stay in their half. Lost, quickly turning around, takes this ball back, waiting for the second touch. Infield over to Yan. This one goes up, and then it hits down. And here comes Jofinho with the shot. Alpha with the save. The clear off by Redosin, but Lost deep in that third, just waiting for anything that comes the Furia way.
You've got to get those opportunities on target. Near is not good enough. And Vitality, they've been bailed out by the accuracy or lack thereof of Furia, and they've turned it into a 2-1 lead.
They're them.
Cookies.
Even you can never ever count them out. You can never count out Zen, even in times where it feels like they might be a little bit lost in a series. You've got 3 minutes to go. Vitality back up by 1. Is this where the momentum starts to find itself again, or does Furia find an answer to put a stop to the motion?
All Vitality back in front, looking to expand their lead. Zen had a look. Now Redosin denied. Still loose as Yan has to clean up the rebound.
No Busto.
And back it goes. Chance for Furia now. It's Lost. Put it wide to the right. And well dealt with by the Vitality defense.
All he had was
you notice Yan there, grabbing that corner boost. Knew he had enough time to go boost and ball. Very few manage boosts better than him. He almost always seems to have more than half a tank when he starts to cook. But right now, he's watching his team struggle against the Vitality defense.
Yeah, this one's felt a little bit closer, but granted, I wouldn't expect it any other way. And
got him.
Just like you said, got him. This one cleared up field, catching Furia just off guard, pushed up a little bit too far. You saw Jafinha just trying to race back, but the moment Vitality sees an inch, they take a mile, or I guess a kilometer for these guys.
No, we can speak in freedom units. It's perfectly fine. 3-1 the lead. Vitality doesn't care what we're doing. They care that they've got a 2-goal lead now, a little bit of a cushion in a game they must win to keep their 3-0 hopes alive. Now Yan forward, intercepted. Vitality bringing it back, and this is where they just put teams away. But not that time. Alpha could not convert. So Yan will bring it back in. Oh, he took that away from Lost, and then Drafinho was beat. At least he got the demo on Radosin. That gives his teammates a chance to get back, but they're now on the back foot after a squandered opportunity.
Here's a nice big clear upfield for Furia.
How's
Yeah,
that not a
trying to make
demo?
connection with this ball, but Alpha's 2 touches keeps this one driving in Vitality's favor. Over 1, not over 2 though for Radosin. And less than 90 seconds to go. Furia, you got 2 goals to answer to. You're sitting on match point. It felt like it was in your favor, but Vitality says no. We want game 5.
Yeah, I'll take some drama with a side of Champions Field, please. Both of our 1-0 matches have gone the distance, and this one, barring a catastrophic failure, looking to do the same.
First
Vitality
two best of 5s.
up by 1 million by their standards. Lost, trying to bring
Yeah,
in
this is kind of where things should be
nothing
getting
there.
tighter, right?
And this is, again, we talked about the front running of Vitality. They don't blow leads like this very often. They can just kind of squeeze the game out
proceeding, basically?
and wait for game
Well,
5.
so
It'd have to be
Swiss gets the first
kind of
8
a
through.
big reset mentally for Furia. Zen goes
And
to
then
work.
it gets in, yeah, so it cuts the field in half and seeds them for best of 1, or for single elimination bracket.
Now Alpha looking for more of his own.
Because tomorrow's still
mostly
rounds
Zen
3
today,
through
but in
5
this
of Swiss.
series, Alpha and Radosin have
In Swiss, you have to
answered
win
the
3
call.
before you lose 3.
Somebody else had to step up and help the youngster out.
As long
They
as you win
each
3, you
scored
get to make it to the weekend.
All 3 members of Vitality, but Yan gets one back here with 31 seconds left.
Furia, you've got 31 seconds to do not the impossible,
Just has one more game,
but
yep.
it's going to
They'll just have to win one
feel
more series.
that way. You do have another chance though at the end of the day, but I'm sure they would love to end it
Nice thing
here
about
off the
starting out 2-0
kickoff.
is you can,
This one headed
you
into the
guaranteed
orange
3
side,
more.
but sent back almost immediately. Here comes Jafinho. Pops this one up to Lost. Lost. Clear out into the corner. Yan's going to try and follow it. 2 touches. An attempt to make a center is lost over to Jafinho, but Zen clears it back, wasting the precious time that Furia would have needed here in game number 4. And as this clock counts down these last remaining seconds, it's safe, almost safe. I take it back. It's not safe.
Hold on.
Nothing is safe in Rocket.
It sure looked
Hold
like it was
it.
over until Yan got that challenge with
Almost.
Radosin, brought it back across the
Almost.
post, positioned perfectly.
At this level,
And
dude,
now
2
2
seconds is
seconds
infinite.
left. Furia have been solid on kickoffs. Can they
Almost
be great
there.
and break
Nope, they
Vitality's
suck.
hear's? Yan's got to catch up to this.
Wonder if they'll get this goal.
You got a lot of mechanical prowess over here, but not enough. Vitality force
They don't.
Champions Field.
Well, there you have it. The former world champs not going down without a fight. Furia hasn't quite been accustomed to losing, but I'm sure they've been accustomed to situations like this in their home
I
region.
love how
but
they're drinking that no-name
man,
water.
a challenge like
the
this
best
from
kind.
Vitality, taking you to game 5, not going out, especially with how well Furia looked throughout the entire series. It's got to be somewhat frustrating to feel like you got so close
No-name water.
to almost
The
bringing
best
it
kind.
back, and it just barely slips away.
We'll look again at the Mobile One High Performance replay, and who you will not see very often in these
You
highlights
think
is
they could get
Drafinho.
some
You
kind
saw
of
the
water
numbers there.
company to-
They've had a couple games in this series, Furia, where
to get
somebody
some
has just
kind
not
of
been able to get onto the ball at all, offensively or defensively. Yan had one such game. It didn't prove
You know
that
these guys are always
costly.
drinking
Furia won
on
that game.
camera.
But Drafinho, as great as he's been in this series with his 3 goals and his physical play, to only be held under 100 points. I know score isn't everything, but very clearly he did not have the game he would have
I'm also
liked to have
surprised
in a
you don't
closeout
see,
opportunity against Team Vitality.
Like the brand,
absolutely. That
like
is,
any of the
you
band,
know
the
that
big
that
like
is you
apparel
getting kind of
brand
forced into a
trying to get
position that
involved with like the
might
jerseys
feel
and
a little bit
stuff.
uncomfortable, especially in
That
moments
surprises
like
me.
this. You might want to do some more, but you got to be allotted
Because
the
you got- I'm looking
opportunity
at it now.
to do so.
Just on the
and
main
there
channel, you
you
got
have it,
56,000
Champions
viewers.
Field. Both of these teams looking to
Doesn't
make
seem
it to
like
tomorrow,
much, but-
2-0 in the Swiss. Who
Yeah,
will
but you also
be
gotta
the
realize right now the
first to do so?
Vitality's guys have probably got another 50 with them. The Vitality watch party.
And see if he does the
Yeah.
worst thing you could possibly do. Try
True.
to do
And then
too
you have all
much
your like
after
mini
a
watch
lackluster
parties
game.
too.
Yeah,
Graffino
and then like
Jan
the
both
KC
jump
guy's
up
about the
after
same
that
size
one.
for the
As
next
a double
series.
commit from Furia cost him an
Gortaga, or whatever his
opportunity.
name is.
Graffino diving in on
Yeah.
this, but he can't stay with the play.
Just on
And
her
now Lost
channel.
will try to
Yeah.
take over from the midfield line. Intercepted by Alpha.
Yeah, what, right now?
Graffino's
Oh.
over there, so already he's making his presence felt all over the field.
Right
trying to set
now,
up Jan,
Rocket
but it
Fury
went
is
wide.
Here comes
not that high right
Vitality.
now. Gortaga's
The
watching
counter
the
starting to come through. Jaffinho says, if you can't get out of my
League
side,
of Legends
I'm just
team
gonna get you
already
out of
has
my way,
50,000
and the
people.
bumps are coming in. One big clear
They'll switch over to
towards
watch
the Vitality
the Rocket
side,
League team next.
immediately stopped dead in its tracks, but Furia still pushing towards that net. Immediate counter though, nice big clear.
Yes.
Furia looking to slow things down just a little bit.
Yeah, I
Wonder
can't
if
stop yawning.
Furia maybe feels a little bit snake bitten and they hesitate just enough for Vitality to take
Come on,
advantage.
Furia.
Here's Lost. He's not hesitating at
four
all.
up in
He
the
has
fridge,
been
but I don't
full
wanna
go
waste it till
and
later.
almost got a
Shut
crucial
him down,
opening goal
Furia.
for Furia.
I feel that I'm kind of with that with my last
Got
energy
it.
drink of the
A
night
nice
too.
challenge there from Lost to keep this ball in the
Well, I
Vitality
know I'm gonna
half.
be
Yeah,
playing
just
late
trying to
tonight 'cause
redirect
I
it
don't
towards
have to
that
work,
net. Take
so I don't really
any
wanna burn
and
my
every
caffeine
shot
down.
you can up against the
I
Vitality
always got the
defense. Just
trusty,
try and
the old
chip
trusty
at
coffee
that
pot
wall there.
upstairs if I need it.
Try me the first one on the board. You want the early game lead to make Vitality uncomfortable.
You know, and I
And
realized
Rodoson's gonna clear this one in the mid.
the-
Lost. Pass
the
over to
time I
Yan. Back
realized I
over to
was getting
Lost.
old.
Can he make it through
Or
though?
older.
Zen with the save.
is when I
final
made a pot
boss
of coffee
making the stop
just to play video games.
after an almost brilliant
And just
performance.
poured it in like I didn't
Now
even drink it in like
Zen.
a coffee mug.
Oh,
I
denied
poured it
by
in
the
like a plastic
post.
cup
And
that holds
it's
like
sent
30
back
ounces.
out to
and I just drank
midfield.
that while I was playing
One that
it.
Vitality, I'm sure, would love to have back collectively. Now Drafinho
The big
has
old
lost, so he
30
pre-jumped.
glass.
And Drafinho
I'm pretty
just
sure it
could
was
not
like
get
an
the
old
pass
beer
to him.
glass from like
Maybe
a
frustration
like
mounting
a
now for
baseball game.
Drafinho, as now
Yeah.
Lost is going to be
Like
all alone at the
like
back for a
Buttons
moment.
game, which is our
And
local
everybody
team.
has to scramble. Drafinho is there. Yan trying to bump around with Alpha.
I was just
And
drinking
Furia
coffee
should
out of
control possession now. Maybe a shot on goal, but no.
That and I drink
It was
black
a small
coffee.
attempt to drive this ball forward, but the one thing I will note is Furia trying to send somebody up just a little bit. Again, trying to clear that path open against Vitality, but it hasn't been the best of attempts. Instead, it's quick counters from Vitality like this back into their own half here. It's Furia. Jaffinho looking to be the one to get them out. Zen up into the sky.
That and I
Yan,
always keep a jar
great
of
win
baked
on the
down,
challenge here. Trying to drop this one down. It's an opportunity for
Lost
Lost,
had
but
an
he doesn't go up
opportunity
in
at
time
that.
to try and take the shot. And in
Yeah.
2 minutes, we stay
Ran away
scoreless.
from it.
Yeah, Lost just
Ben
a
Simmons,
little too
motherfuckers.
far back,
Crazy.
and by the time he made the decision to commit, way too late. Yan brought it all the way to ground, had the entire Vitality defense waiting, but they guessed right. Of course, there were 3 of them. One of them was bound to make a save. Yan going back to work. Another win on the 50, but it goes right to the back wall where Radoson's
Good game
got it.
5 though. I mean, back and forth.
Now Zen and Drafinho, won by Drafinho, but Alpha's there.
The one
Either
thing
team
I will
spending like a
say that
bunch
just
of time in the
feels
offensive zone.
insane is that Vitality have only had the opportunity for
Definitely
one
trading blows
registered
there now.
shot in this series, or in
got
this
a new
series,
team
in this
like
game
this,
so
so
far,
it's
this game
pushing the
5.
champs.
Maybe there's an opportunity for another one here, but this is probably the most held back Vitality has been so far throughout this series. As maybe arguably in game number 1 would have been the most. But as time is going on, Furia are starting to look a little bit more menacing than they have, at least in game number 4.
Oh,
There's a shot!
That's not good. Yep, I
to
saw it coming a mile
An
away, dude. As soon as
opportunity
he cleared that to the
created
center
by
like
a
that.
double commit. Where we
The
worried that
double commit.
Furia might be the one that started panicking. It's
You
Furia
seen
who
it
holds
setting
its
up, man. As soon
composure
as they
with
both got into the
1:08 to
picture
go
on that
in
Yeah.
game
aerial.
5.
At this point, you are just playing solid Rocket League in time. Do everything you can to keep Vitality uncomfortable and on their toes. Just let them scramble to get out of their half and create an opportunity. This one from the ceiling, Radosin tried to go down. Great clear out into the mid. Lost low on boost, but enough to drive this ball forward. Alpha looking to get out of his own half on this one. Pass over to Radosin. The big clear allows the Vitality counter to start to come through, but as soon as it begins, it just ends.
Yeah, they're not able to get sustained pressure, and they're going to need maybe second or third chance opportunities, and they're running out of time. 30 seconds now.
Oh, no.
As Zen will bring it across. Has his pocket picked. Lost is there on the wing. Grafino got a piece of Alpha, and the shot is saved by Zen to keep Vitality alive in this game. Furia look like they're playing like it's still a tie game. They are still desperate to add another to their tally, but now here comes Vitality. Bumped by Alpha. Can he turn on this? Yes, he can. Last call for the world champs before they drop to 1-1. Zen's got it in the air. Alpha waiting.
One touch, second touch.
Passes there, and he sent it too high.
Backboard.
He's
still up.
Radosin can't keep it.
Oh my gosh, Furia, you've done it. You've done what everybody was trying to see if you could do. You took down the former world champs, and look at the celebration. It is so warranted, and that has got to come as honestly and respectfully as a
All right, let's see if this other match is back. No, 5 minutes still?
They've entered this season with this almost aegis around them, right? That they can't lose on LAN. Oh, yes, they can. And
yeah,
they
it's about to be going into the last pair.
now.
Well, on the second channel, we'll have
the ever passionate
BDS versus Gentlemates, and then the main channel is going to have Falcons versus Carbon Corp.
Representing their country and region incredibly well. 2-0 and a shot to clinch the playoffs tomorrow.
Such a gorgeous and respectful game of Rocket League between two high-level teams. We said it before the series even started. This is honestly almost like a simulation of what could have a potential grand final.
It's honestly crazy how many people, like pros, across the games that use controller opt for the PlayStation controller over the Xbox.
Hype from this team, completely warranted. Congratulations, Furia.
It's hard to find a more passionate team in the entire Rocket League esports ecosystem than this Furia squad, and just their chemistry, their togetherness.
And this maybe just because I've always had an Xbox.
Never phased.
I used to play. So I think for me, I played the most of my gaming was on a PlayStation 2 controller.
Major and maybe
then
world
obviously
championship
the Xbox
contenders.
360.
Furia take it on Champions Field.
But
We'll set things off, and we'll see you in just a bit.
I went back to my DualShock 4, and I love it. You act like you've been
But who you're going to see right now is a Vitality Slayer. That's right, Drufinho is coming on back. Welcome back. This is a great win, wasn't it?
Yeah, a pretty great win, man. You know, in screens, bro. I played Vitality 2 times with Crew and Furia. With Crew was 6-0 for them, and with Furia was 6-0 for them. This is the first time I win against Vitality, and it's in the Swiss station for Major.
Oh my God, so this is a massive personal win for you. Like, you must be shaking right now.
Yeah, it's incredible. And when I won the first game that we win against them, I was, yeah, my first game against Vitality, and now we won the series.
I beat them before.
That's insane. It was funny because I was going to ask about scrims in between this. You know, were you thinking about this matchup specifically while you're scrimming, maybe in between leading up to this matchup? Like, was this something on your mind, or were you trying to treat it like any other match?
Yeah, we wanted to play them because I think our coach Mateus said that we are going to play against or GNG or Vitality. So we wanted to play against Vitality because of the, yeah, you know, winning Major and the World. So winning against them is a huge accomplishment, you know.
That's amazing. Now I want to try something out here. Actually, we got a monitor. You guys can't see it. We got a screen in front of us. I just want to look at a clip and maybe see if you can give us some insights into what the comms might have been, because you guys are known for some pretty good offense. And so yeah, maybe if we play and if you walk me through what the comms are like in a play like this where you both kick into high gear.
Yeah. I think he was like, I can bump, I can bump, I can bump, I can bump, you know, and lost, yeah, cheering for me, you know, bumping. He's like, Jufo, bump, bump, and I can bump, and he scored.
I gotta say, I love. I'm coming into this thinking, okay, there's gonna be some structure. It's gonna be all right. I'm gonna get the bump, and you're gonna get the shot. It's just screaming.
Yeah,
that sucks, man. When you're in the perfect position,
it's really
the guy
awesome to
just
hear from that side. And we saw right afterwards
frustrating,
the energy you guys had with that win. I honestly believe
That
you that
tilts me more
most of
than
the comms
anything
are like
else in
that.
the
Do you
game,
guys
where
ever
you're,
have like
right
calm,
there?
collective
It's because you know you're keeping an eye on the balls. That guy, he didn't see that guy at all on the right side of the screen.
No.
I think we have like professional cons. Normally we try to keep a linear con, you know, not screen every time. But every time we score, it's
The
like
Ducks just
screaming,
leave?
screaming, you know.
Didn't they buy or
and when
nothing?
the
What an
match
asshole.
heated, like that one,
He probably
so
took a call or something.
he's screaming, bump, bump, bump. It's normal, you know, it's normal.
So, question then for you before I let you go. You said you had your sights personally set on Vitality. Does that target shift now to another team? Who is in your sights, Trevino?
I think Carmine, you know, winning against them is like winning against Vitality, you know, 3 regionals in a row, it's winning against them is a huge accomplishment too.
Absolutely. Hey, you got one down and the rest are to come, and hopefully maybe you'll keep on squeaking on through to the grand finals. Congratulations on that Vitality win.
Thank you.
But that is not it. One more to go, ladies and gentlemen, so please stay locked in. K-Corp versus Falcons is coming up next. Our last match of the day brings us a match some expect to see in the grand finals. Keep the energy up. One more to go.
All right, let's see if they're back on the other one. They are.
Too much. It predicted Gen G.
It did, yes.
And we saved the best matches for last,
and
actually.
you've got it, because I cannot flip this coin. It's just
Apparently
not
no
working
one
for
told
me,
him to
so
fix
we're going to
the
give
tie.
Lemon the responsibility.
Apparently no one did, no.
And they were all much better than my pathetic attempts earlier. But we'll save that for now. We'll save it for a bit.
I think it would look fine if you
It's
just
going to be
do the top button.
Gentlemates BDS up next. And
Like, he
this is
literally looks
to
like a kid
join
going to, like, a junior
a
prom.
very prestigious group of teams who are sitting at the top
Like
of the pile.
first time you ever put a dot. You know
Y'all
what I
just
mean?
missed a banger of a G2 Gen G. Game
Kid at
5,
church, he
our
like doesn't
first
want to
one
be
of
there.
this
I got
season,
time, Mom.
where, Gen G came back
Dad
from
made
a
me
2-0
wear the tie.
deficit,
I
and
told him I
very
didn't want to
low
wear
screens,
it.
A lot of open nets. Johnny shakes his head in disappointment.
It's like you were going to church for the first time that year because you got it.
They're going to be delighted with that. You know, they've moved on 2-0.
Dad's like,
They're
you're
just
wearing
waiting
the
to
new
find out
tie.
who they will
Grandma
play
got
tomorrow.
that for you.
It could be Gentlemates. It could be BDS. It's Genji and Furia who are
Dad, I
sitting at
don't wanna wear
2-0
it.
right now. As Vitality have just
Wear
also
it
lost
for
in Game 5
Grandma.
Fury. And what an incredible ending that was. I mean, you guys probably saw it on
Wait, why did I
the
just
tail
hit
end of
Blue
this
Mountain
stream
State?
or over there in the A stream. But yeah, an absolute, you know, banger series.
My
there.
alerts are
Furia
still on. I need to
looking like the real deal.
turn
So
off my,
all of the Sam
I was going
Hopium
crazy
has
for
been
a second.
delivered.
No,
Furia
it's
looking
my,
phenomenal.
stack up a little
Kind of these
turn.
mini grand finals
Yeah,
going on. You
yeah.
have the G2 Gen G. Now you have K-Corp versus Team Falcons. Everyone.
I heard it
A
too, like,
lot of
fuck,
people in their
forgot to turn
bracket
those
had
off.
these two going up into the very end. And then here, of course, we have BDS Gentlemates, which 3rd and 4th seed of Europe going at it, which BDS
That
has
is
had
one
the
show I
edge for
never
a while,
watched,
but maybe it all depends what the coin
That show
thinks.
is
I think it's time to find out. Let's
I
flip the
like
coin.
watched
so
episodes
scared.
and I enjoyed
So
them, but
yeah,
I never
orange.
like
Wait,
watched.
I'm
whole
not actually
thing.
sure which is which here. Which is orange and which is blue. I'm assuming. I mean, they usually go the reddery, you know,
BDS
orangey
is
color
orange.
is orange. Yes, it is this time. So
Somebody
it's, yeah,
just gotta
that would make
flip a
sense.
coin.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Okay, let's see. BDS is orange and it's blue. We have got
No.
a
Roll
blue
it in the air.
pick by the coin. That's Gentlemates for the coin, which it would be an upset. I'm going BDS personally.
You're like, yeah, the coin said that, but I'm going the other way.
Yeah, but ignore the coin.
I mean, you say that with confidence
Which
because
stream has
BDS
this?
has beaten
This is
Gentlemates
the-
time and time again. I think the
Yeah,
only
yeah.
time Gentlemates have won
Gentlemates,
was in the first regional in Swiss.
Yep.
So I've been told by you guys,
BDS
including
stream.
you, it wouldn't be like the most massive,
Why does we
crazy
keep
upset of all
fixing that
time,
tie in, like,
but
the
it would
same
be an
spot?
upset.
Yeah.
if
And
it
it
was
doesn't fix do
Yeah,
anything
would
with
be
it.
an
Yeah, I
upset
don't know,
for
bro.
sure. So
Yeah.
that's
It's
where
like
I'm
the
at with
exact
this one.
same
I think
time you
BDS
fixed it
should
last
win.
time.
It's Gentlemates who have something to prove. I think they need to prove
Right
that they
after
are
the coin
still
flip.
one of the top teams in
Yeah.
EU. Well, they're definitely one of the top teams.
He made it worse.
If we're going to top 4, they're very clearly top 4.
Like he's
but,
like loosening it,
they've
but he's
kind of
doing
fallen
it
away
like
from the rest of the pack. BDS Vitality, and then of course K-Corp seem to be
just a little more
bit ahead of Gentlemates, and that's been reflected in predictions, fan votes, and I think just the power rankings. Anything I've seen has Gentlemates going to that round 5 of Swiss, whereas BDS we talked about as one of the teams who could just go straight through 3-0. So this would be a massive win for Gentlemates, much like Gen G over G2. They would love to get a win
new team
against their
this year,
own
but
region,
like a bunch of players who like got dropped kind of last
beaten
minute.
them pretty comfortably the last time that they played.
And this got we got some beef. Seiko leaving BDS to join Gentlemates, facing his former team, who have looked very consistent this season as far as matching up against Gentlemates.
I didn't get to ask.
Yeah, so you've got of course the Itachi and Exotic history there. They've of course former teammates of
Kickoff
Atira, and Exotic
I
has
like
been
the kickoff.
for me
the drop
real
tackle
surprise for BDS this season, not
And
because
they
he's I think he's a great player, but the
what was
way
it,
that he's playing has really
Denmark?
been a pleasant surprise to me.
I
He
love
has
that.
really slotted in to
By a week instead of 8,
the
can we
Monkey
be
Moon
9?
style of
They need
BDS.
to do
It always
that.
seems to be Monkey Moon's
It
style
should be
of play,
longer, in my
just
opinion.
very
I think it should be like
volume
3/4
focused
through the
offense,
season.
high pressure, very high
Imagine
defensive
if there was
line,
no trade deadline.
and giving the opponents no
Just
time and
trade 'em
space.
for,
Really,
like, the
Monkey Moon and
championship.
the original BDS and Mark and
Maybe like a
That's
fantasy
exactly
league,
what
right?
I thought.
kind of showed the world that was
Just
the
like the
winning
bad
strategy.
teams
All
unload.
of Europe's trying to
The
do it.
bad
Everywhere, all
teams
the rest
just
of the world's
unload all
trying to
their
do it.
players at the end of the
They're still out
season to
here
get
doing it, but now
drafted.
with Drally, the rookie, who's
You know
I
how
think had a
crazy
great
trading
split so
would be
far.
if
We'll
there was
see
like no
if he can
limit.
keep that up now that he's online. Strong
I
start
like
earlier,
Drally. He's
but
been a new
not.
good addition.
I think the real test against Elevate there. This is the real test for Drally and his in his rookie line event.
Yeah, isn't that an amazing story, Jolly, going to France to play in EU and being known as this incredible ones player, got a tryout on a team like this and made it. And his stats speak for himself. He's number 2 in shots, number 3 in goals in the region. So he hit the ground running for sure this split.
I don't know why they
and
give
yeah,
him those
first
pillows,
regional,
don't
he's
run
maybe a
him.
little timid, but he's been brilliant ever since. And this is
Only
his
in
first
between.
RLCS LAN, as you said.
Yeah, and you've got actually Exotic over there in the middle for the team, so it's interesting to see the layout they've gone for. Your Monkey Man likes to be off there on the
Recline
side,
all the way back, take a
hidden
nap
away in the
between
corner.
matches.
But I think it's very contrasting to his gameplay, where he's very
Go
much
ahead
front and
and
center.
set my
He's
alarm here,
stopping
guys.
everything,
Wake me
just
up
getting
when
involved.
it's time to
For
play.
if Gentlemates are going to win this, we need to see a return to their regional 1 form, where they were able to go all the way to the grand final, taking down Vitality on the way, giving Vitality their first ever elimination from an RLCS event when it happened. And Juicy was, for me,
Apparently I need to go
the real
upstairs
player
and see
who
what my
stepped up there.
2-year-old
We know
did.
we know what Itachi can do. We know what Seiko can do. They're former LAN champions, and
There's shit on the wall.
Juicy, who's really, I think, stepped up to that next level. But they need all 3 if they're going to take down BDS. We're getting into it right now. Gentlemates and BDS, both 1-0 in Swiss so far.
Why is
Only
there
one
shit
can remain
on the
undefeated
wall?
as the day concludes.
Excited for this game 1. Yes,
How'd you
Juicy
get
looked
shit on
incredible,
the
especially
ceiling
against
fan?
Rule 1. He, in my opinion, was the
Man,
best
who
offensive
turned it
player
on?
there. Had 2 clutch goals in Game 4. And this is I think, the first season where Juicy has really proven he is capable of being the big man. Because you're going to have to make some big plays going up against a team like BDS, who has bested Gentlemates throughout the split.
BDS.
Yeah, BDS, once they get into that attacking rotation, are very, very hard to stop, and that's exactly where they're in right now. Monkey Moon just 50s it through 1. Of course, Juicy is able to get a clear on that, but they need to fight for the midfield, Gentlemates. They cannot succumb to the BDS pressure. They have to try to advance if they're going to have a chance to match up. It looks like we may have a technical issue for Itachi here. He is motionless. I'm sure that'll be sorted momentarily. Either that, or this is the longest drawn-out mind game that I've ever seen in the history of Rocket League. We are going to get a pause there, unsurprisingly. Yeah, so we need to see obviously all 3 players connected, but we need to see that fight for the midfield here. I want to see Itachi, I want to see Juicy really pressing up, trying to get every ball contested, and then you've got Seiko, obviously one of the best 3rd men of all time, coming in behind them to hold everything together.
How do we get to the last
Gentlemen,
fucking
yes, they come in
series,
as that
and
fourth
now we have
piece out
technical
of Europe,
difficulties. Is what I really
but-
want to
and
know.
they had issues against
Oh, yeah, the
BDS, who
Cardinals
may
are
be more
screwed. They're facing
mechanical
the
or
Dodgers.
faster than them, but we're going to see just how comfortable they're going to look now in the second match, hoping to go up 2-0. And, you know, you talked earlier how you think Gentlemates, you had them in your top 8. How comfortably could they get into that top 8? Or will they trip up over their shoelaces in this series or going forward?
Well, you know, so far this is the spot I saw most people put Gentlemates in. You know, winning that first round in a competitive series against Rule 1, and then dropping down after this one. So this would be the surprise if they can go one round further here. Because I think, yeah, everybody has BDS winning this. Everybody thinks BDS are just going to keep proving that they are a level above Gentlemates, and they are the second team in Europe that you need to worry about after KC. Remember, of course, we do have KC on the A stream right now. They're playing against Falcons. It's another absolutely world-class match there over there on the A stream. I don't think they'll have started yet. I'll go and take a look for you guys.
I don't hear anybody yelling next to us.
Yeah, I'm not hearing any noise from over to our right. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're still building it up. T-Base is still waffling on the desk. So once T-Base is done waffling,
After G2, yeah, a lot of waffling to be done.
no, he's probably got extra waffling copium about G2, and trying to provide some hopium for Falcons as well, I'm sure. But yeah, they should be starting that one pretty soon, and then we'll have 2 bangers going on at the same time.
And just kind of looking back of how the day has started for both BDS and Gentlemates, I mean, BDS kind of wrecked Elevate, yes, to our expectation. Yeah, the last game went into overtime, so they look good, but I think we were all really impressed with what we saw out of Gentlemates in Rule 1. Out of everyone's kind of brackets that they threw out for round 1, that was a match that's I think half the room went Rule 1, half the room went to Gentlemates, and Rule 1 have had a rough start to their day, and it is not getting better, but Gentlemates, whew, they were on a tear.
Looks like the only, I just had a quick check, the only the coin went for Gentlemates here. Everybody's gone BDS on the, we're tracking every caster prediction here just to see who is the biggest fraud. And then
Who's the biggest fraud, he says.
Make progress through the event. Yeah, only the coin going for Gentlemates here. But in the KC Falcons, everybody going KC as well. So a lot of faith being put in KC and BDS in their respective matchups. We'll be getting back into the game momentarily. We've had to go for a full restart here with a new test lobby. So we'll get this back as soon as we can for you guys.
And you were telling me about Exotic, about ever since his K-Corp days, but now joining this team, he has looked more aggressive and just better.
Yeah, Exotic initially.
Only series I wanted to watch.
He popped up in the RLCS scene.
Well, I'm not saying for
qualified after being an RLCS season 10.
It's like
they won the promotion relegation
on
tournament.
long production days, it's always the last series, bro.
So RLCS season actually didn't really have the follow-up, being a top 10 team in EU, like you'd expect from a team just making a rival series. But yeah, after trying some teammates and not really landing on the right team, he finally ended up on a top team, and it just makes you wonder, like, was he always at this level? I think he may have just been always a lot better than his team's results showed. And of course now he's got all the accolades with Karmine Corp last season, starting to add to that now. With BDS. It's a really interesting story. I think he went from being one of the most underrated players. He might still be underrated. I'm not sure. You guys can weigh in on that online. Do you think Exotic is underrated? I think he might be, but
Itachi wasn't moving off kickoff.
It's underrated. He's bound air roll, directional air roll that is, and he's looking a whole lot more.
And what about someone like Monkey Moon? Is he still in your top 5, at least from what you've seen?
I think so. I think I have to put him there. Monkey Moon is an incredibly effective player. Exotic may have outlifted him in some of the matches online this split, but yeah, Monkey Moon, when it shows up to LAN time, there's a few things that you can be certain about. Monkey Moon is going to be one of the best players. He's just such a strong player on LAN. His style just seems to translate 1-to-1 with LAN effectiveness. And yeah, he's just always going to be up there with your Zens, your Vatiras, and First Killer finishing fourth all the time. There's some things that are just guaranteed. And First Killer performing like the best player in NA is another one of them, as we saw earlier.
I mean, my ice cream, I paid for it.
It has to all come together here for BDS. They've got a triple threat.
You want a bite?
So do Gentlemates.
Too bad.
So I know everyone's like leaning BDS, this is a BDS win, whatever, but Gentlemates also had a really tough matchup against Rule 1, who number 2 seed out of MENA, who've been bringing their own unique style. And I think Gentlemates just crushing it as much as they did in that match tells me this is going to be a closer series. I don't know if I want to throw upset potential, but the fact that Gentlemates now in their second match of the day playing this good already is awesome to see.
I don't know what about it.
You know, they're clearly having a good time with this. Laughing at it's actually he probably tries to type in the password to join the lobby. I would imagine. Oh no, he is actually in there, so I'm not sure where he's typing. In fact, he's definitely moving
conversational.
Around.
They do like to trash talk. There's a lot of friendly trash talk between all the French teams.
Yeah, I kind of already knew
the French community. And yeah, that's one of the other reasons why I'm sure they absolutely
I don't mind
love.
sherbet. It's not something that like I normally crave, but if people are having sherbet, I'll definitely demolish some sherbet.
Well, we got some issues to rectify, so instead of a talking league, I guess as we call it, we're going to turn to a quick break. We'll be right back.
Everybody had sore throats because they were all yakking. There's 1 gram of protein per serving. Fuck yeah, I'm getting protein right now. Let's go.
Fuck the chicken wings. I'm having sherbet.
Yeah, well, there's 28 grams of sugar per serving, so it's a 28-to-1 ratio sugar to protein. That's not a good one.
And it was like a precursor of what happened. And so now if I'm Karmine Corp and you're a Blue Wall fan, I would be a little worried because Furia has been looking great, and the Falcons power ranking coming into it, or power ranked higher than them, they're ready to go up against the Blue Wall.
And you see
fucking
these guys
got me an Oreo right now.
It just
Bro, it's
like
so
a
bad.
Recipe for success when you think about every single player on this
all
team
the time,
and
actually.
what their strengths are. TRK sitting in that middle seat exactly too is also a big factor in that because he's got a lot of energy, and he's also been an all-around player who can make impact plays whenever his team is needed him to.
Nah, you see, because I'm a big Oreos and milk guy, so I like
work versus Vitality. Falcons
if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it.
Play so much offense, just outshoot your opponent.
What's the technique though? What's the technique?
100% of the time, just play that
like
defense
you gotta
there,
soak
so
that bitch for a minute.
On your own end. But again,
are you a Twitch guy though? Or do you keep it all together and then just soak the whole cookie?
Soak the whole cookie.
True test of one of these
now, the whole cookie and then like to the point where like your fingers get milk on them.
Oh yeah, no. We just put the whole. No, it's a 1-bite cookie.
Right now, and it doesn't matter to him, as we say, Addo.
I don't think I've told you enough that I'm a fat ass here. All right, I might be going to the gym. Still a fat ass on. If I'm gonna do a whole line of double stuffed Oreos, I'm gonna do it right.
And then also, the man still hasn't lost.
Imagine what would happen if you ate a whole row of double stuffed Oreos and you didn't go to the gym.
Yeah,
I saw what happened.
8 tournaments in a row at this
Why
point.
do you think I finally had to start going to the fucking gym again?
The mirror told me.
Oh my god, it was bad.
And I know Vatira only has 1 goal.
I got out of the shower one day and I was like, no more.
He wants to win that too. But he wants to become a world champion. It starts here, starts now, going up against the Falcon squad. That's on
myself.
the way, trying to be
guy making TV time.
I think when you look at this series here especially, I mean, you talk about Karmine Corp. They are a team that we've seen in Europe really have strong offensive pressure, the ability to just make an individual play, go out for a bump. It's like the way they're able to rotate in and out with constantly has been
Can you give him a booster seat so he can see?
Taken EU by storm, and they're trying to translate
also,
that.
Like, why not just bring the monitor closer to you? Like,
it's going to be adapted to that early, especially in the lane environment.
And that's where I'm concerned about the Falcons, because watching their tape, they're a very wide-passing team because they feel like they will always have that space, so they can go off the walls and throw it across the entire court. When you're playing against K-Corp, you cannot do that. They will intercept all those plays. K-Corp, though, they'll go for those aerial fakes and follow right behind it with a teammate, so they play closer to the ball. So even if you do go up for the challenge, there's still another member kind of hanging around that area. So we'll see if the Falcons kind of change it up again. It's hard to tell because in MENA, they weren't tested. They just dominated. So now when they get up against true tests, maybe that gameplay will work.
Check that man's
maybe
cost
they can
for
spread the field.
substances.
but I think it's unlikely versus K-Corp.
I mean, I think that's part of why Falcons is so excited to
I wanna know
play
what's
against
on that
Karmine
cloth.
Corps. They have
I like how this team's
they've
all
shown
ready to
that they
go.
can
They got
play
their
against
headsets
their
on.
region.
They're
They've
ready to
shown they
play, and the other
know
team
how
doesn't have
skilled
any
they are, yet they want
headsets
to prove to the rest of the world
Just
it's
chilling.
not just us
The
playing.
team without the
Mina,
headsets
it's
is
us
the one I'd be
against
worried about, 'cause they
everyone.
ain't feeling
Give
no
us the
pressure.
top dogs. Let
That's
us
the
knock
good
them
team.
down. They're going to be giving it their best here.
They sure are going to be giving it their best here. I'm really interested to see how Karmine
The one
Corps
with the
comes
headsets
out
off?
right now. Because, I mean,
Yeah,
G2,
that's
they
like
came
the
out
best in,
very not
like,
good.
out of all
Not
the
up to
teams.
par according to their online play. Gen G, they beat G2, but
They're
I
definitely
still
in
don't
the
think they
top
played
three.
as well as they did online either. Vitality as well. The uncharacteristic
I mean, like,
mistake
dude, let me
out of
shut down a
Alphas
quick
in
monster.
Game 5 would have
Yeah.
been so clutch. Once again, they didn't play their best ball. So you got Karmine Corp, a team with
Fucking vodka,
expectations, a team that is reloaded, a team with Rise sits in the middle. He's the dude who's been to the most grand finals since the open era began. Vatira's right behind him
Gotta
up there in
make the
Monkey Move.
series
So these
close.
players, they all have a resume. They all have
Gotta
credentials.
man,
And then
My man
Falcons,
sucking down
they're kinda
Tito
underdogs,
straight out
and
the
I think at the
jar.
moment, the underdogs, at least in the last couple games, they've really been showing out.
Yeah. We've had
Well,
some,
one underdog is
How do
one.
you
we've had
do
some,
that?
we've
So
had some,
relaxed
we've had
What do you
during,
mean there's one?
such a major
Some
event.
underdog
You know?
moments
What do
here,
you mean
but they are. Here's the other thing about Karmine Corps, right? Like one of you mentioned that, like, oh, Vatira, he reloaded this roster.
That
He went
dude
and
looks
picked up
next
Rise from
level
Moist.
uncomfortable to be on
Vatira
camera
used to
right
be
now.
on Moist. The way we met this player was on that roster of Moist. Rise, Joyo, and Vatira.
One
And
of
the
these
thing that was
games
so
started,
amazing
like,
about that
holy.
roster
For real,
was
though,
their
man.
ice, their control, their resolve. It didn't matter
This
how
guy's
difficult
locked
the match
in.
was. Didn't matter what situations they were put in. Didn't matter if it was Game 7 overtime. They were so cool and collected. This roster to me is OG Moist, but now with experience.
Oh,
and that's
absolutely.
terrifying.
And that's where it comes down to their team plays where they go for these aerial fakes or they'll go for the aerial bump instead or any of that. It comes down to comms. You have to have clean comms so everyone knows what to do at that moment, because if you don't, then Vatira's going to go for fake, but he's going to fake out his own teammates as well. So
Say most of what I've seen in this break has been
For the jaws countdown.
Monkey Moon looking tired.
They've been
Guys
paused
are just having
for
the time
over
of their
like
life.
15
I've never
minutes.
seen
How
a
have you
team
not
so
figured out the problem?
happy in a tech. So good job to them. They're keeping the vibes going. Monkey Moon also looking a little bit sleepy here. Have Gentlemates masterminded this, and they kept this going so late that BDS are just going to fall asleep. Oh, that's not good. Oh, no.
Bro, put your controller down, man. It ain't
Oh,
playtime.
that's
He's
a
gonna hold it
long
up. Commit. You
time.
gotta commit.
That
You
is
gotta
a
stick
long
to it.
time.
What's your brother got to do around here?
Ali, I think I just saw from
He's not giving
Gentlemen,
up.
that's
There
some
we
gamer
go.
postures. They're leaned in, they're locked in, and we are ready to go with game one.
Man, hand's gonna fall asleep. He keeps
Are we
holding up
though?
there
I'm trying
like
to
that.
will it into
Alright, you gonna play
reality.
now?
Manifesting game one.
All right, last
I see
match
6
of
cars
the
moving.
day on the B
The other one must
stream.
be on now
The
too.
EU face-off between the 3rd and 4th seed. Will the past repeat itself? Will BDS keep up the streak? Will Gentlemates cause an upset? We'll send us to 5.
wanna
I
hear
don't
Steve
know. We
Lee
already
call
had a
game one.
banger between G2 and Gen G. But it's Gentlemates that, oh, okay, Juicy.
Oh.
Oh no. I'm not seeing a lot of movement out of Monkey Man right now. Wait, he's back. Hold on.
Fake?
And it's
Aw,
yeah.
not faking.
Did see I saw
Oh,
a
come
suspiciously
on!
long
I hate it here.
Imagine when it rains, it pours here. But
And EU, they were 4-0, but they already lost
This
once. They're
man's still
guaranteed one
sitting
more.
like
So they're
that.
at least gonna have
True.
2 losses
He's
on the day.
thank
Who
you.
knows? Maybe a 3rd here with the Falcons. Like
he's
Falcons are one of those
locked
teams.
in.
Honestly, I think most people had them as like, we'll probably have to put them behind a Gen G and G2, but everyone was
Imagine they
pretty
got
much
him,
saying
like,
like they can
shackled
win
to
this
the bottom
major
of the desk.
very easily. Top 6,
That's why he
top
can't
8
move.
even
They're,
have
like,
a
forced
shot.
him to play.
But it really just comes down to the true test is
They've-
everyone
they've
knows
got him
K-Corp
cuffed under
versus
the
the
desk.
entire
He's
field.
holding the controller.
K-Corp I still think has like a 40% chance
I would love to
to win this
sit
whole
up,
thing,
but they won't let
but
me.
Falcons want to change that.
I mean, you think about like Vitality, the reigning
Must be
champs,
something they picked
getting
up in the
beaten by
analytics
Fury
department,
right
'cause
before
you get
this.
2 of the 3 sitting
Well,
that
sort
way.
of, I don't even know if the Falcon boys know that happened. But like, if you think about like the added, I don't know, just like pressure resolve of like, if we're able to take down Karmine Corps and like prove that like South America and Mina are the teams taking down the top
There you
dogs
go.
of Europe, like how big is that?
And we began today saying like, who's the best 3rd region, right? Sam or Mina, and possibly number 2 if if you want to catch up to North America. But if these two take down two of the top
you say?
European teams,
So you think Falcons get an
we had a
upset
very
here?
long offseason, so
No, but I think they'll
we
probably
were
take a game or two.
expecting Europe to just dominate again because they're practicing versus one another all the time. But now, a lot of question marks here.
You know, I want to throw it to Mr. Hotman over there, Mr. Yapathon. Says, you know, he just wanted to take the spotlight early with all his energy and just start yapping immediately when it came out of break.
Okay.
Carmine versus Falcons.
I don't really care for this guy.
What's the breakdown of the matchup?
K-Corp versus Falcons. I mean, to me, K-Corp versus Falcons does kind of come down to
different kind of
midfield.
energy.
I think for me,
he has a
Falcons
different
definitely,
energy than the
especially in the
rest
series
of
that we saw
everybody
against
else.
OG, when OG gave Falcons a lot of space in the midfield.
Yeah,
they're
I
able
don't
to do those
mind
wide passes
like
that Gibbs are saying.
him trying to play like the persona. It's just it's so much different than everyone else, right?
You know, it's
And
just
no one ever like matches, and no
because
one
we're
ever
gonna have
matches
to
his
take
energy
that
either.
out. But guess what?
Right.
You guys get to see another car stare down and some music. So we'll see you on the other side of that.
Like me being a sports guy, I really like that because it reminds me of like the former player.
For the taking,
But then
do
like
they
nobody
have
else
here once
comes
it's
in
taken
with
away.
it.
Not sure if they do, but I think also for K-Corp,
Like everybody
since
else
they're
is
playing
kinda,
match
like,
4, I think
chill.
that's actually
Not
an
only that,
advantage
but like
for
I
Coach
always just
Farah,
feels like
because he
there's
has
so much
more
bias
time
in
to
his
break
takes.
down their matchup.
Yeah.
Because normally in Swiss,
Like, you listen
don't
to it and you're
have
like,
that much
but
time to
that's not
actually
the
go
case,
and worry
though.
about your opponents.
Right.
But they had like 3 hours. So there was a chance Farah goes back and looks at what Falcons are doing. He probably already had a game plan for every single team here because that's what Farah does. But at least he can hone that down a little bit more and figure it out earlier because it's not like they're playing match 5 or match 1 of round 2 where you don't have enough time to kind of game
He's
plan.
like the
But they
reverse
had
Jim
hours
Man.
to do that.
I mean, basically, we're talking about Carmine Corps like they're this indomitable force, and so far, results-wise, they have been. But we know they're human. We know they can lose. Like, is there what weaknesses are the coaches on other teams looking at to try and exploit?
Weaknesses of Carmine Corps.
It's tough.
That's an excellent question. I guess
You put me on the spot. Now you're put on the spot.
I know, but he asked me a way harder question than you.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess a weakness in Carmine Corps would just be maybe they just get too aggressive sometimes because they do have Rise 100 demos and also Addo loves 100 demos too.
Yeah.
And sometimes they do get kind of taken aback by that. You got Vati, arguably the best defender in the game. I would say he's the best defender, but sometimes just leaving him back all the time is not the most efficient way to do things. And honestly, thinking about it, Falcons, the way they play, they love to counterattack and do air dribble bumps. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Farah implement the game.
Bro, remember when we were like, hey, we're gonna get done a little early for the day?
Being adaptable to
yeah,
what
that
Falcons
was
are
cool.
doing and making sure that Vati's not left in a 1v2, 1v1 just to get bumped by Roas or somebody like that.
And I'm going to bring up the argument from Johnny Boy speed.
And then Rocket
Speed
League said,
matters.
"Hold my
Falcons
beer."
have that speed. So K-Corp, they might want to go for those aerial fakes, but if they go for one at the wrong time and Falcons go up early, turns into a 2-on-1 counterattack.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Falcons can use that speed advantage to make the game run just a
This
little bit
strike pack's
quicker.
not working
So
on
there's
his
no
controller.
opportunities to go for those fakes, to go for those quick team plays. So if Falcons can do that and get them on edge, it's possible.
It is the one thing that I feel like we talk about the least, but is the biggest differentiator between the top teams and the bottom teams. Is just these. It's not how you play the game. It's how fast can you play the game at the top level.
Yes, and react to the plays. It's not about your actual core speed on the field, but it's more about when a play is about to begin, how do you position? Because if you're positioned well, you look fast, but you don't necessarily have to be fast.
Do you have to correct it all? Or
Yeah,
do you just,
exactly.
bam, just nail the turn. You know, there's a lot of things that go into the concept of speed here. These are some of the best teams at it in the world. We'll see how they do. Chat, let us know who you think is going to
So
win.
how do they do
in the
that?
fan
Do they
vote
take it
there.
back to where it was at, or do
Yes.
they restart the game?
You got it right on the last one. Who you got on this one?
I'm going KC on this one. I think it's fair to go Carmine
depends.
Corp here until we really start to see them struggle. I will say though, if there's
They
any
already
matchup
restarted it
today
once.
that they could
Yeah,
have
I feel like in that
will
case
allow
they'll
them to
probably
struggle,
restart
it
it.
is this one. I do think Falcons
It's
have
only like
something
30
in
like
store
20
here for
seconds.
Yeah,
Carmine Corp.
exactly, because it's not in the middle of the
But I
game.
gotta go KC right now. I'm going blue wall.
Europe, they are mortal. We saw Vitality lose, but K-Corp's a different beast. Like, honestly, they are. Until they lose with Farah behind them, I gotta go K-Corp.
The name of the game I'm learning, and the word of the day is adaptability. And I do believe that K-Corp is probably one of the most adaptable teams. You saw Furia, they were playing nothing but offense, but they had to adapt against Vitality. Gen.G adapted against G2. They adapted against smacked the whole entire qualifiers. You know what happened? They adapted, it slowed the game down, and now they're arguably better than G2 at the moment. I got Carmine Corp right here. Even if Falcons comes out strong, I do believe Coach Farah and the boys will figure it out and beat them in 5.
Carmine Corps is blue. Fun fact, each team has a blue coefficient by the rules, and Carmine Corps will always be blue in any match they play. They are the bluest team in Rocket League. So they're blue. We'll have Falcons in the orange here. And it comes down Falcons. Are you sure?
Oh, the coin.
You sure? Falcons. The coin says it's sure. It says it's sure. It's got Falcons on this
The
one.
coin doesn't know ball.
The coin goes orange a lot, though. That's
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Hey, it's 3D.
Who did you pick,
Wade? I got Karmine Core on this one. I am not predicting.
See, in
against
football,
the
they
blue
let the
wall
coin
until
hit the
they
ground.
lose here. Chat
And
has
they're not
them
doing
as
it
well.
right.
They are
you
fierce
think that's
on the
what it
field.
is?
They are fierce in the stands as
They're
well.
catching it.
We'll see if they can continue and keep up that reputation
I thought it
here.
was gonna be like
Close
80s
out
for
day
Karmine
one.
Corp.
The Copenhagen Major. It is the big bad themselves, Karmine Corp, taking on the champions of the Middle East, Falcons versus Karmine Corp to close out day one.
Let's get
Two
in.
dominant titans of their respective regions.
Look at that.
Only
We're still waiting on the other
will
one, and
advance
it.
to 2-0 and
Get
have a shot
you.
at the top seed tomorrow.
Remember when the main stream
we
just
are
got
being
done with their third
given
matchup and we were
an
getting into the fourth matchup on the B stream?
Matchup, another, simulated grand final, if you would say, right? Karmine Corp, arguably the best in the world right now, but they're going to go
Holy
against
shit.
the challenge. It's the
Oh,
Falcons
the coin
who are
knows what
first
it's
on the
talking
board.
about.
It's Rawas having that one fall right in front of him, diving in, 7
What a
seconds
coin
in,
was.
and we'll
What
see
a
how
coin
K-Corp
means.
responds, having given up a very early goal.
I have heard nothing but high praise to the name of Falcons throughout the week here in Denmark. I have been so excited to see this team and this matchup, but this matchup in particular, because this is probably the hardest. This is some of our grand final predictions.
Yeah, certainly was my grand final prediction. I won't bother telling you who I think is going to win. I think everybody knows. This one will be ricocheted away as Team Falcons repel another attempt from the blue wall. And Atto and Rise are not
So
on
he's
the
one of
same
those guys
page.
that says
So
you
here
have like
goes
a B.
TRK. Only Vati to beat. And Atto will just come right
says
in
Falcon?
from behind to scoop that ball up.
makes my skin
Falcons not
crawl.
overextending at all. Not able to kind of pressure Karmine Corp.
It does,
and we'll
but
see
he
if
says
that
Falcon.
continues throughout this game. TRK has one bounce away,
Makes me feel like I
and
have to
Rise
be
will have it.
jealous.
K-Corp a little out of sorts in the early
So he
stages
does this on a
defensively,
professional level, and I'm
but
just
again,
a guy
they've
sitting in his
also
basement,
had to wait
in his pajamas.
7 hours plus
The other
to
one.
play their next game.
Just a guy that's fucking in his underwear in a beanbag chair eating fucking Cheetos, man.
Talked about is the amount of time that you have to wait in between your matches can affect you a lot. Whether
How old is
you
that
decide
guy?
to eat, or you rest, or you want to take a scrim on, or go play some ranked. In the
Stacks?
in-between,
I don't
what
know.
you do matters. And I feel like it's safe to say Karmine Corp, they like to keep themselves warmed up in the in-between, but that is a long amount of time headed into this.
Well, and you look at what we saw at times before this matchup, right? There were some technical issues going into this series. And of course, our great admin
You like
team
how they're
working
talking about
with the
him
tech that's
staying
available,
warmed
able
up
to get this
when
match
like
started as
NFL
quickly as
halftime
possible.
is longer than
As
that. They're
Killers
actually like
has
trying to
that
kill each
stop,
other.
and Rise will just kind of camp out by the
Like,
corner.
can we
Shout out
talk
to our admin
about
team, by the
it?
way. Worth every penny and probably then some. Veteran,
They're
experienced
trying to
squad
stay warmed
doing
up.
right by the players
It's
here so
like
far today.
They're holding a controller.
Game number one. Although Falcons are in a lead, it's still feeling fairly close right now. Karmine Corp desperately just want to formulate some sort of a play, but a weird whiff coming out there from a town. No connection on that ball there. Instead, it's Ruas on the counter. This shot towards net, in net, and Falcons go up 2-0.
This is just a beautiful piece of wizardry right on the edge
coin
of the
knows
frame.
best, dude. Don't
Helped
fucking
a
argue with the
little
coin.
bit, and Ruas has a pair for Team Falcons, who are bringing the fight right to K-Corp.
They just look so confident coming into this matchup, which is what you need if you're going up a team like Karmine Corp, right? Everybody has them at the top of their list as far as predictions go,
Kira's not worried. He's not
especially
even
after
sitting up in
the
seat.
performance that we've seen throughout all 3 of the qualifiers.
I think Killers
the
is sitting up
team
enough
to
for the two of
beat.
them.
And I feel like it would put a lot of eyes on you if you're the Falcons right now, but also maybe a little bit of a
Literally has
target
his
on
chin
your
on the
back if you were able to take them down. For now, though, Karmine Corp want to transition, immediately race back home as the Falcons are on the counter.
2-goal lead with less than 2 remaining. We know how quickly Karmine Corp can attack, but after 9 goals from Killers in round 1, it is Ruas who's stealing the show, looking for a hat trick with about 90 seconds left. Dumped back in again, and K-Corp again pushed to their back line. And the blue wall has not found much success at all on the offensive end in Falcons territory. This one floating home and in from TRK.
Let's go Falcons!
All the way in his own half.
Falcon
A second touch and a clear over Rise. Smack on target into an open net. Falcons catching Karmine Corp off guard.
Well, this is not what many people would have expected. Of course, we can expect that these are maybe two of the best teams in the world, maybe the two best. But to see it go 3-0, make it 4 as TRK continues to rain it down.
TRK absolutely waking up in the second half of this game. I mean, he was awake before, but he just
the giant bleeds.
The spotlight on him right now. Falcons 4 goals on Karmine Corp. Nothing has been answered to, which feels almost impossible and weird to be saying right now. I feel like Karmine Corp has had such an incredible play style that has worked so well against so many teams. So Falcons have got to feel great knowing what they're doing works best against KC. And well, you just got to keep it going for the next 50 seconds.
Karmine Corp, the blue wall, has met the superior siege weapon. It happens to be the combination of Rawas and TRK, 2 goals apiece, and a 4-0 lead in the final minute. Team Falcons making a statement in this final match of the evening, dubbed as our main event for good reason. And of course, when you get to a moment like this, when you're here at the Major, you start to see all these international fantasy matchups. Boy, I wonder what would happen if the best team from Europe faced the best team from MENA. Well, you have it. And right now,
has the other game gone on? Because this ain't even a game.
Team Falcons.
What the fuck?
One, trying to add another to the pile. They'll be denied, but they'll take a 4-0 dub into game 2.
Shortly.
Falcons look incredible. They look exactly the way that we've been hearing all week long. They are dominant. This is a top team in the entire world. No argue about it. There are very, very few teams that have been able to put up a proper fight against Karmine Corp. The last time I would argue that we saw something like that would have been SUG against KC back in the OQ, and that was in their home region. Once we start mixing these guys in, the fact that Falcons are coming in and really making Karmine work in this series is a huge statement. To get that opening win is massive, and to head into game 2 with your head held high, there couldn't be a better feeling.
They only had one shot.
You don't need to count very high to count the number of
Karmine Corp sucks. They're on fraud watch.
Game losses for Karmine Corp so far this season, but they took one on the chin here as Team Falcons utterly dominant. And the Mobile One High Performance Replay does indeed become a Team Falcons showcase. So after all that herc, Team Falcons dominant in game 1 as they've been dominant throughout their respective season. And I think the big question has been, okay, you did it in MENA, which isn't a very deep region. Can you do it against teams that matter, so to speak? K-Corp matters, and you saw what Falcons just did to them.
Yep, and well, I don't expect anything less. I feel like Falcons have the capability to keep this level of consistency headed into game 2, but granted, that statement is going to be answered true or false as we head here into game number 2. It's a headed in for Clears, and Falcons go up by 1.
So let me get this straight. He scores 9 in the opening series. Only gets a couple of assists in game 1, and then 8 seconds in, they've got another early goal out of Team Falcons. It was Rawas in game 1. It's Killers now adding his 10th goal of the day, and now K-Corp looking for its first goal of the series and not getting one.
Oh man, the fact that Killers is getting in on the action too is actually very, very massive, because in game number 1, he was the one feeding the assists throughout everything. So you get him on it, and all 3 players are going crazy.
What are you fucking bitching about?
Corp, they've got a world of challenges headed up against them in game number 2. This one's headed to the backboard. A nice little carry out to the side by Ruas here.
Well,
And
fucking
Falcons
bitch.
just looking to float this one out of their own half. A pinch, though, from Vatira lets Common Corp go back. Rise wanted to take a shot of his own, but the save comes through, and so does the counter.
K-Corp at times maybe could be described as a sleeping giant, but it needs to wake up real soon. First 6 minutes of this series.
Held
Dominated
scoreless.
by Team Falcons. The Kings of MENA looking to just continue their surge through the Swiss stage. Off to a good start here at Forbidden Temple. Opportunity in front, this time denied at point-blank range by Ruas. Now Vatira will try again. Brought it down to ground, still had it stuffed back in his face. And October wisely grabbing that corner boost, trying to starve out Falcons, try to create more opportunities, but the rotations are there. This is a very good defensive squad. We know, of course, all about their offense, averaging 3.5 goals a game in their own region. But could they stop juggernaut teams like K-Corp? Answer so far through a game and a half, absolutely yes.
This team is not even a dark horse powerhouse. They low-key are just on
These
the
longer
rise
broadcast days are just being in front of these lights all day, so it's getting
at
tired.
the Copenhagen Major. And Falcons still up by 1. Carmine Corp unable to answer to anything. Rise gonna take this ball away from the Falcons. Tries to get past TRK, not quite able to do so though. It's how trying to just keep it going, but they keep getting sent back. This one to the backboard. Ruas with enough room to let this one down. And unfortunately, this one doesn't find its way through, but again, it's a Carmine Corp save that just has to keep coming out.
I mean, not a crisis when you've been as dominant as you have been, but that drop down to Killers really should have turned into a goal. Now Vatira from his own back wall. Very familiar position for K-Corp collectively. Got the bump. Now Rise. He'll run interference. And Ruas avoids him, catches the ball on the backboard, brings it out. It was a great attempt from K-Corp. The idea was there. Ruas was simply better.
I just gave my ego or my other monster or my other energy drink.
It looks
Just that
like
simple.
they came in with a game plan and they are just executing it to perfection.
Nice shot.
Takes 2 players to keep this one out of your KC. Falcons, another shot denied, but my goodness, is Carmine Corp probably sweating just a little bit after that. Minute 40 seconds, all 3 players from Carmine Corp kind of bunched together in that corner, which isn't the best sign as they start to spread out a little bit. This ball's gonna head towards that net, just wide in their back corner, clear out into the mid, and here comes TRK. Infield pass, no connection made on it, but not too much to stress about when you're still in the lead.
Couple of near misses, and you could argue K-Corp are a little bit lucky that this isn't a 3-0 game right now.
Fact, so.
Atto stuck on his back wall, Vatira waiting to follow. He's got to jump into action here, and all he can do is clear it away. Rise, a little slow on the challenge. Now Killers bring it down in front across, and it's Atto who is right there. But again, listen, it hasn't been a blitz on either side as we get to the final minute. Shots are 4-2 in favor of K-Corp, but the one that matters came from Killers. What, 8 seconds into this game and a 1-0 lead for Falcons.
Yep, it's been Falcons holding on to their extremely early game lead. But as soon as I say that, they said, no, you know what, let's extend it.
I feel like, though, if you're Carmine Corp, you'd rather get your loss out during Swiss than during single elimination. You know what I mean?
Let's go claim match point.
Maybe indeed. K-Corp looking down the barrel of triple match point at the hands of Team Falcons. This main event has, well, taken an awkward turn, and another just like that.
What even happened here? It was just a pinch from the ceiling and down, no connection on the attempt to make the save there. I think from Ruas, but okay, there's a glimmer of hope if you're Carmine Corp. You got 32 seconds, kickoff almost in your favor. If somebody can go and try and catch up to this ball, clears almost a little bit awkward. Great challenge there from Rise, but this ball goes back mid. Here comes the Tau. Trying to send it forward, but Ruas has other plans. He's gonna carry this one to the backboard. Uses the flip it through.
Well, I don't think it's gonna matter what you want. I think it's just gonna have to fucking happen.
I think you've had enough.
You're right.
Now you've had enough. Falcons back by 2. Ruas painting another brilliant picture.
The other one started yet.
And K-Corp left wondering what in the world is going wrong.
Literally just started. Good call, Duck.
Seeing 6 moving cars, that's a good start. We can keep this up. We might actually have a game. Now, while we've been going about this, there has been an absolute thriller on the A stream that I'm sure most of you guys will be aware of if you're watching us here during a break. And yeah, Falcons really bringing it to Karmine Corp, trying to do what really not many teams have even come close to doing in Europe this season. And if they can pull that off, that will guarantee 4 different regions in the top 4 of Swiss tomorrow.
And everyone thought Europe was this top region. I don't deny that. But with K-Corp on the losing end currently, Vitality losing, we got to see what Gentlemates and BDS do in this sort of scrimmage.
If Gentlemates can win this, that will be yet another ridiculous upset. But it is going to be BDS off to the races early. Monkeyman with a wide open net. Gentlemates did not get that clear. And with everybody committing, the net was wide open for Big Evan.
And the fist bump's making connections too.
Get the skill on that
Of
play.
course, RL Esports is tweeting out the fist bump that got left hanging on the Gentlemate's side. That was funny.
Poor Juicy, but you know he did get his fist up. He waited patiently. He didn't panic. You know, he just held strong. And that should be a goal for them. It is. Seiko turns around and spots an open bottom corner. And that was a very big miss there by Monkeyman, completely whiffing on an attempt to clear ball. So a couple of mistakes from each team leading to goals early at both ends.
Well, Monkey Moon has an excuse. He's like, I had tech issues. My mind is somewhere else. But it's time to lock in. Last match of the day, hoping
They're not warmed up
to start
anymore.
off with a 2-0 in Swiss. Man, with the demo, Seiko harassing Juicy, popping it up, but Exotic is there first. BDS picking up this pace and even using a pinch. The transition down, but Juicy's just bulldozing him across. Speaking of across, the ball goes to the orange half. Seiko races down, pressure is on. Juicy collides with Drawley. Man, you see Gentlemates trying to put on the pressure, but BDS have been able to handle that well as Monkey Moon from the side shot towards the net with the follow-up from Gentlemates to counterattack. Looked like it had some kick to it, but nothing yet.
And here's a big chance for Seiko. Air dribbling the full distance of the pitch. He's denied by Exotic on the backboard. BDS haven't been able to move up that high defensive line like they usually do in this matchup. They are going back and forth with Gentlemates. This is very promising if you're a fan of Gentlemates. You want to see them do well in this matchup, because actually getting out of defense has been an issue for them the last couple times they've played BDS.
Oh, Monkey Moon went for the bump and missed, so Juicy makes some space. Got Exotic and Jolly getting all mixed up in the box, and Seiko dropping it off to Juicy. Early save though from BDS, and knocking heads with Itachi. Keeps the play alive, and Drawley scoops it up, and Juicy has to race back, and he can't get there. 2-1 BDS.
Well, it's been clinical finishing, but not so clinical in the defensive end. It's again a double commit to one area in the pitch from Gentlemates. So if you're going to do that, you have to get the ball clear. You can't be doing that and, you know, leaving the ball in front of Monkey Moon of all people. You know, same thing happened at the other end as well for Seiko. You know, the defense has not been very well spread here for Gentlemates for either of the goals they conceded.
Okay, Exotic won't let Juicy get away with too much. His Gentlemates not wanting to concede that space, but Drawley will still get a big win as Exotic steps up to make the most of that. And with Gentlemates 50s favoring them, but not necessarily launching this out of their end. Drawley, the 0 boost, just knocking heads with everybody. And even with the demos, Gentlemates are progressing, looking for the equalizer into the second half. Itachi can't reach up high enough, but BDS haven't had a solid enough clear to get Gentlemates off their back.
Well, it looks like both teams have really settled into the match now. After the long delay, it kind of makes sense for it to take a while for them to really get fully locked in. Monkeyman looking for a hat trick here with a flip reset and
Couldn't get the bump done.
That's a great save by Juicy, knocking the ball way back into BDS's half. And the continued theme for Gentlemates is they are managing to get clears. That could be a huge chance. Drawley's trying to float in front of him, but he can't get goal side. Juicy muscles it in as BDS once more send everyone. I mean, why is Monkey Moon going for this? I don't understand why he wouldn't just leave that for his teammates in front of him, but you know, maybe he thought he had a clear angle for the ball. again, just double commits, leading to easy goals.
No, at least it makes for an exciting game, but yeah, BDS off their game a little bit. And Drali getting mixed up because of that. But look, the attack continues. Exotic down low shot saved by Seiko. And up first is BDS having Gentlemates back, but surging forward. Itachi with the pinch to make it to Juicy. Exotic tries to run into him. And Gentlemates wanted to keep up that momentum. 1 minute left. Oh, with Monkey Moon now in trouble. Juicy relieves that pressure as Itachi can't even just force this out of their end. 42 seconds. Monkey Moon BDS picking up the energy of 50. That pinches off to the right. Drali waits to see how Juicy clears this. Solid read, but now he has to find his way back. Here is Seiko matched up against the wall. And still a 2-2 score. Drali to the back, forces Juicy up, and it's okay for now.
Gentlemates and BDS trying to tidy it up a little bit, trying to prevent some mistakes. Now here's a 2v1. Exotic running onto the goalie, who just stayed firm in position. Monkey Moon couldn't really get the ball into a productive position to really put the pressure on. Final 10 seconds. BDS boxing Gentlemates back, but that's a big clear. And not the best continuation by Exotic. That leaves it up in the air for Juicy. Tight angle double is on, but saved. And that is a great clear to the back corner. What a save to keep BDS level.
Oh, and Exotic launches it, has no boost. Oh, and BDS went for the follow-up shot. That gets denied. We enter overtime in game 1. We're trying to extend.
We have overtime.
Do we stay on overtime, or do we go to the 1-1 game 3? Oh, I guess we'll go to the 1-1 game 3 since Gentlemates just scored.
Just jammed up in that corner. The spacing virtually non-existent. Ata will at least bail them out here and play for possession. Everybody can get reset, but this ball given away, and Rise had to jump in front.
I mean, this is what we've seen in games past, right? Carmine Corp kind of trying to get things together a little bit, but it feels like when the nerves actually seem to hit this team, which is very rare, we see something rare. It's Carmine Corp bunched up a little bit, and they got to kind of, like you said, reset themselves. But 14 seconds left here in game number 3. The potential for somebody to steal this at the last second or end it all even. 5 seconds left. TRK to the backboard here. Great touch there from Atao. And
overtime.
A shot taken, hits the ground. We've got overtime.
The invincible blue wall might have a few holes in it now, but they've survived to force OT here. And another game on top.
All right.
Rise keeps the blue wall alive.
The one and only, the man that has been looking for win after win in his career. He has tried to find the perfect team. If there's somebody that's going to work.
2 will be a turnaround for them.
I thought you'd think Monkey Moon would be a nighttime gamer, though. I think if there's one player who would be playing late, it's got to be the guy with Moon in his name. But I think most of these guys are pretty used to playing late hours. We've just had news come through from the A stream, by the way, that Falcons they failed to sweep. That the game 3 against KC went to overtime, and KC took it in overtime. So KC trying to reverse sweep Falcons on A. Meanwhile, here on B, the second game has just got started here. Can Gentlemates keep the pressure on BDS?
There's an initial launch there by Juicy as Itachi midfield presence stops the forces of Team BDS to go to the blue end for free. As Itachi rotates
I wonder
back,
what it would
Juicy
take for
makes
Mina
the
to get a
save.
third slot.
Team BDS getting physical. They know they want to come back and want to save at the goal line. As Drali
Like, would it
keeps
be
the play
Mina
alive.
getting
Goes
both
up high
teams in
off
the
the
top
ceiling.
8 for like
Can't
this
make
year?
contact. Juicy makes up.
For
Itachi
both plans
jumps
and
up to make the
Mina.
save. And man, this is turning into a hemorrhage
championships?
if you're a defense of Gentlemates. Team BDS just keep throwing down shots as Seiko has to use all his boosts to just help escort this out of the
Well, it's
half.
just like,
And it's
I mean,
only
for so
Juicy
long,
with
Mina
boost.
only would
And
get the
Team
one
BDS
spot,
have
right?
drained
And
them.
now this year they got the
A
2.
lot of energy, a lot of resources.
And if Rule 1 has
but
been
this goes
kind
all
of
the way
close
to
with,
Juicy,
you know,
and
Falcons,
maybe
who is
to, what was that,
obviously
Seiko,
pretty
but
fucking
the
good.
pass is broken up. And now at least you'll
You know,
have
if
to see
Mina
Gentleman's
sends
have
2
some
and both
fire
of them are
back to
top
them.
6,
Yeah, it was a great play.
let's say.
Zero boost in defense from
I guess it'd be
Itachi
top
to
8 because of
50-50 the ball back to his teammate who had boost.
Rule 1.
So that really instructive play there by Itachi. Now Seiko trying to get this back into the corner. It looks like it.
They've got a couple of like teams. They don't have any other orgs. They've got a couple of teams
with
that
the
do decent
rebound. BDS
region
had a
this
great
year.
chance there. Seiko looks like he just did enough to make the shot difficult.
I don't have any other good
And
teams yet.
Gentlemates couldn't.
No, I think it's because I mean they got
fast
Twisted
enough, but
Minds,
they
who was
stopped
like
BDS from clearing,
a pretty decent
and
sized
Seiko
org.
almost
Bravado
caught
Gaming.
that, and it's Team BDS
were the 2 that were
are
like
now
tied
taking
for
corner
3rd.
boosts. They were able to drain Gentlemates before in terms of boosts, and Team BDS putting the pressure
most
on
minor
Monkey
regions
Moon,
you don't have
maintaining control.
many orgs
Jolly
involved because there's
dribbling
only so
this
many
against
spots, you
Seiko
know?
reads that well, but the
I
midfield
don't
is all
have
for
like a
Team
wild card
BDS.
spot.
That Gentlemates have to physically remove them and push them out of the way. A dangerous cross in front of the net as Jolly launches it.
Yeah, Exotic looking for
3
the
or
bump
4
there on
closest
Juicy.
teams
Is now
after
Monkey
that
Moon's ball.
fight for the last
Flip
spot.
reset by him. It's not the best clear there by Juicy. Double commit from Gentlemates as well, but Juicy follows up and
I think they should do
a mess that he
24
helped to build
team
there. And it's not, you know, the only double commit that we've seen. We've seen quite a lot of them.
major
In
top
fact,
8 teams
both
are already
ends
in
of
the double
pitch.
elimination
Both
bracket.
teams
You
are
do a
trying
Swiss of
to
the other
play
16
as quickly as possible
to set the
off
field
of
for
each other's
double
touches. Of course,
elim.
that does lead to double
Personally,
commits happening. That's a good defensive posture there by Monkey Moon to deny the shot from the midfield.
All right, good bump from Monkey Moon. Exotic threatening the double tap, and no one to receive it. It's going all the way down. Jolly has to put a hand up, and Exotic just gives it right back to the opponent. And Gentlemates have looked real threatening. That's a light touch. Juicy there has a second man by his side at Team BDS. Spaghetti's on the floor.
Well, you know, Gentlemates had a very good chance there. It was the right idea with the irritable bump pass, but not quite the mind meld that we're used to seeing from them. They're going for, again, a lot of physicality in the air here. Now some kind of a back pass towards Seiko. Gets involved in the attack. It's dropped down and in for Juicy. Well, Gentlemates have shown up huge. They have got BDS already down by a game, and they've opened the scoring in game 2 as well.
I was relieving some pressure.
Yeah, and Monkey Moon has to watch that back. I see him shaking his head and getting in his own head, and he needs to get out of it. A lot of people power rank Monkey Moon, top 5 players in the world, and he needs to put that on display and recover quickly. There's a response, all thanks to Exotic.
The top 3 teams
It didn't take long. Kickoff lost intentionally towards Exotic, and it just looked like before Gentlemates could establish a proper rotation.
Well, I mean, this is 2
Exotic
Europe
just chipped
teams,
it into their
stupid.
net. Nobody went back to the goal there. And Seiko
Fucking
probably assumed
idiot.
somebody would as he chased up the pitch to try and contest the ball. So, you know, a bit of a mistake there by Gentlemates to leave that open.
These are
immediately
both
after a
European teams, bro.
Hey, Seiko to Juicy. Oh, Monkey Moon breaks that up in time.
Come
It's
on,
looking scary
Goblin.
for Gentlemates, and now
No, like
all the
I'm
way
saying
back
if
to Juicy
Vitality,
as Exotic
BDS,
hunted for his
and
Oh, yeah,
back to
that's
the
what you
orange
meant.
half.
Gotcha.
Everyone's
Okay.
scrambling. Drawley continues to get a few touches. Now make this easy for Gentlemates. Still tied 1-1 with 1 minute left. Seiko will be under fire. Monkey Moon back passes to
Well, I know,
Exotic.
I mean, Alpine
Dashes
was, that's why I
Seiko
was
in time.
confused. I was like,
Continues to try for BDS. This may land for a Drawley shot opportunity. Good shutdown by Gentlemates. This is awkward. Exotic almost sets a Monkey Moon, but Gentlemates get down low in time to save.
Yeah, this is BDS doing what they do.
Wow,
just
it's a
pushing
wide
the
open net, and you
opponents
blew
back
it!
down. Maybe even an open bottom corner there to aim at. It needed to be perfect. It wasn't. And now it goes the other way with Itachi's flip
Might as well
reset
fucking
shot.
sign me for fucking 5 figures. I can do that
They looked
shit.
like they were setting up shop in their usual
I'm
position.
gonna
High
blow it
defensive
up
line,
in net.
challenging everything early. But again, Gentlemates have broken free from that. Can they stop BDS? This is
That'd be hard.
It's Drally who scores.
Okay, I don't know if I can do that, though.
Left it uncontested, and Drally follows up his own backboard hit.
At the debut, split debut, land Drawley
Sheesh. You can do
brings
anything.
it
You
to
believe in the
life
power
for
of
Team
friendship.
BDS at 19
you can dream it,
seconds.
you
They
can
will
do
have
it.
a lead, but for how long?
That's not true.
Gentlemates have looked real threatening on
I
that
got some pretty messed
offense,
up dreams.
making BDS panic on the defensive line. Maybe this lead is something BDS can hold on to as Monkey Moon throws it down to Juicy. A lot of trek that Gentlemates have to make up for, and they gotta keep up on the ball, but a good challenge from Monkey Moon. Lands it almost on the ground. Wait a
To the
minute.
middle.
Gentlemates keeping it up. Juicy's up to the ceiling. Gentlemates don't have a lot of boost to work.
And back it goes.
All right, 1-1, final 30 seconds, game 4.
Falcons could end it here, or Karmine Corp can extend in game number 4. Here comes Rise, tempted to get over 1, but TRK stops it dead in its tracks. This ball driving forward, and Vatira slowing things down, just pushing into the Falcons side. 10 seconds on the clock. Killers over to 1, into the corner they stay. Falcons, can they take this away at the last moment, or does a redirect pass over to Vatira off the backboard, double it down? It hits the ground. We've got overtime in game number 4.
Seen Vatira do it hundreds of times and just kind of assumed it was gonna drop, but it hits the ground, and Karmine Corp force another overtime. Atao lost that one. So now it's Killers. Nothing there. And another infield pass on the defensive end. And we've seen K-Corp utilize that. They've worked well as a team defensively, but they are susceptible to physical play, and Falcons have almost blown up a couple.
Yeah, this is where I expect full level 10 aggression to start coming out from Karmine Corp, but a huge clear allows Falcons to go upfield on this one. Atao's gonna take this to the sky. And a challenge still in the favor of Karmine Corp. Vatira up next, off the backboard. Nice read there from Ruas out into the mid. This one is gonna get followed there by Rise. He leaves it for Atao though, and a challenge from Killers is Juan. Lost though to Rise, off to the ceiling, and Karmine Corp try to break out of their half, not once, but twice, and yet stay unsuccessful.
Also wonders tonight.
Tense moments now as Falcons
You're a gassy motherfucker.
I'll let you know after.
It's not going to happen this time. He was going headhunting, came up empty. Was a demo on the other side though, and nobody to follow that play up. Numbers advantage perhaps for the Falcons. Can Vatira get back in time? Yes, he can, as Atao buys him time. And Vatira's got this. Had to avoid a teammate. Also had Killers right there in his grill.
Yes,
and now it's
he
Atao
can.
with Rise waiting in support.
What do
He'll
him and
come
Bob
up as
the Builder
well.
have
Try to
in
win it,
common?
no.
Yes, they
Vatira
can.
the follow. Still dangerous for K-Corp. Vati, center, and it's deflected away.
The back pass coming through over to Rise as he tries to clear this one to the back of the board. TRK over to 1. This one clears out into the hands of Karmine Corp, which is what you don't want if you are the Falcons. Stuck back in their own half. Another touch here in the corner. Can they break out, or does Karmine Corp continue to just chop away at the defense of the Falcons? Atao getting met with a challenge in the mid here. 2 minutes into OT. This has felt like Karmine Corp's overtime.
At
and
14, I was trying to figure out if I wanted strawberry jelly or grape jelly on my sandwich.
Very short overtime in game 3, much longer this time around. Floating towards the net, and Atao keeps this series alive for K-Corp.
He knows.
TRK can't pitch it forward. There's Vatira decoy, and it almost fell right to Atao, but now it's Rise, bringing it across. Boy, K-Corp going deep into the bag of tricks. Team Falcons undeterred so far. Vatira, more of a blunt instrument that time. Did not break through. DRK, power clear, he can follow it himself, and Rise got to have it away, and he does.
just can't do it.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that.
Allowing Falcons to be able to transition. Pass over to TRK. Shot on net, denied by Atao. And Karmine Corp live to see another minute of OT.
Boy, they've watched the series flash before their eyes, and now maybe Falcons will do the same. One falling into his net. It's Atao.
It's a good game,
Got
dude.
the win
It's a good
on the
game.
50,
Oh,
but it's sent away.
damn.
As well by Ruas. But
And we're going to a game 5, baby!
We are going to see.
Does end up, oh, what save, it ends up in front of the box, oh, what save, it ends up in front of the box, but not for long, as that shot came in quickly. Gentlemates were able to stop it.
Monkey Moon's playing deep, ready for the longest pass ever, and it could have worked out.
I don't know what you get.
But you see Gentlemates reading this, the Seiko reading that. Trolley above.
They're gonna wish
Juicy.
they did.
Great touch by Juicy,
Yeah.
but Team BDS have now established themselves in the
You
midfield,
can't
at
go up
least you
2-0
thought.
and give that away.
No.
Gentlemates trying to creep their way through, and a drop down right into the box. Makes Gentlemates panic a little bit as Monkey Moon steps up on that front line. Try and get something generated for BDS. And you see Itachi with an awkward flip, but Gentlemates play close enough that one person may get it, not a great touch, but they back each other
Did I
up.
not
Now
like
this
that
back wall's
tweet?
getting hit.
Did I
BDS
just steal a
throwing
picture?
shots down, save after save, as Gentlemates build a wall.
Yeah, 8 shots, no goals though for BDS. They look for a 9th here, not gonna happen, stop too short. This is where BDS do their best work, though. They've really got Gentlemates under a ton of pressure here. Exotic denied the double tap by Seiko's backboard position. Finally, Gentlemates get out and can actually start to attack, and that's a great pre-jump challenge by Seiko. Holding on to that 1-goal lead from their only
You think they got enough flack for it?
It's a miss from Juicy, and Exotic takes it clear.
I'm gonna say, because I feel like I remember liking that tweet, but I don't see it in my likes
BDS
now.
have just been stopped. Do you think Gentlemates play a more defensive style now when it's been tough for BDS?
Because they knew it was a bullshit ass statement.
Second or third touches to just set themselves up towards the net. And now you just got all of Gentlemates camped out in front of an open net 2-0 for Gentlemates.
Oh, Monkey been shaking his head there. I don't think they can believe what's happened. Itachi just comes in, takes the ball away cleanly, and no one's home for BDS. 2-0 Gentlemates. If they could just get back to midfield play, they look like they're going to be taking the lead in the series again.
Does the coin know? The coin
might know.
Yeah, they must have. They must have deleted it. Hold on, let me see if maybe under.
Here from the entire talent team.
Bookmarks?
You know, looking at the trajectory they've had, you wouldn't expect them to be coming in and playing like this, but they've reminded us that when they can put it all together like they did.
Looking for
in the
something
first regional
for
display,
Nick, who
right up
is
there
for
with the best teams in
Frost,
Europe.
because we did our
And BDS are
podcast.
one of the best
I
teams
was looking
in
for a
Europe.
post
Gentlemen,
from something that I
giving
stole
them
that I
a
used for
real
like
problem right now. Here's Exotic
a
pass
reference
to
in our
Trally.
podcast.
Oh,
Damn, what a shot!
What a pass it was to set it up.
The angle of the dangle,
fresh blood
baby.
you need on
Love
the
it.
team. 24 seconds. It
Yeah,
is
Nick, I
not
think they must have taken
over.
that down, dog, because I don't see it at all.
BDS get their first one of game 3. Winner of this goes to match point. Can BDS pull it together, or will Gentlemates remain consistent from here on out? Will be Juicy and friends. That guy had a fire performance against Rule 1. Seiko up the wall, beats the one defender, and Itachi gets position from left to right. You're going cross-eyed trying to figure out how this Gentlemates offense is gonna roll. And BDS, they gotta roll to the blue half, and seconds are going by, but Drawley's got 40 boosts, and he's made magic happen before. This gets put to the side, Monkey Moon or Itachi is ready, and now it goes to the Orange end. It's still going, and BDS have boosts to work with, and Itachi puts it to the ground.
All right.
Tao.
3 minutes left in game 5.
Goes to follow through. 3 minutes left in regulation on this one. An infield coming in from the corner. Maybe a double off. No connection made on that ball, but Falcons looking a little bit more menacingly as the redirect heads towards net. It gets sent out.
Frantic pace, back and forth.
Where
Opportunities
else-
abound on
who
either
else
side.
might
That
have
demolition
posted?
could open things up. That's how it's still downfield.
Or liked
Now it's
it.
all Rise, all alone in the back, bringing it across to Atao. Fatira's still ahead. You can see K-Corp trying to press the issue just a little bit. Try to force Falcons into a mistake. There's an opportunity that ricochets away, courtesy of TRK.
What a
Huge save there, and TRK again also just gonna continue the flow over into the KC half, but as
I like
quickly as
these
it started, it
0-0
ends.
games, man.
KC
Yeah,
now
man, they're just fun to
on
watch.
the offensive front. He gets sent back into the mid. Here comes Rise off the sidewall. TRK pushing this forward. Can the follow-up come through? The save does, but Killers isn't done.
Let's go!
Falcons
Team of pressure, man. They had it.
at 202.
Been relatively quiet after dropping 9 in the first series. That's his third, and it could be the series winner. Will it deny a reverse sweep from Carmine Corp? Oh, an opportunity abound there, and it's just sent away.
Did you hear the way he
you don't
says
get
it?
many opportunities like that
Yeah.
off the kickoff. A waterfall
Carmine
down on the
Corp.
back wall, and just barely swept out.
We got
Vatira
Carmine
neutral
Corp and
with
Falcons.
TRK. And Falcons repel yet another Carmine Corp attack.
Things just feeling not necessarily out of reach for Carmine Corp, but it is getting increasingly difficult.
Yeah, I'm
as
trying to think
time
of who
goes
else I
on.
might have
We've got
seen
90 seconds to answer to this one goal.
put it
and
up
we've
and
seen
find it
where it's
later, but I
taken them
can't
much
find it
longer
right
to
now, Nick.
find that answer. As this ball gets sent back into the blue half here. This one off the sidewall. Vatira just wants out of his half. This one towards net. 2 touches from Killers off the car of a KC player, but Rise says no. We take it to the sky. We float on out. Just over a minute to go.
This could be good.
Falcons remain.
So I can't
in
think of
the
who
lead.
else
And maybe
would have put that up that wasn't them.
Coming across to make the save. Bachi's had a tough time getting boost in this game, especially in the later half. Gonna need some now. Decoy play leaves Rawas in charge. And now brought to the top. A little lockup up on the backboard. I think this might actually favor
Rule one on top of the
they
net.
break it up. Now Vatira in the wing. This will be Rise meeting TRK. A little stutter step though. Slow things up. So now K-Corp with just over 30 seconds left. Trying to keep the reverse sweep alive. Good challenge to get that deep into Falcon territory, but it's all TRK.
They don't respect that rule one bullshit.
I mean, they do, but not in times like these. Oh!
This is what Karmine Corp is known for. The crazy accurate follow-ups, the speed with which they come. A tied game
like in a professional
at 19 seconds. Karmine Corp are still in the running to go 2-0 in the Swiss.
All 3 people were in Rule 1?
As great as Killers has been, he was helpless after having to avoid Vatira. 10 seconds now.
I feel like they're the one team that absolutely can't break it,
right? It has to.
Like, no matter the situation, like, it could be like grand final. We gotta rep the name. Rule 1.
No time on the clock. Straight down for overtime.
And here you have it. The most intense situation you could have possibly asked for. Overtime in Game 5, Karmine Corp versus Falcons. This one's gonna head back towards the backboard.
Oh
my God! And sent off by Karmine Corp.
Oh, another one!
Finds a way out again. Loose ball in front. TRK can't follow it. Rise will drop it to Vatira, and somehow this overtime continues. Ruas denied by a towel again.
Got a lot of pressure.
And now he'll work from the side. Stuffed by TRK, but he ran into Rise and couldn't follow that play cleanly. Boy, Vatira in a lot of trouble defensively here. He'll give way to a towel. Clear downfield, intercepted by Ruas.
Ooh.
You have to be so intentional and careful with where some of these clears are headed towards. This one into the hands of a Tau. He carries this one up in the air. And Vatira trying to help him keep this ball forward towards that Falcons half. But as quickly as it starts, it ends. And the counterattack starts to come through a minute into this overtime. And it's Falcons pushing towards the KC net. This one in mid, a battle for it. A battle for control even. And Karmine Corp, they just can't seem to continue to hold onto this ball long enough to take a threatening shot.
I know the first one was overtime.
Oh, Vatira, time and space, gave way to
They're all in that corner.
Indirect center, and Atal just wasn't there, too far back. But K-Corp getting a little comfortable on the orange half of the field. Rise will bring another one across. Intercepted by TRK.
Hold on.
Big challenge. TRK will get the boost steal out of the corner, but Atal's got control.
Damn.
Did get screened off the play. Then Vatira, one-on-one with Ross, who's got an easy clear.
That is a huge clear. This one stops mid. No boost in the tank, though, for Ruas. Most he can do is win a 50, and he does, as this one heads over into the corner. Vatira gets beat on this one. Killers tries to drive this towards the net, but Rise has other plans. The mid boost collected by none other than him, but this one still could remain in favor of the Falcons, as this one goes center.
These kids
Killers
have played like,
trying to slow things down.
it's a 5-game series, and they played like 9 games.
Oh! The Falcons take down Karmine Corp.
Holy.
Posture, man. Can't do it.
They are who we thought they were.
What a finish.
We let him off the hook.
From Falcons, pushed to the brink. Needed
Who do you think you are? I am.
At closing out K-Corp, but they do what nobody has been able to do.
Ever seen that clip?
From the main event onward.
PDW, baby.
PDW, dude.
Classic.
That's a top 5 all time for me.
Oh, hold on.
Let's fight him. Exotic, no boost. Drawley with a bit left, and it's looking
impossible.
The ball is still up, but Gentlemates upset.
What a result for Gentlemates, propelling them to the top of the Swiss leaderboard against BDS, who have given them so many problems.
Damn.
And they have just proven to
I'm with
everyone
you though, man. I don't think that's the I don't think that's the best thing, because
was not permanent.
you better hope you don't
back,
play those teams
and
again.
They're looking good.
next
to go in this
round
event
of the tourney.
and get that deep run that they want. They know they can
They
get.
won't
We
do
know
that
what
again.
Seiko can do. Former world champion in
You know what I mean?
Seiko.
Back so.
It's actually former
Vitality
major.
I would much rather
Juicy.
lose now
when he
than
can
later.
elevate,
Especially
play
for
at
a
that
team
same
like
level
Carmine Corp, who had
as
like the
these
pressure
guys.
of like the
Like,
perfect
that
split.
We know what they can do, but you know, for BDS.
Although I guess they have
right,
lost
back
in,
to the drawing
in
board. A lot
Swiss
of mistakes
before, so
early in
maybe
the
it's
series.
not
A lot
quite,
of
but
things
still.
to work on before tomorrow. Because this Swiss stage is looking
All right,
so
chat.
dangerous for teams.
Y'all
who
know
already
I
have
don't
a
normally
loss
stick
on
around for
the
the
board.
like after
And
shit.
this series had a lot of different factors. Yeah,
Been a long
you're on
day.
LAN,
I'm gonna go play
it's
some
the
Rocket
first
League.
day of LAN. Maybe you don't have that crowd that could really fuel
yeah, I'm
you
also
in
gonna turn our
moments
lights, so
like
lights off, so we're not
this.
gonna
Maybe it relieves some
stay
of the
live or
pressure when you
anything.
do make those mistakes.
We'll be
I don't
live
know
over
if the
here
crowd maybe amps
tomorrow,
people up or not.
potentially. If not, we'll at least be live in the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord, make sure y'all get up in there. But since I'm gonna be over on the ACGL stream for the Limitless game, I'm not gonna pop live at least first. And since I'm not popping live first, we'll probably just watch all of it in the Discord as long as I'm not over on the Limitless stream. So catch y'all later till we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all, love you guys. Get in the Discord. We'll catch y'all tomorrow. Peace. I'm out of here.